Facing a situation where the other's domain firmly suppressed, his own Lord Wuhuan showed not the slightest intention of retreating. If a stronger domain meant stronger power, then what would be the point of secret arts? His ultimate secret art integrated 5 fundamental fused laws including Metal Void, and Wood Void. Its offensive power was so formidable that even Chaos City Lord would be overshadowed. What were these 2 little humans compared to him? Lord Jinhe, if you have the guts, fight me head-on, and let me see your true strength. Otherwise get the hell out of my sight. Luo Feng frowned at Lord Wuhuan's contemptuous words. Being looked down upon truly did not feel good. His strength, however, was insufficient. At best peak 2nd stage or barely 3rd stage, infinitely far from peak 5th stage. Such a gap left him utterly powerless to fight back. He still needed to grow stronger. Chen Ao, however, was utterly indifferent. Lord Wuhuan, I have no desire to fight you. Why don't we each withdraw? The probability of killing him was too low, making a fight pointless. He disliked futile effort and would rather wait for the next opportunity. Humph. Another coward. But you want me to retreat? Not a chance. Lord Wuhuan said disdainfully. As for trying to force me back with that domain treasure. Daydreaming. I've already notified our clan's Lord Jujin. When her peak domain treasure blade core realm combines with mine, I refuse to believe will still be suppressed. When she arrives, I'll naturally show you the might of Lord Wuhuan. Chen Ao shook his head. This Lord Wuhuan was indeed a muddle-headed fool. In that case, it seems I have no choice. Chen Ao stepped forward, not even getting a chance to be the good guy. Luo Feng, fully activate your wings to help suppress him. I'll try to kill him. What? Luo Feng was astonished. Senior brother, are you confident? He's a universe master no weaker than our teacher Chaos City Lord. Let's just try. Maybe it'll work. Without another word, Chen Ao activated his chest sword C-18 divine swords, all pointed at Lord Wuhuan at once. Heh, this is more like it. Lord Wuhuan laughed. Since we're fighting, let me show you my strongest attack secret art. 5 Beast Annihilation. An earth-shattering fluctuation of divine power erupted and surged toward Chen Ao. Chen Ao did not retreat. The 11th sword. It too was close combat. Yet there was still a gap in strength between them. Lord Wuhuan stood rooted in place while Chen Ao was knocked backward. Seeing Chen Ao driven back, clearly weaker, Luo Feng exclaimed anxiously, Senior brother, are you all right? I'm fine. It was no more than a tickle. That strike was powerful, but it had annihilated less than 1/millionth of his strength. At this level, as long as he stayed within the domain, even if he kept using his abilities and allowed the opponent to attack freely, his divine body's recovery would outpace its losses. However, relying solely on the chest sword C's true damage for output, killing Lord Wuhuan would take a very long time. And his opponent was no fool who would stand there waiting to die. It's actually also a supreme secret art. You actually possess 5th stage strength. By comparing their secret arts, Lord Wuhuan easily assessed Chen Ao's power. Yet although this secret art's power was not overwhelmingly strong, it somehow inflicted an unexpectedly large toll on the divine body. Its actual effectiveness was probably nearly twice that of his 5 Beast Annihilation. This secret art is truly peculiar. Lord Wuhuan kept weighing their respective strengths. He did not think his divine body was being eroded by that boring domain treasure. He only thought Chen Ao's secret art was extraordinary. In the Cosmic Sea there were countless universe masters and all kinds of secret arts. Ones specifically damaging the divine body were nothing strange. Again, 5 Beast Annihilation. Knowing the opponent's strength, Lord Wuhuan stopped being overconfident and began to continuously unleash his ultimate secret arts. Only true experts were worthy of this move. Chen Ao naturally did not fear. He had spent so much effort and so many treasures on his divine body, precisely to be able to take a beating, wasn't it? Within 10 minutes of intense combat, Lord Wuhuan's divine body had suffered nearly 20% damage, while Chen Ao's damage was a mere 3/1000ths. The change in their auras was evident to all. This guy's divine body is enormous. While mine is so badly damaged, he hasn't changed at all. Lord Wuhuan intended to leave, but now Chen Ao was not about to let him go. That Annihilation God armor was a treasure second only to the supreme treasures, no less than a peak set treasure. Lord Jinhe, I acknowledge your strength. I can't defeat you, so let's stop here. Lord Wuhuan no longer wished to fight. Once his divine body lost too much, recovery would become extremely slow. At this moment Chen Ao flashed a grin of white teeth. Lord Wuhuan, you come and go as you please. It's not that easy. I think you'd better stay. Ha ha ha. You really think I Wuhuan am just a name, wanting to keep me here? Dream on. Lord Wuhuan prepared to leave. Yet, under the dual suppression of Luo Feng and Chen Ao, without a supreme domain treasure, he had almost no ability to resist. Want to leave? You wish. Feeling the suppressing force, Lord Wuhuan's face darkened. He hadn't expected to be trapped like this. If this continued, this main battle avatar of his might really fall here. Curse it. I never expected to be made so miserable. by two newly ascended universe masters of the third reincarnation era. Lord Wuhuan did not hesitate to send a distress signal, undoubtedly to the supreme being of the divine I race. Wuhuan, even you need to call for help. Have you fallen into some desperate situation? Not a desperate situation, but I've run into two little brats. Despite feeling humiliated, Lord Wuhuan still explained the situation. So it's a special treasure. You're being suppressed. The seventh true lord spoke. Hold on for a while. I can reach you within 3 days. Thank you, seventh true lord. Although I'm at a disadvantage, I can still stall for a few days. It was precisely because the domain gap was too great and Chen Ao's damage to the divine body was severe that Lord Wuhuan was so miserable. Otherwise he would have fled long ago. 3 days. I should be able to hold out, right? Even if I have to avoid direct combat. Soon an astonishing scene appeared in the cosmic sea. The mighty Lord Wuhuan was being chased by two humans. Lord Wuhuan had no intention of fighting head-on. After barely blocking an attack, he would frantically flee. But Lord Wuhuan could not escape at all. His speed was utterly suppressed and he soon faced another attack. Luo Feng coordinated with Chen Ao, beating Lord Wuhuan into miserable flight again and again. This feels amazing. A Lord Wuhuan on par with our teacher is being beaten down with no power to fight back. If only Luo Feng had done it all alone. In reality, he was merely a tool providing mastery over time and space. Chen Ao paid no attention to Luo Feng's thoughts. He was now fully attacking Lord Wuhuan. All he wanted now was to beat Lord Wuhuan to death. Two chasing, one fleeing. Lord Wuhuan felt a sense of helplessness. Lord Jinhe, I admit defeat this time. What must I do for you to let me go? Unable to endure the relentless chase, Lord Wuhuan's divine body had already lost over 30%. If he continued losing more, his soul would be damaged and recovery would take who knows how many epochs. As a universe master of the first reincarnation era, he originally had little time left. Time was especially precious to them. Although the seventh true lord was already on his way, he felt he might not last until then. Even if he did, such immense damage was unacceptable. Even if he managed to kill those two human brats, Wuhuan would be finished anyway. Lord Wuhuan, my demands aren't high. That mad demon god-slaying armor is your core treasure. I won't take that. Hand over your peak domain treasure, the Wuhuan realm, and I'll let you go. Lord Jinhe, don't go too far. A peak domain treasure. Do you really think you have me cornered? Lord Wuhuan roared in unwillingness. The Wuhuan realm was one of the top 3 treasures on him, only slightly inferior to the mad demon god-slaying armor. Converted into treasure points, it was worth 30 to 40,000 points. More importantly, such treasures had no place to exchange for. Once one reached the level of top-grade peak attack or armor treasures above 5,000 points, obtaining them was difficult. No amount of superior treasures could necessarily exchange for a good peak treasure. In the entire cosmic sea, how many supreme domain treasures were there? More than 90% of the universe's strongest beings used peak domain treasures, and nearly half of those were ordinary. They were not even as good as his Wuhuan realm. My clan's seventh true lord is already on his way. Before long the two of you will fall right here. Cut the nonsense. If I hadn't known the seventh true lord was coming, do you think you'd still be alive? Chen Ao barked. He himself could not be certain of eradicating Wuhuan before the seventh true lord arrived. In that case, hurting Wuhuan would bring him no benefit. It was better to obtain a decent domain treasure instead. Think it over yourself. The seventh true lord still needs at least 2 days to get here. If you think you can escape me for 2 days, then we'll continue. Even if I can't kill you, I'll leave you gravely wounded, taking 10 million epochs to recover. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Wuhuan's expression grew increasingly ferocious. Yet he had no choice. Encountering Chen Ao alone wasn't frightening. The domain suppression wasn't strong and he could flee or even counterattack. But now he was suppressed from every direction and could do nothing. Watching his divine body steadily deteriorate, Wuhuan said helplessly, I'm willing to hand over the Wuhuan realm. In the end, Lord Wuhuan could only reluctantly make the choice. The peak domain treasure was important, but compared to the transcendence he pursued, it fell far short. Hand over the Wuhuan realm first, and I'll naturally let you go. Fine. Having made his decision, Lord Wuhuan did not hesitate and directly tossed out his domain treasure. Lord Wuhuan did not suspect a trick, for true experts kept their word. Once one broke the rules, one would be despised. What a pity. If only I were alone and not involved with the humans. Chen Ao looked at the Wuhuan realm in his hand with some regret. If the person present had only been the Bloodlight Hall Master, with Lord Wuhuan lacking his domain treasure, he could have slain him in a short time. Unfortunately, with humans involved, he could not go back on his word. Luo Feng, retract the domain. Let him go. Luo Feng nodded. Just now they had both received a message. The seventh true lord was en route and Chaos City Lord had told them to leave quickly. Otherwise, Luo Feng knew that given Chen Ao's personality, he would have pursued and killed to the very end. Lord Jinhe, Lord Inhe, I Wuhuan will remember this grudge. Lord Wuhuan departed quickly. Luofeng. Actually, I was just a tool, would you believe it? Seeing Luofeng's expression, Chen Ao suddenly placed the Wuhuan realm in Luofeng's hand. Take it. With this Wuhuan realm combined with your wing treasure, even if you face Wuhuan in the future, you'll be able to escape. Luofeng was startled. Senior brother, how can I accept this? This is your trophy. I only followed behind you, and you already gave me a top-grade domain treasure earlier. Haha Luofeng, since when did you become so sentimental? Between you and me, what's yours is mine. It's not like I lack peak domain treasures. This thing is useless in my hands. Take it. Just hold on to it. Luofeng was deeply moved, unable to speak. A peak-grade domain treasure, and not even the lowest tier at that. Its value was staggering. Even between master and disciple, let alone fellow disciples, no one would ever part with such a treasure. Senior brother, I've wronged you all along. Why say all that? Hurry up and refine it. Let's see its might. Chen Ao said with an unconcerned air. All right. Luofeng did not stand on ceremony. This domain treasure was indeed important to him. Soon the 5 Chaos World was unleashed together, with his space-time controlling ability swiftly suppressing Chen Ao's chess sword C. His chess sword C, though its primary function lay in the divine swords, was after all a supreme peak domain treasure worth over 50,000. Yet it was still firmly suppressed. So strong. Luofeng was overjoyed. Chen Ao nodded, indeed. Now I can rest assured. Senior brother, thank you so much. No need to thank me. I said I would give a peak domain treasure as my reward. This is merely the advance payment for your enlightenment fees. Luofeng. Was it too late to throw away the 5 Chaos World now? Senior brother, one must be sincere. I am sincere. I said I'd give you a peak domain treasure, so it is a peak domain treasure. I would never fob you off with a merely top-tier one. Luofeng was silent for a long, while feeling that he had been indirectly attacked again. But this domain treasure truly helped him a great deal. From now on, below the universe's strongest, it would be hard for anyone to catch him. If they could not even catch him, killing him was naturally impossible. Chen Ao looked at Luofeng. Compared with the original story, the 5 Chaos World was clearly more important. After all, the Tribulation armor was not inferior to the Mad Demon Annihilation God armor in terms of defense. On the contrary, now that Luofeng possessed a peak domain treasure, he could act recklessly. Luofeng, in the time to come I'll be moving independently. I may not be able to save you in time. You must be careful. Chen Ao said. Don't worry, senior brother. With this 5 Chaos World and my wings, even the strongest may not certainly catch me. I can roam the universe sea at will. You just raised a death flag. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Luofeng suddenly wore a pained expression. I'll be careful. All right then, let us part ways here. As he spoke, Chen Ao directly used teleportation to leave. This place was close to the location of the primordial universe, so there was no need to fear getting lost. For Chen Ao, apart from the 6th grade secret patterns contained in the supreme treasures, the matter of the world beasts was what concerned him more. All the great races have obtained maps of the Qingfeng realm. If nothing unexpected happens, they will soon go explore it, and then news will spread. His Swordmaster avatar was the best choice for exploring the dark regions of the Qingfeng realm. However, his Swordmaster's strength was slightly lacking. If I had a sword-type supreme treasure, and created a 6th grade secret art, I could wield 7th grade power. Once I reach the 7th grade, I can go take a look at the world beasts. Perhaps I can even take the chance to kill a few 1st grade world beasts. Now I should head to the Universe Sea. Because his 2 avatars possessed sword-type domain treasures, their combat strength could match the 5th grade. With such power, they were already invincible among Universe Masters. There was no need to waste time. My human body is a bit weaker. I can go on a killing spree in the primordial universe. The 2 plant life avatars had enormous divine bodies that could withstand most dangers, but the human form could not. Instead, with the peak grade 3-piece set obtained from Sitting Mountain Guest, his human body was also formidable, reaching the 5th grade. The only drawback was insufficient fault tolerance. So the Bloodlight Hall Master and the Sword Master go to the Universe Sea, while the human body goes to slaughter some Universe Masters. Soon the 3 bodies acted separately. A few years later, a notorious devil appeared in the universe. No one knew his name, but all races of the universe gave him a nickname, the Blood Demon Master. This Blood Demon Master was extremely powerful, having reached the 5th grade, and his body was equipped with incomparably strong treasures. He roamed, killing Universe Masters from weak races across the universe. Almost every few hundred years, a Universe Master would fall. In merely 10,000 years, the Blood Demon Master had killed over 30 Universe Masters. However, the Blood Demon Master knew his limits. He only killed Universe Masters from weak races without organizations and never provoked any powerful enemies. Naturally, no powerful expert bothered to punish this Blood Demon Master. What is wrong with this era? First, the Bloodlight Hall Master hunted countless venerables. Now this Blood Demon Master keeps slaughtering Universe Masters. Why is there such turmoil in the universe? Do you think the Bloodlight Hall Master and the Blood Demon Master might be the same person, or perhaps avatars of one powerful expert? Impossible. Their auras, treasures, and secret arts are completely different. This was of course because Chen Ao had asked Sitting Mountain Guest to help refine a new soul pearl which changed his aura. Moreover, all the treasures he used were refined by Sitting Mountain Guest, so no one in the universe had ever seen them. Alas, we weak universe masters are having a harder and harder time. We used to think that becoming a universe master meant we could roam freely across the universe. Never imagined we would be prey under someone else's blade. Although some people noted that both the Blood Demon Master and the Bloodlight Hall Master used swords, the fact was that there were too many who used swords or blades. Moreover, it was often not that universe masters chose their treasures, but rather they received some good treasure and created a matching secret art to adapt to it. Therefore, this piece of evidence was completely invalid. The existence of the Blood Demon Master made the weaker universe masters in the primordial universe panic, and they were forced to join powerful forces. For example, the alliance of the Seven Peak Forces. The Primordial God Cult and the Star Beast Alliance were extremely exclusive and did not accept newcomers, so the only choices were those seven forces. The second-tier forces also felt a storm approaching. Without protection from the universe's strongest, they too could face the danger of falling. Within the virtual universe of humanity, the City Lord of Chaos excitedly called Luo Feng and Chen Ao over. Come my two disciples. These three are universe masters who recently joined my Hong Alliance. The three universe masters looked at Chen Ao and Luo Feng, smiling and nodding. This is my disciple Luo Feng, title Galaxy Lord, and beside him is Venerable Jingyuan. We know. We've heard of both of your reputations. One of the universe masters said with a flattering smile. Especially the Galaxy Lord, the renowned 5th grade universe master, standing at the very pinnacle of the entire universe. Luo Feng could only smile awkwardly because his strength had not been revealed in the universe sea. Instead, he had become famous due to the matter of his wings. Moreover, Luo Feng was currently believed to have 4th grade strength, and whether his other avatars possessed 5th grade power was anyone's guess. Thus, the strong throughout the universe had already come to think that Luo Feng possessed 5th grade strength. As for Venerable Jingyuan, he too was someone who had slain universe masters, and they treated him with great caution. Luo Feng was somewhat embarrassed, while Chen Ao felt a little regretful. These three had been on his hunting list, but now that they had joined the Hong Alliance, he could no longer kill them. Teacher, there was no need to invite these weak universe masters. Those with 2nd or 3rd grade strength are of no help. Chen Ao transmitted his voice. The City Lord of Chaos shook his head. You can't say that. Aside from seeking a way out for our race, we strong ones more often need to look after the weak. For instance, if a venerable on a primitive star is surrounded, having an extra universe master to relieve them could save lives. Saving venerables and reviving them was something that 2nd and 3rd grade universe masters could do quite well. They could not help with peak combat power, but they were definitely qualified as babysitters. Chen Ao heard the City Lord of Chaos's reasoning and could not refute it. It seemed to make sense. After getting to know each other, everyone dispersed and no one was truly required to do anything. Chen Ao and Luo Feng had no need for them either. Senior brother, why haven't I heard any news of you these years? Could it be that the Blood Demon Master is really you? Although the outside world did not suspect much, Luo Feng was after all a disciple of Sitting Mountain Guest, and he sensed something. At the very least, changing one's aura was not difficult. The most important thing was that the Blood Demon Master's attacks were just as sharp as Chen Ao's. Without sufficiently sharp attacks, killing a universe master would be very difficult. Ordinary people did not have the ability to kill universe masters, especially in the primordial universe. However, Chen Ao did not follow this rule. His secret arts dealt far too much damage to divine bodies. Of this he had deep experience. Even the powerful Lord of 5 Chaos had been beaten until he fled in panic. For over 10,000 years the Lord of 5 Chaos had not shown his face, probably healing his wounds. How could it be me? I've been cultivating with my human body, and the Bloodlight Hall Master went to the universe sea. Hey, don't tell me you only have one avatar. Luo Feng felt that Chen Ao had hidden another avatar. Besides, I don't know where your human body is. Chen Ao, when did this kid become so sharp? My human body has been stationed in one place in the human race, it's impossible to leave. Hey, then tell me exactly how many avatars do you have? Back then you swapped 3 sets of weapons and armor from the teacher. Chen Ao, careless indeed. Luo Feng's heart had become dirty. That was Chen Ao's first reaction. Luo Feng looked at Chen Ao, senior brother. I was 80% certain before, but now I am 100% certain that the Blood Demon Master is you. How rare were 5th grade universe masters? How could one possibly appear out of nowhere fully equipped with peak treasures, and with strength reaching the 5th grade? Luo Feng, think whatever you want. Chen Ao shook his head helplessly, wearing an expression of, if you don't believe me, I can't do anything. Luo Feng remained unmoved. After being performed at by Chen Ao so many times, if he hadn't improved at all, that would be strange. Senior brother, why exactly have you killed so many universe masters? The strong did not casually slaughter, mainly because there was no need. Killing brought no benefits, and those treasures were basically worthless. If a third-grade universe master obtained an excellent peak treasure, that was understandable, like the Flame Emperor, but Chen Ao killed many who didn't even have peak treasures, mostly just top-grade ones. What was the point of killing them? That blood demon master really isn't me. Hey, whatever you say. Since you're unwilling to say, I won't press you. Luo Feng didn't dwell on it. This matter was merely curiosity, or rather to confirm that the blood demon master was Chen Ao. Exactly how many avatars does senior brother have? Any one of them has 5th grade power, and he's only a universe venerable after all. If he became a universe master, could his strength reach the 6th grade? As it stood, it was very likely. The Bloodlight Hall master's power had already reached the peak of the 5th grade. Adding another level, he could fully reach the 6th grade. But without a supreme treasure, how exactly did senior brother reach the 6th grade? Having a supreme treasure or creating a 6th grade secret art was the requirement to be a 6th grade universe master. So where did Chen Ao's sudden boost of 1 rank or even 1.5 ranks come from? He couldn't figure it out. This was the thing Luo Feng had been most puzzled about over the years. Luo Feng left while Chen Ao continued on his hunt of universe masters. 9 Domain Alliance. Unfortunately, you'll have to be my target. Chen Ao's human body headed toward the 9 Domain Alliance. The 9 Domain Alliance had originally consisted of 9 large races with a total of 11 universe masters. But later the Flame Emperor was killed, and it was forced to become the 8 Domain Alliance. The number of universe masters had also fallen to 10. Among these 10 universe masters, 1 was 4th grade, 4 were 3rd grade, and the remaining 5 were at the peak of 2nd grade or barely 3rd grade. He was a universe master. In those days among the Jiu Alliance, the Flame Emperor's strength was also notable. Except for the 4th stage, who firmly suppressed him, all other universe masters were inferior to him. The Shisai clan of the 8 Domains Alliance had 2 universe masters, one of the 4th stage, and one of the 3rd stage, and the Shisai master was the 4th stage one. The 9 Domains Alliance could barely defend itself. The Shisai master only occasionally ventured into the Cosmic Sea. In the Cosmic Sea, the Shisai master was a very ordinary universe master. As for the other universe masters of the 8 Domains Alliance, they did not even have the qualification to enter the Cosmic Sea. They were weak themselves without any powerful rescue, and if they went, they would easily become prey. Therefore, these universe masters generally never left their clans. At that moment, the Blood Demon Master arrived at the territory of the Shisai clan. The next instant, the Shisai Master and the Sierra Master rushed out. Blood Demon Master, what business brings you to our Shisai clan? As a 4th stage universe master, he still had some confidence in this primordial universe. Even when facing a 5th stage, he could preserve his life. To kill you. As soon as the Blood Demon Master finished speaking, the sword in his hand stabbed straight toward the Shisai Master. Blood Demon Master, you are provoking our Shisai clan. The next moment, 2 universe masters confronted Chen Ao. Within a very short time, the other 7 clans, a total of 8 universe masters, surrounded the Blood Demon Master in the center. Blood Demon Master, our 8 Domains Alliance does not wish to provoke you, but we hope you will not come to our 8 Domains Alliance to cause trouble. We 10 universe masters support each other precisely to guard against your surprise attack. They had no choice. The Blood Demon Master's fearsome reputation was too great. Over 30 universe masters had died at Chen Ao's hands. Even with 10 universe masters, they could only form a formation to defend themselves. Ha ha ha, 10 perfect saves me from hunting them one by one. He often chose to hunt universe masters who had clans, as those universe masters, for the sake of their clans, generally would not flee and could only fight to the death. Such universe masters were the easiest to kill. Those who traveled alone were much harder to kill. Unless there was no suitable target, Chen Ao generally did not choose them. Moreover, lone universe masters were also hard to find. Now too many universe masters, feeling terrified, were forced to join peak forces. He was unwilling to provoke the supreme beings of the universe, so he could only target secondary forces. This 8 Domains Alliance was the best choice. Weak and unable to run away. Blood Demon Master united as 10 universe masters, even you cannot kill us all. Why do you insist on harassing us? The Shisai Master roared. Behind them were their clans. They absolutely could not retreat. Enough talk. All for the sake of survival. For the sake of humanity, he had to yield, even daring not to reveal his avatar's identity. But for other clans, there was no mercy. It was either you die or I live. The peak domain treasure spread out, enveloping all the universe masters within. The great battle was about to erupt. About 3 days later, a shocking news came. The 10 universe masters of the 8 Domains Alliance had all fallen, and the 8 Domains Alliance was thus erased from existence. Although there were still many universe overlords among those 8 clans, universe overlords and universe masters were completely different tiers. They could not possess such vast territories. The remaining is the Xihuan Alliance. When Chen Ao headed to the Xihuan Alliance, His face suddenly darkened because the Xihuan alliance had actually split into two parts, joining the Yao clan and the Beijiang alliance respectively. Blood Demon Master, the Xihuan alliance no longer exists. Now one part is territory of our Beijiang alliance. Another part belongs to our Yao clan. Blood Demon Master, retreat quickly. The arriving Universe Masters were the Starry River Master of the Beijiang alliance and the Thunder Dragon Master of the Yao clan. Although the Thunder Dragon Master was slightly weaker than the Starry River Master, he was still a 5th stage Universe Master and his strength was not too weak. You two why oppose me for the sake of some weak Universe Masters? I kill their Universe Masters and then you occupy the territory. Isn't that good? Upon hearing Chen Ao's words, the Thunder Dragon Master and the Starry River Master showed no relaxation. Blood Demon Master, your wanton slaughter is about to incur public outrage. If you are ungrateful, our Beijiang alliance will be the first to crusade against you. Our Yao clan as well. Chen Ao looked at the Thunder Dragon Master. Thunder Dragon Master, last time your clan's Dream Demon ancestor was humiliated by the Bloodlight Palace Master. Don't you know that lone Universe Masters are not to be trifled with? How dare you? Who do you think you are to mention our clan's Dream Demon ancestor? The Thunder Dragon Master thundered. That Bloodlight Palace Master had a special escape ability which made our clan yield. What do you have? Hehe, what do I have? Facing the Thunder Dragon Master's question, Chen Ao sneered. Then let me show you what I have. As he spoke, the Supreme Treasure sword in his hand slashed toward a certain position in the void. Seeing this sword light, the other powerhouses showed no change, but one of the 2nd stage Universe Masters suddenly changed expression drastically, then disregarding his own life directly used his body to block the sword light. Seeing this, the surrounding Universe Masters all reacted. In an instant, their gazes toward Chen Ao were filled with anger. The Thunder Dragon Master even rebuked, Blood Demon Master, you are a renowned powerhouse in the universe, yet you would attack weak lives. Among those lives, there are young ones below the Realm Lord level. Chen Ao sneered. What is my little trick compared to yours? Back then, when your Yao clan opened up the extraterritorial battlefield, didn't you eliminate over 10,000 clans? During the long years of your Yao clan's rise, you eliminated no less than 100,000 clans. This 100,000 was not 100,000 lives, but 100,000 clans, each with at least hundreds of millions of lives, and at most perhaps billions. As he spoke, Chen Ao's gaze swept over the Universe Masters present. The clans of you Universe Masters, when they rose, how many clans did they sweep away? Which one is not in the hundreds or thousands? Since you did it, don't use such ridiculous words to accuse me. The universe is like this, survival of the fittest, weakness is the original sin. Chen Ao stood fearlessly confronting the dozens of Universe Masters of the Xihuan Alliance. The Universe Masters brought by the Starry River Master and the Thunder Dragon Master all remained silent. Thunder Dragon Master, now do you know what I have? I don't need to hunt those Universe Masters. They will deliver themselves to me to kill. Can you stop it? Hearing Chen Ao's words, many Universe Masters turned ashen. From Chen Ao's behavior just now, if they did not die, then Chen Ao would attack their clans, which was unacceptable to them. Either die themselves or have their clan annihilated. Perhaps these Universe Masters could take a very small number of clan members and hide, but without sufficient territory and population, the clan would inevitably head toward extinction, merely delaying some time. Blood Demon Master, you are too arrogant. Do you really think our Yao clan cannot deal with you? The Thunder Dragon Master felt that the Yao clan had been provoked. Then try it. Chen Ao didn't care at all about the Thunder Dragon Master's threat. The other party could only make empty threats. Chen Ao had no time for verbal sparring. He continued to slash his sword toward the same direction as before. That Universe Master's face was ashen, but he had no choice. He could only continue to block. This Universe Master was only of the 2nd stage, and his divine body and treasures were both mediocre. After blocking 3 or 4 attacks consecutively, his divine body was annihilated by Chen Ao's attack and vanished directly. Watching Chen Ao instantly kill a Universe Master, the many Universe Masters of the Xihuan Alliance couldn't help but look at the Thunder Dragon Master and the Starry River Master. Thunder Dragon Master, do you have anything to say now? Chen Ao's smile remained unchanged. If you have nothing to say, then I'll continue. Chen Ao ignored the Universe Masters of the Beijiang Alliance side. Now that Xihuan Alliance no longer existed, only the Yao clan side and the Beijiang Alliance side remained. It was the Yao clan side that Chen Ao attacked. The Universe Master just killed was also the one who had joined the Yao clan alliance before. The Thunder Dragon Master gritted his teeth tightly, but did not attack. His intervention would be futile. Chen Ao could completely block his attacks while killing those weak Universe Masters. Starry River Master, isn't your Beijiang Alliance going to step up in this matter? He is killing our Yao clan's Universe Masters now, and soon he will kill your Beijiang Alliance's Universe Masters. The Thunder Dragon Master roared. I think we should join forces to drive this Blood Demon Master away, so he dares not act recklessly. Killing was impossible. Even if a supreme being of the universe came to kill a 5th stage universe master like Chen Ao would require chasing for who knows how many millennia before success. If some accident occurred, even the supreme being might not kill Chen Ao. The Starry River Master looked at the universe masters behind him who had just joined the Beijiang Alliance, and were unsettled and quickly nodded. Since we two act together, we will teach this blood demon master a harsh lesson, so he dares not be so reckless anymore. Good. The Thunder Dragon Master had long been enraged by Chen Ao's behavior of slapping his face, but his strength was even slightly inferior to Chen Ao's, so he had no chance to salvage his pride. However, the Starry River Master was powerful, a top-tier 5th stage peak universe master. Together they could completely suppress the Blood Demon Master. Chen Ao watched the two discuss and knew that if this matter was not resolved, killing universe masters would be very troublesome. Since you two intend to make a move, come on. I have long wanted to see how powerful the Starry River Master's secret art really is. Previously, the Bloodlight Palace Master had actually been hunted by the Beijiang Alliance. Chen Ao had long wanted to retaliate, but the Beijiang Alliance was powerful, and he could not find an opportunity. Now was the perfect opportunity. The Thunder Dragon Master, only because his body was covered in scales, otherwise his face would have been flushed red. Chen Ao repeatedly spoke of learning from the Starry River Master's secret art, utterly disregarding him. Blood Demon Master, first, taste my Thunder Dragon Master's secret art. All 5th stage had their strongest secret arts, but the quality gap was huge. After all, from a Universe Master's strongest fusion secret art to a 6th stage secret art, the gap was enormous. Chen Ao watched the Thunder Dragon Master's frenzied attack, a disdainful smile appearing on his face. Then he also activated the long sword in his hand. This Peak Supreme Treasure longsword was a top grade among Peak Supreme Treasures. Coupled with the passive of his E-skill, it was enough to elevate the quality of the Supreme Treasure longsword to a higher level. With a similar strike, the Thunder Dragon Master was forced back by Chen Ao, his divine body slightly damaged. However, there was still a clear gap in strength between the two. At least in attack power there was a gap. Thunder Dragon Master, your Yao clan has 2 supreme beings. How come you don't even have a few good supreme treasures? Get yourself a few peak supreme treasures before coming to me, otherwise I'm too lazy to bully you. Ah, Blood Demon Master, you're just relying on your peak domain treasure. Idiot. Chen Ao turned to the Starry River Master. Starry River Master, shall we have a go? He was still quite looking forward to the Starry River Master's secret art. After all, it was the most peak fusion secret art, estimated to be not far from the 6th stage. It was actually slightly stronger than his own secret art. Since the Blood Demon Master is interested, I'll play with you. The Cuny Mace appeared in the Starry River Master's hand. This Cuny Mace was a set peak supreme treasure, an attack supreme treasure second only to the strongest supreme treasures. River under the night. The Starry River Master shouted, unleashing his strongest attack from the very start. Facing Chen Ao, he had no qualification to show off. He had to go all out. The 11th sword. Chen Ao actively met the attack. His top-grade peak longsword, enhanced by the E-skill, was in no way inferior to the opponent's set peak supreme treasure. He enjoyed experiencing such secret arts. Chen Ao and the Stellar River Lord were locked in relentless combat, their figures flickering in and out of existence within the cosmic void. The mere aftershocks of their clash were sufficient to annihilate an ordinary cosmic lord. Sensing the fluctuations of this power, many cosmic lords wore grim expressions. They realized that the Stellar River Lord had not gained the upper hand, at least not by all appearances. This Blood Demon Lord is actually this strong. The Stellar River Lord is one of the strongest cosmic lords. Yet the Blood Demon Lord can match him evenly. After nearly 10 minutes of combat, the figures of Chen Ao and the Stellar River Lord separated to opposite sides. The auras of both had weakened to varying degrees, and it appeared that the Stellar River Lord was at a slight disadvantage. What is the matter with this Blood Demon Lord? Clearly his strength is slightly inferior to mine, yet in the end I ended up at a loss. In the Stellar River Lord's view, the Blood Demon Lord was indeed formidable, but still fell short by a notch. However, for some unknown reason, the Blood Demon Lord's attacks caused his divine body to suffer losses at an alarming rate, losing over 10% in just 10 minutes. At his level, the depletion of his divine body should not be this rapid. How do you feel, Stellar River Lord? Chen Ao looked at him, his own strength now no less than that of the Stellar River Lord. Even without the Chess Sword Sea and the Sword River Net, in the tens of thousands of years, he had not remained stagnant. His arcane arts had grown even more powerful. Without the system panel's enhancement, he was indeed a notch weaker, yet even with the panel he was still a notch weaker. However weak as he was, the Stellar River Lord's divine body had suffered more losses than his. Your methods are quite special. He had never fought against Chen Ao's other bodies, so he had never encountered a situation where, despite being able to overpower the opponent, his divine body would inexplicably suffer considerable losses. The Stellar River Lord felt a peculiar sense of frustration. He could win, yet he did not. Shall we continue? Chen Ao inquired. I cannot stop you, but this matter was personally entrusted by my Northern Frontier Alliance Master. You cannot prevent it unless you wish to cross swords with the Northern Frontier Alliance Master. Let us speak of this when the Northern Frontier Alliance Master descends. Unable to stop Chen Ao, the Stellar River Lord naturally would not waste time here and soon departed. The Cosmic Lords who had joined the Northern Frontier Alliance wore expressions of utter despair. If even joining the Northern Frontier Alliance could not protect them, who could possibly save them? However, it was obvious that the Cosmic Lords who had joined the Demon Clan fared even worse. Chen chose to target those who had joined the Demon Clan first. Thunder Dragon Lord, if you wish to continue fighting, I am game. If not, then get out of my sight and don't be an eyesore. Blood Demon Lord, you have no regard for my Demon Clan. All you can do is wave your banner. If you have the guts, come at me. Chen Ao couldn't be bothered with this nonsense. He couldn't kill the opponent, nor was he allowed to, but he could still annihilate 50% of his divine body. If the other dared to step forward, Chen Ao would make sure he could not recover for eons. Charging into the midst of the Cosmic Lords, Chen Ao slaughtered relentlessly. These Cosmic Lords were too weak. It took only a few attacks to kill one. However, these Cosmic Lords were also putting up desperate resistance. More than 20 of them encircled Chen Ao, hoping to hold back his onslaught. Thunder Dragon Lord, save us. Thunder Dragon Lord, you promised that as long as we joined your Demon Clan alliance, you would ensure our safety. One after another, the Cosmic Lords roared, hoping that the Thunder Dragon Lord would intervene. But the Thunder Dragon Lord's face was grim. He had thought that the Blood Demon Lord would show some consideration for the Demon Clan's face and refrain from striking. Unexpectedly, this Blood Demon Lord was just as insane as the Blood Light Hall Master. However, the madman Blood Light Hall Master had gone to the Cosmic Sea, where he was equally insane, while this Blood Demon Hall Master was wreaking havoc in the primordial universe. Blood Demon Lord, our Demon Clan's Chen Ao will be here soon. When he arrives, you won't be able to escape. Get lost. Chen Ao bellowed and continued his slaughter. In a short time, because the Cosmic Lords were worried about their clans behind them, and dared not retreat too far, they could only slowly fall one by one under Chen Ao's sword. The Thorn Ring Alliance had scattered. 27 Cosmic Lords had joined the Demon Clan, yet in this short span Chen Ao had already killed 7. Moreover, as the number of dead Cosmic Lords increased, Chen Ao's pace of slaughter would only accelerate. The Thunder Dragon Lord also wanted to go up and resist, but he could not. He was utterly unable to block him. Just as Chen Ao killed the 9th Cosmic Lord, the void trembled. The laws of the universe receded. Universe strongest. It's the universe strongest. Seeing this scene, the Thunder Dragon Lord was overjoyed. Jin Yaozu, it's Jin Yaozu. With the Thunder Dragon Lord's roar, Jin Yaozu descended. Blood Demon Lord. They are all members of my Demon Clan alliance. This is a provocation against my Demon Clan. He Jin Yaozu, you've finally arrived. Chen Ao looked at Jin Yaozu. Oh, you were waiting for me. Do you intend to fight me? Although a 5th Order Cosmic Lord could nearly match a universe strongest in the primordial universe, just like the heaven-defying universe overlords matching a Cosmic Lord required capital. Many 5th Order Lords did not possess this qualification. When a peak 6th Order universe strongest faced a 5th Order Cosmic Lord, killing them in a short time was difficult, but that short time could be 10,000 years or just 10 days. Enough talk. Chen Ao looked at Jin Yaozu. Let me test your skills, Jin Yaozu. Very well, very well. I never expected the universe would spawn such a reckless fool. With a fiery temper, Jin Yaozu charged directly at Chen Ao. Jin Yaozu possessed the Supreme Treasure Realm-Breaking Cone, which was a mental attack type with extremely powerful offensive capabilities. However, when facing the Dream Demon Clan, Chen Ao could only passively endure blows. Against the more aggressive Jin Yaozu, Chen Ao actually found it much easier. The Dream Demon Clan possessed a Supreme Treasure Armor. In the Cosmic Sea, they were only at the peak of 7th Order, barely reaching 8th Order. But in the primordial universe, one with such a Supreme Treasure Armor was nearly invincible. A Supreme Treasure Armor ignored attacks below 6th Order, and even those below 7th Order. In the primordial universe, this essentially ignored all attacks, placing one in an inherently invincible position. However, Jin Yaozu's Supreme Treasure was an attack type, not to mention that his attack arcane art could only reach 8th Order. Even if it were 10th Order in the primordial universe, it would be limited to 6th Order. Thus Jin Yaozu was subjected to even greater suppression. That Supreme Treasure was essentially useless. Even a 6th Order arcane art could not fully exert its power. At this moment, Jin Yaozu was like a strong man who had fallen into water. Not only could he not exert his strength, but the discomfort prevented him from even bringing out his peak 6th Order power. Therefore Chen Ao faced Jin Yaozu with greater ease. 11th Sword. Under the horrified gazes of the Cosmic Lords, Chen Ao actively charged toward Jin Yaozu. Blood Demon Lord die. 6th Order arcane art Great Horn. When powerhouses clashed, there was no flashiness. Just a direct collision of offense and defense. You could flee, but kiting was not an option. Even with bows and arrows, the arrows had to be formed from divine power, resulting in a contest of divine power consumption. Thus Chen Ao had no intention of retreating. Jin Yaozu's arcane art attacks were more ferocious and also more easily perceptible. After a round of combat, Chen Ao suffered tremendous damage. A sixth-order attack was a full level stronger than his own power. Moreover, his human body's divine body was only over 90,000 kilometers in size with density several times inferior, and he was outmatched in every aspect. Yet Chen Ao still did not care. He was determined to use his life to experience Jin Yaozu's arcane art. Truly seeking death, daring to clash head-on with me. A fifth-order cosmic lord could only barely survive before the ultimate strongest, which was a different concept from confronting head-on like this. How infuriating. The damned primordial universe's suppression is too great. Otherwise I could kill him in just a few exchanges. He was renowned in the cosmic sea. The Dream Demon clan was only at the peak of 7th order, while he could burst forth with power close to the peak of 8th order. Unfortunately, the suppression in the primordial universe was even greater. Chen Ao's divine body was continuously depleting, while opposite him Jin Yaozu suffered virtually no losses. True gods or universe strongest were not the same kind of beings as cosmic lords. The souls or life imprints of the strongest were no longer integrated into their divine bodies, but were hidden in their true god heart. Even if a strongest had only 1% of his divine body left, his strength would not be affected. Moreover, the strongest possessed their own mini-universes, allowing them to recover divine power at an extremely fast rate. The losses from Chen Ao's attacks were negligible. Thus, after a battle, Chen Ao's divine body had lost over 40%, leaving him with less than half his strength, while Jin Yaozu was almost unscathed. If we drag this out a little longer, the Blood Demon Lord's divine body will lose over half and his strength will drop to 1/10. Then he won't even have the qualifications to flee. Jin Yaozu was in no hurry. His speed could crush Chen Ao's. Even if Chen Ao fled, he could easily catch up. Daring to provoke me today, you will fall here. Killing a cosmic lord would incur punishment from the primordial universe, but to kill Chen Ao, Jin Yaozu no longer cared about that penalty. Chen Ao must die. After more than 10 minutes of fierce battle, Chen Ao's divine body had lost nearly half. At this moment Chen Ao laughed loudly. Jin Yaozu's arcane art is indeed formidable. I will not accompany you further. I shall return to seek another bout with you after my divine body recovers. Trying to run. If Chen Ao had been kiting from the start, it would have taken him a very long time to kill Chen Ao. But now, with his strength so severely diminished, he no longer had the qualification to escape. Stay here. Jin Yaozu directly shattered space, going beyond mere spatial ceiling. He gave no chance to escape. However, Chen Ao didn't care at all, instantly appearing hundreds of light years away. What? Seeing Chen Ao teleport away despite the spatial disruption, Jin Yaozu's eyes blazed with fury. Blood Light Hall Master, you are the Blood Light Hall Master. That kind of long-distance teleportation that ignored spatial shattering had only been seen by Jin Yaozu in the Blood Light Hall Master. Ha ha ha, isn't it easy to guess? Who else but me would slaughter so madly? Chen Ao did not deny it. At this point there was no need to hide. Damn it, damn it. Jin Yaozu was burning with rage. This Blood Demon Lord was the Blood Light Hall Master, meaning he could not kill him at all. Or rather, killing Chen Ao would require a time measured in tens of thousands of years. If the Bloodlight Hall Master's other body arrived, the Demon Clan would be thrown into chaos. Bloodlight Hall Master, you once made an agreement with Meng Cha that you would never provoke my Demon Clan. Have you forgotten? Humph, I have not provoked your Demon Clan. It is your Demon Clan that has been causing me trouble. Chen Ao snorted coldly. If your Demon Clan shelters those cosmic lords of the Thorn Ring Alliance, I cannot kill them. Does that mean every time you shelter someone I have to back down? That was not the agreement. Damn it. Jin Yaozu roared, his voice shattering space. But even he could do nothing to the Bloodlight Hall Master in the primordial universe. With that enormous divine body and incredible speed, even if he and the Dream Demon Clan joined forces, it would take at least tens of thousands or even millions of years to kill the Bloodlight Hall Master. If they spent that time, the Demon Clan would likely become extinct. Other races such as humanity, the Mechanical Clan, and the Insect Clan would certainly not hesitate to attack the Demon Clan. The consequences of the Demon Clan having no strongest to guard it would be disastrous. If they returned to guard their territory, the Bloodlight Hall Master would once again become a nightmare. They did not want to offend such a troublesome individual. Moreover, who knew how many avatars this guy had? If they killed one another, would pop up in a few 10,000 years. How many times must the demon race be annihilated? But our demon race has already promised to protect them. Jin Yaozu was hot-tempered and more radical, unlike the Dream Demon race who knew when to compromise. At this moment Jin Yaozu still refused to yield an inch. Humph, your demon race cannot protect them. Then what do you intend to do? Simple. I can spare their lives, but I am very interested in your supreme treasure. How about letting me study it for a few tens of thousands of years? Dream on. Chen Ao refused without hesitation. This was the foundation of his demon race. Even studying it was out of the question. If Bloodlight Palace Master used the opportunity to break through, they would have no one to turn to for help. One Universe Master was already such a headache. If he became a Universe Supreme, what would they do? Then abandon these Universe Masters and let me kill them. This way your demon race can annex half of the Thorn Ring Alliance's territory. It benefits both of us. He wanted to kill a full 200 Universe Masters. He had already worked very hard, but the number killed so far was less than 50, still far from 200. The Thorn Ring Alliance was the last easy-to-kill Universe Master Alliance. If he let them go, he would have to hunt down lone Universe Masters or those under the protection of peak powers, which would be much more difficult. For example, the Thousand Water Alliance had already sought the protection of a Supreme. If he continued to attack them, it would be no different from what he had encountered with the Thorn Ring Alliance. Following the principle of, since you've already offended the demon race once, you might as well offend them again, he naturally focused on these Universe Masters. No, my demon race has already made a public statement. If you do this, where will my demon race's face be? Chen Ao, do you think I'm negotiating with you? I have the qualification to speak with you not because you give me face but because I have the strength and confidence. You don't go too far. No matter what, I am also a Supreme. If you offend my demon race, I can make sure you never leave the primordial universe. Fine then, I'll go live in your demon race's territory. Every few tens of thousands of years I'll come and play in your demon race's domain. Let's see how long you can endure my visits. Chen Ao said with a roguish grin. You, truly despicable, using my race to threaten me. When I was a cosmic overlord, I could threaten Universe Masters with their race. Now that I'm a Universe Master, of course, I can threaten a Supreme with his race. Despicable. Chen Ao now acted like a villain, relentlessly pressuring Chen Ao, who was trying to protect his race. This is exactly the drama between antagonist and protagonist. If my strength far exceeded Chen Ao's, I'd be even more like a villain. Chen Ao waited for Chen Ao to make a decision. He believed that Chen Ao would decide in accordance with his demands, because nothing was more important than the demon race itself. For this purpose, Chen Ao would sacrifice all external possessions. Chen Ao handing over these Universe Masters to me benefits both me and the demon race. What is a little face compared to such vast territory? Let me think about it. It was a difficult choice. Universe Masters were extremely important not only as a foundation but also as excellent caretakers. However, Chen Ao's deterrence was also very strong. Suffering huge losses for the sake of foreign Universe Masters was clearly not beneficial to the development of the race. Just as Chen Ao was hesitating, the surrounding cosmic operation laws once again receded. Earlier, because Chen Ao and Chen Ao had fought the primordial universe, had been suppressing Chen Ao, severely causing his preferential treatment to be revoked. The cosmic laws not only refused to yield, but were tightly restraining Chen Ao. Now the laws receded again, indicating that another Supreme had arrived. Chen Ao looked at the newcomer, North Region Alliance leader. Blood Demon Lord or Bloodlight Palace Master? Asked the North Region Alliance leader. Hey, it's me. Call me whatever you like. No matter what you call yourself, don't even think about touching the Universe Masters of my North Region Alliance. Hearing the North Region Alliance leader's threat, a nearby Universe Master from the North Region Alliance immediately sent a telepathic message. Alliance leader, that Bloodlight Palace Master is extremely crazy. He just fought with Chen Ao for over 10 minutes, and even Chen Ao couldn't subdue him. The North Region Alliance leader's face showed surprise. As the Alliance leader, he didn't usually handle affairs and spent most of his time in the Cosmic Sea. He knew something about Bloodlight Palace Master, but based on what he knew, Chen Ao's strength was formidable, firmly at the 8th tier level, even close to the peak of 8th tier, stronger than himself. With such strength, he couldn't subdue Bloodlight Palace Master. Chen Ao, did you fight with this Bloodlight Palace Master? You know very well. Chen Ao said with displeasure. Failing to subdue a Universe Master was humiliating enough. Why bring it up and slap his face? The North Region Alliance leader's expression darkened. He was even weaker than Chen Ao. Bloodlight Palace Master, have you offended the demon race, and now intend to offend my North Region Alliance as well? The North Region Alliance leader still spoke. Even though he knew Bloodlight Palace Master was a madman who probably wouldn't care, but he had to ask. It was his duty as Alliance leader. Many Universe Masters could imagine Bloodlight Palace Master sneering contemptuously, and then mocking the North Region Alliance leader fiercely. After all, with strength like Bloodlight Palace Master's, at least in the primordial universe, he didn't need to fear the North Region Alliance leader. Moreover, given how crazy Bloodlight Palace Master was, he probably wouldn't show any kindness to the North Region Alliance. Even Chen Ao wore a mocking expression. Chen Ao was threatened to my face and slapped by Bloodlight Palace Master. What is the North Region compared to me? Asking that question was like sticking your face out to be slapped. Unexpectedly Blood Light Palace Master Chen Ao suddenly smiled. How could that be? I naturally wouldn't offend the North Region Alliance under your protection. Those previous minor incidents were all misunderstandings. Zhen Yao Zhu. All the Universe Masters. Blood Light Palace Master, where did your madness and arrogance from earlier go? Did you get possessed instantly? Even the North Region Alliance leader was somewhat surprised. Based on the telepathic message from his Universe Master, he had expected Blood Light Palace Master to roar. Who do you think you are, North Region Alliance leader, to make me back down? But Blood Light Palace Master's attitude was very strange. He seemed quite easy to talk to. Zhen Yao Zhu's face darkened. Just now he had been so tough in front of me, even willing to fight 2 Universe Supremes of my demon race, but now he immediately changes his attitude when facing the North Region Alliance leader. This fawning demeanor, does it have any dignity or face of a powerhouse? Bloodlight Palace Master, what do you mean by this? Is the North Region Alliance leader a Universe Supreme and Aijin Jiao not? His strength was actually greater than the North Region Alliance leaders. Chen Ao curled his lips. Your strength may be great, but in the primordial universe you can't exert much of it. Besides, I have a Q skill and you can't catch me at all. But the North Region Alliance leader is different. He has a domain-type supreme treasure, the Tsushi Starlight Lake. If the 2 demon race supremes would need 10,000 years to kill me, the North Region Alliance leader might need only a few hundred years. That's the difference in treasures. He dares to act recklessly because he knows who he can provoke. He dares to fight the 2 demon race supremes, but not the North Region Alliance leader. Offending the demon race might only get him injured, but offending the North Region Alliance leader could mean death. Chen Ao doesn't care about face. He wants practical benefits, and staying alive is always the first priority. Zhen Yao Zhu, it's not that I don't give you face. It's just that I've already offended those Universe Masters, so of course I have to kill them. But I haven't offended the North Region Alliance's Universe Masters, so naturally I can spare them. Zhen Yao Zhu. Who would believe such a reason? What do you mean? Since you've offended them, you must kill them. Those 2nd and 3rd tier Universe Masters, even if you annihilate 99 of their divine bodies, would they dare retaliate against you? Hearing this, the North Region Alliance leader's face broke into a smile. This feeling was very pleasant. If other Universe Masters revered him, he wouldn't feel anything special, as he was long accustomed to it. But a Universe Master who dared to fight Jin Jiao head-on yet showed him such reverence. He felt delighted and honored, especially since Zhen Jiao's strength surpassed his own. Bloodlight Palace Master, since you give my North Region Alliance this face, I should reciprocate. Let's let bygones be bygones, how about it? Good. Since the North Region Alliance leader says, so I naturally have to give this face. Then it's settled. From now on, if you don't provoke my North Region Alliance, I won't offend you either. No problem. Chen Ao agreed readily. Seeing Zhen Yao Zhu's face so dark, it could drip water, the North Region Alliance leader felt immense satisfaction. Xin Jiao, since that's the case, I won't linger. You continue your discussion. Haha, farewell. With that, the North Region Alliance leader left with his Universe Masters. He didn't want to provoke Chen Ao either, and peaceful coexistence was the best outcome. Zhen Yao Zhu's face remained extremely dark. Bloodlight Palace Master, you are truly shameless. Chen Ao was completely unfazed by Zhen Yao Zhu's words. It's your demon race's fault for not having a domain-type supreme treasure. If you had one, I wouldn't dare to act so cocky, even with 100 times the courage. After all, his Q skill was quite helpless against a domain supreme treasure. While it wouldn't be easy to catch him, he couldn't escape either. No matter how he moved, he would be trapped by the treasure, making it hard to flee. And the reason he dared to act recklessly was mainly because of his Q skill. Zhen Yao Zhu, you are different from the North Region Alliance leader. Chen Ao said, choose, either forge a mortal enmity with me or abandon these Universe Masters, and let the demon race gain territory. The choice is yours. The fate of the remaining dozen or so Universe Masters depended entirely on Zhen Yao Zhu's decision. Of course, the cost of protecting them was 0. Yes, if Zhen Yao Zhu was willing to go to war to protect them, Chen Ao would leave without hesitation. Just kidding. He really didn't want to fight 2 Supremes to the death. With that time, wouldn't it be better to hunt some lone Universe Masters? Though less efficient, it was safer. All that talk about fighting to the death was just a bluff. He would never do something so unreliable. But Zhen Yao Zhu didn't know Chen Ao's personality. Seeing Chen Ao fight with over 60 divine body loss, he thought Chen Ao was truly insane. Such crazy powerful beings usually meant every word they said. In the universe, it was always the case that the strong disdain lying. But Chen Ao was different. He fought Zhen Yao Zhu to comprehend 6th-tier secret arts, not out of madness. His talk of war with the demon race was just bluster. Just to scare them. If it worked, great. If not, he would say, just you wait. I'll take revenge in the future. And whether that future was 10 trillion epochs or 10 trillion epochs later, who knew? Zhen Yao Zhu, have you decided? My true body has already returned from the cosmic sea. If you want war, I'm ready. Chen Ao was in a conflicted state. For the sake of his race he had to endure. In truth, he had yielded for his race more than once or twice. But this was the first time he had been pushed to such an extent by a universe master. It was painful. My demon race previously had a non-aggression pact with you, Bloodlight Palace Master. Since my demon race violated the pact, it is only natural that we make concessions. With that, Chen Ao left with Thunder Dragon Lord, leaving behind only a dozen or so universe masters filled with despair. Chen Ao watched the demon ancestor reveal a smug smile, having successfully wielded the banner of authority once again. He had succeeded against the Dream Demon clan before, and now he triumphed once more. Then Chen Ao turned his gaze to the dozen or so universe masters and struck without hesitation. After a bout of slaughter, most chose to sacrifice themselves, buying their clans a chance to linger on. 4 or 5 universe masters, unwilling to be bound by their clans any longer, opted to flee with some of their clan's prodigies. The clans of the fallen masters, guarded by universe overlords, could become vassals of the demon ancestor. Just like the Golden Horn clan, though low in status, they could still endure. But those selfish universe masters took away the strong and the talented, leaving their clans doomed. Without a universe overlord or even a venerable, the clans would soon be annihilated. Can they escape? Chen Ao watched the 5 universe masters utterly unruffled. With a supreme domain treasure, their attempts to flee were nothing but a pipe dream. It took only a little time for Chen Ao to slay those universe masters. They had hoped to preserve themselves, but in the end both their clans and themselves were lost. They were far inferior to the ones who had resolutely chosen self-sacrifice earlier. The progress bar has reached 38. That meant he had already killed 71 universe masters. The Bloodlight Palace Lord was also hunting universe masters in the Cosmic Sea, but most of them were 4th tier. Having heard of his fearsome reputation, they would flee at the mere sight of him, never giving him a chance to close in. Without the ability to approach, he naturally had no opportunity to kill, making his efficiency far lower than when Chen Ao's human body hunted universe masters in the original universe. There aren't many universe masters left in the original universe either. The total number barely exceeded 1,000, and nearly half were peak tier, protected by universe supremes. The remaining were about 500 or so, among which over 200 were loners with no attachments, making them extremely difficult to track down. That left around 300 universe masters scattered across the universe. Among them were those from weak alliances like the 9-Domain Alliance, and also the ones Chen Ao had killed early on who had established their clans alone. The main force consisted of top-tier powers like the Thorn Ring Alliance. However, under Chen Ao's relentless assault, the Thorn Ring Alliance had already disintegrated and merged into other peak powers. Other top-tier powers had almost all sought refuge with peak powers as well. So although the original universe still had over 900 universe masters, nearly 700 were under the protection of a universe supreme. The remaining 200-odd were mostly loners, impossible to find. I'll go back to recover my divine body first. The killings from now on will be much slower. Perhaps he could only act once every tens of thousands of years, killing one universe master each time, unless he truly declared war on a major power. But that would be too risky. Offending one demon clan might be manageable, but if he provoked 2 or 3 peak powers, and the number of universe supremes hunting him increased, he would surely die. This is different from killing venerables. Universe masters cannot be resurrected. Once lost, they are truly lost. No clan can accept that. In the time that followed, the divine body of the Blood Demon Lord vanished from the universe, leaving only the Bloodlight Palace Lord. However, the madness of the Bloodlight Palace Lord was universally acknowledged. He would even fight universe supremes to slay a universe master. Luo Feng stared at Chen Ao with a wooden expression. Senior brother, how did you withstand the demon ancestor's attack? He is so powerful. According to the Lord of Chaos, the demon ancestor's offensive was so fierce that without a supreme treasure it was nearly impossible to endure. I'd rather face the Dream Demon clan than the demon ancestor. I didn't block him, I just ran. Then how did you run? Any way I could. Luo Feng grew more and more baffled by Chen Ao, unable to understand why he slaughtered so recklessly. Earlier, killing universe masters opportunistically could be explained as harvesting rewards. But now, with the rewards gone, why still kill so madly? What was the benefit? Could it be for the sake of a few treasures? Yet Chen Ao's treasures were already among the top tier. Most universe supremes without supreme treasures were inferior to him. Senior brother, you remain as enigmatic as ever. Still, my strength is growing rapidly. I feel I'm close to creating a universe master's ultimate secret art. Luo Feng hadn't come to Chen Ao simply to express his feelings. Rather, his recent progress had been so swift that he was nearing the ability to create a peak secret art. At this point, Luo Feng was slightly weaker than in the original timeline. In the original, he had obtained the Mad God exterminating armor from the 5 Chaos Lord, and with the armor's secret patterns, he had successfully created a universe master's ultimate secret art, reaching the 4th tier. Now he was still a bit short, lacking a little in creating the ultimate secret art. Thus Luofeng wanted to spar with Chen Ao. Feeling confident again, Chen Ao looked at Luofeng. Luofeng nodded. Maybe a spar with you will help me create the ultimate secret art. I feel I'm just a tiny bit away. Alright, but I'll need to borrow your wing treasure, Chen Ao said. No problem. If he could break through, his strength would reach the 4th tier, and even without the wings he would be qualified to stand firm in the cosmic sea. For now though, he was still a bit weak. 3rd tier peak, not enough to face most opponents. Come on, let me see your strength. Chen Ao knew this was the 9 Nether Sea avatar, not particularly strong. Senior brother, aren't you going to rest? I heard you fought the demon ancestor and suffered significant divine body loss. This is your Nether Sea avatar, right? The strength is negligible anyway. No need to worry. You're just here to comprehend secret arts. When it came to fusing laws, Chen Ao's foundation was extremely solid. Perhaps in sheer height he was inferior to the Lord of Chaos. But from the perspective of the 8 basic fused secret arts, Chen Ao was almost omnipotent. He could casually create a Universe Master's ultimate secret art. However, the strength of these secret arts was not as great as those of the Lord of Chaos. He had hundreds of types of Gold Void Fusion ultimate secret arts. Feel this. Chen Ao drew his sword. It was simply a Universe Master's ultimate secret art. Starting from the first set, he unleashed one move from each set. With a continuous barrage, Luofeng grew extremely excited because no one could teach him secret arts. But Chen Ao's secret arts, primarily Gold Void Fusion ultimate arts, were undoubtedly the most suitable for him, offering him more reference. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to have created 3 sets of Gold Void Ultimate Fusion secret arts. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to create 13 sets of Gold Void. Senior brother, how could it be 30 sets? Senior brother, 130 sets. Are you serious? 300 sets all unique. How did you manage that? Luofeng was being constantly suppressed. He wasn't surprised. Chen Ao's strength was certainly far above his. But the terrifying number of secret arts. The Lord of Chaos had said that a Universe Master who could create 10 sets was already outstanding, qualified to walk the path toward becoming a Universe Supreme. Yet Chen Ao, just with Gold Void Fusion secret arts, had over 300 sets. One after another. Alas, they're all useless. None of these secret arts reach the ultimate level. I'm still a bit behind the Lord of Chaos. Chen Ao was truly desperate. Without a path forward, no guidance to create a 6th tier secret art. He could only keep recycling old ideas, frantically creating new secret arts at the Universe Master's ultimate level. He hoped to incorporate insights into the fusion of 3 laws. But having created over 10,000 sets of Universe Master's ultimate fusion secret arts, based on the 8 basic fusion laws, the path still remained hidden. Well, one could say he was very idle, unable to break through the 6th tier secret art bottleneck, so he just kept farming old dungeons. Over 10,000 sets of Universe Master's ultimate fusion secret arts. Luofeng was stunned. Was this something a human could do? He didn't even have one set. The Lord of Chaos had said that over billions of eras, he had accumulated just over 30 sets of Universe Master's ultimate fusion secret arts. 10,000 sets. Was that a joke? Probably all the Universe Master's ultimate fusion secret arts from all the powerhouses in the original universe combined couldn't match yours. Alas, they're all useless. No matter how many, they're still just Universe Master secret arts, unable to break through to the 6th tier level. See, aren't you about to catch up to me? Luofeng nodded. Indeed, no matter how many, it didn't matter. A few useful secret arts were enough. He was indeed very close to that level. Perhaps only a thin membrane remained. Once pierced, he would enter a new realm. After being struck by Chen Ao's sword hundreds of times, Luofeng's Nether Sea avatar could barely hold on. Fortunately, Chen Ao deliberately restrained his divine power, using only the most basic secret arts for attacks. How was it? Chen Ao looked at Luofeng. It felt great. I think your 275th set of secret arts is very close to mine. Oh, Chen Ao was surprised. Luofeng was impressive. His secret arts naturally became weaker as they progressed. This showed that Luofeng's created secret arts could already rank in the upper middle tier. Let's try again then. His fusion secret arts followed a pattern. Since the 275th set was very close, then the 276th and others wouldn't be far off, all highly valuable for reference. Thus Chen Ao focused on using these sets of secret arts, allowing Luofeng to comprehend deeply. If only someone could spar with me like this. Or give me a supreme treasure. He continued until Luofeng's Nether Sea avatar was completely dispersed. Only then did Luofeng call a halt. The Nether Sea avatar wasn't even a true clone, only an advanced divine incarnation. Its death was insignificant. Senior brother, I have a feeling about the ultimate fusion secret art, so I plan to go into seclusion for a while. When do you want to collect the wings? Luofeng and Chen Ao's main combat avatar were both in the cosmic sea, so retrieving the wings would naturally happen there. Where are you now? At the periphery of the cosmic boat. I was originally training on the inclined peak, but it seemed many powerhouses had gathered there, so I left. The clans from the original universe have obtained the map of the inclined peak, and naturally they want to explore it thoroughly. Who knows what powerful treasures they might find? Not to mention supreme treasures, even peak treasures were extremely valuable. Not every universe master possessed a peak treasure. I'm not far from the universe. I'll come and get them soon. Chen Ao quickly made a decision. By the way, senior brother Luofeng said with a serious expression. Please don't cause any more trouble. I really can't take it. Previously many powerhouses in the Cosmic Sea thought he was a 5th-tier fighter and they chased and beat him badly. If not for the wings and the domain treasure, he would have fallen several times. Don't worry. This time I won't stir up any major trouble. I just want to explore some dangerous areas. Luofeng gave Chen Ao a deep look. Senior brother, if you don't cause any trouble this time, I'll bring the Stellar Tower back to the original universe and lend it to you for meditation for a while. Chen Ao's expression stiffened. This choice was so hard. Senior brother, you're definitely going to cause trouble. Please spare me. Chen Ao's words. Luofeng was not willing to believe a single word, but since Chen Ao wanted to borrow the supreme treasure, he had to lend it. Chen Ao had helped him greatly. Without the 5 Chaos Realm domain treasure, he would have fallen long ago. Rest assured, this time it is definitely a good thing. If all goes smoothly, not only will I benefit, but perhaps you can also seize the opportunity to directly create the strongest fusion secret technique of the universe master level. Oh, Luofeng looked displeased. Don't be like that. Would your senior brother deceive you? Isn't this exactly what you do often? Chen Ao was momentarily speechless. What had turned the honest Luofeng into this? He could only sigh at the decline of moral integrity. In the end, Chen Ao still obtained this winged supreme treasure. Although the wings had already given birth to intelligence, this intelligence was almost purely instinctual. As long as Chen Ao spent some time nurturing it, the treasure would not cause any issues. A supreme treasure, one might say, belongs to whoever holds it. Senior brother, tell me honestly, what do you intend to do? Luofeng, are you doubting me? Chen Ao showed an unhappy expression. Yes. Alright, I'll tell you. I plan to kill the 5 Chaos Lord. I've taken a fancy to his mad demon godslaying armor. It will be very beneficial for our comprehension of secret techniques. This mad demon godslaying armor could be considered a quasi-ultimate supreme treasure. The secret patterns and techniques within it are the strongest among the universe master level fusion secret techniques, capable of helping him reach the very pinnacle of universe master fusion secret techniques. It was also because of this mad demon godslaying armor that he frantically created tens of thousands of secret techniques, hoping to see the path of fusion. However, he failed. Because of his failure, he planned to obtain the mad demon godslaying armor to see what the 5 elements of the basic fusion secret technique were combined. 5 Chaos Lord. Senior brother, are you confident? The main combat clone of the 5 Chaos Lord seems to have appeared only recently. Previously, Chen Ao had wounded the 5 Chaos Lord, who then recuperated for over 10,000 years, and only recently re-entered the Cosmic Sea to roam. Of course, this time I will invite the Sword Lord to act together and kill him in a short time. Hiss. You and the Sword Lord are joining forces. Sword Lord has been as famous as Bloodlight Hall Master recently. However, Bloodlight Hall Master kills anyone he meets, while Sword Lord has an extremely good temper. Although powerful, he never bullies the weak. The two are almost polar opposites. Previously, Luofeng knew that Chen Ao and the Sword Lord had a good relationship, but he didn't expect they could join forces. Chen Ao alone was confident he could kill the 5 Chaos Lord, but it would take more time. However, with the Sword Lord added, killing the 5 Chaos Lord would be far too simple. As long as the timing is right and no universe strongest comes to rescue within a day or two, the 5 Chaos Lord will surely die. But killing the 5 Chaos Lord will completely offend the Divine Eye Clan. Their strength is too great. Luofeng was somewhat worried. At this point in the original story, Luofeng's strength had reached the 4th rank, and Giant Axe had long possessed the ultimate supreme treasure axe. However, because of Chen Ao's dissuasion, Giant Axe left the Qingfeng realm early, and naturally did not obtain the ultimate supreme treasure axe. Regarding the axe, from the moment Chen Ao began to influence this world, it became difficult for Giant Axe to obtain it. After all, arriving at the Cosmic Sea a moment earlier or later would have an impact. Regarding this, Chen Ao was helpless but could accept it. No matter how good the axe was, even if it might have reached the level of a void true god treasure, it was not as important as life. Without Giant Axe to suppress the Divine Eye Clan, Luofeng worried for humanity. What's there to fear? I'm only killing a main combat clone of the 5 Chaos Lord. If the Divine Eye Clan cannot accept even this, then they would have long been enemies with the entire world. Moreover, I will let the Sword Lord take the lead, and have him voluntarily admit that it was he who wanted to kill the 5 Chaos Lord. Can the Sword Lord agree to that? Luofeng couldn't believe it. The Sword Lord was a powerful 5th rank universe master. This is a mutual exchange of benefits. In the future, I will have to cooperate with him on another matter, which is even more difficult. I see. Luo Feng stopped being indecisive. Although he always felt that Chen Ao was hiding something from him, it seemed there was no major issue. So he directly handed the winged supreme treasure to Chen Ao and went to temper his will. I've always thought my will was quite strong. I wonder what level it's at. I should also go temper it sometime. Chen Ao seemed thoughtful. At this moment, looking toward another direction of the cosmic boat, Chen Ao whispered, "The rise of my humanity begins from this moment." The Bloodlight Hall Master's clone put on the wings, and then used the Blood Demon Pearl to change his aura. This Blood Demon Pearl had only been used by the original universe human body, and no more than 10 beings knew this life aura. As long as they didn't encounter those who knew, he wouldn't be discovered. Even if discovered, at most it would expose the connection between humanity and the Bloodlight Hall Master. Hadn't the various races already guessed as much? The Bloodlight Hall Master had gone to the humans to exchange treasures. Chen Ao's Bloodlight Hall Master clone, and the Sword Lord's clone, guarded a dangerous place called Wanhua Island, near the cosmic boat. The 3 great forbidden lands were the most famous. Besides them, there were dozens of dangerous places. Other than the 3 great forbidden lands, these dozens of dangerous places were also quite renowned, as they had all produced ultimate supreme treasures. Wanhua Island was one of them. Wanhua Island resembled a giant reef on the coast of Earth's ocean. Chaotic energy currents continuously washed over Wanhua Island. Each chaotic energy current was extremely powerful, capable of easily annihilating a universe venerable. A slightly stronger current could even directly cause a universe master to fall. If one encountered continuous chaotic energy currents forming a chaotic tide, it would be even more disastrous. However, because of this tide, countless supreme treasures would also appear. The 5 Chaos Lord was currently searching for treasures on Wanhua Island. A while ago, Wanhua Island experienced a series of dozens of chaotic energy currents. Although it was not a chaotic tide, there was a high probability that some treasures would appear. Many universe masters were searching for treasures here. The number of universe masters on Wanhua Island was at least several hundred. All who could come did come. After all, this was a very fixed location where treasures appeared, not random. If I could pull off a heist here, my gene progress bar would be filled directly. However, he dared not, and it was impossible for him to defeat so many universe masters. The Divine Eye Clan only sent 1 5 Chaos Lord this time. As the strongest universe master of the Divine Eye Clan, when the 5 Chaos Lord came, other Divine Eye Clan members generally did not want to come, as the gains would be too small. When Chen Ao's 2 bodies approached the cliff area of Wanhua Island, hundreds of universe masters were already searching. Although the treasures had been washed over, the surrounding chaotic energy currents were too numerous, concealing the aura of the supreme treasures. They had to search carefully. Wanhua Island was also very large, even larger than the Qingfeng realm. However, the number of treasures and the degree of danger were not as exaggerated as those of the Qingfeng realm, so its fame was not as great. I'll search carefully. The 5 Chaos Lord is nearby. A supreme treasure appears. As Chen Ao searched for the 5 Chaos Lord, universe masters were constantly shouting news of the appearance of supreme treasures. Slightly different from other places, the supreme treasures on Wanhua Island did not need to undergo a stage of emergence. They could almost be refined upon discovery. However, these supreme treasures were in a hidden state. Once you discovered one, those around you could basically also discover it. Unless one had incredibly lucky luck and could see a particular supreme treasure with their eyes, obtaining and refining it directly before its aura was revealed. Of course, when an ultimate supreme treasure emerged, no matter how strong the chaotic energy currents were, they could not suppress it. It would be sensed to some extent. There could not be any buried ultimate supreme treasures here. Where exactly is the 5 Chaos Lord? This place was too vast. If flying slowly, it would take an estimated 10,000 years to fully explore it once. Chen Ao was also trying to gather information about the 5 Chaos Lord through human intelligence. The 5 Chaos Lord has obtained a peak armor. Suddenly a message came from the human side. Upon seeing this message, Chen Ao happily teleported to the given coordinates. Teleporting in this place was not afraid of getting lost. As long as one did not leave Wanhua Island, it was safe. Just a few seconds later, Chen Ao sensed the divine power aura permeating the void, and could tell that a great battle had occurred here just now. Where did the 5 Chaos Lord go? Chen Ao asked. Who are you? A universe master said discontentedly. He is a human from the 3rd reincarnation era, the Silver Wing Lord with 4th rank strength, but those wings are very special. Chen Ao stared coldly at these universe masters, and the chest sword C appeared. Then Chen Ao charged at those universe masters. These were all ordinary 4th rank universe masters. Chen Ao 1 against 7 still firmly suppressed them. Below was the chest sword C, and above a huge compass suddenly appeared. 18 divine swords appeared simultaneously above and below. Not good, this is a peak domain treasure. There's one above too. At the same time, the wings behind Chen Ao also fluttered, and the ability to control time and space emerged. Chen Ao's foundation in the laws was too solid. Luo Feng had spent a long time comprehending this control of time and space, but Chen Ao was able to use it after only a few months. The three combined, the domain's intensity was already comparable to an ultimate supreme treasure. The suppression is too strong, I can't move at all. With Chen Ao's two bodies attacking together, several universe masters were soon brutally killed. This time everyone around was silent as cicadas in winter. No, wasn't it said that the Silver Wing Lord's strength was only 4th rank? How would I know? Could the information be wrong? I heard that the Silver Wing Lord was previously 5th rank, but with clones his strength is different. Chen Ao looked at the nearby universe master. Where did the 5 Chaos Lord go? Over there, he went over there just now. A universe master said loudly. He was fighting with the War Axe Lord of the 2nd Reincarnation era over a peak armor. They had a great battle and flew over there not long ago. Mainly Chen Ao's speed in killing these universe masters was too fast. The attack power he displayed was not inferior to that of a universe strongest. Chen Ao did not hesitate, collected the loot, and flew toward the direction the other had pointed. About half a day later, Chen Ao found the 5 Chaos Lord. 5 Chaos Lord. Chen Ao roared. The 5 Chaos Lord looked at the Bloodlight Hall Master. Are you the Golden River Lord or the Silver River Lord? These wings and the chest sword originally belonged to two different people. Now in one person's hands, the 5 Chaos Lord was not surprised. It was common for members of the same clan to borrow treasures. My senior brother's strength far exceeds yours. He has no interest in you. Oh, then you are the Silver River Lord. The 5 Chaos Lord looked at Chen Ao. What do you want from me? Could it be that you want revenge? However, with your meager strength, even if you cultivate for another reincarnation era, you will not be a match for me. Over 20,000 years ago, Luo Feng was being hunted by him. Luo Feng's strength was only around the 3rd rank. Even if he had grown over the years, reaching the 4th rank would be remarkable. As for him, a 5th rank peak killing Luo Feng would not be too difficult. Of course, with the wings, Luo Feng was not too afraid of the 5 Chaos Lord. Humph, I'm here to avenge that old grudge. Chen Ao said loudly. He then come and try. At the same time, the chest sword appeared. The Sword River Compass above also appeared. Looking at the Sword River Compass above, the 5 Chaos Lord narrowed his eyes. The Sword Lord of the Ancestral God Sect of the 3rd Reincarnation era. That's right, it's me. The Sword Lord stepped out. 5 Chaos Lord, I wish to comprehend secret techniques, so I intend to borrow your mad demon god-slaying armor for 100 million years. I wonder if the 5 Chaos Lord is willing to lend it to me. He borrow my mad demon god-slaying armor. The 5 Chaos Lord laughed out loud. Back then, even when Chen Ao was chasing the 5 Chaos Lord, he didn't dare to raise this request, because this armor was the core of the 5 Chaos Lord's combat power. With this armor, the 5 Chaos Lord had 5th rank peak strength. Without it, even if he had all other supreme treasures, he might only be at ordinary 5th rank strength. His strongest secret technique, the 5 Beast Annihilation, must rely on the armor to exert its maximum power. Since the Sword Lord has summoned this Silver River Lord, it seems he is confident in leaving me here. If the 5 Chaos Lord is unwilling to part with it, then I will have to leave you here. As he spoke, 3 streams of suppression force appeared. Seeing these 3 streams of suppression force, a flicker of shock crossed the 5 Chaos Lord's face. This suppression and binding force was already comparable to an ultimate supreme treasure. As a clan that possessed a domain ultimate supreme treasure, the Divine Eye clan was very clear about the power of a domain ultimate supreme treasure. Relying only on this treasure is not enough. Chen Ao said nothing more and directly attacked. His two bodies used different secret techniques, making it completely impossible to tell that they were the same person. This was the benefit of a solid foundation in the laws. The variety of secret techniques he could use was diverse, and he never worried about being discovered. With the Blood Demon Pearl, his life aura was also different. You are not the Silver River Lord. He cannot be this strong. Feeling the attack of this Bloodlight Hall Master, the 5 Chaos Lord screamed. The power of this attack had already reached the 5th rank peak. Ha ha ha, I came to seek revenge after my strength increased. Otherwise, how would I, the Silver River Lord, dare to provoke you, the 5 Chaos Lord? The Sword Lord, on the other hand, remained silent and attacked steadily. Facing the attacks of the 5 Chaos Lord felt tremendous pressure. The damage these two inflicted on his divine body was too great. In a single exchange, they annihilated 1,000th of his divine body. If this continued, he would die here. Luo Feng also felt the same pressure as the 5 Chaos Lord. Watching the scene transmitted by Chen Ao, Luo Feng felt great pressure. I knew it. He tricked me again. He promised not to impersonate me, but in the end he's harming me again. Luo Feng gritted his teeth. Although his strength was already such that he didn't need to worry about Chen Ao doing this, being constantly impersonated was really uncomfortable. Even if he was strong enough to show off, it wasn't satisfying. After a brief exchange, both sides recognized the disparity in their strength. The Sword Lord spoke. Lord Wuhuan, I have no desire to kill you. I merely wish to borrow your armor. Surrender it to me and I shall let you leave. What say you? As he spoke, the Sword Lord deliberately wore an expression that suggested he was sparing Wuhuan out of pity. Such an expression was the most unbearable for a strong warrior who would rather face death than accept sympathy. Though the Sword Lord outwardly offered to spare Lord Wuhuan, in truth, only a coward would yield. Anyone else would fight to the death. I, Wuhuan, have never known fear. No matter how many strong opponents come, my answer remains the same. If you want my armor, you must step over my corpse. The Sword Lord shrugged helplessly. Since Lord Wuhuan insists, I can only respect a warrior and grant you an honorable death in battle. Unlike his earlier pretense of pity, the Sword Lord now displayed an attitude of respect. The contrast was stark, yet without seeing his expression, one might think the Sword Lord was reluctant to kill. Is it out of kindness? Then let me witness the Sword Lord's true power. Wuhuan charged at the Sword Lord. He had realized that the Galaxy Lord's main role was to provide two domain effects, not to fight fiercely. In contrast, the Sword Lord fought with ferocity. True Lord, the Sword Lord's strength is not inferior to mine. With the human Galaxy Lord's treasures, my main combat avatar may be doomed here. The first True Lord was shocked. The Sword Lord is that powerful. He and I are evenly matched, but the domain's might is overwhelming. The combination of 3 domains rivals a supreme domain treasure. Wuhuan, hold on as long as you can. The 3rd and 6th True Lords are already on their way. I cannot hold out. Within a few dozen minutes at most I must self-destruct. The first True Lord's face darkened. That Sword Lord and the human are audacious enough to kill one of our Divine Eye clan. Indeed, but the ancestral god cult cares nothing for us. The second True Lord sighed helplessly. Unless they could trap the Sword Lord, they could do nothing against the ancestral god cult, which rarely left the original universe. Then let us target the humans. Let the forces of the Cosmic Sea know the cost of offending our Divine Eye clan. The 7th True Lord, the youngest, was hot-tempered. The first True Lord remained silent. Though the human was bold, he was not the main threat. The ultimate benefit would likely fall to the Sword Lord. Find a chance to kill the Sword Lord. As for the human, we shall retaliate when the opportunity arises. Though the Divine Eye clan was tyrannical, they could not wage war against an entire faction for one individual. They had to consider the clan's development. If every incident provoked a full-scale war, they would lose several members each time. Thus the Divine Eye clan would soon be wiped out. Such a course was untenable. They must strike decisively when appropriate, even hunting down a universe supreme to deter others. But going to war with an entire faction required careful consideration. Azure Eye, go to Wuhuan's location. If the Sword Lord is still there, kill him. Understood. I am at most half a day away from Wuhuan's position, replied Azure Eye. True Lord, the 6th True Lord. The first True Lord pondered whether to declare war on humanity. Engaging the 3rd Cosmic Era was troublesome. They might simply retreat into the original universe, while the Giant Axe continuously ambushed the Divine Eye clan's universe lords. Neither side could accept such an outcome. We could find an opportunity to kill the Giant Axe. Then humanity would collapse. The first True Lord decided not to wage war on humanity but instead to eliminate the Giant Axe. Without the Giant Axe, humanity would be easy to handle. Fortunately, the human Giant Axe possesses no supreme treasure. There is still a chance to deal with him. Since the Galaxy Lord and the Sword Lord had dared to act against them, the Divine Eye clan must assert their authority. Killing the Sword Lord was a minor matter. Everyone since that human dared to strike at our Divine Eye clan, we shall annihilate his race. Keep an eye on the human Giant Axe's movements. Find an opportunity and together we will slay him, letting the Cosmic Sea know that the Divine Eye clan is not to be trifled with. Yes, that is the way. He is merely a supreme without a supreme treasure. We have killed more than 1 or 2 such beings. Anyone who offends our Divine Eye clan deserves death. Openly declaring war would give the enemy an advantage. But by staying hidden and striking when the opportunity arose to kill the Giant Axe, humanity would naturally be finished. That was the best way to deal with a faction. In truth, Lord Wuhuan overestimated himself or underestimated the terror of true damage. Under the assault of 36 divine swords, he could only hold out for 3 minutes before being forced to self-destruct. Lord Wuhuan possesses quite a few treasures. Chen Ao gazed at the floating supreme treasures and quickly beckoned them. Among them, the most precious was undoubtedly the Mad Demon God-slaying armor, even more valuable than Wuhuan's Peak Palace and Soul treasures. Looking at the mystic patterns on the armor, Chen Ao smiled. Excellent. Perfect for me. It follows the multi-fusion path. With this armor, I will soon push my secret techniques to the highest level. His current secret technique level was slightly below that of the Chaos City Lord, who was himself a step away from the 6th rank. But by comprehending this armor, he would be only a hair's breadth from the 6th rank. And soon humanity will also have a supreme treasure. A sharp light gleamed in Chen Ao's eyes. The axe was beyond recovery. Only a child of destiny could reclaim it, and the giant axe was clearly not such a one. In the virtual universe, the giant axe urgently sought out Chen Ao. Chen Ao, what is this? Why did you suddenly attack Wuhuan? Don't you know this will deeply offend the Divine Eye clan? In truth, it was not the giant axe who came to him but Chen Ao, who had voluntarily informed the giant axe. Thus the giant axe was extremely anxious. For him, humanity was a constraint. Even without his supreme treasure axe, the giant axe's strength was at the peak of the 8th rank, close to the 9th rank. He was only slightly weaker than the first true lord who possessed 2 supreme treasures, placing him in the top tier of the cosmic sea. Yet the giant axe had been suppressing himself, acting cautiously for humanity's sake, never daring to strike unless forced. Of course I know. Moreover, I know that the Divine Eye clan may declare war on humanity. What? The giant axe sprang up in shock, glaring at Chen Ao. The giant axe was usually good-natured. Even when the clan's universe lords occasionally opposed him, he did not take offense, unless truly provoked, when he would assert his authority as a supreme. Unlike the so-called ancestral beasts Jinjiao and Mengcha, he was not dictatorial. Giant axe, do not worry. I will explain everything. The giant axe stared hard at Chen Ao. The thought of humanity suffering heavy losses or even extinction was unbearable. Giant axe, I will give you an explanation. Chen Ao spoke calmly. It is simple. If you giant axe obtain a supreme treasure, then with your strength you can certainly protect humanity. Whether an armor or an axe, once the giant axe possessed one, he could fight 5 opponents alone. An axe was impossible, but armor was a viable option. Where would humanity get a supreme treasure? The giant axe fumed. Giant axe, we have a chance, Chen Ao said without further preamble. If we kill a lone supreme, his supreme armor will be ours. Easier said than done. A supreme is not so easy to kill. The giant axe was furious. Giant axe, calm down and hear me out. I have 2 top-tier peak domain treasures. Combined with Luo Feng's wings, their power reaches the level of a supreme treasure. The giant axe looked at Chen Ao in astonishment. He had never tried combining so many peak domain treasures. Is it truly at the level of a supreme treasure? Yes, absolutely, Chen Ao affirmed. But merely suppressing speed is not enough. If the enemy has a supreme treasure armor with formidable defense, how do we deal with that? That can also be solved. I know your strength is immense, giant axe. I will create enough time for you to fight. With that, you can kill a weaker supreme. This time the giant axe was truly shocked. Did you do all this just to force me? He asked, bewildered. Previously Chen Ao had been extremely cautious. Why was he now acting so rashly? Did he not consider the consequences of failure? Yes, I am forcing you. Have you thought about what will happen if we fail to kill the supreme and obtain the armor? I have. The consequence would be humanity retreating into seclusion for a dozen epochs. You know, we would have to hide. Hiding for tens of thousands of epochs would ruin humanity. Wait, how long did you say? A dozen epochs. A dozen epochs. Impossible. The Divine Eye clan would not stop hunting us for such a short time. Chen Ao smiled faintly. At that point he would let the father of the universe Luofeng step in to seize the inheritance of the Duandonghe, and the problem would be solved. Thus Luofeng was the safety net. If the plan failed, they would retreat until Luofeng obtained the inheritance. The giant axe fell silent. He knew nothing of the Duandonghe, but he sensed that Chen Ao had some hidden assurance. Soon Chaos City Lord and the others arrived. The Chaos City Lord was deeply distressed by Chen Ao's recklessness. Could doom humanity? Luofeng remained silent. He felt he had been deceived again. The Sword Lord was supposed to bear the brunt and humanity would be safe. Yet Chen Ao had openly admitted that the Divine Eye clan was already targeting humans. Chen Ao looked at Luofeng without speaking. Perhaps everyone who understood the situation would think Chen Ao was reckless and short-sighted. Why not wait until Luofeng or Chen Ao himself obtained the Duandonghe inheritance? In truth, it was precisely because of the larger picture that Chen Ao was eager to force the giant axe. His own appearance had altered the giant axe's fate, preventing him from obtaining the supreme treasure axe. This led to a problem: humanity's strength was insufficient. And the consequence of this? The result was that even if Luofeng or Chen Ao were to seize the inheritance of Duandonghe themselves, they could not truly obtain it. In the original story, after Luofeng received the inheritance of Duandonghe, he successfully returned to the primordial universe with the Tomb Spirit Arc. This was not because Luofeng's Tomb Spirit Arc was invulnerable. Rather, humanity had a being with peak 9th tier combat power, the giant axe, standing by to assist. With the giant axe capable of slaying even the mightiest, serving as a deterrent, the forces of the cosmic sea dared not and could not obstruct with all their might. However, if at that time the giant axe lacked a supreme treasure, and was entangled by the first true lord, then the dozens of cosmic lords from the cosmic sea could easily force the Tomb Spirit Arc into dangerous locations. This would lead to the destruction of the Tomb Spirit Arc. The outcome was self-evident. Thus it was not that Chen Ao had changed his temperament and forcibly coerced the giant axe. Rather it was to ensure humanity's smooth rise that he had no choice but to pressure the giant axe. Before the emergence of the Duandongha inheritance, the giant axe had to regain 9th tier combat power to intimidate the entire cosmic sea. Even if the giant axe were destined to die, it must only happen after the Tomb Spirit Arc had entered humanity's domain. Nor should one think there was still the world of Jin. Without Duandongha, Luofeng would be no different from a mere mortal, at best an ordinary genius. Even if he trained in the world of Jin for tens of thousands of epochs, he might not complete the most formidable trials, nor could he meet the incarnation of the God King. All of this was interconnected, with each step indispensable. Without Duandongha and the world of Jin, Luofeng could never resolve the threat of the world beasts. The end result would be annihilation for all. Regardless of who ultimately dealt with the world beasts, the Duandongha inheritance must fall into human hands. To this end, Chen Ao needed to force the giant axe to obtain a supreme treasure and enhance its combat power. Chen Ao, are you truly certain? The giant axe knew he had no choice. If the Divine Eye clan made their move, humanity would have even less opportunity. Chen Ao nodded. I have a 90% chance of enabling the giant axe to obtain a supreme treasure armor. Hiss. The universe lords present all drew in a sharp breath. 90%. The giant axe could hardly believe it. If the giant axe has 8th tier attack power, the probability is 90%. If the giant axe is even stronger, then it approaches 100%. Chen Ao, you've said so much but still haven't revealed who we're targeting. City Lord Chaos could not help but ask. Chen Ao seemed to have concealed many things. Such a sudden move and deliberately informing them suggested he had been prepared for a long time. This gave them a measure of reassurance. In truth, Luofeng remained silent, finding it strange, but he did not believe Chen Ao would act without certainty. When Chen Ao said 90%, it meant 90%. Even if he said 10%, it was at least 80%. Such was Luofeng's trust in Chen Ao. Chen Ao never bluffed unprepared. The Void True Demon Lord. And I know that the Void True Demon Lord is currently in the Whirlpool Sea not far from my Wave Island. The giant axe was even more astonished. You mean to force the Void True Demon Lord into a corner in the Whirlpool Sea, so he cannot escape? Yes, so as long as we can suppress the Void True Demon Lord, we can kill him. The Whirlpool Sea was the very place in the original story where Luofeng had slain a cosmic lord. Once the Void True Demon Lord was forced into a corner with no escape, he was doomed. The Void True Demon Lord was weak, merely average among the 7th tier, and specialized in illusionary techniques. If one's will was a bit stronger, the Void True Demon Lord became no different from a mortal. This fellow was an enhanced version of the Lord of Banfu. Effective against the weak, but against the strong he was utterly useless. The giant axe's expression shifted repeatedly. Fine, then it settled. I am also in the cosmic arc, not far from the Whirlpool Sea. Although he did not know why Chen Ao truly gave them confidence. Giant axe, we have no choice. Either in this cyclic era humanity does not enter the cosmic sea, or we follow my plan. He could not speak of Duandongha and the like. He had to bear it alone and calculate. This was the optimal solution he had considered over tens of thousands of years. For safety, he had even consulted the two-faced ancestral god about the Void True Demon Lord, and had also inquired with mountain-sitting guest. He had analyzed every cosmic lord, seeking the best method to kill. In truth, if the giant axe still harbored illusions, Chen Ao would have to act himself, unable to stay hidden. His 9 Nether Sea avatar had never been deployed yet. He had prepared 4 sets of longswords and armor for this very purpose. Then all 4 of his avatars would act together to kill a Sword Star Lord from the Purple Moon Holy Land. The Sword Star Lord was a 6th tier universe lord from the Purple Moon Holy Land, possessing a supreme treasure longsword. Chen Ao would dispatch all his avatars to kill the Sword Star Lord and obtain the supreme treasure longsword. Then he could use it to comprehend 6th tier secret techniques and eventually attain 7th tier combat power. If luck was on his side, he could ask the mountain-sitting guest to elevate the chess sword sea to the level of a supreme treasure. Then he himself would possess 8th tier combat power. Together with the giant axe's 8th tier strength, they could protect humanity and secure the Duandongha inheritance. This was the second plan. If the second plan failed, the only option was to lie low for 100,000 years, await Duandongha, and finally gamble everything to bring back the inheritance. If that still failed, they would wait for the world of Jin, where he was confident he could become a super powerhouse. However, there was no doubt that the further these plans progressed, the greater the likelihood of annihilation by the world beasts. He had a cheat, and Luofeng was the protagonist, but they still followed the laws of development. They could not suddenly surge in power. The giant axe was clearly in an internal struggle which was completely contrary to his usual low-key style. In truth, it was not only contrary to the giant axe's style, but also to his own. His desperate eagerness to enhance strength was also to avoid annihilation by the world beasts. In the original story, Luofeng, the Chosen One, faced the world beasts with countless coincidences before finally winning by luck. If they did not fight, they would truly be annihilated. Chen Ao, it seems I have no choice. I trust your judgment. Whatever the reason, I am willing to fight for humanity. I hope you do not let humanity down. Chen Ao smiled. Rest assured, it is for the sake of the race and also for myself. With the world beast's existence, it was the same regardless of whom it was for. Should I head to the Whirlpool Sea now? Asked the giant X. Not yet. I will go to the Whirlpool Sea now. You wait at the periphery and we will act together. Very well, I will wait for you at the periphery of the Whirlpool Sea. Chen Ao nodded. The Void True Demon Lord would not leave soon, but he still needed to hurry. The killing of 5 Chaos was ostensibly for the Mad Demon extinguishing God armor. He did not deny that it could help him advance further, but it was also a heavy hammer to force the giant axe. The Sword Lord and the Bloodlight Hall Master had already gathered the supreme treasures of the 5 Chaos Lord, and were about to head to the Whirlpool Sea. He had to be fast. Cosmic Lords were swift, but even with his wings his speed was still far behind. Sword Lord, where do you think you're going? Suddenly the 6th True Lord appeared before Chen Ao. Looking at the 6th True Lord, the Sword Lord revealed a smile. Does the 6th True Lord intend to avenge the 5 Chaos Lord? Humph, you killed a member of my Divine Eye Clan, and you still think you can leave? Heh, if it were another True Lord of the Divine Eye Clan, I might not be able to escape. But facing you, the Azure Eye True Lord, I believe I can. The Azure Eye True Lord was not weak. Roughly 8th tier with a soul attack supreme treasure, the Azure Eye Light. However, the Sword Lord was a soulless life form completely immune to his soul attacks. Setting aside soul attacks and supreme treasures, the Azure Eye True Lord was essentially a 6th tier combatant. With an opportunity, Chen Ao could even kill him with all his avatars together. Arrogant. The 6th True Lord wasted no words, directly activating his soul attack supreme treasure, the Azure Eye Light. A powerful soul attack surged toward Chen Ao. Chen Ao, however, continued to teleport away swiftly. The 6th True Lord was unconcerned. In his eyes, a single strike, if not fatal, would at least gravely wound Chen Ao. At most 2 strikes and he could easily kill Chen Ao. No matter how many times he teleported, how far could he go? But soon the Azure Eye True Lord's expression turned ugly. His soul attack had no effect on Chen Ao whatsoever. You are a soulless life form. Heh, this trump card has been exposed. But 6th True Lord, do you still intend to attack me? A 6th tier against a 5th tier was at most a slight advantage. The 6th True Lord truly had no way to deal with Chen Ao. Humph, Sword Lord, don't be too smug. Offend my Divine Eye Clan, and soon you will die a miserable death. The 3rd True Lord was still some distance away. Several days' travel. By then Chen Ao would likely have fled back to the primordial universe. The 6th True Lord had no interest in continuing the chase. A cosmic lord tailing a universe lord was too disgraceful. Moreover, it was meaningless. So he decided to let other True Lords handle it. If Chen Ao escaped from here, they could still kill him. He did not tail Chen Ao, but he did not stray far, waiting for the 3rd True Lord to arrive. Then he would check where the Sword Lord had gone. If the Sword Lord was still within the cosmic arc, they would naturally strike to kill him. Meanwhile, seeing the 6th True Lord attack the Sword Lord, the giant axe, and the others were terrified. Chen Ao, are you and the Sword Lord all right? They had just learned that the Bloodlight Hall Master was Chen Ao's avatar, but Chen Ao had not mentioned the Sword Lord. The Sword Lord is a soulless life form, so the 6th True Lord cannot harm him at all. Hearing this, the giant axe and the others burst into laughter. This was indeed a fortunate coincidence. Soul attacks were formidable, capable of annihilating all avatars in one blow. But their limitations were also great. A strong will, possession of soul treasures, or being a soulless life form could all neutralize soul attacks. Every powerful ability came with greater restrictions. The Sword Lord and I are on our way and will arrive soon. Good if you are safe. If I obtain the supreme treasure armor, my strength will increase significantly. Armor would certainly not be as helpful as an axe, but as long as the giant axe reached the 9th tier, and became one of the strongest cosmic lords, that alone would be enough to intimidate the cosmic sea. That was sufficient. Being able to protect oneself was already good. By the way, why is the Sword Lord helping humanity? Asked City Lord Chaos. Chen Ao laughed heartily. Sorry, I forgot to mention. The Sword Lord is also one of my avatars. Everyone. Upon hearing Chen Ao's words, everyone was dumbfounded. Lord of Chaos City and Giant Axe kept shaking their heads. It's impossible. There's no way the Ancestral God Sect could be infiltrated. Yeah, this kind of joke isn't funny. Luo Feng, however, stared at Chen Ao with even greater astonishment. To him, it didn't seem like Chen Ao was joking at all. Not out of blind trust, but Chen Ao had always preferred to accumulate silently and then astonish everyone. Since Chen Ao had spoken, it must be true. Senior brother, as expected of you. Luo Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. He had already been shocked to learn that the Bloodlight Hall Master was Chen Ao's clone. Now he was even more astonished. To everyone this seemed impossible. A clone infiltrating the Ancestral God Sect. All major powers had tried, but all had failed. Giant Axe and Lord of Chaos City both looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you don't actually believe this is real, do you? Luo Feng blinked. Since senior brother said it must be true. Lord of Chaos City and Giant Axe turned to Chen Ao again. Chen Ao smiled. It's actually quite simple. The Swordmaster is a soulless lifeform, so his soul cannot be probed, and I have some opportunities that allow me to shield against the detection of life aura. When my other clones killed Universe Masters, their divine power aura had slight differences. This is also the reason. Hearing this, Lord of Chaos City and Giant Axe understood. As for how it was achieved, it was naturally a stroke of fortune. No need to ask further. With this, our human race's combat power has reached a terrifying level. Chen Ao's 3 clones all possessed 5th tier, even peak 5th tier strength. How formidable was that? Once we kill Shujin Demon Lord, and obtain his armor, Giant Axe's strength will ascend another step. Then we will truly be powerful. Good Chen Ao, since you can achieve this much, I naturally cannot be outdone by you. Chen Ao smiled, then looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, I'm avenging you. That Shujin Demon Lord once attempted to assassinate you. Luo Feng rolled his eyes. Yeah, right. You're just trying to get something out of me. No way. Chen Ao said no more, bid farewell to Lord of Chaos City, and then disconnected from the virtual consciousness with Giant Axe. They needed to focus on dealing with Shujin Demon Lord. Chen Ao soon rendezvoused with Giant Axe at the periphery of the Xuanzi Sea. Chen Ao, I've scouted. Shujin Demon Lord is currently in a location relatively close to the depths of the Xuanzi Sea. The Xuanzi Sea. Only its core region could produce a supreme treasure, and only that location could slay the strongest. However, the inner area posed little threat to Shujin Demon Lord, who possessed a supreme treasure armor. We can force him into the core region. He's not far from there. I think it's highly likely. Giant Axe nodded. This time Chen Ao was the main force, relying on the suppression of his domain treasure. Giant Axe was to attack head-on, forcing Shujin Demon Lord to steadily retreat toward the core, seeking an opportunity to kill him. Soon Chen Ao and Giant Axe found Shujin Demon Lord. He was indeed very close to the core. To seek a supreme treasure, this position was the most basic. Near enough to sense the treasure's birth, yet far enough to avoid danger, though being too far would make timely perception impossible. Perhaps because Shujin Demon Lord had obtained his supreme treasure in the depths of the Xuanzi Sea, he frequented this place. Let's move. Chen Ao struck first, both the Swordmaster and Bloodlight Hall Master clones acting in unison. Feeling the suppression of his domain, Shujin Demon Lord bellowed. Little brat from the Ancestral God Sect, I didn't go looking for you, yet you dare to come for me. Ha ha ha, Shujin Demon Lord, you dare to provoke my Ancestral God Sect. Today you'll pay the price. Humph, even the Ancestral God could do nothing to me. What are you, a mere child? Is that so? Shujin Demon Lord, you assassinated the human genius Luo Feng. Today I'll settle that score with you. Giant Axe. Shujin Demon Lord hadn't expected Giant Axe to come, but he was not afraid. Giant Axe had no supreme treasure. In most people's eyes, he was barely a 7th tier fighter. Even some 6th tier Universe Masters might not fear Giant Axe. Naturally, he was even less afraid. Giant Axe, Swordmaster. Just the two of you dare to attack me. Chen Ao and Giant Axe silently approached, saying nothing, and then struck together. When both erupted simultaneously, Shujin Demon Lord immediately sensed something wrong. The domain suppression was too strong. Chen Ao didn't idle either. He soon used secret techniques to attack. The damage to Shujin Demon Lord was not particularly severe, but it was enough to block his movements. However, Giant Axe's attacks sent terror through Shujin Demon Lord. 8th tier. Impossible. You don't even have a supreme treasure. How can you be 8th tier? In the Universe Sea, the strongest generally had 6th tier or top 6th tier secret techniques. With a supreme treasure, they could reach 7th tier or top 7th tier. Shujin Demon Lord and the Dream Demon Clan were at this level. Slightly stronger Universe strongest had 7th tier or top 7th tier secret techniques, and with a supreme treasure they could reach 8th tier or even top 8th tier. The Earthquake Ancestor and most of the true lords of the Divine Eye Clan were at this level. The strongest few had 8th tier secret techniques plus supreme treasures, allowing them to reach 9th tier strength. The first true lord was at this level. Giant Axe, however, possessed an 8th tier secret technique, and even without a supreme treasure, he was a definite 8th tier combatant. If he had a supreme treasure, he could even reach peak 9th tier, touching the threshold of 10th tier. 8th tier versus 7th tier. Even without a supreme treasure, it was a crushing advantage. The goal was not a one-on-one kill. If it were easy, Giant Axe would have done it without a supreme treasure. In the past, Shujin Demon Lord could flee, and even if Giant Axe chased him for hundreds of millions of years, he couldn't kill him. But now, with the domain's restraint, Shujin Demon Lord could not escape. If it took hundreds of millions of years before now, it would take only a few thousand years. Yet that alone wasn't enough, so Chen Ao also attacked. This way he could at least serve as a distraction. Even if Giant Axe occasionally made a mistake and gave Shujin an opening, Chen Ao could directly block him. With the suppression of several domain treasures, Shujin Demon Lord could not escape the range, and they would keep attacking him until death. Before becoming a universe strongest, one lacks a mini-universe and cannot replenish divine power easily in battle. But a universe strongest can. Moreover, the recovery speed of divine power is extremely terrifying. Nearly a millionth of the recovery speed of Chen Ao's W skill. Furthermore, this recovery is continuous and does not require entering an immobile state. It can be replenished at any time. Thus, when the strength gap is only one tier, killing a universe strongest is extremely difficult. Only when the strength gap reaches 2 tiers or more, or when the numerical advantage is significant, can a universe strongest be slain. Now, with Chen Ao's involvement, Shujin Demon Lord quickly discovered that his divine body was rapidly depleting, and the replenishment of divine power could not keep up with the consumption. And it was far from keeping up. Impossible. Even if your secret technique is 8th tier, it shouldn't be this powerful. The difference between a supreme treasure armor and a peak treasure armor, aside from the upper and lower limits, was mainly that the damage reduction reached 1 part in a million. That was 10 times stronger than a peak treasure. Originally, he could only withstand the output of 1 person. With a supreme treasure armor, he could withstand the output of 10 people. With such massive damage reduction, even though Giant Axe's attack secret technique was 8th tier, the damage to him would not be too outrageous. As for Chen Ao, beside him, Shujin Demon Lord didn't take him seriously. Moreover, Chen Ao indeed hadn't done much. At most occasionally crashing into him to block his escape. You don't need to know that much. Giant Axe didn't actually know the exact effect, but since Chen Ao was confident, he attacked with full force. The attack was only one aspect. The key was to continuously force Shujin Demon Lord toward the core. At that moment, Shujin Demon Lord hadn't yet realized this issue. He was stunned by Giant Axe's attack. No one had expected Giant Axe to be this strong. It was unreasonable. How could a universe strongest with an 8th tier secret technique not have a supreme treasure? Who could have imagined that? Even if Giant Axe had a full set of supreme treasures, Shujin Demon Lord would have thought it only fitting. With such strength, he should have many treasures. I was blind. I thought Giant Axe was weak, but he was hiding his true power. Shujin Demon Lord regretted. Perhaps he shouldn't have assassinated Luofeng for a favor. Now the Giant Axe was at his door, and he deeply regretted it. He thought he was bullying a weakling, but it turned out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. The three fought for an entire day. Chen Ao occasionally attacked but mainly provided support. Shujin Demon Lord's divine body had already suffered considerable loss. The aura of his divine body had noticeably weakened. Of course, the weakening of a strongest divine body does not affect their strength. Their divine bodies do not contain a soul, so no matter how much divine body is lost, their strength remains unchanged. However, the total amount of divine power decreases and the aura of the divine body is felt to be weakened. Chen Ao, can you still hold on? Giant Axe asked worriedly. Chen Ao was after all a universe master, and a decrease in divine body would affect his strength unlike them. He feared Chen Ao might not last. Chen Ao laughed heartily. Giant Axe, rest assured, I have plenty of divine power. Moreover, for stability, Chen Ao's 2 bodies took turns driving the treasures. One body would always be in the W state recovering divine power, while the other body would attack and block Shujin Demon Lord. Thus his total divine power was almost always full, and the soul loss was minimal, keeping his combat power at its peak. That's good. If you can't hold on, be sure to tell me. Giant Axe said. Giant Axe, don't worry. I won't do anything foolish. Chen Ao suddenly said. But we need to speed up. It's best to kill Shujin Demon Lord within 3 days. Why? The 6th True Lord has been nearby and the news hasn't leaked yet, so they haven't come. But according to my intelligence, the 6th True Lord is also on his way, arriving in about 3 days. If the 2 join forces, it will be troublesome. The 2 from the Divine Eye clan may not have detected Giant Axe, but they were eyeing him, or rather the Swordmaster. Alright, I'll step up my efforts. Giant Axe hadn't been using his full strength, holding back a little, but now he couldn't afford to be cautious. 14th Axe. Giant Axe directly unleashed his strongest attack at this stage. A secret technique close to the top of the 8th tier. Sensing the power of the technique, Shujin Demon Lord was even more shocked. How could the attack power have increased again? Although the power had only risen by half a tier, the actual increase in might was multiplied several times. And this gap would cause the consumption of the divine body to increase several-fold. This was why a difference of 1 tier allowed complete suppression and a difference of 2 tiers could easily kill. Because 1 tier meant a several-fold gap, the power span was too great. Time passed another half-day. Due to some panic, Shujin Demon Lord discovered the problem. You're planning to force me close to the Xuanzi Sea? Shujin Demon Lord roared. He was still trying to flee. Even with the domain treasure, he didn't have to face the attacks head-on all the time. He could dodge slightly to avoid some attacks. But once he entered the core region, he had no way back, so he had to confront it head-on. Ha ha ha, Shujin Demon Lord, you realize it now, but it's too late. The Great Axe felt an immense satisfaction. He had already created the 14th strike eons ago, yet he had never had an opponent to test his secret technique. But now after thousands upon thousands of uses, each strike landing on Shujin Demon Lord's armor, he even vaguely sensed the approach of the 15th strike. The accumulation was too long and the occasional release brought progress. The Great Axe obtained the Supreme Treasure Axe, and within a mere few years he created the 15th strike. The Supreme Treasure was not that powerful. If it were, most universe masters would not be stuck at 6th-tier secret techniques. It only showed that the Great Axe was already near that boundary, merely lacking an opportunity. Whether it was the joy of swinging the axe in battle or gaining inspiration from a supreme treasure, both were breakthroughs. Ha ha ha, I feel it. This is the feeling I've waited for eons. The 15th strike. Effortlessly the Great Axe swung with even greater complexity, tracing deeper laws. Struck by this blow, Shujin Demon Lord screamed incessantly. Impossible, how can this be? This is nearly the realm of the Yuan Ancestor. Jufu, how could you reach this level? He had witnessed the Yuan Ancestor, and being of the same soul lineage, he was familiar with the Yuan Ancestor's secret technique level. Even though Jufu did not wield a supreme attack treasure, his secret technique was indeed very close. Since that's the case, Shujin Demon Lord, die here. Your supreme treasure armor will become the foundation of my human race, strengthening our clan. Jufu had the most ferocious and fierce appearance, but always acted like a kind old man. Suppressed for too long. Truly suppressed for too long. Shujin Demon Lord, die. The 15th strike. Strike after strike, though without the Supreme Treasure Axe the power might not reach the pinnacle of the 9th tier or even touch the 10th tier. Yet the sudden burst of progress granted Jufu the strength to overwhelm Shujin Demon Lord. Shujin Demon Lord's strength is at ordinary 7th tier level. To crush him requires 9th tier power, and Jufu is already approaching that realm. In terms of realm alone, Jufu had nearly reached 9th tier strength even without a supreme treasure. Once we obtain Shujin Demon Lord's armor, Jufu alone can take on the 7 true lords of the Xinyan clan. With the axe, Jufu could shatter the combined secret technique of the 6th and 3rd true lords, an absolute suppression. Now Jufu lacked that absolute suppression, but his survivability had greatly increased. Against the 7 true lords he might kill 2 or 3, even 4, but he would eventually die. However, with the supreme treasure armor facing the 7 true lords, he would not suffer a crushing defeat. He could not kill them, nor they him. This is enough. With this level our human race can roam the cosmic sea freely, no longer fearing the Holy Lands or the Xinyan clan. Without strength one is always at a disadvantage. The Xinyan clan could seize any opportunity to annihilate your race, but now they cannot. Master, are you ready? Chen Ao notified Jufu. Now Chen Ao did not even need to help Jufu. Jufu alone could kill Shujin Demon Lord using the Xuanzi Sea. Therefore Chen Ao contacted Hundun City Lord, who was prepared in Shujin Demon Lord's mini-universe. I've been ready for a long time. You're that fast. Hundun City Lord had been anxious, fearing an accident. Now Chen Ao's message meant success was imminent. Ha ha ha, master, you don't know how formidable Jufu is. He now has strength infinitely close to the 9th tier. Once he gets the supreme treasure armor, even the 7 true lords of the Xinyan clan combined cannot take him down. Upon hearing Chen Ao's words, Hundun City Lord trembled. Really? The one who held the life and death power of humanity was now momentarily flustered. Of course, without the supreme treasure armor Jufu could kill Shujin Demon Lord in a few breaths. Even with the armor, in 3 hours, at most half a day, Shujin Demon Lord will die. Good. Hundun City Lord was so excited he nearly shed tears. Brother Jufu has finally reached this step. Back then he was a super genius, far more talented than me. But Master placed the burden of humanity on him, never allowing a moment's respite. The accumulation of ages has finally been unleashed. Everyone knew that combat and struggle brought progress, but Jufu never dared to fight with full force. How could he improve? It was humanity that had held him back. Shujin Demon Lord was terrified. Facing such a formidable Jufu, he began to cry for help. Jinjiao, save me quickly. Jufu has nearly 9th tier combat power. Shujin Demon Lord had already begged for help. Hearing this, Jinjiao and Mengcha were stunned. Even Jinjiao with an attack treasure barely reached the peak of the 8th tier. Attack treasures were very advantageous in combat power assessment. For example, domain-type supreme treasures, though precious, did not provide much boost to combat power, unlike attack-type treasures. This was why Shujin Demon Lord had looked down upon the 5-colored Aurora Lake. Not only in the original universe but even in the cosmic sea it was held in contempt. The suppression was too insignificant to create a gap. How can it be? We sensed Jufu's strength was not weak, but he has no supreme treasure. How could he reach the 9th tier? Jinjiao could not accept it. This was a level he himself could not touch. Even with full power he could not stably reach the peak of the 8th tier. Did Jufu obtain a supreme treasure? No. Shujin Demon Lord kept pleading. It's his secret technique. His secret technique is powerful. Save me. I offended Jufu for your sake. If I die here, Jufu will get my armor, and then even 9th tier combat power cannot harm him. If he could not be harmed, he would be invincible. Combined with near 9th tier attacks, no one could withstand him. Jufu could fight 10 at once. Mengsha and I are already on our way to the Xuanzi Sea, but it will take at least 10 days to get there. Earlier with the map, the forces of the original universe were exploring the Qingfeng realm far from the universe boat. It's over, I'm doomed. Jufu's power will surely increase greatly, and your monster clan's calamity is coming. Ha ha ha. After sending the message, Shujin Demon Lord knew he was dead. His divine body had lost over half. Even if his strength were unaffected, it was useless. He was completely overwhelmed, unable to even resist. Jufu, I underestimated you. Dying at your hands is not in vain. Ha 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 ha. In fact, Chen Ao had underestimated Jufu. It took not 3 hours, but just over 10 minutes. Jufu's relentless assault drove Shujin Demon Lord into the core of the Xuanzi Sea. No! Even knowing he would die, Shujin Demon Lord roared in fury. In his unwilling roar, Shujin Demon Lord perished. Only a supreme treasure armor stained with golden blood remained. Jufu looked at the armor with trembling excitement. At last he could obtain a supreme treasure and protect humanity. Yuan Ancestor, from today onward humanity stands behind me. I can finally shield them from the storms. Chen Ao quickly stepped forward. Jufu put on the supreme treasure armor now. The Xinyan clan issue is not over yet. Hearing the words, Xinyan clan, a flash of ferocity crossed Jufu's eyes. With this supreme treasure armor, even if all the true lords of the Xinyan clan gather, I am not afraid. I know, but refine the armor quickly. Once you control it, it will be safest. The true lords of the Xinyan clan may return at any moment. Every second is precious. Jufu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Chen Ao, this is the real you. The way you forced me with the Xinyan clan earlier was not like you at all. Chen Ao did not elaborate. If not for the realm beast, he could have developed steadily. He was confident in becoming a void true god. But the realm beast hung over his head, so he had to take a gamble. From now on I can stop worrying. He could contend for the Duandong River. Competing with the protagonist for the first time was a bit exciting. But now the tool Luofeng was useless, so it didn't matter. Jufu began to collect Shujin Demon Lord's corpse, and then refine the armor. Jufu's realm was high and Shujin Demon Lord's armor was of average quality. The secret patterns were not complex, so he could fully control it quickly. Meanwhile, Hundun City Lord waited anxiously. Beside him, Luofeng was also very nervous. Suddenly they noticed cracks appearing on the membrane of Shujin Demon Lord's mini-universe, and layers of matter began to detach from its outer shell. Master, master! Luofeng shouted excitedly. The mini-universe, it's decaying. Senior brother and Jufu succeeded. Seeing this, Hundun City Lord was overjoyed. Quick, attack together. Break open this mini-universe. Hundun City Lord knew that Shujin Demon Lord was dead. Our human race finally has a supreme treasure. We can finally stand at the pinnacle of the cosmic sea again. As the mini-universe decayed, the beings within died silently in an instant. One divine body after another floated out of the mini-universe. For humanity. All for humanity. Seeing treasures emerge, Hundun City Lord hurriedly used a peak palace treasure to absorb them. Luofeng did the same on the other side. Their speed barely matched the rate at which the mini-universe released treasures. Regardless of whether the items were useful or not, they packed everything. Ha ha ha, this is the wealth of a lone powerhouse. Countless ordinary and high-grade treasures. Though not of great value individually, they formed the foundation of a race. Master Shujin Demon Lord's accumulation is immense. I found over 130 top-tier treasures. Ha ha ha, of course. A lone powerhouse doesn't need these treasures, so they are all stored in the mini-universe. So many. I've even collected 27 peak-tier treasures. Luofeng shouted excitedly like a novice. In truth, Hundun City Lord was also thrilled, but he had to maintain composure in front of his disciple. This is almost equal to our human race's entire accumulation. With the treasures on Shujin Demon Lord's body, it definitely matches our stock. And the most precious is the supreme treasure armor. After a full day of absorbing, Hundun City Lord and Luofeng left satisfied with their palace treasures. Chen Ao, my disciple, everything went smoothly here. Are there any problems on your side with Jufu? Chen Ao replied, no problems so far. The 6th and 5th true lords of the Xinyan clan are heading this way. Jufu and I will wait for them here. Are you really going to confront the Xinyan? Dare to confront the Xinyan clan head-on. They are the most formidable force in the Universe Sea. In terms of universe masters, the 2 sacred lands certainly have more, but in overall combat power, the Xinyan clan far surpasses them. However, the Xinyan clan seldom provokes the 2 sacred lands, and the 3 sides have coexisted peacefully. Master, this matter cannot be avoided. If we do not make an example of the Xinyan clan, the Universe Sea will never regard the human race with respect. In the future our human race will face dangers while traversing the universe. C. Lord of Chaos City nodded. Establishing a fearsome reputation would indeed greatly benefit humanity. For instance, when Chen Ao declared he would kill a main battle avatar of Wuhuan, Lord Luofeng worried that the Xinyan clan might retaliate against humanity. This is the power of deterrence. Even when competing for treasures, the side with influence holds an advantage. If humanity could rival the Xinyan clan, the dangers faced by human universe masters would be significantly reduced. Others would not dare to stab them in the back. Are you confident? Absolutely. If all 7 true lords came together, Zhu Fu might be suppressed, but there would be no life-threatening danger. This time only the 3rd true lord and the 6th true lord have come, so there is even less danger. Moreover, with his assistance, Zhu Fu's stage is vast. Good. Then Luofeng and I will return to the primordial universe to await your good news. Rest assured, master. After the exchange, Luofeng and Lord of Chaos City returned to the primordial universe. Shortly after they left, Hengxing, demon god of the 2nd universe era, suddenly arrived. Seeing the ruined minor universe, he asked, "What happened? This minor universe belonged to Shuzhen, demon god of the 3rd reincarnation era, didn't it? Has he fallen?" Hengxing, demon god, thought he was the first to discover this but found nothing inside. Seeing this scene, Hengxing, demon god, was furious. He hadn't even gotten a sip of soup. Although those treasures were useless to him, obtaining treasures was itself a pleasurable experience. "Hengxing, you came so quickly." "Yes, we rushed here the moment we got the news, but we were still a step behind you." 2 more universe supremes arrived. They had just received news that Shuzhen, demon god of the 3rd reincarnation era had been slain by Zhu Fu of the human race. They found the details hard to believe. After all, one without a supreme treasure and one with one, how could the former be killed instead? Yet they still came to investigate. To their surprise, the news was true. "Hengxing, there's nothing left inside. You were too fast." "Yes, leave something for us. We traveled a long way." Hengxing, demon god, glared at them angrily. "Leave nothing. I didn't even see a damn thing, so what's there to leave? Hey you loner, what do you need such ordinary treasures for? Better to leave them for my clan's younger generation. They will be grateful. Get lost, don't bother me." Hengxing cursed and left. The 2 universe supremes exchanged glances. Hengxing was not cunning and would not lie if he said that he had indeed taken nothing. Could it be that the humans had prepared in advance? I suspect so. They prepared to kill Shuzhen, demon god, while simultaneously collecting the treasures within his minor universe. I never expected Zhu Fu to be so powerful. He was already strong without a supreme treasure, and now with one, he must be at least 9th level combat power, right? The 1st true lord of the Xinyan clan was only at that level, and the 1st true lord possessed 2 supreme treasures. If Zhu Fu obtained a supreme treasure in the form of a battle axe, they dared not imagine how powerful he would become. Could he be another Yuan Zhu? Is the talent of the human race truly so terrifying? Before Hengxing, demon god's death, the news had already spread, and the 2 members of the demon race also helped disseminate it. This was no trivial matter. Thus many powerful beings in the universe C knew that Zhu Fu had slain Shuzhen, demon god, and obtained his armor. Moreover, some universe supremes discovered the ruined minor universe of Shuzhen, demon god, directly confirming his fall. Chen Ao and Zhu Fu were still unaware that the news had been confirmed, and they remained waiting for the Xinyan clan. "Chen Ao, why not change locations? Even I find this Xuanzi Sea dangerous." Zhu Fu had fully mastered the supreme treasure armor, and was somewhat puzzled. "Haha, it's simple. We set the battlefield here and place Shuzhen, demon god's corpse here. This will directly intimidate the true lords of the Xinyan clan." Zhu Fu was non-committal about Chen Ao's reasoning. Both were powerful beings who had endured countless life and death situations. How could they be intimidated? The only way to make the opponent retreat was through sheer strength. Nearby, the 6th true lord and 3rd true lord had already arrived at Xuanzi Sea, very close to Zhu Fu and Chen Ao's location. Meanwhile, the news of Shuzhen, demon god's death had been confirmed. The news came from the 1st true lord, so it must be true. That means Zhu Fu truly has near 9th level power. The 3rd true lord's strength was second only to the 1st true lord at the peak of 8th level. Against a Zhu Fu without a supreme treasure, the 3rd true lord was not afraid at all. But now that Zhu Fu had a supreme treasure, his strength was no less than the 1st true lord's, and the 3rd true lord would be firmly suppressed. If that human Zhu Fu is this powerful, what should we do? Should we still seek him out? The 6th true lord hesitated. His attack was strong, but if the opponent ignored soul attacks, his strength would be reduced to about 6th level. A 7th level Universe Supreme could suppress him. An 8th level Universe Supreme could kill him directly. Go, why not? Even if that human Zhu Fu truly has such power, even if he is at the peak of 8th level or even 9th level, so what? The 3rd true lord was fearless. He possessed a palace-class supreme treasure. With the 2 of them working together, even the 1st true lord could at most suppress him, not harm him. So what was there to fear? In that case, let us go see just how powerful that human Jufu really is. With the third true lord by his side, he did not feel he was in danger. Chen Ao and Jufu were already waiting. When the third true lord and sixth true lord of the Xinyan clan arrived, Jufu stood ready. Human Jufu. The third true lord stared at Jufu, then turned to look at Sword Lord and Lord of Bloodlight Hall. Sword Lord of the Ancestral God Sect of the Third Reincarnation Era and Galaxy Lord of the human race. Chen Ao remained calm in the face of the third true lord. It is us. What instruction does the third true lord have? Do you think you are safe with human Jufu by your side? The third true lord turned to Jufu. Human Jufu, you killed Shuzhen demon god. Impressive. My Xinyan clan does not wish to go to war with the human race. However, you must hand over Galaxy Lord and Sword Lord. They dared to kill my Xinyan clan's Wuhuan Lord. A grave crime. My Xinyan clan must execute them to demonstrate our might. Chen Ao remained as composed as ever, as if unaware that the third true lord intended to kill him. Jufu stared directly at the third true lord. Nonsense. One is a universe master of my human race, the other a dear friend of my race. How could I possibly hand them over to you? Jufu, you are provoking my Xinyan clan. Do not think that acquiring a supreme treasure gives you the right to be arrogant. You are not Yuanzu. You do not have that qualification. Ha ha ha. Xinyan clan, when my race's Yuanzu was still alive, did you dare speak such words? Now that Yuanzu is suppressed, you dare to jump out. In truth, you are nothing but cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Jufu, are you seeking death? Roared the third true lord. He never expected Jufu, who had always been docile, to become so insolent, pointing at the Xinyan clan and cursing them. Seeking death? Just the two of you? I have not fought for countless epochs. Let me test the strength of your Xinyan clan. Fine, fine. Since you are courting death, not only will we destroy these two little ones, but we will also annihilate your entire human race Xinyan clan. Hearing the threat of genocide, a wild gleam flashed in Jufu's eyes. You dare to speak of annihilating my human race? 15th Axe Strike. Without hesitation, Jufu charged at the third true lord. Seeking death. The Xinyan clan had once received a legacy, which was the source of their clan's strength. Within this legacy there was a combined attack secret art. Sixth true lord, let us use our supreme treasures to construct the eternal true god, and suppress this human Jufu. As the two true lords acted together, countless stars suddenly appeared around them, spinning at high speed. As the sixth true lord and third true lord executed the secret art, the rapidly spinning stars gradually began to slow. Soon the stars formed a massive divine power phantom of a man smiling benevolently. The smiling man appeared as the sole true god of time and space, then softly laughed. With a single thought, an eternal kingdom arises. After the man spoke, the stars around him burst apart, and from each burst emerged a strange beast. In an instant, countless beasts surrounded them. These beasts continuously bowed to the phantom man. Jufu, this is the second time I have used my full power. The last time was to kill Kong Luo, of the second reincarnation era. Even if you now have a supreme treasure, I can still suppress you. Strike! The third true lord shouted. Good! The sixth true lord responded. The eternal true god formed from 3 supreme treasures manifested 9 heads. Some ferocious, some icy, some roaring. The eternal true god stepped on the void, each step causing the void to collapse. Jufu gazed at the massive eternal true god with a grave expression. The divine power aura alone was enough to terrify an ordinary universe supreme. The smile in Chen Ao's eyes gradually faded. Based on what he knew, this eternal true god should be at the peak of 8th level, barely reaching 9th level. But that was it. The eternal true god's power was definitely inferior to Jufu's. Jufu's axe soon collided with the enormous eternal true god. Boom! Countless torrents of divine power scattered in all directions. What? Impossible! Seeing the outcome of the clash between Jufu and the eternal true god, the third true lord and sixth true lord could no longer remain calm. For Jufu had actually held his ground against the eternal true god. What is going on with this Jufu? He can withstand the eternal true god formed from 3 supreme treasures. Ha ha ha! Jufu laughed heartily. Although without the supreme treasure axe, the 15th axe strike could not instantly annihilate the eternal true god. But the eternal true god's phantom could not put any pressure on Jufu either. In a direct confrontation, he was clearly superior. Today I will shatter your eternal true god. Jufu's speed was incredible. Axe after axe, he launched relentless attacks with no regard for the damage the eternal true god might inflict on him. In mere moments, the eternal true god was shattered. The 3 supreme treasures that constituted it were instantly separated. Impossible! Even the eternal true god couldn't stop Jufu. The third true lord and sixth true lord were utterly stunned. He had originally thought the eternal true god could easily suppress Jufu, but he never expected that it would only hold for a moment before being cleaved apart. The third true lord and the sixth true lord were dumbfounded. They had assumed that their formidable eternal true god would buy them at least a moment's time, yet it had only delayed Giant Axe for a brief instant. You wish to annihilate the human race, just because you are the God Eye clan. Giant Axe's blow had scattered the eternal true god, but it had not yet harmed the sixth true lord and the third true lord. At that moment Giant Axe began to pursue the two. Giant Axe, I acknowledge your strength, but what is the meaning of this chase? Do you really think you can keep us here? The third true lord showed no fear. Even if they were outmatched, Giant Axe could not kill him. As he spoke, he activated the domain-type supreme treasure, the Starry Kingdom. I possess a domain-type supreme treasure. There is no way you can catch me. At that moment Chen Ao also activated 3 supreme treasures to counter the Starry Kingdom. Soon the two domain forces collided. Chen Ao's 3 forces merged into one, proving to be no less formidable than the Starry Kingdom. What? What kind of supreme treasure is this of the humans? The third true lord could not accept it. His was a domain-type supreme treasure, and had the humans not been said to possess no supreme treasures? What was happening? The sixth true lord immediately said, "Third true lord, this is the human galaxy lord's special wing-type supreme treasure." What? There exists such a powerful special treasure? The third true lord felt a pang of bitterness. Find an opportunity. We must kill this human galaxy lord and seize that winged treasure. In the primordial universe, Luofeng suddenly sneezed violently. Luofeng, what's wrong? Nothing, it just feels as if some danger is approaching. On the battlefield of Xuanzisi, Chen Ao alongside Giant Axe continued to pursue and suppress the sixth true lord and the third true lord. Because of their deliberate positioning earlier, they were now very close to the core area. With a single misstep, they could be swallowed by the heart of Xuanzisi. Without supreme treasure armor or a palace treasure, the sixth true lord and the third true lord could very well fall here. Sixth true lord, Giant Axe is intentionally pushing us toward the core of Xuanzisi. The sixth true lord spoke anxiously. He was an illusionist, his physical constitution mediocre, and his supreme treasures were ineffective. If he fell into the core of Xuanzisi, death was almost certain. The third true lord clenched his teeth, also facing mortal danger. He had been too arrogant earlier, believing that the two of them could at least suppress Giant Axe if not kill him. He had never expected such a vast disparity in strength. Giant Axe of humanity, this is our God Eye clan's fault. We are willing to apologize and let the matter rest. What do you say? Giant Axe initially intended to demand treasures as compensation. However, he turned to Chen Ao beside him. Chen Ao, what do you think? To be honest, at this moment, if Giant Axe were to go all out, he might be able to kill one of them. But the consequence would be all-out war between the God Eye clan and humanity, which neither side could accept. Even if he killed one true lord, he might not obtain a single supreme treasure. It was not worth the cost. Let's continue the chase a while longer. I've already recorded a video. I'll spread it across the cosmic sea. Everyone must know that humanity is not to be trifled with. Afterward, we'll demand 5 peak domain-level treasures as compensation. Good. Demanding their supreme treasures was impossible. Just like when they had demanded the mad demon god-slaying armor from Lord Wuhuan. Losing a treasure was preferable to dying in battle. Chen Ao followed closely behind Giant Axe, the chase persisting for a long time until the third true lord and the sixth true lord grew desperate. They had even sent a distress signal to the first true lord, because they had been compressed to the core of Xuanzisi. If this continued with no escape route, one of them would likely fall here. Giant Axe, what exactly do you want to make this stop? There was a note of pleading in the third true lord's voice. He had no choice but to yield. Continuing like this would mean death. Does your God Eye clan still dare to speak of exterminating the human race? No, I spoke recklessly. With your strength, Giant Axe, who in the entire universe would dare touch your human race? He was unquestionably at the 9th stage. His attacks were incredibly sharp and he wore supreme treasure armor. Who could defeat Giant Axe? Even he had to admit that Giant Axe's current strength might even surpass the first true lord. Even if all 7 of them attacked together, they could at most suppress Giant Axe, but he could still escape. With such power, how could the God Eye clan dare to make a move? Very well, since your God Eye clan acknowledges its mistake, compensate my human race with 7 peak domain-level treasures. 1 top-grade treasure counts as 3 ordinary ones. Giant Axe suddenly froze. Hadn't they agreed on 5 just now? Why the sudden increase of 2? They are this panicked. Raising the price a little should be fine. Sure enough, upon hearing Chen Ao's words, the third true lord and the sixth true lord both showed relieved smiles. Compared to losing a true lord, a few peak treasures were clearly acceptable. However, they did not have that many. Fortunately, Chen Ao's suggestion was reasonable. 1 top-grade treasure counted as 3 ordinary ones. The 7th true lord had no choice but to hand over 2 top-grade peak treasures. He used himself along with 1 ordinary peak treasure to make up the required 7. Giant Axe, we took a loss. If we had asked for 10, they might have agreed. Giant Axe laughed heartily. This is already more than enough. My human race does not have that many top-grade treasures. Chen Ao looked at Giant Axe's naive expression. I am clad in such top-grade treasures from head to toe. How can you say we have none? You just don't know. Soon a palace treasure, a soul treasure, and a domain treasure fell into Giant Axe's hands. Among them, the palace and domain treasures were top grade of the peak level. Giant Axe, we have given you the treasures. May we leave now? Humph, go. Giant Axe ceased his pursuit. If your God Eye clan is still dissatisfied, you may send your first true lord to challenge me. I will be waiting for him here at Xuanzi Sea. No. We never had any deep enmity to begin with. There is no need to go this far. Lord Wuhuan had not fallen either. Only a main combat clone had died, which was not a great loss. In truth, the treasures they had lost totaled no less than the mad demon godslaying armor. It was a case of giving away someone else's belongings and suffering a loss instead. It had brought humanity double the gain. The third true lord knew that even if the first true lord came, he would only humiliate himself, so it was better to resolve the feud directly. Giant Axe did not press further. He released the two God Eye true lords. After all, Giant Axe was not a lone wanderer. He too had bonds just like the God Eye true lords. Chen Ao, our human race has reaped a great harvest this time. Giant Axe laughed like a child who had lost count of his years. Not bad, Giant Axe. How about we do a few more jobs? If we choose the right opportunity, we could kill a few lone supremes. Those fellows all possess supreme treasures. Giant Axe's eyes gleamed with fierce light. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Giant Axe's eyes sparkled with ambition. This was something worth doing, as long as it succeeded. But failure would bring severe consequences. Humanity's universe masters would have to endure the unending revenge of a universe's strongest. Forget it. This time we had to gamble, but if we keep doing this, those supremes will never give us another chance. The God Eye clan had records of killing more than one supreme, but they did not dare to kill arbitrarily for the sake of seizing supreme treasures. Because once they failed, the universe masters of the God Eye clan would suffer. Moreover, they would incur the hatred of the lone supremes. If those lone supremes united against humanity, humanity would be doomed. Thus, while the gains seemed great, no one truly dared to do it. Chen Ao did not press further. Doing so would indeed be using humanity to pave his own path. He had anticipated Giant Axe's refusal. He saw no issue with it. On the human side, there was jubilation, while on the God Eye side, grief hung like the loss of a parent. Xingqian Baiyan, is that human Giant Axe truly so powerful? Could he shatter the eternal true God in such a short time? Upon hearing the news, the other 5 true lords of the God Eye clan found it hard to accept. He can indeed do it. The eternal true God could not hold out for even 3 minutes. In those 3 minutes, I felt Giant Axe's terrifying impact. The third true lord's face was full of bitterness. And that was only his offense. He wears supreme treasure armor, making his defense truly formidable. Overall, even the first true lord might not be his match. The third true lord recounted the battle. In truth, he did not know that in the original story, Giant Axe, relying on his supreme treasure axe, had scattered his eternal true God with a single blow. The first true lord did not question the third true lord's assessment. The third true lord was only slightly inferior to him. If he said so, it must be true. Do you mean his secret art has reached the 9th stage? Certainly. He has no offensive supreme treasure. Apart from a secret art nearing the 9th stage, I can think of no other possibility. The first true lord's secret art was at the 8th stage, and only with an offensive supreme treasure could he achieve the 9th stage. But Giant Axe without any treasure possessed attack power no weaker. That was the truly terrifying part. Treasures could be obtained with strength. Acquiring treasures became easier. But the level of one's secret art was truly difficult to raise. Back in the day, the primordial ancestor's secret art was only at the 9th stage peak, and only with a soul-type supreme treasure did he achieve top-tier 10th stage strength. Alas, I never expected humanity's potential to be so vast. First, the primordial ancestor suppressed all forces in the cosmic sea, and now, in just a few years, Giant Axe's strength has reached such heights. Although the third true lord did not state it directly, everyone understood that Giant Axe was stronger than the first true lord, and with his armor he could truly fight all 7 of them alone. Even if they gained the upper hand, the 7 of them could not kill Giant Axe. If 7 together could not kill him, what was the point of fighting? From now on, do not provoke humanity recklessly. However, our God Eye clan does not need to fear them either. In normal confrontations, we need not be intimidated. The first true lord gave the order. The God Eye clan supremes and universe masters nodded in agreement. More than offense, the ability to survive was what all experts valued most. Just as Chaos City Lord had once given Luofeng the example of the undying venerable. Those who could not die were the ones worth emulating. Immortality represented infinite possibilities. Nothing was more important than staying alive. Even those who pursued higher realms did so to live. No one who pursued higher realms did not seek eternity. If one could be immortal forever, who would risk their lives to raise their realm? Wouldn't that be foolish? Among those present, the one who felt the most bitter was Lord Wuhuan, because he knew he could not take revenge unless his strength surpassed that of the Galaxy Lord. The Galaxy Lord is only at the ordinary 5th stage. I still have a chance. Lord Wuhuan sent a telepathic message to the surrounding universe masters. Help me track down the Galaxy Lord. His wings are a special treasure. We must obtain them. Very well, we will simply surround and kill the Galaxy Lord. Earlier, the third true Lord had also mentioned the uniqueness of those wings. The Supremes could not target Luofeng, but they as universe masters could indeed act. In the primordial universe, Luofeng felt a chill. Chaos City Lord looked at him strangely. Luofeng, what's wrong? Nothing. Luofeng forced an awkward smile. What was this ominous feeling? It must be my senior brother again. I wonder what trouble he has stirred up this time. He had been speechless before. Chen Ao. He even dared to impersonate the Galaxy Lord. The Wuhuan already asked whether you were the Golden River or the Galaxy River. Why didn't you just say Golden River and instead claimed Galaxy River? Damn, it's utterly inhuman. Zhu Fu and Chen Ao will return soon. This time our human race has not only obtained numerous top-tier peak treasures but also a supreme treasure. From now on our human race is worry-free. Those universe masters all wore joyful expressions. Indeed, with Zhu Fu in possession of the supreme treasure, while not invincible in the cosmic sea, ordinary beings would not dare to provoke him. They under Zhu Fu's protection could naturally avoid many dangers. Originally I had some reservations about Chen Ao's madness, but now it seems I was too narrow-minded. Not just you, no one could accept this matter. Even Zhu Fu had no choice but to agree. If they didn't agree, the Divine Eye Clan would come knocking and humanity would be finished. They had to take the risk. I hope this kind of thing never happens again, said Void Goldmaster. His strength was not great. If such actions continued, weak universe masters like him would surely be singled out to vent anger. In other words, if humanity were attacked, he would be the first to die. Chen Ao had previously said that continuing to hunt the strongest was paving the way for himself at humanity's expense. This was exactly what he meant. Chaos City Lord also understood their thoughts. Rest assured, Zhu Fu acts with discretion. Everyone nodded. They knew Zhu Fu's character well, but this Chen Ao. Chaos, didn't you say your disciple Chen Ao was very steady? But he appears extremely reckless. Yes, Bloodlight Palace Master is a madman and it turns out to be his avatar. How could that be considered steady? Chaos City Lord felt somewhat embarrassed. He never expected that Chen Ao, after hiding for so many years, would suddenly drop a bombshell. If this was not handled well, humanity might face extinction. This was too insane. Everyone, don't worry. When Chen Ao returns, I'll have a good talk with him and ask him to be more cautious. Hearing Chaos City Lord's words, the many universe masters finally nodded. Luofeng secretly complained, was his senior brother not steady enough? On the contrary, Luofeng thought Chen Ao was extremely steady. However, Chen Ao's steadiness differed from others. Others thought twice before acting, avoiding trouble whenever possible. Chen Ao, on the other hand, thought twice about how to shift the blame onto others after causing trouble. In fact, except for the time he killed Lord Banfu, which he deliberately exposed. All other troubles Chen Ao caused were pinned on him. Thus Chen Ao's steadiness lay in how he extricated himself from matters. Could this be considered steadiness? Luofeng thought it was after all Chen Ao had gotten away with everything without a single enemy. Wasn't that steadiness? When mentioning the human venerable genuine Chen Ao, people felt he was formidable, capable of killing universe masters. But he hid within human territory and was hard to deal with. Extremely cunning. It was impossible for anyone to hate venerable Jingyuan. Instead, he, the Galaxy Lord, was universally reviled. Soon Zhu Fu and Chen Ao returned to the primordial universe. During this time, Chen Ao had successfully released videos of Zhu Fu killing the Void True Demon God and defeating 2 true lords of the Divine Eye Clan. The Cosmic Sea was in an uproar. It turned out that Zhu Fu's strength was so immense. Even the mechanical race, the demon race, and the insect race, which had always been hostile to humanity, unconsciously retracted their forces. Everyone, this operation was a great success. Our human race can once again stand at the pinnacle of the Cosmic Sea. Zhu Fu declared loudly. In the past, when Yuanzhu was around, humanity was the premier force. But after Yuanzhu was suppressed by the primordial universe, humanity declined. Worse, because of Yuanzhu they faced much hostility and difficult circumstances. Now with Zhu Fu stepping forward, humanity could hold its head high again. Especially those universe masters who had experienced the Yuanzhu era were particularly excited. This feeling had been absent for too long. Next we need to discuss how humanity should proceed. Zhu Fu said solemnly. Previously humanity had developed cautiously, avoiding strong enemies. But now things were different and the strategy naturally had to change. Facing powerful enemies, they could rely on their own strength to seize and compete without worrying about retaliation. At this moment, Chen Ao stepped forward. Ahem, everyone, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Chaos City Lord pinched his forehead. Lately Chen Ao seemed like a different person. Before, Chen Ao was a wallflower, never stepping into the spotlight. He didn't even want to attend the Universe Master meetings. Why was he suddenly so proactive? Chen Ao, just say it. Zhu Fu directly supported Chen Ao. This time Chen Ao had taken him on a gamble and it succeeded. Chen Ao's contribution was immense. However, Chen Ao lacked nothing. His strength had reached the peak of the 5th rank, even hinting at the 6th rank. So Zhu Fu didn't mention contribution points or the like. My point is that our human race has just obtained a supreme treasure. Many experts have ventured out and accumulated insights. Why not focus on comprehending this supreme treasure? Perhaps we can achieve a breakthrough. They had all prepared for Chen Ao to lead them in killing someone, but instead he suggested they study the secret patterns and improve their strength. This was off. Chen Ao, are you serious? Asked Chaos City Lord. Yes. Chen Ao nodded. Actually, our human race doesn't lack treasures. I have many treasures on me. A couple of peak treasures mean nothing. Even if everyone ventured out for 10 epochs, they couldn't obtain a single peak treasure. So I think it's better to focus on improving strength. Zhu Fu nodded. Chen Ao makes sense, but whether to stop venturing out depends on everyone's thoughts. Speak your minds directly. All the Universe Masters knew Chen Ao's strength and his track record. The ease with which he killed Universe Masters put immense pressure on them. Ahem, how about this? My teacher has obtained many treasures. If anyone makes progress, the clan can reward top-tier treasures, or even peak treasures. He had previously acquired a large batch of top-tier 3-piece treasures, which he could now offer as rewards. Of course, these treasures were originally meant to be exchanged for peak treasures, but after killing so many Universe Masters, he had swapped them back. Moreover, the exchange price was 30% lower. The back and forth netted a huge profit. Seeing Chen Ao produce over 20 top-tier 3-piece treasures, the eyes of the Universe Masters shifted. Each of these was extremely precious. These are enough for everyone to get one. As I said, 10 epochs of diligent comprehension and improvement. Once you reach a certain level of progress, you can take one. Chen Ao, this won't do. Zhu Fu was the first to speak. You are still a junior. How can you make such a contribution? That's right, Chen Ao. How can we old-timers accept your gifts? Chaos City Lord also interjected. The other Universe Masters' initial excitement subsided. Indeed, Chen Ao had only become a Universe Master a few tens of thousands of years ago. It was unreasonable for them to take his treasures. These treasures are useless to me. My treasures are all top-tier peak treasures. The previous sentiment instantly dissipated. So he was just a rich guy. Zhu Fu and Chaos were speechless. Chen Ao, are you telling the truth? Of course. I have 2 sets of top-tier peak 3-piece treasures and the rest are also high-grade. My weapons and armor are all top-tier peak treasures. Hiss. The human Universe Masters gasped. So many top-tier peak treasures. Chen Ao alone was wealthier than all of them combined. Hearing this, Zhu Fu and Chaos City Lord fell silent. As I said, 10 epochs. If you make progress, you can take one. Chen Ao emphasized repeatedly. In 10 epochs, the inheritance of Duandonghe would surely appear, and then it wouldn't matter. Any objections to Chen Ao's proposal? Zhu Fu asked. No one spoke. Who wouldn't want free treasures? Besides, even if they ventured into the cosmic sea, they might not gain such rewards. Most likely not. Otherwise, the Qianbao River wouldn't be the clan's founding treasure. Ahem, I also have a regular peak 3-piece set. The 3 who improve the most can take this. Hearing Chen Ao's words, the Universe Master's breathing grew rapid. A peak 3-piece treasure. That was a super treasure starting at 20,000 treasure points. Humanity had no more than 10 before. And now it could be obtained just by making progress in secret techniques. Ahem, Chen Ao, this is too valuable. Chaos City Lord couldn't bear it. Where did Chen Ao get so many treasures? Undoubtedly, he had fleeced Zhuoshan Ku. After killing so many experts, he had exchanged all the spoils for peak treasures. And with a 30% discount, he had drained Zhuoshan Ku dry. Otherwise, Zhuoshan Ku wouldn't have changed the requirements on the fly. Chen Ao was truly ruthless. Every time he got a 30% discount, he fleeced him repeatedly. Chen Ao was so generous that he directly brought out 33-piece treasures, including 3 peak-level ones. The entire human treasury couldn't match this haul, yet Chen Ao intended to give them away for free. He said it was for progress, but progress was something that could always be found. From 3 minutes to 3 minutes and 1 second, that 1 extra second counted as progress. Chen Ao, are you really sure about this? For the sake of the clan, I will not shirk my duty. Chen Ao declared with righteous indignation. Zhu Fu nodded. Good, since you have made such a sacrifice, I decide that for the next 10 epochs humanity will not enter the cosmic sea. I will bring out the supreme treasure for everyone to comprehend. The many universe masters quickly agreed. This was clearly for their benefit, though only a fool would refuse. The meeting soon ended and the human universe masters returned to the primordial universe. Luo Feng privately sought out Chen Ao. Senior brother, what is the purpose of your actions? Naturally it's to improve our human race's overall strength. Luo Feng, isn't it obvious? Luo Feng shook his head repeatedly. This doesn't fit your style. You're acting off. You're the one who's off, Luo Feng. Your ideological awareness needs improvement. Fighting for the clan and contributing is our duty. I'm just doing what a human should do. Why does it become ulterior motives in your eyes? Chen Ao retorted decisively. Tell me who has the problem. It's you. You can fool teacher and Jufu with that talk, but I'm immune. Sai Luo Feng, you've really changed. Chen Ao said helplessly. Alright, do you remember that you are the child of fortune? Luo Feng, was this going to be brought up forever? They were all masters of the laws. Planets were mere toys. Child of fortune. Wait. I actually received some hints from the will of the universe's origin, and the hints pointed most to you. Senior brother, don't feed me that nonsense. The so-called origin will is just a rule. It doesn't change anything, let alone give hints. Not at all. Chen Ao shook his head. It is true. Do you still remember the Lord of Yuan Ao? Why does the original universe will detest him? Is that so? Of course it is. Otherwise, why would the original universe will send the Ancestral God Sect to annihilate the Lord of Yuan Ao? Thus the original universe will does provide guidance, but you are still too weak, so you have not received any hints. You are truly the child of destiny. Luo Feng remained silent. Although Chen Ao's words could not be trusted, the claim that the Lord of Yuan Ao was detested by the original universe will was likely true. Then the original universe will. At this moment Luo Feng still did not understand what the original universe will truly was, so he was unclear about the situation. Not to mention him, even Zuoshank. Chen Ao could directly and frankly say that he had received guidance from the original universe will. Then what guidance did you receive? I don't know. I just felt that the original universe will seemed to be afraid and the most frequent image was you. That's all the information I obtained, but I feel that you are the child of destiny and the universe needs you. Wait, why are you rambling on like this? What does this have to do with you bringing out the treasure to make everyone stay in the original universe? Luo Feng realized he had almost been led astray by Chen Ao. Fortunately his willpower was now strong enough to extricate himself in time. Whether I am the child of destiny or not, it has nothing to do with what you are doing. Luo Feng did not consider himself the child of destiny. Rather he was the child of taking the blame. Why are you so impatient? Chen Ao continued. Just a while ago I communicated with the original universe will again. Although I do not know what it intended to convey, I felt that humanity might face some crisis. So I thought of keeping all human powerhouses here, so that danger would not be able to reach us. Hearing this Luo Feng almost believed it. But not at all. If he believed such nonsense, wouldn't he have to admit that he was the child of destiny? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Luo Feng. But still it's better to believe it than to dismiss it. There's no harm in playing it safe and developing quietly, right? Luo Feng was speechless. That was true, but precisely because it was harmless it was suspicious. Chen Ao wasn't looking for someone to take the blame. Was that reasonable? Then what do we do next? Luo Feng asked. Of course we will comprehend secret arts. Aren't you planning to create a peak secret art? I have the Mad Demon Godslaying armor and you have the Star Tower. Let's comprehend them together. It would be best to bring Jufu along as well. The Star Tower will benefit him greatly. Jufu's secret arts had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th stage or even the 9th stage, allowing him to comprehend the 7th pattern of the Star Tower. Luo Feng did not refuse. As for the Star Tower falling into his hands, given his current strength, he no longer feared exposure. Once he created the strongest secret art of a cosmic lord, he would reach the 4th stage and be fully qualified to possess the Star Tower. Alright, let's do it this way. We'll divide into 3 groups. Those who have not yet created the strongest secret art of a cosmic lord, or whose strongest secret art is very weak, will comprehend the Mad Demon Godslaying armor. Those who are about to step into the ranks of the strongest can comprehend Jufu's armor. And as for Jufu, he is naturally most suited to comprehend the Star Tower. Ordinary cosmic lords did not need to touch the Star Tower. Most of them would comprehend the Mad Demon Godslaying armor alongside Luo Feng. Those who had reached the 5th stage could comprehend the armor. Soon the rules were set. Comprehending a supreme treasure was extremely difficult, whereas comprehending the Mad Demon Godslaying armor was much easier. Moreover, the patterns of the Mad Demon Godslaying armor integrated Gold Void, Wood Void, Water Void, Fire Void, and Earth Void, making it highly adaptable and very easy to comprehend. Because of Chen Ao, humanity actually fell into a period of silence. Originally, both in the Cosmic Sea and the original universe, many forces expected humanity to dominate the scene and strike hard everywhere. But reality left the major forces baffled. The three major races of the original universe who had been preparing to retreat also breathed a sigh of relief. They had all prepared for humanity to squeeze their living space, but unexpectedly humanity showed no intention of expanding. Jufu, this is the Star Tower. You can comprehend the patterns on it. Perhaps you can make further progress. This? Good, excellent. Jufu was first stunned, then overjoyed. I never expected the Star Tower to fall into human hands. This is wonderful. There was no need for Chen Ao to explain this. Luo Feng could handle it himself, and he could even directly reveal the matter of Zuoshank. It was of no consequence. Luo Feng considered himself human, and that would never change. Even if Zuoshank asked Luo Feng to betray humanity, Luo Feng would not agree. Jufu happily began to comprehend the patterns of the Star Tower, which were of an extremely high level. They were very suitable for someone like Jufu, who had a high ceiling. Original universe. The insect queen, the mechanical god, and the Jinjiao and Mengcha of the demon race gathered together. What is the situation with humanity now? The insect queen asked. She had planned to cede a small portion of her territory to humanity tens of thousands of years ago, but humanity had not expanded at all. This left the queen unable to gauge the situation. Powerful beings gain more. That is the law of the universe. I don't know. Have you heard any news? The mechanical god inquired as well. Not only in the original universe where humanity has not expanded its territory, but even in the cosmic sea there has been no news of human cosmic lords. Nearly 50,000 years had passed since Jufu killed the Shuzhen demon god, and during these 50,000 years all of humanity's cosmic lords, following Chen Ao's request, had been comprehending patterns and never ventured out. 50,000 years was a long time, but for a cosmic lord it was very short. Chen Ao's request was only for 10 epochs, which was truly not very long. But for the three races it was agonizing. They would rather see humanity expand wildly. At least that was visible. Than be in the dark fearing that humanity might suddenly unleash some devastating move. This is unreasonable. Humanity should be expanding its power. What is happening? We cannot find any trace of human powerhouses. There is no way to judge. What we fear most is that humanity might suddenly come up with some special means, and we might be caught off guard. Full of worry but helpless. The three races gathered together yet still had no clue. How about we try to stir up a big commotion? For instance, kill a top-tier cosmic overlord of humanity. The mechanical god proposed. If they killed a top-tier cosmic overlord, the human high level would surely step forward, and perhaps they would have to compensate with some treasures. But even if they had to compensate with a top-tier treasure, they could at least glean some information. Then let's do it. Should we directly target the Tianshi Palace Master? The Tianshi Palace Master was currently on the primordial star. At present the primordial star was still open and venerables, and even cosmic lords from various races were searching for treasures there. However, over the past tens of thousands of years, even if humanity suffered losses, they were only from the alien cosmic lords who had joined the Hong Alliance. Not a single human cosmic lord had appeared. This made the three races even more vigilant. Alright then, let the cosmic lord of my demon race handle it, Mengcha said. But when it comes to compensation, the three races will share it equally. Agreed. As long as we can find out what the human high level is up to, even a top-tier domain treasure is acceptable. After some discussion, the three races did not dawdle. The Lei Long Lord of the demon race headed to the primordial star, intending to kill the Tianshi Palace Master. The Tianshi Palace Master was a top-tier cosmic overlord of humanity. At that moment, the Tianshi Palace Master was competing with several other top-tier cosmic overlords for a high-grade armor. Although it was only a high-grade armor, the fluctuations in its aura were already very close to the top-tier level, enough to make top-tier cosmic overlords fight over it. Just as the Tianshi Palace Master was about to suppress the other top-tier cosmic overlords, the surrounding space-time suddenly shifted. A cosmic lord. A cosmic lord has arrived. Impossible. Apart from that shameless Bloodlight Palace Master, no cosmic lord would participate in the battle for treasures below the top-tier level. The Bloodlight Palace Master was indeed an anomaly. He would even fight for ordinary treasures. Such a gluttonous cosmic lord was unparalleled in the entire universe. Now, even though the armor they were fighting over was close to the top-tier treasure level, it was still not enough to warrant a cosmic lord's intervention. The Lei Long Lord. It's the Lei Long Lord of the demon race. The Lei Long Lord is an extremely powerful entity among cosmic lords. For such an existence, even a top-tier armor would not be worth his personal intervention, right? The Lei Long Lord felt the awe of the top-tier cosmic overlords below, and was pleased. Suddenly, the Lei Long Lord looked at the Tianshi Palace Master. Human Tianshi Palace Master. The Tianshi Palace Master's expression stiffened. Was he the target? He frantically sent a distress signal to the human high level. Tianshi pays respects to Lei Long Lord. Tianshi Palace Master, I ask you, where has your race's galaxy lord gone? The Lei Long Lord inquired. The Tianshi Palace Master shook his head. He knew, but without permission from the high level he could not tell the alien race. Reporting to the Lei Long Lord, I do not know where the Galaxy Lord is. Humph, what about the Jingyuan Venerable? He is only a venerable, surely you know that. The Tianshi Palace Master cursed inwardly. Who would treat the Jingyuan Venerable as an ordinary venerable? Had you ever seen a venerable who could kill a top-tier cosmic lord? Tianshi still does not know. Humph, you know nothing, are you trying to fool me? The Lei Long Lord suppressed the Tianshi Palace Master with his power. Although the Tianshi Palace Master was a top-tier cosmic overlord, he could not withstand a fifth-stage cosmic lord. Speak! Speak! Repeated will attacks continuously struck the Tianshi Palace Master, but he remained unmoved. The Lei Long Lord frowned. Unable to force the Tianshi Palace Master to talk, he would have to kill him to lure the human high level out. At that point he might have to apologize and compensate with treasures. Why should he be the one to do such a humiliating thing? But he could not disobey the demon ancestor's orders. Reluctantly the Lei Long Lord attacked the Tianshi Palace Master. Seeing the Lei Long Lord actually make a move, the surrounding top-tier cosmic overlords were terrified. The Tianshi Palace Master roared, Lei Long Lord, if you attack me, are you not afraid of the retaliation of my human cosmic lords? The Lei Long Lord remained unmoved. With just one strike, the Tianshi Palace Master's divine body lost more than half, and his aura was less than a tenth of its original strength. Just as the Lei Long Lord was about to strike again, Chen Ao's voice rang out, Lei Long Lord, if you miss me you could come find me in the human territory. Why attack my race's Tianshi Palace Master? The Lei Long Lord noticed Chen Ao's arrival but was not afraid. Even if the Chaos City Lord had come, he would not have been intimidated. Jingyuan Venerable. Or should I call you Jingyuan Lord? Jingyuan Lord then. Oh, then why not show me your ability to control spacetime? Chen Ao looked at the Lei Long Lord. Fine, as long as the Lei Long Lord is willing to withstand 3 of my attacks, I will demonstrate it for you. Hearing Chen Ao's words, the Lei Long Lord was not frightened but rather delighted. Whether he won or lost in taking the attacks, it would not be shameful. It was far more dignified than shouting, I was wrong, and offering a treasure. Alright, since Jingyuan Lord wishes to spar, I will oblige. The Lei Long Lord said magnanimously. Let me see how much the second genius of the universe has progressed. The first genius was naturally Luofeng, who had reached the 5th stage cosmic lord level after 50,000 years of cultivation. Who would dare to dispute that? Chen Ao was slightly inferior, having only reached the 4th stage in 50,000 years. I wonder if he has made a breakthrough recently. Then Lei Long Lord, are you ready? If I accidentally kill you, it won't be fun. Ha ha ha, if Jingyuan Lord has such strength, feel free to try. The Lord of Thunder Dragon naturally had no fear of Chen Ao. With his 5th tier strength, even in the primordial universe, he could hold out for a long time against the strongest. Even if Chen Ao were at the peak of the 5th tier, what could he do? Lord of Thunder Dragon, are you ready? Chen Ao asked with a smile, looking at the Lord of Thunder Dragon. He had also been in seclusion for nearly 50,000 years, and with the Supreme Treasure's mystic runes to ponder combined with the insights from the origin land of the primordial universe, his progress had been astonishing. He had even created 3 sets of 6th-rank secret arts. Creating a 6th-rank secret art was truly difficult. His foundation was still lacking, but relying on the mystic rune flow, he had managed to fluke his way through 3 times. I am still one thin veil away from creating 6th-rank secret arts at will. For now I can only create them by sheer luck. But once I pierce that veil, I will be able to produce a large number of 6th-rank secret arts in a short time. This time he intended to test the extent of his own strength. The Lord of Thunder Dragon was the perfect test subject. A 5th-tier universe master was undoubtedly an extremely powerful existence. If it were before, without the aid of the chess sword C, he could do little more than suppress the Lord of Thunder Dragon. Now things were completely different. Lord Jingyuan, if you have any skills, just bring them on. I Thunder Dragon will take them all. A long sword appeared in Chen Ao's hand. The 12th sword, a powerful 6th-rank secret art, was unleashed. Seeing the momentum, a flicker of alarm passed through the Lord of Thunder Dragon's eyes. Boom! The sword struck the Lord of Thunder Dragon, and he was utterly shaken. The strongest! You are the strongest! The Lord of Thunder Dragon roared. Only the strongest could possibly achieve such a level. A single sword strike had destroyed 15% of his divine body. Even if he had not blocked, the damage should not have been this severe. There was only one possibility: Chen Ao was the strongest. Chen Ao smiled. You flatter me. I have not yet broken through. The Lord of Thunder Dragon's gaze darkened. This could not be faked. If a universe strongest were born, a small universe would appear, and that could not be hidden. Then what is this? How can you possess such powerful attacks if you are not the strongest? Just a little special trick. Chen Ao waved his hand dismissively. They're all useless. You and I still have 2 moves left. Hearing that there were 2 more moves, the Lord of Thunder Dragon immediately became unwilling. Those 2 moves, though they would not kill him, would be enough to destroy over 50% of his divine body. Recovering from that would take an eternity. My secret art is 6th rank, and combined with my panel skills, my strength has reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. I can even feel a faint suppression from the primordial universe. Lord Jingyuan, I admire your strength. Regarding the matter of the Tianshi Palace Master, I deeply apologize and am willing to make amends. Let's forget these 2 moves. The Lord of Thunder Dragon backed down. Compensation would be made, but the treasures were not his. Losing 15% of his divine body was tolerable, but losing over 50% was unacceptable to anyone. No, we'll talk about compensation later. A promise of 3 moves cannot be broken. Chen Ao fixed his gaze on the Lord of Thunder Dragon. If you try to cheat, I won't be so polite. The Lord of Thunder Dragon gritted his teeth, his massive head filled with hesitation. Dream Demon Clan, save me. After much deliberation, the Lord of Thunder Dragon decided to call for reinforcements. He could not withstand it anymore. Chen Ao's strength was too great. He had reached the 6th rank. Could it be that the weapon in his hand was a supreme treasure? Creating a 6th rank secret art was something he had never imagined. Was it possible for a venerable to possess the combat power of a 5th-tier universe master? How could that be? Soon the Dream Demon Ancestor appeared. Lord Jingyuan, this time the Lord of Thunder Dragon was in the wrong. Why not let him offer some treasures to compensate you and the Tianshi Palace Master, and let the matter rest? What do you say? Chen Ao looked at the Dream Demon Ancestor, knowing that the other party was merely probing the strength of the human race. Since the Dream Demon Ancestor has spoken, I naturally cannot object. Very well, let the Lord of Thunder Dragon compensate with 2 top-tier 3-piece set treasures, and this matter will be settled. How about it? Impossible. The Lord of Thunder Dragon immediately retorted. What nonsense. 2 top-tier 3-piece set treasures would cost at least 4,000 treasure points. That was completely different from the originally agreed-upon single-peak weapon or armor. The Dream Demon Ancestor's expression remained unchanged. Lord Jingyuan, your demands are too high. The Tianshi Palace Master only lost some divine body. Demanding such a high compensation is excessive. No. The compensation for the Tianshi Palace Master only needs 1 treasure. But don't forget, Thunder Dragon still owes me 2 moves. Why not let Thunder Dragon fight me and we'll forget about the compensation? How about that? He was determined to use the Lord of Thunder Dragon's divine body to make up for the Tianshi Palace Master. But the Tianshi Palace Master was a venerable. How much divine power could a human's body hold? Meanwhile, the Lord of Thunder Dragon's divine body was enormous, and he was a universe master. For the same 50% loss, the divine power in Thunder Dragon's body was hundreds of thousands of times that of the Tianshi Palace Master. This was even more unacceptable. 1 top-tier domain treasure and 1 peak weapon. That is our limit, the Dream Demon Ancestor stated. The Lord of Thunder Dragon had already transmitted a message. Chen Ao possessed 6th rank combat power, and he suspected that the treasure in Chen Ao's hand was a supreme treasure. 6th rank combat power was the limit in the primordial universe. Even if she made a move, she might not gain the upper hand. After all, she was the strongest suppressed by the primordial universe. With these factors combined, it was hard to say, and if she did not win, it would be a loss of face. Very well, since the Dream Demon Ancestor has spoken, I must give face. Tianshi, what treasures do you still lack? Tell the Dream Demon Ancestor directly. The Tianshi Palace Master, who had been somewhat disheartened by the 50% loss of his divine body, became excited upon hearing Chen Ao's words. Thank you, Lord Jingyuan. The Tianshi Palace Master was overjoyed. In all his accumulated eons, he had never received even half of what he was about to get now. What was 50% of his divine body? I humbly report to the Dream Demon Ancestor, I still lack a top-tier soul treasure, and a peak spear attack treasure. The Dream Demon Ancestor smiled on the surface, but inside she was cursing Chen Ao fiercely. This kid was ruthless. Very well, I will have the clan prepare the treasures and send them to you. Is that acceptable? Tianshi thanks the Dream Demon Ancestor. The Tianshi Palace Master did not believe the other party would go back on their word. Good, then this matter is concluded. As she spoke, the Dream Demon Ancestor's gaze fell on the weapon in Chen Ao's hand. Has humanity obtained another supreme treasure? Yes, Chen Ao nodded. Had he not obtained the Star Tower as well? The Dream Demon Ancestor's expression did not change, but inwardly she grew wary. She now understood the strength of this Lord Jingyuan. He would be a great enemy in the future. Could it be that, in these tens of thousands of years, humanity had made some special discovery and was hiding it? This matter was worth pondering. Chen Ao left the human territory, taught the Lord of Thunder Dragon a lesson, and soon caught the attention of the Chaos City Lord. Chen Ao, what was that combat power you displayed when fighting the Lord of Thunder Dragon? Chen Ao himself was already mysterious, possessing peak 5th tier combat power as a venerable, which was unreasonable. Now he had directly produced 6th tier combat power. This was even more unreasonable. After all, Chen Ao did not have a supreme treasure. Master, it's simple, I created a 6th rank secret art. Hearing this, the Chaos City Lord was stunned, and Luofeng, who had been pretending to be indifferent, also froze. What? A 6th rank secret art? Luofeng's voice was loud. In these tens of thousands of years, he had made tremendous progress, creating the strongest fusion secret art of a universe master, finally catching up to Chen Ao's pace. But now Chen Ao had suddenly produced a 6th rank secret art. A 6th rank secret art. Isn't that something only the strongest can create? You haven't mistaken, have you? The Chaos City Lord did not believe it either. He had been stuck at this realm for countless eons, only a hair's breadth away from becoming the universe strongest, and he knew this matter too well. A universe master absolutely cannot create a 6th rank secret art. The Chaos City Lord said meaningfully. Yes, I am a venerable, so I am not subject to this rule. Chaos City Lord. How could he have never noticed that this disciple could be so infuriating? Was this something a human would say? Luofeng looked at the Chaos City Lord's annoyed expression and smiled. This pain finally had someone to share. Speak properly. The Chaos City Lord had to resort to his authority as a teacher. Chen Ao waved his hand. It really is a 6th rank secret art. No one has decreed that only the strongest can create 6th rank secret arts. Take Luofeng for example. A peerless genius who could create a universe master's ultimate secret art at the immortal stage. Once he becomes a venerable and takes a few more steps, creating a 6th rank secret art is not impossible. Senior brother, don't keep using me as an example. Luofeng said seriously. He always felt that Chen Ao was mocking him. Demonstrate the secret art for your teacher to see. The Chaos City Lord still did not believe it. This was an iron rule handed down in the Cosmic Sea. A universe master cannot create a 6th rank secret art. Well, to be precise, anyone below the universe strongest cannot create a 6th rank secret art. Chen Ao demonstrated the secret art in reality. The long sword in his hand traced intricate law runes, forming a complete attack secret art. This, the power and complexity are indeed not on the level of a universe master's secret art. Soon the Chaos City Lord summoned the Great Axe. The Great Axe had been immersed in studying the Star Tower's mystic runes. Chaos, what is it you called me for? Great Axe, Chen Ao has created a secret art, and I cannot determine if it is a 6th rank secret art. Please take a look. What? Chen Ao created a 6th rank secret art. The Great Axe was equally astonished. How could this be? It was unreasonable. Chen Ao, quickly demonstrate it for me. Chen Ao did not refuse and demonstrated the secret art again. The Great Axe stared blankly at Chen Ao's secret art, momentarily speechless. It is indeed a 6th rank secret art, and it is even at the middle level among 6th rank secret arts. Chen Ao was still a bit short of creating at will. These few secret arts had also come about by sheer luck. He himself did not know exactly what level they had reached. But the Great Axe had a high level of insight and could tell at a glance that these were middle-level 6th rank secret arts. Great Axe, please take a look at the other two moves. Soon Chen Ao demonstrated again. 2 more 6th rank secret arts followed. You have created more than one set of 6th rank secret arts. The Great Axe was at a loss for words. Creating one set could be attributed to luck, but creating 3 sets, that's more than just a bluff. Chen Ao, what level is your law comprehension? I'm not entirely sure either. I'm probably just a step away from breaking through to the Supreme Being. His law comprehension was on par with that of the Chaos City Lord, but he had also used a shortcut. With the blessing of W, he had crafted a 6th-tier secret technique, based on the secret patterns of the Supreme Armor. Tisk, Chen Ao, I don't even know what to say about your talent. A mere venerable, yet you've created a 6th-tier secret technique that only a Supreme Being could create. Many Supreme Beings only possessed secret techniques of this level. Those who could create 7th-tier techniques generally had combat power on par with the 8th tier, making them powerful even among Supreme Beings. Luofeng blinked. Senior brother, are you also on the path of secret patterns? Chen Ao nodded. Yes, so Luofeng, don't be envious. If you work hard, you can also create a 6th-tier secret technique. The future of the universe still rests on your shoulders. Luofeng rolled his eyes and ignored him. Tisk, that means all your clones now have 6th-tier combat power. In theory, yes. Chen Ao nodded. Previously he had been at the peak of the 5th tier, and now he was indeed at the 6th tier. Mainly his offensive power had reached the 6th tier, while other aspects remained at the 5th. But that was enough. He was still far from the 7th tier, mainly because his genetic multiplier was far inferior to that of Supreme Beings. If he became a universe master, he would likely approach the 7th tier. With the Duandong River's technique of burning divine power, he could directly reach the 8th tier. It seems similar to Luo Feng's level in the original story at the Universe Master stage, as if the skill panel was useless. That was mainly because his domain treasure hadn't kept up. The peak level chess sword C could harm supreme beings, but compared to the top tier one where the number of divine swords doubled his current chess sword C was overkill for Universe Masters but somewhat lacking against supreme beings. This was the awkward position of peak treasures. If he had a supreme level chess sword C, doubling the number of divine swords to 36, his combat power would instantly rise by 1 tier. If not, it would only be a half-tier boost. This still depends on Zuoshan Ku, but slaying a Universe Supreme Being is too difficult. I need to pick a better target. He had his eye on the Northern Alliance leader whose strength was only at the peak of the 7th tier. If he killed the Northern Alliance leader, he could then freely slaughter those Universe Masters and raise his gene level to a higher tier. He had been submissive in front of the Northern Alliance leader before, and given the chance he would definitely take revenge. Killing the Void True Demon God had yielded results. His progress bar, which had been at 41 Bloodlight Hall Master, had also been killing in the Cosmic Sea, jumped to 51 after the kill. One Supreme Being was worth 20 Universe Masters. It made him want to go on a killing spree against Supreme Beings. Chen Ao, now that you've created a 6th-tier secret technique, you won't continue studying secret techniques, will you? The agreed 10 epochs are only half over. What do you plan to do? I intend to go to the Inclined Peak Realm to have a look. Chen Ao said. 4 others, a 6th-tier secret technique and a 6th-tier supreme treasure, offered the same combat power. But for Chen Ao it was completely different. Because of the E-skill, his secret techniques accounted for only half of his strength, with the chess sword C making up the rest. Similarly, obtaining a sword-type supreme treasure would grant more combat power than creating a 6th-tier secret technique. Hearing that Chen Ao was going to the Inclined Peak Realm, Giant Axe asked in confusion. Didn't you say the Inclined Peak Realm might have special dangers, and told us not to go? Yes, and the danger has already appeared. The Northern Alliance's Ken Luo Master has a clone stationed in the Primordial Universe, while his main combat clone went to the Inclined Peak Realm. When Chen Ao mentioned Ken Luo Master, the 3 of them grew serious. We've heard about this. About 3 years ago, the clone possessing Ken Luo Master suddenly fell, and even his clone perished. Chaos City Lord, as the ruler, was well informed of events in the universe and quickly spoke up. The only cause for such a result was encountering an opponent capable of powerful soul attacks. It's not just that, Chen Ao said. According to my investigation over the past tens of thousands of years, while exploring the Inclined Peak Realm, the Primordial Universe has had nearly 10 Universe Masters die suddenly without even a message getting out. That could also be due to encountering dangerous death grounds, Chaos City Lord said. Chen Ao didn't argue. 1 or 2 might indeed be death grounds, but too many had died. Combined with the simultaneous death of Ken Luo Master and his clone 3 years ago, Chen Ao speculated that those Universe Masters might have encountered world beasts. The innate abilities of world beasts were aside from escape soul attacks. Low-level world beasts had mediocre close combat abilities. However, even a 1st-tier world beast soul attack rivaled an 8th-tier soul attack secret technique. Without a soul-type supreme treasure, encountering one was almost certain death. Even Giant Axe would die if surrounded by 2 or 3 1st-tier world beasts. If faced with a 2nd-tier world beast whose soul attack was comparable to 9th-tier Giant Axe, would be instantly killed. Of course, if one could withstand the soul attack, a 1st-tier world beast was like a 6th-tier Muggle, aside from its strong escape abilities. His Sword Master clone, being soulless, was immune to soul attacks, and with 6th-tier combat power could outright repel or even kill a 1st-tier world beast. He could also survive an encounter with a 2nd-tier world beast. Now, with countless epochs until the arrival of the Gene World, the world beasts in the Dimland probably didn't even have many 2nd-tier ones. So his Sword Master clone wouldn't be too dangerous. Seeing Chen Ao's expression, Chaos City Lord felt he might know something. Chen Ao, do you know any inside information about these Universe Masters' deaths? No, Chen Ao shook his head. I just think it's related to the warning from the Primordial Universe's consciousness. He turned to Luo Feng. When the time comes, you'll need to shoulder the banner, save the universe and save our humanity. Luo Feng, Chaos City Lord, Giant Axe. Ahem, Chen Ao, say something useful. Chaos City Lord couldn't stand Chen Ao's levity. He had once thought Chen Ao's spiritual essence was brimming out of his skull, but didn't expect him to be this mischievous. I plan to scout ahead. Chen Ao was still looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, you really need to be prepared. You are the chosen one of the Primordial Universe's will. Senior brother, do go to the Inclined Peak Realm. Maybe you'll get lucky and find a supreme treasure. Luo Feng muttered, perhaps hoping Chen Ao would fall. After all, Chen Ao was a venerable and could be resurrected. Fine. Chen Ao said no more, bid farewell to Chaos City Lord and Giant Axe, and sent his Sword Master clone to the Inclined Peak Realm. Over the years, only the Bloodlight Hall Master had been continuously killing Universe Masters in the outside world, but in 50,000 years he hadn't killed many. The main reason was that the Bloodlight Hall Master couldn't use the wings or the chess sword C, making his combat power weaker. It's time to reveal that the Bloodlight Hall Master is actually the human Chen Ao. On that day, Chen Ao's Bloodlight Hall master clone arrived at a treasure-producing location called the Ring Basin. The Ring Basin was a body of water beside the flowing Heavy Mountain, one of the 3 death grounds. A peak treasure was being nurtured there, and it was expected to be a peak tier 3-piece treasure set. The treasure had been gestating for several years, but had not yet emerged. Clearly the treasure about to be born was extremely powerful. Thus over 300 universe masters were gathered there waiting to contend for this treasure. A peak tier 3-piece treasure set was already the strongest treasure commonly seen, and even universe supreme beings couldn't ignore it. Chen Ao's Bloodlight Hall master now descended there. Seeing the Bloodlight Hall master, the other universe masters frantically fled. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the Bloodlight Hall master's reputation had grown immense. He had killed nearly 20 universe masters. Chen Ao glanced at his progress bar. After killing the Void True Demon God, it was at 51. Over the past 50,000 years, he hadn't stopped killing 8 more universe masters. Thus the progress bar reached 55. I estimate that 89. 99 is a limit, and then I'll need special kills. So I can still kill 70 universe masters. To kill those 70 universe masters, he would need to go all out once, find a good opportunity, and slay all 70 in one go. Previously his Bloodlight Hall master couldn't easily reveal himself, so he used his treasures sparingly, resulting in low kill efficiency. Now that he no longer planned to hide, he would explode in a single burst and kill enough to be satisfied. The Bloodlight Hall master is here. Damn it, why is this madman here? This time some strong ones might fall again. The Bloodlight Hall master was too reckless. As long as a supreme being wasn't present, he would directly engage head-on. He even dared to fight 6-tier universe masters in a face-to-face battle. In fact, the Bloodlight Hall master had fought 3 6-tier universe masters at once and emerged victorious. He was a powerful madman who killed others while they sought treasures. Whoever obtained a treasure, the Bloodlight Hall master would relentlessly pursue, unless they encountered a supreme being or entered a death ground. Once targeted by the Bloodlight Hall master, few could escape. Thus the Bloodlight Hall master had a fearsome reputation. The moment they saw him, these strong ones fled. Even a 5th-tier universe master would yield. The Bloodlight Palace master kept moving, while the universe masters all distanced themselves from him. In an instant, the spherical formation of universe masters, originally centered around the supreme treasure, had turned into a hemisphere. All were squeezed to the other side by the Bloodlight Palace master. As universe masters seeking to contend for the supreme treasure, they naturally could not be too far from the location where it would emerge. The distance was within tens of thousands of kilometers. Thus at this moment the Bloodlight Palace master made his move. The wings and the chest sword sea appeared together, spreading out to envelop the nearly 200 universe masters. The chest sword sea was the supreme treasure of humanity's Gold River Lord. Previously the Bloodlight Palace master had only used ordinary pinnacle domain-type treasures, never the chest sword sea. The wings of spacetime were the supreme treasure of humanity's Galaxy Lord. At this moment many universe masters were dumbfounded. How could these 2 powerful treasures owned by humanity be in the possession of the Bloodlight Palace master? Bloodlight Palace master, what do you mean by this? How could you have these 2 treasures? Bloodlight Palace master, could it be that your relationship with humanity is so close that they would lend you such supreme treasures? It had long been rumored in the universe sea that the chest sword sea and the wings of spacetime together were equivalent to a domain-type ultimate treasure. And these belonged to humanity. Although the Bloodlight Palace master was thought to have some connection with humanity, it surely wasn't close enough to borrow an ultimate treasure, was it? Ha ha ha, from today onward, I am no longer the Bloodlight Palace master but humanity's Luo. Mid-sentence Chen Ao suddenly stopped. A habit he was used to announcing Luo Feng's name. However, he no longer needed Luo Feng as a tool. His strength was enough to dominate the universe sea. I, the Bloodlight Palace master, my true name is humanity's Jingyuan Lord Chen Ao. What? The many powerful experts were astonished. The madman Bloodlight Palace master was actually humanity's Jingyuan Lord. Who was Jingyuan Lord? Experts from the 1st and 2nd reincarnation eras quickly asked the universe masters of the 3rd reincarnation era. Fortunately, Jingyuan Lord was not entirely unknown. As someone who had killed Lord Banfu, he was remembered by many powerful experts. Jingyuan Lord is only a 4th stage universe master. How could he be the mighty Bloodlight Palace master? Damn humanity killing my clan's universe master. This grudge must be avenged. However, the hearts of the universe masters present could not help but sink. Chen Ao's self-revelation clearly indicated an ulterior motive. Immediately a universe master spoke up. So you are humanity's Jingyuan Lord. May I ask why you have trapped us here? No one would try to flee first because they knew escape was impossible. The Bloodlight Palace master, no Jingyuan Lord, was already most famous for his speed. They simply could not outrun him. Moreover, with a treasure nearly equivalent to a domain-type ultimate treasure suppressing them, unless they possessed an ultimate treasure themselves, their speed would be reduced to a very low level. If Chen Ao did not let them go, they could not leave. Hee, I hope you all can assist me in my cultivation. Chen Ao announced loudly. Oh! May I ask how Jingyuan Lord requires our assistance? Since it is Jingyuan Lord's request, we naturally comply. These universe masters trembled inwardly yet still answered with smiles. As long as they were not killed, they would do anything. Ha ha ha, you only need to stand still. The divine swords on the chest sword sea began to attack. Chen Ao also raised his pinnacle treasure longsword and struck at the universe masters. The highest priority naturally went to those universe masters who had never killed their own kind, followed by those from low to high strength. He would keep killing until the progress bar could no longer increase. Jingyuan Lord, what are you doing? Slaughtering the weak without cause will surely bring punishment. You are inviting disaster upon humanity. Madman, madman, my clan's most powerful will surely avenge me. Facing Chen Ao's assault, the strong began to flee, while the weak could only await death. Chen Ao was too powerful. Those 3rd and 4th stage universe masters were slain in a single encounter. With full force, a 6th stage secret technique, absolute 6th stage combat power. Universe masters of the 4th stage and below could barely withstand a single sword strike. Only those with exceptionally large divine bodies could hold out a little longer. Ah! Jingyuan Lord, you will die a miserable death. Jingyuan Lord, humanity will be exterminated because of you. The universe masters cursed incessantly, but it changed nothing about their fate of death. After killing the 71st universe master, Chen Ao found that his progress bar had stopped moving. Just as I expected. This number corresponds exactly to the 89999-fold gene level, a crucial node no less significant than the transition from the 2nd stage to the 3rd. The 2nd stage was for an undying to kill a venerable, and the 3rd stage was for a venerable to kill a universe master. Now another leap was required, likely to kill a universe most powerful. I wonder if killing a most powerful, while still a universe master, counts. Previously, when he and Giant Axe had slain Void True Demon Lord, it had been effective and increased the progress bar. I feel a bit reckless now. If I had held back a little longer, would it have been better? Keeping Void True Demon Lord for this critical solo kill might have directly broken through the 90000-fold gene level. Now he could not kill a most powerful in the short term. I can try the World Beast. From any perspective, the gene level of a 1st stage World Beast should not be weaker than that of a universe most powerful. The World Beast had an extremely high life level. A 7th stage World Beast was comparable to the original universe, and even a 1st stage World Beast surpassed a most powerful. In terms of strength, a 1st stage World Beast also far exceeded an ordinary most powerful. Perfect. I need to go to Qingfeng Realm. He had long speculated about this 999 threshold, so seeking out the World Beast was just right. Chen Ao stopped killing, which allowed many universe masters who had resigned themselves to death to breathe a sigh of relief. Their lives were spared. Why did Jingyuan Lord suddenly stop killing? Maybe he was warned. I think so too. Jingyuan Lord is so reckless. He's bringing disaster upon humanity. How could humanity allow that? Humph, even so many powerful experts have died at his hands. How can those clans accept it? They could all foresee that many powerful beings would retaliate against humanity. But that was none of their concern. They were merely ordinary universe masters, and it was utterly impossible for them to deal with Jingyuan Lord. Speaking of which, Jingyuan Lord is truly a genius. I heard he has only cultivated for a dozen epochs and already possesses such strength. Nonsense, what dozen epochs? He already had peak 5th stage combat power tens of thousands of years ago. Alas, so reckless yet so talented. It's enviable. Did he trade his rationality for talent? If that's the case with my rationality, I think my talent could be maxed out. That's cowardice, not rationality. In just a few minutes, the name Jingyuan Lord Chen Ao spread throughout the entire universe sea. When Chaos City Lord discovered this news, he was shocked, speechless. Chen Ao had not told them he was going to reveal his identity. For a time, all of humanity's universe masters gathered together. Chen Ao, why were you so rash? The matter of the Bloodlight Palace Master should not have been exposed so early. And even if you exposed it, why did you have to kill dozens of universe masters? He couldn't understand why Chen Ao was so reckless. This was inviting disaster upon humanity. Chen Ao smiled. Master, worry not. Humanity will eventually become a common enemy anyway. This is only a matter of time. What do you mean? Master, don't worry. You will know soon. Chen Ao smiled mysteriously. The inheritance of the Duandong River would soon appear, and by then they would inevitably become public enemies anyway. He was simply taking advantage of the opportunity to reap some benefits. And this was only the beginning. In a little while he would also kill the Sword Star Lord of the Purple Moon Holy Land and seize his ultimate treasure, Longsword. By then his strength might even reach the 7th stage. Giant Axe wanted to say something. Chen Ao's actions were too crude, too inconsiderate of the clan. But thinking of Chen Ao's previous contributions, he didn't know what to say. Chaos City Lord also knew that Chen Ao was now humanity's second strongest expert, with several avatars possessing 6-stage combat power, a pillar of humanity. In the end, the meeting could only be adjourned inconclusively. There were complaints, but when Chen Ao produced the spoils from killing 70 Universe Masters, all the Universe Masters of humanity fell silent. Compared to supreme treasures, nothing else mattered much. Secret techniques could be comprehended from ultimate treasures. Strength was increased by the treasures Chen Ao provided. With both resources, there was nothing to say. Senior brother, isn't this too ruthless? Luo Feng didn't know what to say. Chen Ao had killed too many. Truly too many. Senior brother, exactly how many Universe Masters have you killed? Not many, just about 160. Gasp. Giant Axe and Chaos both drew in a sharp breath. Their humanity had only 18 Universe Masters plus Chen Ao and Luo Feng making 20. Chen Ao alone had killed 160. That was equivalent to 8 peak clans like humanity. Terrifying. Chen Ao, why are you so obsessed with killing powerful experts? Chaos City Lord asked. Previously, when Chen Ao killed Undyings, he hadn't thought it was a problem. But when he learned that Chen Ao was the Bloodlight Palace Master, he was astonished. Killing over 200,000 Venerables was no joke. Yet Chen Ao showed no restraint, even killing 160 Universe Masters. For cultivation, Chen Ao did not hide it. I am practicing a special inheritance that requires killing many powerful beings to become stronger. Master Luo Feng, have you not wondered how I can gain an extra stage of combat power out of nowhere? An ordinary venerable, even with 100,000-fold genes, creating the most powerful secret technique in the universe and equipped with a full set of pinnacle treasures, would only have peak 4th stage or barely 5th stage power. But Chen Ao was clearly abnormal. He had peak 5th stage and, according to Giant Axe's hints, even approached the 6th stage. Where did this extra stage of combat power come from? They had guesses, but couldn't understand. Now I can tell you, Master. This inheritance is the reason I can gain an extra stage of combat power. But the universe is fair, it requires killing many powerful beings. Hearing Chen Ao's words, everyone nodded. Based on killing so many powerful beings, having an extra stage of combat power was understandable. Giant Axe asked excitedly, Chen Ao, does your inheritance still work at the most powerful stage? It does, but with certain conditions. Don't tell me you need to kill a most powerful. Chen Ao smiled bitterly and nodded. The three of them gasped again. That was too exaggerated. But for combat power, killing strong enemies was necessary. Does that mean when you break through to Universe Master you will have to kill a most powerful? Your current strength is not enough. If Chen Ao could gain an extra stage of combat power at the most powerful level, Giant Axe felt obligated to help. A 10th stage most powerful was fearsome. Even if they offended all factions, no one would dare to utter a word. Don't rush this. My combat power has reached a limit for now. As for higher levels, I still need to explore. He was about to test whether the genes of a world beast could increase his progress bar. Chen Ao, if you are confident, I can help you. But there aren't many most powerful in the Universe C. If you need to kill a dozen or so, I can't manage that. Killing 1 or 2 was possible, but more would be troublesome. Giant Axe was not afraid of provoking trouble for humanity. Chen Ao's several avatars all had 6th-stage combat power, and in the original universe they were not inferior to a most powerful. It was equivalent to humanity having 5 most powerful. The problem was that most powerful were hard to kill. After killing 2, the others would fear you. If they saw you and ran with a most powerful speed without prior preparation, even Giant Axe could do nothing. Giant Axe's 9th stage speed was not faster than 7th stage speed. Giant Axe, don't worry. I like to plan before acting. I won't be reckless, Chen Ao said. The identity of the Bloodlight Palace Master. I kept it hidden all along, and now suddenly exposing it is not without reason. Please trust me, in at most 5 epochs the answer will be clear. Chen Ao, are you that confident? I believe in the will of the original universe and also in Luo. Chen Ao suddenly noticed that Luo Feng had gone offline. Chaos City Lord didn't pay attention to Luo Feng's disappearance but sighed. You are strong now, and as your master I have little to say. But I hope you will always think more for humanity. Rest assured I am humanity, and that will never change. Although he primarily sought benefits for himself, didn't those universe masters who followed him shouting, 666, all get their fill? The treasures he had taken out would be enough to fully equip even if humanity's universe masters doubled in number. Such a huge benefit. Just asking them to stay inside humanity and not go out. Wasn't that too much, was it? Good, that puts my mind at ease. Just not entering the universe C for a short while. That's trivial. Giant Axe said, Chen Ao, if you need any help be sure to tell me. Even if you want to kill a most powerful, I can assist you. Chen Ao was amused. Knowing that killing powerful experts could increase combat power, even Giant Axe couldn't stay calm. He mainly saw Chen Ao's potential. Creating a 6th-stage secret technique at the venerable level. Who would believe that Chen Ao couldn't become a most powerful? By then Chen Ao might become the second origin ancestor, but the origin ancestor at the venerable level was not as impressive as Chen Ao. 6-stage secret techniques. Origin ancestor only created them when he was a universe most powerful. Chen Ao was too monstrous. He mainly saw Chen Ao's potential, creating a 6-stage secret technique at the venerable level. Who would believe that Chen Ao couldn't become a most powerful? By then Chen Ao might become the second origin ancestor, but the origin ancestor at the venerable level was not as impressive as Chen Ao. 6-stage secret techniques. Origin ancestor only created them when he was a universe most powerful. Chen Ao was too monstrous. Chen Ao was too monstrous. Chen Ao's revelation of his identity as the Bloodlight Palace Master not only caused a stir among humans, this news also shocked the major forces of the Universe C and the original universe. This human is too audacious, actually killing the universe master of our high tribe. This enmity must be avenged. But the strength of the giant axe is formidable, and the Jingyuan master is said to have obtained a supreme treasure possessing 6th-tier combat power. Are we really going to fight to the death for a universe master? Oh, that's true, then let me reconsider. Chen Ao was measured in his killings, and he didn't need to kill indiscriminately, so he only killed one universe master from each race. The enmity existed, but it wasn't enough to become a mortal feud. However, the demon clan of the third reincarnation era had a mortal feud with the Bloodlight Palace Master. It was just that the demon clan couldn't defeat him, so they let it be. Damn it, the Bloodlight Palace Master turns out to be that Jingyuan master. I knew it. Humans couldn't have suddenly produced a super powerhouse. Back then Chen Ao suddenly emerged and killed Banfu Master, causing a huge uproar, because no one had heard of Chen Ao being so powerful before. Now everything made sense. Chen Ao had always been traveling the universe under the name of the Bloodlight Palace Master. Zhenjiao, what do we do? Should we confront the humans? Meng Cha's face was also full of anger. She had been toyed with by Chen Ao several times back then, and in the end she couldn't do anything about him. Zhenjiao was much the same. His face turned livid. How? You said it yourself that Jingyuan Master likely obtained a supreme treasure. He now has 6th-tier combat power. Who among us can take him down? Combat power wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that Chen Ao was too large. They couldn't bear it. And his speed was also very fast, which was even more unacceptable. They had all experienced that feeling, too ashamed to speak of it. Are we just going to watch like this? Meng Cha was unwilling. We are all now fully exploring the Qingfeng realm. The Sword Master's map is excellent. Our gains are considerable. If we can obtain a suitable supreme treasure, perhaps my combat power can rival the giant axe. His peak combat power was at the 8th-tier peak. If he could break through again, he might reach the 9th tier, and then he wouldn't need to fear the giant axe. Without the giant axe they could completely unite with other forces and strike at Chen Ao together. Yes, the Sword Master has done us major forces a great favor. Meng Cha mentioned the Sword Master with great satisfaction. Compared to Chen Ao, the Sword Master was truly a great good person. What a pity. If we had known the map was this good, we should have bought it outright, so we wouldn't have to compete with other forces for treasures. They had been exploring the Qingfeng realm for only tens of thousands of years, but they had already harvested 4 peak supreme treasures, and over 10 top-tier treasures, more than enough to recoup the entrance fee. Moreover, as time passed with the map as a reference, they could venture further into the depths of the Qingfeng realm. It was even possible that they might harvest a supreme treasure. Both are living beings, yet the gap is so vast. That Chen Ao is a despicable and shameless fellow, while the Sword Master on the other hand is incomparably kind-hearted. What a pity. The Sword Master is a super powerhouse of the ancestral god cult. Otherwise, we could recruit him into our demon clan. You're dreaming. He's covered in supreme treasures. To recruit him would probably require a supreme treasure. Not only the demon clan but other forces of the original universe were mostly gnashing their teeth at the Bloodlight Palace Master. After all, Chen Ao had killed the venerables of various major forces. Fortunately, the killings of universe masters had nothing to do with them. Only the demon clan had lost 2 universe masters. The other universe masters were from small races or small alliances. Forces like the Qiansuan alliance had long since disintegrated, and no universe master would cause trouble. According to news from the demon clan, the Jingyuan master possessed a supreme treasure, and had reached the 6th tier of strength, not something they could provoke. From this perspective, the Bloodlight Palace Master actually didn't have much impact on them. On the contrary, the Sword Master once again gained immense fame because the Sword Master had never been to the Qingfeng realm, yet these forces who paid the entrance fee had made great gains there. As for the few universe masters who died exploring dangerous places, never guarantees absolute safety. Compared to the gains, this cost was very small. The Sword Master is truly a good person. The number 1 good person in the universe indeed. The entire original universe was praising the Sword Master. The two-faced ancestral god found the Sword Master's divine power incarnation. With a smile, Sword Master, you've suffered a great loss this time. He knew very well that the sword master was quite greedy for treasures. This time, judging from the gains of the major forces, they were clearly several times the entrance fee of the map. If Chen Ao hadn't sold the map, his current gains would be enormous. Swordmaster Chen Ao shook his head. Every gain has its loss, who can say for sure? What, you still think there's something wrong with the map? The original universe had not yet told the ancestral god about the boundary beasts. According to the original story, they would only notify when Jin's world was about to arrive. So the ancestral god knew nothing about it. Yes, the map is definitely problematic, but I plan to go and take a look. Your words are contradictory. If it's problematic, why are you going? It's fine. With my strength, even if I encounter trouble, it won't matter. His swordmaster had displayed strength at the peak of the 5th tier. Mainly the Jianheluo was always in his hand, allowing him to fully exert his combat power. Now he had obtained a 6th tier secret art, and his strength could reach the 6th tier. As for trump cards, the only thing the swordmaster hadn't revealed was the Q skill's ultra-long distance teleportation. Others only thought of it as a type of innate secret art like domain, and the ancestral god didn't know about it either. That's true. With your body full of supreme treasures, and your strength, even if you encounter the strongest, you can escape. Chen Ao's Jianheluo was a supreme domain treasure called the Sword World. By the outside world, extremely powerful. The ancestral god didn't know where Chen Ao had gotten it, only feeling that Chen Ao's luck was heaven-defying. Such an exquisite peak treasure of which there were only a few in the entire universe, yet Chen Ao had obtained one. It was almost unimaginable. At this moment, Chen Ao's 2 avatars were both on the way to the Qingfeng realm. The Swordmaster was the main one, while the Bloodlight Palace Master was hidden inside the Swordmaster's world ring. When we reach the depths of the Qingfeng realm, let the Swordmaster go alone, while the Bloodlight Palace Master, now to be called Jingyuan Master, will stay outside to provide support. Among Chen Ao's avatars, only the Swordmaster was a soulless life form, able to ignore soul attacks when facing the boundary beasts. A few years later, Chen Ao entered the depths of the Qingfeng realm. Here, a large number of universe masters from the original universe are gathered. Even the universe strongest is here. But he, the Swordmaster, was a good person. Why would they make things difficult for him? Chen Ao was not a stranger to the Qingfengji, but this time he intended to delve deeper into its mysteries. The realm of the Jesho lay in the dark region which occupied the core of the Qingfengji. The dark region was merely a zone of moderate peril, far less dangerous than the heart of the Xuanzi Sea. Though it harbored no immediate threats, it resembled a vast prison. Once ensnared, no one was ever known to escape. Thus a consensus prevailed in the cosmic sea: under no circumstances should one enter the dark region. Yet the map provided by Lord Yuan Ao placed the dark region at its very core. The other 2 focal points were the Broken Rock Mountain and the Ocean Beach, both located in the central zone of the Qingfengji. However, compared to Broken Rock Mountain and Ocean Beach, the routes around the dark region were far more clearly delineated, accounting for nearly half of the entire map. Generally, such a comprehensive map of a core region was immensely valuable. In the primal universe, most powerhouses scoured the vicinity of the dark region in search of treasures. From what I've specifically learned, most of the dozen or so universe masters who fell were near the dark region. The universe masters were not fools. They could not perish casually. That most fell near the dark region was highly suspicious. As Chen Ao approached the dark region, several universe masters soon detected the presence of the Swordmaster. Upon recognizing the Swordmaster, those universe masters showed no fear of his 5th stage strength. Swordmaster, you've finally arrived after tens of thousands of years. We've already seized all the treasures. Haha, Swordmaster, our clan has reaped great gains this time. You're too late. Several universe masters of the prison clan jested with Chen Ao. The Swordmaster was known as the kindest being in the universe. They harbored no fear of him. Even if they slighted him slightly, his gentle nature would not lead him to take offense. Thus their words were casual. Haha, it's good that you all have reaped rewards. What a pity I sold the map too cheaply. Chen Ao replied with a smile. Indeed, it was too cheap. Far too cheap. Several universe masters echoed before asking. But Swordmaster, why did you only come now? We reaped the most when we arrived earliest. Alas, it wasn't by choice. I am the only one in the God Ancestor Sect. Even if I came, how much territory could I explore? Chen Ao said helplessly. So this map holds little value for me alone. The universe masters of the prison clan nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how powerful one was, the area one could explore was limited. Exploration required a larger group. What a pity, but Swordmaster, with your kind heart you might still find fortune. Luck was unpredictable, and acquiring treasures depended most on fortune. Even the weakest could obtain supreme treasures if luck favored them. The universe always favors the good. Yes, Swordmaster, you are a good man. Chen Ao's expression grew increasingly strange as the conversation veered off course. Ahem, everyone, I intend to seek treasures now. Farewell. Chen Ao said. All right, we too shall go treasure hunting. May you find countless supreme treasures, Sword Master. The universe masters of the prison clan departed, still remarking on the Sword Master's exceptional temperament, deeming him the universe's foremost good-hearted being. They had never even met him before, yet he was so amiable. Subsequently, Chen Ao frequently encountered universe masters from the primal universe, all of whom held the Sword Master in high regard. Many even wished to invite him to form a team. After all, besides being the kindest, the Sword Master was also the universe's optimal teammate, possessing formidable strength. Such a teammate was simply perfect. Chen Ao looked at these covetous fellows and declined them all. Chen Ao flew onward, paying no heed to the treasures along the way. With the map, he soon reached the periphery of the dark region. The dark region resembled an abyss filled with boundless darkness. Although it's said that the strongest cannot return, once they enter, my avatars share a soul connection, so even if I go in, I won't lose my way. As long as one could maintain a sense of direction, the legendary dark region held no other dangers. But whether that was truly the case required deeper exploration. Upon arriving at the King Fengji, Chen Ao had hoped to help Giant Axe find that axe, but unfortunately the route was not provided. Thus he could only come to the dark region. The Bloodlight Hall Master Avatar stepped out from the Realm Ring. Then the Sword Master Avatar plunged into the dark region without looking back. According to speculation, at this time second stage Jesho were extremely rare within the dark region. Only the few mentioned in the original texts could reach that stage. After all, a first stage Jesho held no advantage over another first stage. Unless they actively fought, it was difficult to kill one. Moreover, their escape abilities were formidable, making kills even harder. In truth, the safest approach here would be to break through to Universe Master, but he feared that doing so would require him to slay all the strongest beings for the subsequent progress bar. That 10% might mean killing dozens of the strongest, which would be a waste. Even if I stake the Jianheluo treasure, it's far better than failing to achieve the 100,000-fold Jin. The Jianheluo could be forged by Zhuoshan Ku. At worst, he would have to kill a few 5th-stage universe masters. But losing the chance for a 100,000-fold Jin might condemn him to being Luo Feng's subordinate forever. Who could endure that? Apart from the Jianheluo, none of the other treasures on the Swordmaster meant anything to Chen Ao. The peak-grade supreme treasures that Cosmic Sea powerhouses coveted were trivial to him. Lacking treasures, seeks Zhuoshan Ku, who still owed him several opportunities. The Swordmaster gradually ventured deeper into the dark region. Upon entering here, I can no longer perceive light. I have to rely on perception to discern surrounding objects. In ordinary places, this would not be a problem, but the dark region was vast, obscuring everything. He could only distinguish objects within a few thousand kilometers, and he would soon lose his bearings. I hope my luck is good, and I'll encounter a first-stage Jesho soon. He was also curious about the strength of the Jesho. Continuing deeper, Chen Ao dared not fly at full speed. He had to sense the environment clearly before flying 1,000 kilometers. Jesho, come out quickly. My 100,000-fold Jin depends on you. Don't let me down. Chen Ao muttered incessantly. Perhaps the universe truly favored the good, for Chen Ao suddenly noticed a moving object. Although a billion Jesho were born in the dark region, the region was vast, and a billion Jesho scattered across the chaotic land were inconspicuous. Finding a Jesho might take decades or centuries if luck was poor. Chen Ao had prepared for this, but he encountered one in just a few days. Chen Ao approached the moving object, and saw an earth-gray creature with 2 heads, each bearing 1 eye, 1 nose, and 1 mouth. It was hideous and emitted a nauseating aura. This is a Jesho. It looks like a 2-headed frog. Roar. The Jesho soon noticed Chen Ao, and let out a furious cry. Chen Ao quickly understood its meaning. It was a language easily comprehensible. What are you? The Jesho asked. Chen Ao's aura differed from that of the Jesho, and not every Jesho had encountered external life. They possessed inherited memories of the outside world, but having memories did not mean they understood everything. Primarily, they had never seen it firsthand, so they could not transform inherited memories into true knowledge. For instance, they knew that devouring the essence of small universes outside would rapidly enhance their strength, yet none had left this place. Because it was dangerous. But what exactly the danger was, they could not articulate. As first-stage beings, if not for soul attacks, they were only at the 6th stage level. Encountering a soulless universe supreme would mean certain death. Only by reaching the 2nd stage could they match the strongest. 2nd stage Jesho possessed soul attacks of the 9th stage and physical strength of the 7th stage. Moreover, 2nd stage Jesho had a blood-burning secret art that could boost their physical strength by 2 tiers, reaching the 9th stage. Only 2nd stage Jesho were relatively safe. At the 3rd stage, they would be the invincible 10th stage beings of the Cosmic Sea. Somewhat like the golden-horned beast that once hid at the bottom of Earth's ocean, knowing how to conceal itself. Are you a Jesho? Chen Ao asked proactively. The other was a high-level life form. It understood everything, so no wasted words were needed. Call me king. The Jesho roared. The word king stirred a deep yearning in every Jesho. Eat dirt, you. There was no need to say more. This was definitely a Jesho. Chen Ao charged straight at the Jesho. Roar. Suddenly a tremendous force surged toward him, making him feel as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, terrifying. Chen Ao realized this was the Jesho's soul attack secret art. But he had no soul, so he was not afraid of it at all. The hallucination he experienced was due to the soul attack carrying some willpower impact and illusion effects. Any living being with a soul would be affected by willpower impact and illusions. The soul was not the foundation of life, but willpower was. With the soul treasure to block the willpower impact, Chen Ao ignored the first stage Jesho soul attack in an instant, and continued his assault. The Jianheluo spread out continuously, attacking the Jesho. A fifth stage Jesho possessed Jesho force equivalent to a true god's divine body of 100 million kilometers. A first stage Jesho, however, was only equivalent to a true god's divine body of 10,000 kilometers. Chen Ao was a venerable with divine power density 10s, or even 100 times lower than a true god, yet his divine body spanned 300 million kilometers, at least equivalent to 3 million kilometers of true god divine power. Thus, in terms of divine power, Chen Ao far surpassed the Jesho. Comparatively, a first stage Jesho was truly weak. Once the soul technique was blocked, the Jesho was defenseless. Indeed, upon realizing that this low-level life could ignore his soul technique, the Jesho panicked. This meant he had to engage in close combat. For a first-stage Jesho, close combat was not their forte. Although their attacks were equivalent to 6th-stage secret arts, they possessed 6th-stage strength. Chen Ao saw the Jesho's panic and felt pleased. It seemed this Jesho had little combat experience. If it had advanced to a higher stage, it would have undergone many close-range battles, but this one had no such experience. Seeing Chen Ao about to charge, the Jesho roared and split into 10 parts, attempting to flee. Splitting into avatars to escape was one of the Jesho's basic abilities, along with devouring small universe essences and soul attacks, all innate. Where do you think you're going? Chen Ao fully activated his Jianheluo to suppress the Jesho's speed. However, the Jesho was too fast. Even the domain treasure could only slightly slow it down. The most troublesome aspect of the Jesho was this avatar escape ability. After all, the Jesho was not a true warrior. It followed the Zerg warrior path. Ultimately, the Jesho itself was akin to a mother queen, granting it exceptional survival capabilities. As long as one avatar escaped, the Jesho could quickly reunite without any loss of strength. In the end, Chen Ao could only watch the 10 Jesho avatars flee in 10 directions. Jesho, don't you want to become the final king? Fleeing like this, how long can you run? Hearing the word, king, the Jesho's figure seemed to pause momentarily. That word held an inexplicable charm, especially for this naive first-stage Jesho, whose life instinct overpowered its consciousness. You should sense that my strength isn't overwhelming. If you run now, what will you do when you encounter other Jesho? Become their food and help them become king. Roar. Seemingly provoked by Chen Ao's words, or perhaps the desire for the throne had reached a fever pitch, the Jesho merged its 10 avatars and actively engaged Chen Ao. Indeed, Chen Ao's strength was only at the 6th stage, no stronger than the Jesho, so the Jesho could certainly fight. Seeing the Jesho take the initiative, Chen Ao breathed a sigh of relief. This damned escape ability was too troublesome. If the opponent was determined to flee, he had no way to stop it. He could kill 1 or 2 avatars, even 3 or 4, but that would cause no real damage to the Jesho. Now that the Jesho was engaged in close combat, that was what he needed. Apart from a few unconventional Jesho, most followed instinct in battle. Yet, even that instinctual combat prowess rivaled 6th-stage secret arts. The only good news was that the Jesho had no treasure amplification, so its combat power was truly only at the 6th stage. That's right. If you can't even defeat a low-level life like me, how can you compete with other Jesho for the throne? Roar. Stop your nonsense, you low-level life. Chen Ao grinned, unbothered. As long as you don't run, I'm happy to be called a low-level life. Chen Ao drew his sword and charged at the Jesho. 12th sword. He struck with full force, holding nothing back. Simultaneously, the 18 divine swords of the Jianheluo kept attacking. Although the Jesho was comparable to a true god, it lacked armor protection. Chen Ao's attacks dealt true damage. Not much. With just one strike, the opponent's Beast Realm power was reduced by 5. Roar. The Beast Realm let out an unwilling howl, then continued to charge at Chen Ao. The Beast Realm roared incessantly, feeling belittled by a lowly life form. For the dignity of the king, it resolved to teach this lowly life form a harsh lesson. However, soon the Beast Realm discovered that Chen Ao was far stronger. Not that he was overwhelmingly stronger. Their attacks seemed equally formidable and their strength appeared comparable. But his Beast Realm power diminished too quickly, losing 1% with each clash. Meanwhile, the lowly life form opposite him showed no change at all. This was unacceptable to him. Their secret arts, though called such, were merely a crude exchange of Beast Realm power and divine force. Chen Ao's attacks were fierce, allowing 1 part of divine power to consume 100-fold or 1,000-fold of Beast Realm power. Thus, the Beast Realm's power was halved. Although the loss of Beast Realm power did not affect the Beast Realm's combat prowess, it was clear that if the fight continued it would be doomed. Lowly lifeform, once I grow stronger I will surely kill you. With a roar the Beast Realm split into 9 avatars and swiftly fled. Chen Ao was speechless, suppressing his urge to curse as he helplessly watched the 10 Beast Realms disappear. You can't even defeat a lowly lifeform, yet you dream of becoming the ultimate king. You are fit only to be nourishment. Roar, lowly lifeform, do not try to provoke me. Our Beast Realm clan has no fools. Fighting to the death when you cannot win. That is stupidity. With that the Beast Realm vanished into the darkness. Chen Ao's mouth twitched involuntarily. How utterly hopeless. You keep claiming to be a higher lifeform, but where is the dignity of a higher life? Shouldn't it be to fight to the death without retreat? Chen Ao was exasperated, nearly mad. If every Beast Realm fled like this, how could he ever kill them? In truth, fleeing was the Beast Realm's instinct. They were not warriors. Running was natural. He understood, but it was hard to accept. If only I had a supreme treasure. Chen Ao's eyes glinted with cold light. If his Jianheluo were a supreme treasure combined with Luo Feng's wing treasure, he could at least seal off 10 Beast Realms. If my strength were greater, allowing me to kill a Beast Realm quickly before it could split and flee, that would also work. Both were methods, but far too difficult. To turn Jianheluo into a supreme treasure, according to Zhuoshanku, would require killing at least one true god, and it must be done by Chen Ao himself. This was extremely difficult. To kill a true god, one needed a good opportunity cornering the god without giving them a chance to escape, and also required immense attack power. At the very least his strength must reach the 7th level. So to kill a true god, aside from finding the right opportunity, I also need a good sword. Chen Ao knew of 3 supreme sword treasures. In the Cosmic Sea, one, held by a cosmic lord of the Dongdi Holy Land, who had not appeared for a long time. Another belonged to the strongest one. The last was a target Chen Ao had long set his sights on. The Sword Star Lord of the Ziyue Holy Land, a 6th-level cosmic lord. Most importantly, the Sword Star Lord was currently in the Cosmic Sea. Torn between choices, Chen Ao continued searching for Beast Realms in the dim region. He had tested the strength of a 1st-level Beast Realm. Even a 2nd-level Beast Realm comparable to a 7th-level True God, he was confident he could survive. If the opponent activated Bloodburn, well then he could almost wait for death. But he was not foolish. Encountering such a Beast Realm, he would naturally flee in advance. Beast Realms were excellent at fleeing but poor at pursuit. After all, they fled not by speed but by splitting. He had a domain treasure, and with his Q skill at full throttle he could likely escape. He continued exploring. The dim region occasionally yielded supreme treasures. If luck favored him, he might find a sword-type supreme treasure, or even a domain supreme treasure like Jianheluo. His chances of killing Beast Realms would greatly increase. Of course, the probability was lower than that of killing a strongest one. Several months later, Chen Ao encountered another Beast Realm. This Beast Realm looked similar to the previous one, but it bore many wounds, clearly having just been through a fierce battle. Beast Realms had poor offensive capabilities, but their will was strong. Soul attacks were ineffective against each other, so they could only rely on close combat. Lowly life form. The Beast Realm roared. Chen Ao sensed its aura. Much stronger than the previous one, roughly equivalent to 6 or 7 of the earlier type. Beast Realm, what right do you have to call me a lowly life form? You are not the final king, or you and I are both lowly lifeforms. Roar. As if provoked by an extremely insulting remark, the Beast Realm howled, incessantly reduced to primal fury. Lowly lifeform, you have angered me. I intended to make you my slave, but now die. The Beast Realm used a soul secret art, Soul Roar. Chen Ao, hearing the soul roar laced with will impact, felt his body falter. He had learned his lesson. Previously unaware of the 1st-level Beast Realm specifics, he had been cautious. Now with understanding he felt confident. Now feigning being affected could increase the opponent's eagerness to kill him, making it more likely the Beast Realm would fight to the death. Seeing that Chen Ao did not have his soul annihilated directly, the Beast Realm was somewhat disappointed. According to its inherited memories, ordinary lowly lifeforms of the primal universe could hardly withstand their soul attacks. But when it noticed Chen Ao's body swaying, it was delighted and immediately charged at him. Chen Ao remained still, even allowing the Beast Realm to strike him once. That single attack from the Beast Realm actually annihilated 100,000th of his divine body. In a sense, the Beast Realm's attacks were also true damage. But who could blame him for being so massive? After being struck once, Chen Ao awoke, and wielded his sword, roaring as he attacked the Beast Realm. Boom! The Beast Realm countered. This Beast Realm was stronger than the previous one, so each attack annihilated only 2,000ths of its Beast Realm power. Chen Ao's loss was similarly minimal. In total, it was about 3 or 4 10,000ths. Meanwhile, the Beast Realm had already lost over 3,000ths. Damn lowly Beast Realm, how dare you ambush me! Chen Ao roared furiously, attacking wildly. The Beast Realm was unafraid, defending while using its soul attacks. It thought that even if Chen Ao wasn't killed by the soul attack, a few more disruptions would leave him dead from close combat. So whenever possible it used Soul Roar. Every time Chen Ao struck the Beast Realm, it would Soul Roar to knock him out, leaving Chen Ao vulnerable to its attacks. The Beast Realm felt it had landed several profitable blows, so it kept fighting. According to its memory, someone of Chen Ao's strength would surely lose in such a prolonged battle. But gradually it realized something was wrong. Chen Ao's aura had not weakened, while its own Beast Realm power had significantly diminished. The disparity was too obvious. At that moment Chen Ao felt that being huge was not a good thing. Others couldn't stand him. You tricked me. The Beast Realm held. It felt deceived. This person's divine body was terrifyingly enormous. Chen Ao was speechless. He didn't want to be this big either. He had always thought bigger was better, but now it made the Beast Realm intolerable. If only I had kept my divine body at 10 million kilometers. In the past he had always sought to be bigger. The Blood Light Hall Master size had saved him countless times. But for a Sword Master it was unnecessary. I regret it now. If I still had 10 million kilometers with divine power only tens of times greater than this Beast Realm, it would surely fight me to the end. Once the Beast Realm's power drops too low, say to just 10, even if it splits into 10 avatars, each would have only one of its power. He could then kill one avatar with a single strike. 10 avatars would require 10 strikes, no 7 or 8, since his giant Heliu could also attack. That way he could instantly kill all 10 avatars. Alas, I regret it. The Beast Realm had lost its earlier arrogance, a hint of fear in its eyes. Aside from superiority, Beast Realms were normal lifeforms with intelligence and emotions capable of fear. Seeing Chen Ao's divine power aura still robust while its own Beast Realm power had weakened. Its combat prowess was unaffected, but the dwindling aura was unmistakable. Damn it, wretched lowly life form. After cursing, the Beast Realm split into 10 avatars and fled in 10 directions without looking back. A fleeing Beast Realm can never become a king. Chen Ao wanted to provoke it, but the Beast Realm ignored him, shooting him a look that said, "Idiot." Chen Ao's words were choked back. Damn it, can't these Beast Realms act like Beast Realms? At least have some sense of honor. Chen Ao felt utterly helpless. How was he supposed to kill them? By the end of the fight, the Beast Realm still had about 50 of its power. Each avatar had at least 5 of its power, making it impossible for him to annihilate one avatar instantly. Damn it, you bastard Beast Realm. Chen Ao cursed as he continued searching for the next Beast Realm. He only hoped to encounter a foolish one. No one with a strong sense of honor. But these Beast Realms had no sense of honor at all. As soon as they realized they were outmatched, they fled immediately. Over 100 years in the dim region, he had found over 30 Beast Realms, each one the same. None had any honor, they valued life above all else. It nearly drove Chen Ao mad. Damn these Beast Realms. Chen Ao had wandered the dim region for over a century, never straying too far from the Blood Light Hall Master, yet he had gained nothing. He had to make a change. After much thought, Chen Ao decided to change his strategy. This time he found another Beast Realm, clearly not weak, having devoured about 4 first-level Beast Realms. Its strength was 1 or 2 times that of an ordinary Beast Realm. In combat it was slightly above Chen Ao. But Chen Ao was too massive. After a fight, the Beast Realm found it couldn't outlast him. The Beast Realm immediately prepared to flee. Wait, don't run. Chen Ao shouted hastily. Should I stay and die? The Beast Realm shot him a disdainful look. That's not what I mean. I want to join forces with you. Chen Ao revealed his plan, the good idea he had devised over the years. With my strength, I am stronger than most first-level Beast Realms. I can help you attack another Beast Realm. The corpse goes to you and you grow stronger. How about that? This was Chen Ao's solution. Beast Realms didn't care how the kill was made as long as there was a corpse. And he didn't need the corpse. He only needed to kill the enemy to extract genes. So the corpse would remain intact. The system didn't care whether it was a joint kill or a solo kill as long as the enemy died. Thus allying with a Beast Realm wouldn't harm either party's interests. Join forces. After we Beast Realms die, there's nothing left but the corpse. What's in it for you? Chen Ao laughed heartily. I just want to fight and kill to improve my own strength. The Beast Realm nodded. Its memory mentioned that these lowly lifeforms needed combat and killing to evolve just like them. But then the Beast Realm's 2 mouths curled into a sneer. You think I would ally with a lowly lifeform like you? Dream on. We are the great Beast Realm clan. We die only at the hands of our own kind. That is our honor. Chen Ao nearly spat blood. You and those other Beast Realms. Where was your honor when you were fleeing? Now you talk about honor. What nonsense. Think carefully. Is this honor really more important than becoming the final king? Chen Ao didn't mind helping a Beast Realm grow faster. After all, a king would eventually emerge, and that couldn't be changed. As long as he was strong enough, even the Beast Realm king could be defeated. He had the system which automatically boosted his strength by 1 or even 1.5 levels. As long as he reached the peak of Luo Feng's true god level or even slightly below, he could easily annihilate the Beast Realm King. The Beast Realm King's own combat power was about the 6th level, but it could nurture warriors. However, that required vast energy which the primal universe could hardly provide, so fighting the king was no different from fighting a 6th level being. You should know that the 1st to 2nd level is the hardest. Against a 1st level opponent you have little advantage. Your evolution has been fast, but over a long time you've only killed 4 beast realms. Chen Ao continued, but if we join forces I can easily suppress other beast realms and then you strike. Whether they split or not they will die for sure. Together killing ordinary beast realms would indeed be easy. Chen Ao lacked the means to instantly kill multiple avatars, but this beast realm could make up for that. Think about it. Isn't becoming the king the most important thing? Chen Ao incessantly extolled the benefits to the realm beast before him. Once a realm beast's power drops by more than 50%, even if it splits into 10, each clone won't possess much power. As long as you can entangle 6 or 7 of its clones, I can kill it in a short time. Think it over. If you can devour 33 realm beasts you can break through to the 2nd stage. With the blood-burning secret art your strength can temporarily increase by 2 stages, and against a 1st stage realm beast it's almost a crushing victory. Chen Ao hoped this realm beast would abandon its damned sense of honor and join forces with him. In truth, if he sent all 3 of his clones, each killing 3 or 4 clones, he could probably kill a realm beast. However, the Swordmaster could easily toy with a 1st stage realm beast because it had no soul and was immune to the realm beast's ultimate move, the Soul Roar. If any other clone came before the realm beast, even if it didn't directly face the Soul Roar, just a trace of it would instantly annihilate it. Perhaps even he himself would die. Soul annihilation is utterly merciless. So he dared not, otherwise why would he need to speak so gently to a realm beast? Hearing such tempting conditions from Chen Ao, the realm beast seemed to be genuinely pondering. All realm beasts possessed high intelligence and subjective consciousness, and over time these consciousnesses would lead them to different actions. And joining forces with Chen Ao was not impossible. Once you become strong and become the final king you can easily kill me. I'm just a lowly lifeform, utterly insignificant before the great realm beast king. Think carefully. Once you have power, what can't you achieve? Even the primordial universe will yield to you. Chen Ao had truly done his utmost, saying all he could, even debasing himself completely, hoping the realm beast would consider it. What sense of honor? Humph. You want to deceive the great king with words. Dream on. The realm beast quickly turned violent. The great realm beast does not accept help from lowly lifeforms. At most you are but servants. Damn it! Chen Ao barely restrained his urge to strike. I am a lowly lifeform, yet aren't you still being hunted by me? If you had the strength you could kill me, but you can't. The root of all this is your lack of power. Join me and you will gain power. You could even kill me in return. Compared to being hunted by me, wouldn't killing me better preserve the dignity of a realm beast? Stop deceiving me. I am a great realm beast. The realm beast roared. Fleeing is only a temporary measure. It doesn't disgrace the realm beasts. We too need to evolve and grow stronger. This is just a strategic retreat. Chen Ao smiled. This realm beast clearly felt ashamed of being hunted by him. Ha, regardless, you are the weak. Without strength you lose all dignity of the realm beasts. You are unworthy of being called a realm beast king. Shut up, you lowly creature. The realm beast kept roaring. I will remember you. I will find a chance to kill you. I will definitely kill you. With that, the realm beast fled directly. Chen Ao's expression shifted constantly, and he didn't even try to stop it, because a realm beast determined to escape was impossible for him to block. Damn! Chen Ao was truly out of options. He had thought that as long as he could overpower a realm beast he could easily kill it and obtain its life genes. But now it seemed things were far from that. Realm beasts were all sneaky. When facing mortal danger they would run. No wonder it's so hard for realm beasts to improve their strength. If realm beasts truly fought to the death, perhaps 10 billion realm beasts could produce a king within just a few epochs. But they weren't stupid, they would flee unless bound by supreme rules. Failure. This operation is a complete failure. Chen Ao had to admit the fact. My strength is still insufficient. If I had the peak of the 7th stage I could kill 10 realm beast clones in a short time. Chen Ao quickly composed himself, then followed the faint life resonance to leave the dim land. Even with the guidance of life aura it's hard to find the way out of this dim land. One can still get lost. When he reached the outskirts of the dim land, he felt the spacetime was extremely chaotic with space wormholes everywhere. Among billions of space wormholes only a few could lead out. Coupled with the distorted spacetime that made it impossible to sense the outside, the chance of leaving was minuscule. However, with the guidance of his clones he didn't need to discern directions. He just had to move in a fixed direction. It took only a few minutes to enter the dim land, but even with the Life Aura's guidance, it took me over 10 years to leave. The Sword Master clone and the Bloodlight Hall Master clone reunited, and then ignored the Dimland. He had intended to lure the Realm Beast out, and kill it with the help of the Cosmic Sea's powerhouses, but the Realm Beast wouldn't even acknowledge him. The Realm Beasts were unwilling to leave the Dimland. They knew that venturing into the Cosmic Sea was too dangerous. In the original story, only one third-stage Realm Beast Morosa was forced to leave the Dimland. A third-stage Realm Beast was comparable to a 10th-stage Supreme Powerhouse. Even its close combat ability was at the 8th stage, and with blood burning it could briefly reach the 10th stage. That was the limit of the Cosmic Sea's Supreme Powerhouses. Morosa dared to come to the Cosmic Sea for a reason. Swordmaster, I meet you again. Any gains in these past few hundred years? A Zerg race universe master greeted. Tough. I've roamed for centuries without even finding an ordinary treasure. A complete waste of time. The Sword Master shook his head with a bitter smile. Treasures are not that easy to obtain. Patience is needed. We've been exploring for tens of thousands of years and only got one peak treasure. Yeah, I only have one too. I have two. Chen Ao was stunned. What were these bugs doing? Trying to provoke him deliberately. Ahem, watch your words. One Zerg universe master warned, having nothing while they flaunted their gains. Did they think he was easy to bully? Although he had a good temper, he wasn't without anger. He was after all a 5th stage universe master. If he went berserk, they would all die here. Sword Master, they are just children and don't know how to speak. Please don't mind them. Yes, I'm just a child who has lived for 130 million epochs. Sword Master, don't take offense. Chen Ao. Chen Ao ignored these show-offs and soon returned to human territory. This time Chen Ao proactively convened a supreme human meeting. Because of his strength and his previous contributions of a large number of treasures, Chen Ao's status among humans was now comparable to that of the Chaos City Lord. Naturally, he had the right to call such a meeting. After a short wait, all the human universe masters arrived. Chen Ao, this is your first time convening a meeting, right? What's it for? Yes, just give us orders directly. Many universe masters were very friendly to Chen Ao. After all, he was their benefactor. But Chen Ao's face was stern. I called you all here to discuss one matter. Seeing his serious expression, even Luofeng became cautious. Giant Axe said in a deep voice, Chen Ao, speak your mind. I've weathered countless storms. No matter how grave the matter, I won't flinch. Yes, we've been through storms. We won't be afraid. Chen Ao nodded. This time, I want to kill a universe master. Oh, just a universe master. Exactly, you've killed nearly 200 already. What's one or two more? You even killed the 5 Chaos Master of the Divine Eye Clan. No big deal. Chen Ao's expression remained grim. My target this time is Sword Star Master. What? Everyone was shocked. Even Giant Axe couldn't help but frown. Sword Star Master, that 6th stage universe master of the Purple Moon Holy Land. You want to make a move against the Purple Moon Holy Land? Chen Ao, this is no small matter. Those 2 holy lands have existed for endless ages. Offending them is far worse than offending the Divine Eye Clan. Better think twice. Giant Axe slowly relaxed his brow. Chen Ao, since you convened the meeting, you must have a reason. Just say it directly. My reason is that in this era many troubles will arise. Humanity can no longer focus on peaceful development. We must compete for everything we can. Chen Ao said, whether it's treasures, resources, or territory, we must fight for them. Are you after Sword Star Master's divine sword? Asked Chaos City Lord. Yes. With that sword my strength can increase again, reaching the 7th stage combat power. But that's not the main point. The main point is that humanity will inevitably become the enemy of the Cosmic Sea, and conflict with the Purple Moon Holy Land is only a matter of time. Impossible. The 2 holy lands are so detached. How could they clash with humanity? Many universe masters didn't believe it. In fact, no one did. Chen Ao suddenly looked at Luofeng. The root of this matter lies with Luofeng. Luofeng? Luofeng, as the chosen one of fortune, will lead humanity to rise. And the price of humanity's rise is to make enemies of many forces, stepping on the bones of others. Luofeng. As Luofeng's senior brother, I must support him. So I thought, since we're going to be enemies anyway, why not take a bite out of the Purple Moon Holy Land? That way at least we won't lose out. Ahem, Chen Ao, get to the point. Even Giant Axe couldn't bear it. Chen Ao was helpless. This was the truth. Luofeng's future feud with the Purple Moon Holy Land was well known. I'm telling the truth. I listened to the will of the primordial universe, and that's why I feel this way. Luofeng was silent. Previously Chen Ao said he listened to the will of Earth, now it was the primordial universe. Who would believe that? Chen Ao, have you made up your mind? Giant Axe asked. We'll take your reasons as given, but have you thought through the consequences? I've thought it through. As I said before, the 10,000-year limit is now only 5,000 years. In 5,000 years everything will be clear. The will of the primordial universe does not deceive. Speaking of the primordial universes, Chen Ao felt as if the original ancestor was watching him. But he didn't care. No one could be sure about such things. He was just making it up. He couldn't exactly say he knew the general plot. The will of the primordial universe. Chen Ao, you've mentioned it many times. Can it truly give hints? Everyone saw a man in white approaching and immediately bowed. Chen Ao did the same. Greetings, original ancestor. Only Luofeng didn't know who this was, but soon followed suit. Chen Ao, it seems you know a lot. The original ancestor looked at Chen Ao with a faint smile. Luofeng didn't recognize him, but Chen Ao seemed to know of his existence. You haven't answered. Can the will of the primordial universe truly give hints? He knew of the primordial universe's will, and was inclined to believe Chen Ao's words. Yes, the Ancestral God Sect also acts according to the guidance of the primordial universe's will. Chen Ao replied. I inadvertently felt the urgency of the primordial universe's will. The original ancestor sighed. Handle it as you see fit. Watching him leave Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord immediately understood that the original ancestor did not oppose this matter. Chen Ao, if we truly offend the Purple Moon Holy Land humanity, will have a hard time in the future. Chaos City Lord was still worried. He was cautious and disliked trouble. Even if we don't provoke the Purple Moon Holy Land, they will come looking for trouble. As for the reason, Chen Ao looked at Luofeng. Luofeng was already despairing. Everything was being blamed on him, and he couldn't even find a reason to refute it. Don't ask. Just say it's the guidance of the primordial universe's will. Giant Axe remained silent, seemingly pondering everything. Chen Ao's reasons were far-fetched, but he seemed to really know something, leaving Giant Axe uncertain. Since you want to kill him, I'll go with you. If we join forces, Swordstar Master won't have a chance to escape. Chen Ao shook his head. Giant Axe, because of what happened before, you're under too much scrutiny. It's best you don't go. If any Universe Master spots you, your whereabouts will be exposed. Dealing with Swordstar Master alone is enough for me. Very well. Do as you wish. Chaos, and I trust you. Giant Axe patted Chen Ao on the shoulder. Good. Chen Ao nodded happily. With the approval of Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord, the matter was settled. As for the other Universe Masters, they were still bewildered. That was a 6-stage Universe Master. Could Chen Ao really kill him alone? Even a 7-stage powerhouse might not be able to kill a 6-stage Universe Master. Was Chen Ao's strength really that formidable? Luofeng looked at Chen Ao with mixed emotions. His senior brother was already confident enough to kill a 6-stage Universe Master. He still needed to work harder. Damn it, that hateful senior brother. He said I was the chosen one, but why didn't I feel it? I trained so hard and still couldn't catch up to him. How infuriating. With the support of humanity's high-level figures, Chen Ao breathed a sigh of relief. Such matters could not be undertaken lightly on his own. He still needed to coordinate with Giant Axe and the others. As for his confidence, it naturally stemmed from his belief that the Duandongha inheritance would emerge within 50,000 years. In fact, I estimate it will appear in about 30,000 years, but to be safe, making it 50,000 years shouldn't be a problem. He had made few alterations to the Universe Sea, not even daring to approach the cosmic boat to avoid adverse effects. I have long wished to temper my will, but I refrained from going to avoid influencing the Duandongha inheritance's emergence. Once the Duandongha inheritance appeared, humanity would naturally become a public enemy. However, with Giant Axe and himself present, no one would dare act recklessly. Nevertheless, to maintain the stability of the Universe Sea, some of the inheritance would have to be surrendered. This was unavoidable. A compromise was necessary, or humanity would face even greater troubles. Those races of the first cycle era, if denied hope, would fight desperately. On the brink of death, they would care little for consequences. The Divine Eye clan, once driven to extremes, would be terrifying. Leaving the primordial universe once again, Chen Ao brought along his human avatar, Sword Master, Bloodlight Hall Master, and his human form, 3 bodies setting out together. As for the wing treasure, it was now in Chen Ao's possession. A Luofeng had been stripped of its usage rights. How could someone who couldn't even create a 6th-rank secret technique dare to use such a treasure? Once again, Sword Master led the other 2 bodies. Sword Master had maintained the image of a good person for 100,000 years in the primordial universe and the Universe Sea, but today that image would be completely shattered. All powerhouses would discover that Sword Master was also a clone of Jinyuan Master. To kill a 6th-rank Universe Master, such secrets could no longer be hidden. After all, he was no longer a mere pawn. Sword Master, in all these years in the Universe Sea, I have barely made a move, all for today. I could even team up with Sword Star Master, and he would surely agree, right? Sword Master and Sword Star Master actually had a good relationship. This was the main thing Sword Master had done in the Universe Sea before. Sword Star Master, where are you now? Sword Master sent a message asking, "Oh, Sword Master, you rarely contact me these days. What is there some good news?" "Not exactly good news, but I went to the dim region near the core of the Qingfeng Peak and encountered a treasure guarded by a monstrous beast. My strength wasn't enough." Chen Ao said, "What? The dim region? You entered the dim region?" Sword Star Master exclaimed. That was a perilous place from which even a Universe Supreme could not escape. Moreover, for Sword Star Master, who had an immensely long lifespan, this was not legend but reality. It wasn't exactly entering the dim region but a place extremely close to it. That treasure, even if not a supreme treasure, is definitely at the level of a quasi-supreme treasure. "Sword Master, are you serious?" Sword Star Master became keenly interested. A supreme treasure or quasi-supreme treasure was exceedingly rare. Even though he already possessed a supreme treasure, no one would ever feel they had too many. Chen Ao affirmed, "Of course. Would I care about an ordinary treasure? If it's not at the level of a top-tier set, I wouldn't even spare it a glance." Sword Star Master knew Sword Master's strength well. Close to the peak of the 5th rank, only half a step behind him. Moreover, the treasures Chen Ao possessed made even Sword Star Master somewhat envious. His entire body was adorned with top-tier items, each piece of the set being exceptional. If not for his own supreme treasure Divine Sword, his wealth would be less than half of Chen Ao's. "What exactly is that treasure?" Sword Star Master asked. "I don't know. It looks like a plate, but its aura is stronger than my Sword World." The Sword World was the external name for the Sword River Luo. He naturally couldn't call it the Sword River Luo, as that was the Bloodlight Hall Master's top-tier treasure. "Let's go. What are we waiting for? Such a treasure might be a supreme treasure." Sword Star Master could no longer remain calm. He had a top-tier domain treasure, but it was far inferior to Chen Ao's Sword World. Now, encountering something possibly even stronger than the Sword World, how could he let it go? "Tell me, what do those two monsters look like?" Chen Ao quickly described them. "Those two monsters primarily attack with soul attacks estimated at the 7th rank. Since I am soulless, I can ignore that, but when I engaged them in close combat, they also displayed 6th rank combat power." 7th rank. 6th rank. Even if it were 7th rank, Sword Star Master was not afraid, but soul attacks could be terrifying. "Sword Star Master, since I sought you out, I naturally have a plan. I will block the soul attacks, you won't take them directly. At most you'll receive attacks equivalent to the 6th rank, which won't affect you much." Chen Ao said. "Then we attack together. Even if we can't kill the monster, we can at least drive it away." Sword Star Master frowned deeply. He trusted Sword Master's character, but that monster seemed no simple matter. With such a powerful treasure, why would it guard it instead of using it? It couldn't be that the treasure hadn't emerged yet. What was the reason? "Let's go. Regardless, let's check it out together." Sword Star Master reasoned that if Chen Ao could return unharmed, he had no reason to fear. Above all, he trusted Sword Master's character. Everyone knew Sword Master was a good person. Chen Ao grinned. "Alright, if it's a supreme treasure, then we'll have to settle it between us. Haha, if we truly encounter a supreme treasure, then of course we'll fight. But you're no match for me." "That's not certain. In these tens of thousands of years, I've made breakthroughs again." Sword Star Master still laughed heartily, unimpressed by Chen Ao's words. Even if he had broken through, at most he'd be at the peak of the 5th rank, still suppressed by him. Even if he couldn't severely wound Chen Ao, he was confident he could suppress him and seize the treasure. And so Sword Master led Sword Star Master toward the dim region. Along the way they encountered some teasing. "Sword Master, didn't you say you hadn't found anything good? Why did you specifically call Sword Star Master?" Indeed, the Universe C favors good people too. Though these teasers were a bit envious, they knew that with these two coming it must be a significant treasure, so they said no more, lest they invite trouble. Sword Star Master found it amusing that these weak Universe Masters dared to tease Sword Master. Sword Master was just too kind-hearted. So kind that even these weak Universe Masters disregarded the authority of a powerhouse. Yes, truly a good person. Had Sword Master ever done anything truly good? Yes, he once returned a treasure. But that was the only time. The rest was just not getting angry, not holding grudges, and showing a good temper. Thus, over 100,000 years, his reputation as a good person grew. Even Universe Masters who had never met Sword Master knew he had an extremely gentle disposition. As long as one didn't provoke him too severely, Sword Master wouldn't take offense. Kill, unless you attacked him directly. Sword Master, a being who disliked conflict, would never make a move. After all, everyone knew Sword Master was not fond of fighting. The true number one good person in the universe. Now, after 100,000 years of cultivation, an ordinary treasure will net me a supreme treasure. The gap between the two was immeasurable. Sword Star Master, seeing Sword Master being teased, couldn't help but say, "Sword Master, you're too good-natured. If it were me, I'd make them know what the authority of a powerhouse means." Some third-rank Universe Masters dared to be insolent. he could slay them with a single sword stroke. Ah, they're all good brothers. They mean no harm. It's nothing. You're impossible to reason with, but the primordial universe is a buzz. They say having a teammate like you one can die without regret. Chen Ao laughed. Exaggerated. A trivial matter from back then and it's been blown up like this. I feel embarrassed. Haha, that's not an exaggeration. Back when you were still an immortal you could ignore the temptation of a treasure. That kind of heart. I've lived through over 100 cycles and never seen it. Too kind, too kind. Haha, now that we're teammates does that mean I too can die without regret? Don't say that. That monster is dangerous. Maybe you'll jinx yourself. Sword Master, you believe in such things. In the universe, strength is what matters. Curses are all nonsense. Sword Star Master was utterly unconcerned. By the way, Sword Master, where is the treasure? Still some distance away. It's a place extremely close to the dim region. We must be careful or it will be troublesome. We need to control the situation and never let the monster drag the treasure into the dim region. I'll be careful. Chen Ao rattled off a long list of precautions which left Sword Master speechless. He was a super powerhouse who had roamed the universe sea for nearly 200 cycles. He had seen countless storms. How could he not know such trivial matters? His supreme treasure was won through his own efforts. Without strength and means, how could he have seized a supreme treasure? Soon Chen Ao led Sword Master to the edge of the dim region. It was extremely remote at the core of the Qingfeng Peak, and no other powerhouses were in sight. Sword Master, have we not arrived yet? Almost there, Chen Ao said. Sword Master, when the time comes be careful. The soul attacks are quite strong. I can ignore them, but for you they are very dangerous. I know. Sword Star Master was getting annoyed by the nagging. He had no idea how Chen Ao could be so talkative. Then hide behind me. I'll use my body to block the attacks. Stay alert. Fearing Chen Ao would continue nagging, Sword Star Master moved closer to him. The distance was only a few dozen meters. For powerhouses such proximity was unusual. Just as Chen Ao was still rambling on, and on a sudden attack erupted from Sword Master's world ring. Sword Star Master was fully occupied dealing with Chen Ao's chatter, and never expected anyone to suddenly strike him. Moreover, the distance was too close for him to even react. Boom! Two powerful strikes slammed directly into the unprepared Sword Star Master. Sword Star Master didn't even have time to activate his armor for defense. These two attacks were nearly raw damage. Who are you daring to ambush me? Sword Star Master, sensing the loss of his divine body, turned cold. Those two attacks were incredibly strong. Even without his defense they directly annihilated 11 of his divine body. This was no ordinary powerhouse. In the next instant the Wing, the Sword World, and the Chess Sword Sea were activated simultaneously, enveloping Sword Star Master. Seeing these treasures, Sword Star Master instantly understood. Jingyuan, Master of Humanity, and you, Sword Master. Why are you doing this? Sword Star Master gnashed his teeth. He had regarded Sword Master as a friend, yet Sword Master had conspired with Jingyuan Master to deal with him. This Jingyuan Master was rumored to possess 6th rank combat power, a super powerhouse fully his equal. Sword Star Master now realized there were 3 bodies here. Sword Master, answer me. Why? Sword Star Master roared. Sword Master Chen Ao said helplessly. In truth, I am not Sword Master, but a clone of Jingyuan Master. That is, all 3 of us are Jingyuan Master. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You were born in the Ancestral God Sect. How could you be a clone of Jingyuan Master? Sword Star Master refused to believe. How could the Ancestral God Sect cultivate a human clone? Believe it or not, you'll find out when we fight. Chen Ao, having sacrificed his reputation to launch a sneak attack, directly annihilated 1/10 of his opponent's divine body, reducing Sword Star Master's strength by that amount. This maximized the chance of a successful kill. Damn it! You set me up. The so-called number 1 good person in the universe. All lies just to trap me. Sword Star Master gnashed his teeth. This Jingyuan Master was a madman who dared to kill anyone. The number of universe masters who had fallen at his hands had long exceeded 3 digits. In over 100 cycles he had killed fewer universe masters than Jingyuan Master. Sword Star Master, your supreme treasure divine sword is mine now. Chen Ao's 3 bodies blocked Sword Star Master from all sides. At the same time, the 3 domains merged their power, reaching the level of a supreme treasure, suppressing Sword Star Master completely. Jingyuan Master, I've heard you also possess a supreme treasure with 6th rank combat power. Let me see if a brat who has cultivated for only 10 epochs is truly that strong. Sword Star Master knew he had been tricked, but he still had confidence. He had a supreme treasure. A weapon could also be used to block attacks. If used well, it could rival half a suit of armor. His weapon was a supreme treasure, and together with his armor, the damage reduction was even greater. Seeing Sword Star Master attack first, Chen Ao did not retreat. As long as Sword Star Master didn't flee, even 10 of him would face certain death. Your supreme treasure and armor cannot withstand my true damage. The 12th sword. The 3 bodies encircling the Sword Star Lord simultaneously swung their longswords, launching an assault upon the central Sword Star Lord. At the same time, a full 36 divine swords began to rage wildly across the Sword Star Lord's form. True damage, though not overwhelmingly powerful, prevailed by ignoring defenses entirely. With sufficient quantity, it could effortlessly annihilate a universe lord. The Sword Star Lord employed his supreme ultimate treasure to withstand the onslaught, then activated the mystic patterns upon it, unleashing attacks of the 6th rank as well. The clash of powerhouses was stark and unadorned. A frontal exchange of might. Boom, boom, boom. Countless divine forces collided and annihilated each other. In mere seconds, they had exchanged hundreds of strikes. The Sword Star Lord's divine power aura plummeted dramatically. His divine body had suffered over 30% damage. How is this possible? How can your attacks be so powerful? The Sword Star Lord could not accept it. Chen Ao's mystic arts were of the same origin, yet he could not possibly possess 3 supreme ultimate treasure swords. But without a supreme ultimate treasure sword, how could he unleash an attack of the 6th rank? The Sword Star Lord had never even conceived of creating a 6th rank mystic art. How did you manage this? Moreover, even a 6th rank attack could not annihilate 20% of my divine body in just a few seconds. A dead man needs no explanation. I'll take your divine sword, you may now perish in peace. Jingyuan Lord, you dare. The Sword Star Lord roared in fury. I am a universe lord of the Holy Land Purple Moon. If you kill me, you declare war on my Purple Moon Holy Land. My Holy Land will annihilate your human race. As you please, but today you shall fall without fail. Chen Ao continued his assault, his actions ceaseless even as he spoke, granting an opponent a chance to catch their breath and spouting tedious trash talk. That is what villains do. As a prudent man, he would not give the Sword Star Lord the slightest opening. Ah! The Sword Star Lord howled incessantly, his divine body dwindling. Mass email. Seeing no hope of survival, he began to notify the mighty beings of the Cosmic Sea and his own Purple Moon Holy Land. The Sword Lord is an avatar of the human Jingyuan Lord. The human Jingyuan Lord has 3 bodies, each with 6th rank combat power. Ancestor I died at the hands of the human Jingyuan Lord's schemes. Avenge me, annihilate the humans. Ah! With the Sword Star Lord's unwilling roar, his divine body reduced to a remnant, he self-destructed. In his place, only a pile of treasures remained. Chen Ao gazed at the supreme ultimate treasure sword radiating formidable aura, and a smile broke across his face. After exposing everything, I've finally obtained this divine sword. He gathered the other treasures and soon refined the supreme ultimate treasure sword. Only 4 mystic patterns. It should be a medium-grade supreme ultimate treasure sword. Chen Ao felt a slight disappointment at the mystic patterns. If there were more patterns, say if this were a void true god-level weapon, he could continuously comprehend them and create higher-level mystic arts. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks were all true god level. With a 9th rank mystic art and a decent treasure, one could achieve 10th rank combat power. Reaching the 10th rank of mystic arts not only signified 10th rank combat power, but also indicated that breaking through to void was but a hair's breadth away. Thus 10th rank mystic arts could be regarded as void true god level, as could the 11th, 12th, and even 13th ranks. Chen Ao desperately hoped this was a void true god level weapon, for then he might comprehend a 10th rank mystic art. With 4 mystic patterns, luck might allow me to grasp a 7th rank mystic art. While Chen Ao joyfully familiarized himself with his newly acquired divine sword, the forces of the Cosmic Sea and the Primal Universe were utterly bewildered. What in the world was happening? The Bloodlight Palace Master turned out to be Jingyuan Lord, and now the Sword Lord, a member of the Primordial God Sect, was also an avatar of Jingyuan Lord. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. The Sword Lord was the #1 good guy. How could he be the same person as the madman, the Bloodlight Palace Master? Countless powerhouses felt their goodwill toward the Sword Lord had been wasted. Even Dream Demon Ancestor, who had previously disparaged the Bloodlight Palace Master and praised the Sword Lord, was now completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Those two were the same person. Several Universe Supremes approached the Primordial God. Two-faced, what is the meaning of this? The Sword Lord was a powerhouse nurtured by your Primordial God Sect. How could he be human? Two-faced ancestral gods, 2 faces flickered with uncertainty. That is a matter for my Primordial God Sect. Do not trouble yourselves. He dismissed the guests directly. Two-faced ancestral god found Chen Ao's divine power avatar. Sword Lord, are you really? The Sword Lord nodded. Yes, I am indeed the human Jingyuan Lord. I am truly sorry for deceiving you, ancestral god. I see. The 2 faces of two-faced ancestral god simultaneously showed a sorrowful expression. In the end, his sincere heart had been fed to the dogs. All his efforts were in vain. Chen Ao had long anticipated this confrontation, so he spoke up. Ancestral God, I am in the wrong. But I will remember the debt I owe the primordial God sect. Heh! Do you think my primordial God sect needs your favor? Two-faced ancestral God's expression turned cold. My primordial God sect is the foremost power in the primal universe. Even if you have 6th rank combat power, what can you do? Ancestral God, hear me out. Chen Ao said. My race has a super genius Luofeng who will surely transcend in the future. I will have him leave a place for the primordial God sect to propagate so that all members of the sect can attain transcendence. How do you know that Luofeng can transcend? If transcendence were truly possible, even a mere fraction of it would mean eternal life. But who could guarantee Luofeng's transcendence? Well, he will certainly transcend. Of course, if the ancestral God trusts me, once I transcend, I can also protect the primordial God sect. Two-faced ancestral God fixed his gaze on Chen Ao. He knew how extraordinary Chen Ao was, and if anyone could transcend, Chen Ao gave him some confidence. Very well, then I shall await your transcendence. I hope you can fulfill it. Chen Ao smiled awkwardly. In truth, he felt that Luofeng would not be faster than him. At this point, he believed his own rise was unstoppable. Even if Luofeng were the protagonist, he could not stop him. Chen Ao's own cheat was clearly more powerful. Ancestral God, rest assured. He had indeed owed two-faced ancestral God many favors back then. Without him, Chen Ao could never have grown so quickly. That small treasure back then was far more useful than a peak treasure today. The beginning was the hardest, and his cautiousness back then was precisely because of this. At the same time, the high-ranking members of the primordial God sect learned the news. They were furious, but considering Chen Ao's strength, they felt helpless. When they heard that a human would transcend and provide them a safe haven, their anger subsided. They also believed that Chen Ao had a high chance of transcendence. Alas, as things stand, it is extremely difficult for our primordial God sect to produce even a single universe supreme, let alone transcendence. If Chen Ao truly succeeds, perhaps it will be a good thing. The major powers of the universe ocean and the original universe were filled with doubt and concern regarding the strength of Lord Jingyuan. If this Lord Jingyuan had obtained a supreme treasure, and one of his clones possessed 6th level combat power, that would be one thing. But according to the message from Lord Jianxing, clearly all 3 of his clones have 6th level combat power. 6th level secret art seemed to be the only possibility. In comparison, the chance of obtaining 3 supreme treasure divine swords was even smaller. Can a universe master truly create a 6th level secret art? That's impossible. Indeed, it's impossible for a universe master to create a 6th level secret art. Fortunately, Chen Ao had not yet incurred deep enmity with them, so they were not so terrified of his strength and talent. Moreover, humanity had the giant axe, a 9th level combatant guarding them. Even the mighty God Eye clan did not dare to offend. At worst, they would simply keep their distance from Chen Ao, treating him as they would a universe strongest, which was in fact what they were already doing. As for the universe strongest, they were not afraid of Chen Ao. Every universe strongest possessed 7th level combat power. Judging from the battle between Chen Ao and Lord Jianxing, Chen Ao had to resort to elaborate schemes just to kill Lord Jianxing. Killing a universe strongest was impossible. Compared to a universe master, the most prominent trait of a universe strongest was not their combat rank but their speed. Their speed was so immense that a universe master could never catch up. Unless the universe strongest was trapped in a dangerous place with no escape, or the universe master possessed absolute overwhelming power such as 9th level against 7th level. Without these 2 conditions, a universe master could never slay a universe strongest. In contrast, the Purple Moon Sacred Land was directly alarmed. A 6th level universe master who had survived over 100 cycles and possessed a supreme treasure had actually been killed. Ancestor, that human is disregarding the dignity of our Purple Moon Sacred Land. They must be severely punished. Yes, humanity must be annihilated. 2 universe strongest stood with a group of universe masters behind them. As a sacred land that had lived through countless cycles, their lives were immensely long, and they had made no progress for ages. They had long ceased to care much about life. Even some venerables in the original universe valued face more than life. Let alone these universe masters of a sacred land with endless life. They would rather die than lose face, especially when it came to the sacred land's dignity. This was their faith. Now that their faith had been trampled, they would rather die than not take revenge. The Purple Moon Saint Ancestor sat high above, looking down upon the experts of the Purple Moon Sacred Land. He was inherently a man of deep and dark thoughts, adept at forbearance. He would not normally bark or shout, but when he struck it was like a thunderbolt seeking a single fatal blow. I am already aware of the matter of Lord Jianxing, but that human has a 9th level powerhouse like Giant Axe. Even facing him alone, our sacred land would struggle. For now, we must not provoke him. Hearing the Purple Moon Saint Ancestor's words, the experts below immediately fell silent. The Purple Moon Saint Ancestor was their god. No matter what decision he made, they would not oppose it. In truth, the Purple Moon Saint Ancestor did not care about Lord Jinxing's death. Like the East Emperor Saint Ancestor, he could exchange 10 supreme treasures for 2 memory stones of unknown nature. Such things had no impact on him. Moreover, he was an extremely selfish individual who delighted in harming others without benefiting himself. Such a Purple Moon Saint Ancestor was even less willing to casually offend humanity. Chen Ao had also seen this point. Of course, the situation would change once humanity seized the Duandong River inheritance. The forbearing Purple Moon Saint Ancestor would find various ways to deliver a fatal blow to humanity. By any means necessary. In fact, he was quite similar to a fellow like Chen Ao. The universe ocean was shaken many times by Chen Ao's affairs, yet Chen Ao himself paid no attention to it. He was continuously creating a suitable top-tier 6th-level secret art, based on the secret patterns on this supreme treasure divine sword. By then his strength would smoothly reach the 7th level. However, when he reached the 7th level, his Qi would no longer aid him, and his external advantage would only be able to exert a small fraction. Soon Chen Ao returned to his secret base. He focused on comprehending the secret patterns of the divine sword. Senior brother. Luo Feng quickly came to find him. You obtained the supreme treasure divine sword. Aren't you going to show me? Chen Ao looked at Luo Feng, guessing that Giant Axe had sent him to see the specifics. They knew Chen Ao might be comprehending the secret patterns to gain control of the supreme treasure divine sword as soon as possible, so they didn't want to disturb him. Come to my place. With that, Chen Ao gave Luo Feng a coordinate. The supreme treasure divine sword was too powerful to simulate in the virtual universe. It could only be seen in reality. Luo Feng was overjoyed. He had always known that Chen Ao had a secret base but never knew where it was. Soon Luo Feng arrived. At the entrance of the secret realm, a large group of immortals and venerables were guarding. They were all servants Chen Ao had casually taken used to guard the gate. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Luo Feng saw a vast ocean. Luo Feng was instantly stunned. Senior brother, don't tell me this is also a 9 Nether Sea clone. Unbelievable. How did Chen Ao know this thing could be used as a clone? He had specifically recommended this clone to Chen Ao, but Chen Ao said his clone slots were full. Senior brother, you never told me you had a Nether Sea clone. You never asked. Luo Feng. That made so much sense that he was speechless. That's not the point. The point is, why is your Nether Sea clone so huge? It's ridiculously large. It's nearly 10 light years, isn't it? He also had a Nether Sea clone, but his was still less than 1 light year. After all, his Nether Sea clone had only expanded for less than 100,000 years. Chen Ao had acquired his clone around the same time, so why was it so immense? Compared to Chen Ao's Nether Sea clone, his was like a dwarf facing a giant. The kind that couldn't even reach the knee even if it jumped. During the Realm Lord stage, I used nearly 20 treasure points of treasures to increase the volume of my Nether Sea clone. Fine, you win. Luo Feng had nothing to say. During his Realm Lord stage, he was also a super genius in the universe, but all his treasures combined were only a dozen or so treasure points. Where would he get so much wealth to increase his Nether Sea clone's volume? He had only bought some universe crystals as energy, which altogether didn't even amount to 1 heavy treasure point. Compared to Chen Ao's expenditure of over 10 treasure points, the gap was tens of thousands of times. Looking at it this way, it didn't seem like a loss. After all, Chen Ao had paid tens of thousands of times the cost, yet his final volume was only 10 times larger. However, Luo Feng couldn't help but envy this vast 9 Nether Sea. Men who doesn't like big things. Senior brother, let's not talk about this now. Show me the supreme treasure divine sword. Chen Ao naturally wouldn't refuse Luo Feng's request. He took out the supreme treasure divine sword and showed it to Luo Feng. Luo Feng was in awe at the sight of this supreme treasure. Unlike armor, this supreme treasure divine sword not only possessed a powerful aura of pressure, but also emanated a sharpness that seemed to cut through the surrounding space, making even ordinary venerables flee in terror. No wonder in the universe ocean the evaluation of attack-type supreme treasures is higher than that of defensive ones. In the universe ocean, melee weapons were rated the highest. At the peak treasure level, the 3-piece set was the most valuable, but at the supreme treasure level, if given a choice, 10 out of 10 universe strongest would choose a weapon. Weapons were too versatile. Not only were they powerful in attack, but they also had defensive effects. Although inferior to supreme treasure armor, they were equivalent to half a piece of supreme treasure armor. Thus weapons were of great value. Of course, the supreme treasure level 3-piece set still held high value in reality, but in a barren place like the universe ocean, weapons were more popular. After seeing the weapon, Luo Feng asked softly, Senior brother, by offending the Purple Moon sacred land this time, are we going to war with them? 9 out of 10 no. The Purple Moon Saint Ancestor is cunning and dislikes making a fuss. Rather than going to war with humanity, I reckon he'll look for a chance to set a trap to kill me or Giant Axe. Luo Feng's eyes widened, so treacherous. Isn't that just like you, senior brother? Chen Ao shot a glance at Luo Feng. This kid was getting worse at talking. Well, actually, senior brother, I've improved a lot recently, so I plan to go out and train. What do you think? In truth, Luo Feng didn't lack treasures. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, he had created the strongest fusion secret art of a universe master, and his strength had reached a bottleneck. If he continued to cultivate so hard, he wouldn't make any progress. Therefore, Luo Feng wanted to go out and train fighting and tempering himself against the experts of the universe ocean. Go ahead. Your strength can guarantee survival against a 5th-level universe master. Besides, you have clones anyway. If you die, you die. Senior brother, what do you mean? If you die, you die. If I die, I'll lose all my treasures. That's your problem. Chen Ao blinked. Fine then, I'll go train. Having obtained Chen Ao's agreement, he no longer feared violating the 10,000-year agreement set by the clan. The main reason was that Luo Feng's strength was close to the 5th level, making him slightly stronger than Bingfeng Master and others. Only a few 5th-level experts could suppress him. Such strength was enough to roam the universe ocean. Luo Feng also successfully obtained general information from Chen Ao. The supreme treasure divine sword had indeed fallen into Chen Ao's hands, and the Purple Moon Sacred Land would not wage war against humanity for the time being. However, the human high-level expressed doubt about the remaining 50,000-year deadline. Could something truly significant happen within a mere 50,000 years? Time passed little by little. Because his realm was slightly inferior, it took Chen Ao nearly 3,000 years to fully master the supreme treasure divine sword. At this moment, Chen Ao's sword master clone had firmly reached the 7th level with roughly mid-tier combat power. His other clones were still at the 6th level mid-tier. If the Qi could be upgraded to a supreme treasure, his strength could advance another half-level, reaching the peak of the 7th level. Chen Ao quickly contacted Zhuoshan Ku. Master Zhuoshan Ku is killing a 6th-level universe master equivalent to killing a universe strongest. Ha ha ha, my disciple, you think too lightly of the universe strongest. Giant Axe's strength is the best in the universe ocean, while Shuzhen Demon God is the weakest among the universe strongest. Even Giant Axe would have to expend considerable effort to kill Shuzhen. How can a universe strongest be so easily slain? Chen Ao curled his lip. He knew that too, he was just trying to reap benefits. However, my beloved disciple Chen Ao, if you can kill more than 5 6th-level universe masters, I can upgrade your Qi to the supreme treasure level. Chen Ao almost burst out cursing. 6th-level universe masters. There were only a few in the entire universe ocean, and most of them might not even come to the universe ocean. Where would he find 5? Moreover, if he killed 5, he would already have 5 supreme treasures on him, and his strength would have long reached an exaggerated level. Killing a 1st-level realm beast would be no big problem. Compared to upgrading the Qi to the supreme treasure level, it was clearly more important to kill a realm beast and raise his gene level to 100,000 times. The former could at most increase his strength by half a level. The latter, however, would allow him to directly become a universe strongest with 100,000 times gene level, boosting his strength by at least 2 levels. Moreover, becoming a universe strongest would greatly enhance every aspect of his being. As long as he didn't court death, no one in the universe C could kill him. Master, to be honest, I have already created a 6th-rank secret technique precisely for this reason. Shouldn't that earn me a hand? Hearing Chen Ao's words, Zhuoshan Ku was visibly stunned. A 6th-rank secret technique. He had assumed Chen Ao had obtained a supreme treasure or possessed some special means. It wasn't that he doubted the possibility of creating a 6th-rank secret technique. He simply hadn't considered it. You're still at the venerable level. Yes, creating a 6th-rank secret technique as a venerable. Shouldn't there be some reward? In essence, Zhuoshan Ku was nurturing disciples, hoping to cultivate geniuses to avenge him. A venerable creating a 6th-rank secret technique already met the final stage of the Duandong River trial. Chen Ao had now fulfilled that requirement. This was enough to make him a candidate in Zhuoshan Ku's eyes. A genius who even in the origin continent could become a disciple of a divine king. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Zhuoshan Ku couldn't help but exclaim. Back then he had sensed Chen Ao's profound mastery of laws, but he never imagined that in merely 100,000 years with almost no guidance Chen Ao would independently create a 6th-rank secret technique. Such a genius was tens of millions of times more extraordinary than a disciple painstakingly taught to create a 6th-rank secret technique. Alas, my resources are limited. I truly lack the means to nurture Chen Ao further. Zhuoshan Ku couldn't help but sigh. His possessions were all reserved for Luo Feng. Though Chen Ao's talent was unparalleled, he currently possessed only a sliver of potential to become a divine king. Compared to Chen Ao, Luo Feng's will was clearly more exceptional, with the potential to inherit the Liuan art of the supreme being. One shone more brilliantly in the present while the other would ascend to the peak in the future. My dear disciple Chen Ao, I said that slaying the supreme being is the only way to upgrade your Qi sword C. This cannot be changed. Chen Ao sighed. It seems Zhuoshan Ku truly had no more resources, or he wouldn't begrudge a true god-level treasure. But considering his own strength, slaying a 1st-stage realm beast was still insufficient. His domain power was not strong enough to restrain the beast's escape. In comparison, slaying a true god is easier. A gleam of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Ao's eyes. It seemed he would have to take a gamble. Master, you know that slaying a true god is tens of thousands of times harder than slaying a universe master at the venerable stage. Chen Ao said calmly. For the future it was worth the risk. After all, there was no danger to his life. If it truly failed, he could wait for the Duandong River inheritance. If he learned the severance ability, his strength would increase by half a rank, giving him a chance to slay a realm beast. For other powerhouses, the secret technique of severance, which burns divine power, could elevate combat strength by 1 rank, from 7th to 8th rank. But his combat power was inflated. As a venerable with a 6th rank secret technique, his strength was normally at the peak of the 5th rank. With a supreme treasure, it reached the 6th rank. At the 6th rank, his E and R skills could still elevate his power by half a rank. Similarly, the Chi Sword C could also elevate it by half a rank. Thus he possessed 7th rank strength. However, at the 7th rank, further improvement through severance shifted all his attack power to secret technique attacks, rendering the Chi Sword C's effect negligible. Therefore, severance could only elevate his strength by half a rank. For example, at the 6th rank, a secret technique attack dealt 100 damage to a divine body, while the peak level Chi Sword C dealt 10 base damage plus 40 attached true damage, 50 damage compared to 100. This amounted to a half-rank elevation. But at the 7th rank, secret technique damage reached 250 or even 300, while the Chi Sword C's damage remained at 50, naturally unable to achieve the same half-rank elevation. If his Chi Sword C could be upgraded to a supreme treasure, its damage would keep pace with the secret technique, further enhancing his strength. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Zhuoshan Ku nodded. Indeed, it's 1,000 or 10,000 times harder, but the gap between a peak treasure and a supreme treasure is also 1,000 or 10,000 times. So my disciple, you're not at a loss. Yes, purely in terms of value it's about equal, but a universe master's speed cannot match that of a supreme being. It wasn't a matter of insufficient strength. He had 7th rank power and could match Shuzhen in a direct fight, but Shuzhen wouldn't engage him, so how could he fight? Disciple, you want me to restrain a supreme being, giving you the chance for a direct confrontation. Zhuoshan Ku quickly understood Chen Ao's intent. Yes, I need an opportunity. Slaying a supreme being was only slightly less difficult than slaying a realm beast, and their speed left universe masters in despair. I cannot do that, master. Zhuoshan Ku refused outright. Restraining a supreme being was not difficult for him, but he dared not exert his full strength. He wanted to give the will of the original universe no chance. Then what if I ask Ju Fu to help? Chen Ao persisted. That won't work either. Slaying a universe supreme being is not so simple. At the universe master stage, the opponent might have clones or allies, and at the supreme being stage they possess unmatched speed. Chen Ao took a deep breath, so he didn't even have the chance for a direct clash. In the Universe C there were several ordinary supreme beings such as Meng Cha and the Northern Frontier Alliance leader, both relatively weak 7th rank universe masters with combat power comparable to his. His divine body was vast, giving him a good chance to wear them down. But he had no opportunity. Chen Ao remained silent. Zhuoshan Ku watched him, saying nothing. He didn't know why Chen Ao was so anxious, but he could sense that as Chen Ao's strength grew, his anxiety seemed to increase. He had lost the calmness he had when his strength was ordinary. My dear disciple Chen Ao, what are you worried about? Have you encountered some urgent crisis that drives you to seek power? I don't know. I just sense a great threat from the will of the original universe, as if the original universe itself is afraid. Chen Ao said vaguely. Hearing this, Zhuoshan Ku was initially unconcerned, but soon his eyes widened. You say you feel the original universe is afraid. Yes, I don't know why, but I can sense it. Especially when my divine power avatar enters the universe's origin place, the feeling is even stronger. Chen Ao knew that Zhuoshan Ku could deduce from his words that the realm beasts might be coming, because the only thing that could frighten the original universe was the realm beasts. Zhuoshan Ku's gaze shifted, staring at Chen Ao. Chen Ao feigned helplessness. He can sense the original universe's emotions. Could he truly be the child of the universe? Zhuoshan Ku pondered deeply. He didn't fully understand this. If he did, he wouldn't worry about the will of the original universe suppressing him. Instead, he could act recklessly, dancing on the edge of suppression. If his perception is correct, the realm beasts might be coming, and the original universe's fear has made him anxious. Some original universe lifeforms with deep insight into the origin might indeed perceive a little. And Chen Ao seemed unaware of the reason, which was quite plausible. My dear disciple, if your perception is not mistaken, then we may indeed face a great crisis, said Zhuoshan Ku. Chen Ao suddenly snapped to attention. Then master, can you help me upgrade my Chi Sword C? Only with greater strength can I face everything. Zhuoshan Ku shook his head. I can't help. To be honest, I only made that excuse earlier, because I couldn't bear you constantly taking advantage of me. Master, don't tell me you can't forge a supreme treasure. No, I can forge one, but to create a supreme treasure that meets your requirements would drain even my endless eons of accumulation and might not be enough. You'd have to contribute all your wealth as well. Zhuoshan Ku was clearly unwilling to pay such a price. If he devoted everything to Chen Ao, what would happen when Luo Feng encountered trouble? The future was uncertain. In the original story, Luo Feng later seemed to receive little help from Zhuoshan Ku, but that was because the Duandong River and the Jin world arrived one after another and Luo Feng's gains far exceeded what Zhuoshan Ku could provide. Luo Feng didn't need Zhuoshan Ku's help, but how could Zhuoshan Ku know that? Perhaps Luo Feng would also need a supreme treasure that suited his requirements. For example, a supreme treasure battle blade perfectly suited to Luo Feng. My dear disciple Chen Ao, it's a pity we met too late. If you had become my disciple earlier, I might have been able to help you. Chen Ao sighed. Indeed, the good things were still reserved for Luo Feng. He could give him countless peak treasures, but those wouldn't be of much help. If Chen Ao had cultivated the 9 Tribulations Codex earlier, he might have become the sole disciple. But back then he was afraid. The Star Tower, if not for that he would have practiced it. Then I won't disturb you any longer, master. Chen Ao took his leave. Zhuoshan Ku watched Chen Ao with immense regret. Such a genius troubled by a few true god treasures. If this were in the Jin kingdom of old, he could have given Chen Ao a basketful. What a pity, what a pity. Zhuoshan Ku sighed. But I never expected the realm beasts to come. It seems we either succeed or die. If they couldn't stop the realm beasts, everything would be doomed. No, I must stop them or I'll never have another chance to find a disciple like Luo Feng. Chen Ao could die, but Luo Feng was his last hope. What should I do? Chen Ao returned to the human world. Getting Zhuoshan Ku to part with his treasures was undoubtedly difficult. He couldn't claim he would protect Luo Feng in the future, and slaying a supreme being was indeed extremely challenging. I need to find an opportunity to trap a supreme being in a deadly peril, making escape impossible. And that supreme being must be one of the weaker ones. Chen Ao kept thinking, pondering how to maximize gains. Upgrading the Chi Sword C helps the most against realm beasts, followed by obtaining the Duandong River inheritance, and then a domain-type supreme treasure. These were the 3 possibilities Chen Ao had thought of for slaying a first-stage realm beast. To obtain a domain-type supreme treasure, he would also need Luo Feng's wings. Or perhaps let Luo Feng find the other wings. But the remaining 3 pairs were all in the Zhua sacred ground, and retrieving them was difficult, especially since humanity was now something of a common enemy in the Universe C. The only pair of wings required a strong will and the help of the Star Tower. None of it was easy. Chen Ao pondered alone, trying to figure out how to break the deadlock. Time passed little by little. Actually no more than a few hundred years, just the blink of an eye. One day Chen Ao sought out Zhuoshan Ku again. Master, can you do me a favor? My dear disciple, just tell me your troubles. If I can help, I will. As long as it didn't affect his nurturing of Luo Feng, he would indeed help. Chen Ao was truly a genius, filling him with immense regret. I know you have a curious object in your possession, master. Could you lend it to me? A curious object? What do you need that for? Curious objects were considered top-tier treasures at the Universe Master stage, but for supreme beings they were merely average. Unable to use secret patterns, only slightly stronger than peak treasures. I wish to. I want to set up a trap using the unique wood as bait. Oh! Zhuoshan Ku glanced at Chen Ao impassively, then said, All right, I am willing to lend it to you. The unique object was now in Pewdie's hands, but since Zhuoshan Ku had spoken, Pewdie naturally would not refuse. This is your senior brother Pewdie's treasure, do not lose it. Rest assured, master, I will return it soon. Zhuoshan Ku looked at Chen Ao. Chen Ao had talent and ideas, but it was a pity that they had met too late. Zhuoshan Ku no longer paid attention to Chen Ao. In his view, no matter how Chen Ao schemed, he could not possibly slay a supreme being alone. Truly, I've been milked dry. I can't afford to support him anymore, otherwise I wouldn't be stingy with a mere treasure. After obtaining the unique object, Chen Ao immediately felt a slight sense of rejection from the primordial universe. He ignored this feeling. He needed this unique object to set up a trap. A trap similar to the scene of Lord Yuan Ao in the original story. With the unique object, there is a possibility of luring the Black Cosmos founder. Besides that, I also need the Ancestral God Sect to do me a favor. Next, Chen Ao found the 3 ancestral gods. Ancestral gods, I hope that you 3 can issue a decree similar to the annihilation of Lord Yuan Ao, summoning the strong ones of the guardian god lord lineage to exterminate the Lord of Thunder Cave. Hearing Chen Ao's request, the 3 ancestral gods looked at each other in bewilderment. In the name of the Ancestral God Sect and the will of the primordial universe. This request was quite puzzling. What was the point? They could issue it, but why should they exterminate the Lord of Thunder Cave? The Lord of Thunder Cave was a special life form from the large cosmic secret realm, the Thunder Cave. Its true body was a gigantic thunderous obsidian with a gene level of 8,000 times, and its divine body was enormous, exceeding 10 million kilometers. The Lord of Thunder Cave itself was at the peak of the 4th rank, and relying on its divine body, it feared not even a 5th rank cosmic lord. Such a powerful being was not one the Ancestral God Sect wished to offend. Lord Jingyuan, since it is your request, we are willing to help you this once. But may we ask why you want us to issue this decree? This will cause our Ancestral God Sect to offend the Lord of Thunder Cave. Chen Ao was not surprised. Although the Ancestral God Sect was the premier force in the primordial universe, it generally did not make enemies with any faction, nor would it casually offend powerful lone wanderers. This involves a secret that I cannot disclose for now. But rest assured, the 3 ancestral gods, I will persuade the Lord of Thunder Cave not to bear any enmity toward the Ancestral God Sect. Alright, in that case we are reassured. When do you intend for us to issue this decree? Issuing this decree had its costs, but compared to Lord Jingyuan's face this cost was nothing. Moreover, they hoped that Chen Ao could transcend, allowing them to thrive forever. They had been milking the primordial universe since the beginning of the cosmos. One more time would not matter. When the time is right, I will inform the 3 ancestral gods. You only need to act promptly. Very well, we will await your news. The second condition had also been achieved. Next, I need to persuade the Lord of Thunder Cave. Chen Ao was very confident about this because if the Lord offended him, he could directly make it fall. It was simply a matter of using force to compel. This Lord of Thunder Cave was difficult to kill for others, but for him it was a joke. No matter how large the divine body, as long as it lacked a supreme treasure armor, his true damage could teach the opponent a lesson. The Thunder Cave secret realm was not far from the extraterritorial battlefield, but due to the earlier retreat of the Zerg, it was now considered part of human territory. However, because of the existence of the Lord of Thunder Cave, humans had automatically ignored this place. So this is the Thunder Cave. Indeed, the suppression is very strong. This Thunder Cave secret realm had a very special property. Its suppression was extremely strong. Within this nearly million light-year secret realm, no matter where one was, they would experience a suppression comparable to a high-tier domain treasure. Those below the venerable level would be instantly annihilated upon entering. If it were only that, it would not have been enough to catch Chen Ao's attention. The greatest characteristic of the Thunder Cave secret realm was that it was independent. It was like a small universe. Aside from the exit, there was no way to leave from anywhere else. As long as the Black Cosmos founder enters here, I can block the exit and exhaust him to death. Killing a supreme being in the primordial universe would be considered madness by ordinary people, especially when that supreme being possessed a supreme treasure armor. But Chen Ao could do it. Because his divine body was enormous, he could sustain a prolonged attrition. Battles between powerhouses usually lasted only a few minutes. Even if one was killed, it generally took a few days. Exceeding that time indicated that the kill was impossible. And this time Chen Ao planned to fight the Black Cosmos founder for years, relying entirely on attrition to wear him down to death here. Next, I need the help of the Lord of Thunder Cave, to have him take the initiative to hold this unique object. As long as the Black Cosmos founder discovers the unique object, he will most likely come. Chen Ao could not guarantee it 100%, but since it was written in the original story, it indicated that the Black Cosmos founder had a need for this unique object. This Thunder Cave was a special prison. Even a universe supreme being could not force his way in, and could only leave through the exit. It was the perfect place for an ambush. Clearly, he was fully capable of blocking the exit of the Thunder Cave secret realm. Soon Chen Ao arrived at the Sea of Thunder, where the Lord of Thunder Cave resided. When Chen Ao slightly released his aura, the Lord of Thunder Cave hurriedly rushed out. So it's the human Lord Jingyuan. I was wondering who it was. Seeing Chen Ao, the Lord of Thunder Cave was clearly nervous. Chen Ao's fearsome reputation was too great. He could even slay a 6th-rank cosmic lord. Even though the lord had some divine body strength, it could not withstand Chen Ao's attacks. Therefore the Lord of Thunder Cave did not dare to be as arrogant as before, but instead was cautious. Lord of Thunder Cave, I am a straightforward person. I have come here today to discuss something with you. You are too kind, Lord Jingyuan. Please speak plainly. I want to make a deal with you. My race has a super genius, the Galactic Lord Luofeng, who will surely transcend in the future. So I am here to offer you an opportunity for eternity. The Lord of Thunder Cave. Luofeng, who was rushing back from the Cosmic Sea. The Lord of Thunder Cave was stunned. This should be a good thing, right? But Lord Jingyuan's expression was clearly off. Ahem, let's not talk about transcendence for now. May I ask what Lord Jingyuan requires of me? Chen Ao did not reveal his plan. Instead, he changed his approach. Actually, I am also acting on behalf of my race's super genius Luofeng. Back when Luofeng was weak, the Lord of Skywolf repeatedly sent assassins after him, and later offended him in many ways. So the Galactic Lord Luofeng plans to find an opportunity to kill him. How did he suddenly feel involved in the conflicts of the top races? Although he was a powerful lone wanderer, he did not have Chen Ao's ability to escape, and he never dared to offend a universe supreme being. Well, I am merely a weak cosmic lord. I dare not do such a thing. Lord of Thunder Cave, you underestimate yourself. As long as you are willing to help, humanity will be willing to protect you from now on. Moreover, after the Galactic Lord Luofeng transcends, he will reserve a place for you. The Lord of Thunder Cave remained silent. Transcendence? No one could guarantee that. Don't keep using that as a selling point, you bastard. Of course, if you refuse to ensure Luofeng's smooth transcendence and unblemished state of mind, I will have no choice but to slay you. Chen Ao's voice suddenly turned cold. You know I have this ability. Lord of Thunder Cave, you think it over carefully. Of course, you can also leak the secret and see if the demon race can protect you. The Lord of Thunder Cave remained silent. What the hell was there to choose? Although humanity was currently lying low in the primordial universe, everyone knew how powerful they were. The Lord of Thunder Cave did not know much about this Luofeng, but the Lord Jingyuan before him was said to have all 3 of his avatars with 6th rank combat power. Killing him would probably not take much time. Lord Jingyuan, it's just killing a Lord of Skywolf. Is there a need to go to such lengths? You don't understand. For the sake of a clear mind, our Galactic Lord Luofeng must personally cut off the dog head of the Lord of Skywolf. The Lord of Thunder Cave muttered under his breath. It's a wolf, not a dog, though it does look a bit similar. Then can Lord Jingyuan elaborate on the plan? The Lord of Thunder Cave still intended to understand the details. It's very simple. I will lend you a unique object. You hold this object and then the Ancestral God Sect will issue a decree to kill you. That way the Lord of Skywolf and others will come to kill you. This is too ruthless. Why must the Ancestral God Sect issue a decree? I feel like I will die. No, those who come will be some 3rd and 4th rank cosmic lords, and our human galactic lord will not attack you. So you will be fine. Chen Ao said. As for the safety issue, if I wanted to kill you I could do it right now. Why bother with all this trouble? Then why do I need to hold the unique wood? Because the Ancestral God Sect needs an excuse to issue the decree. The excuse is that you have obtained an evil ancient inheritance that threatens the primordial universe, and this unique object is what you obtained from that evil inheritance. Thus they will summon strong ones to kill you. Can I think about it? The Lord of Thunder Cave felt something was off but could not pinpoint it. You may, but do not leave my sight. Either agree or fall here. Think about it, my ass. Alright, to become a part of humanity is something I, the Lord of Thunder Cave, have long desired. Once the original ancestor stood before me and I did not cherish it. Now with this opportunity before me, I only want to say I am willing. In that case, Lord of Thunder Cave, would you stay here with me for a while? Alright, no problem. In the following period, Chen Ao obtained the wing treasure from Luofeng. Senior brother, why did you suddenly call me back? Chen Ao repeated everything he had said to the Lord of Thunder Cave to Luofeng. Luofeng blinked his eyes. Senior brother, I'm not that petty. The Lord of Skywolf has offended me several times, but I don't want to kill him. No, you do. Luofeng pouted. Even if he did, he would kill you first. Without a doubt, this guy was up to something again, using his name. Senior brother, the Lord of Skywolf is as weak as a chick. You could kill him in one encounter, right? Not to mention the Lord of Skywolf, even the Skywolf Palace could not withstand a single encounter before Chen Ao. Killing the Lord of Skywolf was just a side effect when breaking the Skywolf Palace. No, you are the one who wants to kill the Lord of Skywolf. It has nothing to do with me. Ahem, senior brother, what matters most between fellow disciples is sincerity. Is there any need to hide it from your junior brother? Well, alright, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I want to weaken the strength of the various races, and I plan to capture all their cosmic lords in one fell swoop. Luofeng remained silent. This excuse was better than the previous one, but he still did not believe it. Although he did not believe it, Luofeng did not press further. Chen Ao was always rambling and mysterious. Perhaps he really had some kind of power. Pretend to believe it. Then I will cooperate with you, senior brother. Luofeng had also agreed. Soon the Ancestral God Sect issued a summons requiring the Guardian God Lord lineage to kill the Lord of Thunder Cave and spread the news that the Lord of Thunder Cave had obtained an evil inheritance and a unique object to all directions. With the summons issued by the Ancestral God Sect, a lineup similar to the original novel emerged. Dozens of Universe Lords surged toward the Thunder Cavern secret realm. Chen Ao's 3 avatars were all stationed within the Thunder Cavern secret realm. One of them, the Bloodlight Hall Lord avatar, was posted not far from the exit. The other 2 bodies were positioned elsewhere. Lord Jingyuan, will I be alright? Too many are coming. I feel like I might die. Relax, these people together aren't worth a few exchanges. If they could kill you, I'd write my name backwards. The Thunder Cavern Lord breathed a sigh of relief, since Lord Jingyuan could say that he was at ease. After all, for a powerhouse, one's title is as precious as life. A symbol of dignity that even death cannot erase. Of course, he did not know that Chen Ao did not mind his name being written backwards at all. He had many names anyway. He could just change to another one. Ice Peak Lord of Humanity, Galaxy Lord Tianlang Lord of the Demon Race, and Geo Lord along with a host of other universe lords all rushed over. Of course the Flame Emperor had been dead for tens of thousands of years and could not come. Due to Chen Ao's influence only 9 peak powers remained, but the Crystal Clan and Prison Clan were too far away. Thus they did not come. This time a total of 17 universe lords arrived. Thunder Cavern Lord, you have taken something you shouldn't have. The boss sent me to kill you. The Ice Silkworm Lord of the Ancestral God Sect said coldly. Thunder Cavern Lord, prepare to die. After a few words the powerhouses surged forward in unison. Facing this group of universe lords the Thunder Cavern Lord was not overly afraid. The strongest among them were at the peak of the 4th stage, and he himself possessed such strength with an even larger divine body. In the original novel even Yuan Ao Lord could only be killed with the help of Heizhou Founder. Now the Thunder Cavern Lord was stronger, had more treasures, and a larger divine body. Unless a Universe Supreme arrived the battle would drag on for a very long time. Soon the group of powerhouses fought for an entire day. Because the various races were not united the pressure on the Thunder Cavern Lord was not as great. With Luofeng as a mole the Thunder Cavern Lord found it even easier. At this moment the Thunder Cavern Lord kept signaling to Luofeng, urging him to quickly kill the Tianlang Lord. If this dragged on his divine body would suffer great losses. Divine power costs money. But Luofeng ignored the Thunder Cavern Lord entirely, waiting for Chen Ao to make his move. In truth Luofeng was also puzzled. Why hadn't Chen Ao acted yet? Just then the Thunder Cavern Lord received a telepathic message from Chen Ao. Thunder Cavern Lord, good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? The good news. The good news is that Heizhou Founder has arrived, and just entered the Thunder Cavern secret realm. Thunder Cavern Lord. And the bad news? You must hold Heizhou Founder off for a moment or you will die. The bad news was truly bad, but the good news was also terrible. This was all bad news, wasn't it? Ah no. Lord Jing'an, you said you would ensure my safety. The Thunder Cavern Lord kept telepathically pleading. He was not worried about facing universe lords, but even in the primordial universe he could not withstand a universe supreme. Relax, just hold him off for a few exchanges and I will save you. Your target was Heizhou Founder all along. Even the Thunder Cavern Lord, no matter how dense now, understood. Was Lord Jingyuan insane, trying to kill a universe supreme in the primordial universe? No. If inside the Thunder Cavern secret realm perhaps it was possible. Lord Jingyuan, please be careful. I really might die. Does a true powerhouse fear death? Thunder Cavern Lord. On the other side Luofeng also received a telepathic message, and realized that Chen Ao's target was indeed Heizhou Founder. This was too crazy. A venerable trying to kill a supreme. Senior brother, do you have a plan? If we offend Heizhou Founder, humanity will be in chaos. Don't worry, I have Jufu waiting outside. Really? Luofeng was stunned. He remembered that when he came Jufu was still comprehending the Star Tower secret patterns. Of course it's a lie. I have an avatar station there, it's fine. Stop dawdling, you and Ice Peak Lord, leave now. Luofeng did not hesitate and fled at once. Ice Peak Lord also ran with him. The other universe lords were stunned. What was happening? Soon their expressions changed. A universe supreme had descended. Heizhou Founder, why are you here? Asked Geolord. Ha ha ha, it's been so long since I last entered the primordial universe. I never thought I'd encounter a wondrous treasure. He possessed a supreme-grade treasure armor but lacked a decent offensive treasure. A top-grade pinnacle treasure was not something one could obtain casually. His weapon was mediocre, so when he heard of this wondrous treasure he rushed over. Everyone, I only want the wondrous treasure. The rest is yours. Heizhou Founder declared. In the original novel, because of the pulling thread diagram, the universe lords of various races were not very interested in the wondrous treasure. But now, without the diagram, the wondrous treasure was the greatest prize. Unexpectedly, Heizhou Founder wanted to take it directly. Heizhou Founder, you come and seize the most valuable treasure. This is too much, said Joyo Lord, staring at him. Head Joyo, your self-destruction can't even scratch a hair of mine. I suggest you keep your mouth shut. With his supreme-grade treasure armor, he was immune to attacks below the 6th stage, so Joyo Lord's self-destruction was useless. Joyo Lord's face darkened. This time they would likely gain nothing. Thunder Cavern Lord, hand over the wondrous treasure and I'll spare your life. Heizhou Founder, dream on. Thunder Cavern Lord roared. He had no choice now but to align with Chen Ao or he would surely die. Since that's the case, don't blame me. A 5th stage universe lord would find it difficult to kill the Thunder Cavern Lord, but he was at the 6th stage and a top-tier 6th stage at that. Die, Thunder Cavern Lord. Heizhou Founder attacked fiercely. Soon he was stunned because the primordial universe was still suppressing him. That's impossible. Aren't you wanted by the primordial universe? Why is it still helping you? With his long lifespan, Heizhou Founder knew much. The primordial universe helped universe lords because it regarded them as its children. But once it abandoned someone, it would not even suppress them, let alone help. No, this is wrong. But what is wrong? Heizhou founder pondered. Though puzzled, he did not care much because in the primordial universe he was invincible. What was there to fear? It was only a minor confusion. Soon Chen Ao's voice rang out. Heizhou founder, you dare attack an ally of my Hong Alliance. Are you declaring war on humanity? Hearing Chen Ao's voice, universe lords like Tianlang Lord were greatly alarmed. Compared to Heizhou founder seizing treasures, the bloodthirsty Chen Ao was truly terrifying. Heizhou founder, however, was not afraid of Chen Ao. So it's Lord Jingyuan of humanity. When did this Thunder Cavern Lord join your Hong Alliance? Thanks to you, of course. You forced the Thunder Cavern Lord to join our Hong Alliance. Picking up scraps. Heizhou founder was not surprised. Facing the possibility of death from his attack, seeking shelter from a peak power was not unusual. Humanity had risen rapidly lately. Zhu Fu was considered among the top 3 in the Cosmic Sea, and with the Freak Lord Jingyuan, it was only natural for them to seek refuge with humanity. But Lord Jingyuan, I have no interest in the Thunder Cavern Lord's life. Just let him hand over the wondrous treasure and I'll leave immediately. He did not want to offend humanity too much, but the wondrous treasure could enhance his strength slightly, and he could not let it go. Ridiculous. Heizhou founder, since the Thunder Cavern Lord has joined humanity, he is under our protection. Even if a few more Universe Supremes came, we would never abandon him. Lord Jingyuan, you are challenging my dignity. Heizhou founder roared. A Universe Supreme being publicly mocked by a Universe Lord. Heizhou founder, I suggest you get far away or else my clan's Zhu Fu will come and slay you. If you don't want to die, get lost. Bastard. I'll kill you. Heizhou founder, as a veteran powerhouse, had never endured such humiliation. Even Zhu Fu cannot kill me anywhere. As for you, Lord Jingyuan, I'll teach you the might of a Supreme. Saying that, Heizhou founder abandoned the Thunder Cavern Lord and charged straight at Chen Ao. Chen Ao chuckled. Pride was useful. He deployed the Chess Sword Sea and the Sword River Luo simultaneously, then layered the spatial domain of the Wing Treasure. In an instant, Heizhou founder felt as if he were trapped in quicksand. Get away! He roared repeatedly, constantly striking back the divine swords that surged toward him. These divine swords were of little use against Heizhou founder, but they exerted a suppressing force. Though harmless, their repeated impacts slowed Heizhou founder's speed. Tianlang Lord, who had been watching the spectacle, failed to leave the domain in time. Within a few breaths, the Tianlang Palace was annihilated and Tianlang Lord screamed before dying instantly. Seeing the Tianlang Palace shattered directly, many Universe Lords were terrified. Lord Jingyuan was still as fearsome as ever. Run. Without hesitation, Chen Ao and Heizhou founder ignored the other Universe Lords closing in for a fierce battle. 3 avatars, so you were prepared. But it's still far from enough. Yet as soon as they clashed, Heizhou founder roared in fury. His power was being suppressed too severely. In theory, his strength should be at the peak of the 6th stage, but now it was barely average. Chen Ao's current power, in contrast, was a notch higher than Heizhou founder's. Heizhou founder realized this immediately upon contact. The Sword Lord avatar, wielding a supreme-grade sword treasure, was especially ferocious, each strike landing on Heizhou founder's vital points. How? How is this possible? Not only do you have a supreme-grade treasure, but your other avatar is also a hair stronger than me. Heizhou founder found it unbelievable. Hearing rumors was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was shocking. Did you really obtain some super inheritance? The mainstream speculation about Chen Ao's combat power was that he had obtained an inheritance that enhanced strength, one that only a single person could cultivate. As for creating a 6th-stage secret technique, some might have considered it, but compared to obtaining an inheritance, the likelihood was too low. Less than 1 in 100 million. Having 3 supreme-grade sword treasures was even more absurd. Heizhou founder, enough talk. Get out of the Thunder Cavern's secret realm. You should be the one to leave. You're just a Universe Lord. Even if you're strong, I have a mini-universe to replenish my divine power. Loss of divine body won't affect my strength. What can you do to me? Then let's see. Chen Ao had prepared meticulously, while Heizhou founder was fearless. In the primordial universe, no Universe Supreme had ever fallen. There is no record of this. Even the sacred universe has no such record. As the universe's strongest, unless Giant Axe arrived, even if he came, he could only be killed in a suitable place within the Cosmic Sea. In the primal universe, even if Giant Axe came, he was not afraid. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the Thunder Cave secret realm. The Lord of Thunder Cave had long arrived at the periphery of the Thunder Cave secret realm, under Chen Ao's instructions. The 9 Nether clone blocked the secret realm's exit. Seeing Chen Ao still had his divine body here, the Lord of Thunder Cave did not know what to say. Lord Jingyuan, do you truly intend to kill the Black Cosmos founder? He is the universe's strongest, and this is the primal universe. Precisely because it is the primal universe, there is a chance to slay him. Chen Ao's expression was grave, unwilling to continue engaging with the Lord of Thunder Cave. All his mind was focused on the battle with the Black Cosmos founder. At this moment he could not spare any attention. The Lord of Thunder Cave also knew that Chen Ao was locked in combat with the Black Cosmos founder. The clash of 4 6-tier powerhouses, even with the powerful suppression of the Thunder Cave secret realm, slowly dissipated, under the attacks of Chen Ao and the Black Cosmos founder. The suppression here gradually began to fade. Chen Ao remained unmoved as long as he sealed off the Black Cosmos founder. The two soon fought for nearly a month. Countless powerhouses learned of this news, and they also wished to witness the battle between Chen Ao and the Black Cosmos founder. However, Giant Axe and a group of human powerhouses had already arrived. Unless the strongest came, no one dared to enter. Although the strongest were curious, restrained by Giant Axe, they dared not act rashly. Time continued to trickle away and the two fought for 3 years. A full 3 years of battle. This was almost unimaginable. In truth, Chen Ao had long been unable to hold on to the divine body. He had consumed already exceeded 10 billion kilometers. However, he used the 9 Nether Lord clone as a power bank. Though its capacity was small, divine kingdom teleportation here only took a few seconds. That is, within a few seconds, he could replenish 9,000 kilometers of divine power. Moreover, he had his W skill to recover health. Thus he persisted for 3 years with his divine body loss never exceeding 10%. Though the human body was small, it was not the main force. It was more about stealing damage so it could withstand the assault. Over 3 years, the Black Cosmos founder sensed something wrong. His consumption had been enormous. After all, he did not have a divine power reserve spanning 10 light years. His miniature universe had divine power reserves, but even that could not sustain such consumption. After 3 years of full-force combat, the founder realized that his rate of absorbing divine power could no longer keep up with the expenditure. The longer the battle dragged on, the stronger the suppression from the primal universe became, even suppressing the speed of absorbing divine power. His miniature universe had vast reserves, but they were useless. As early as a year ago, his divine power was no longer at full saturation. Now another year had passed and his divine power had already lost nearly 10%. Lord Jingyuan, I never expected you to have a special method of recovering divine power. The Black Cosmos founder had to admit that in this war of attrition, he had not gained the upper hand. Haha, Black Cosmos founder, you only realize now. Too late. Chen Ao fought with wild abandon. A life and death battle with the strongest is truly exhilarating. I feel my strength has advanced a step further. I should be grateful to you. Damn it. Hearing Chen Ao's words, the Black Cosmos founder was furious. He had once been a super genius himself, otherwise he could not have become the universe's strongest, but compared to Chen Ao, his title of genius seemed fake. Lord Jingyuan, I acknowledge your strength. How about we cease hostilities here? Not a chance. Opportunities to go all out against the strongest are rare. Black Cosmos founder, let us continue. Lord Jingyuan, this attrition is meaningless, merely wasting our divine power. The Black Cosmos founder would never admit fault. At most, they could both take a step back. Spare me the nonsense. Today, let us fight to our heart's content. The Black Cosmos founder, seeing Chen Ao's reckless madness, silently cursed his luck for encountering such a lunatic. Fine, I will fight with you. I refuse to believe you can hold out much longer. Thus the two fought for another 3 years. By now, Chen Ao's divine body had suffered considerable losses. The Black Cosmos founder was no better off. Without the replenishment from his miniature universe, his divine power had now been depleted by more than half. Lord Jingyuan, I can sense that your strength has improved. You have achieved your goal. How about we each retreat a step? Chen Ao's strength had indeed improved. His understanding of the 6-tier secret technique seemed deeper and his application of the technique had become more refined. At this point, even he was willing to lower his head slightly. Admitting fault was impossible. At most, he could show a bit of weakness. The two had fought for 6 years, now a rare occurrence at any level. The sheer consumption of divine body must have reached terrifying hundreds of billions of kilometers. All the human universe masters combined would not amount to even a fraction of that. Yet Chen Ao had endured. Instead, he grew stronger with each battle. Black Cosmos founder, what are you afraid of? Come, continue the fight. Damn. The Black Cosmos founder could not help but curse. Was this man truly so mad? Although he had long known of Lord Jingyuan's reputation, such madness was unprecedented. Is his divine power truly endless? I can understand the clones that appear, but even a clone's divine body needs time to recover. Unless, the Black Cosmos founder suddenly had a bad feeling. Lord Jingyuan, do you possess a divine body clone similar to the 9 Nether Sea? Ha ha ha, you only guess now. So I am not afraid of attrition. Revealing his trump card did not matter as long as he gained something it was worth it. Using the information about his 9 Nether Sea clone to exchange for the Black Cosmos founder's life was already a great deal. A top-tier treasure armor, plus the help of Zhuoshan Ke. 2 top-tier treasures. A massive profit. The Black Cosmos founder was finally shaken. How could he fight against a clone spanning several light years? His miniature universe did not have that much divine power stockpiled either. Divine power was not cheap cabbage. Even if the miniature universe absorbed constantly, it could not store that much. Moreover, now he could not even draw divine power from his miniature universe. Damn the primal universe. The Black Cosmos founder no longer wanted to fight. If this continued, he might truly fall here. Losing 50% of divine body made every powerhouse anxious. Lord Jingyuan, this time I was wrong. I am willing to admit my mistake. The Black Cosmos founder bowed his head. Indeed, those who claimed face was more important than life were lying. When the moment came, life mattered more. Haha, Black Cosmos founder, since you admit your mistake, fine. Hand over your divine armor and I will let you leave. Nonsense. I will at most compensate you with a peak domain treasure. This Lord Jingyuan must be mad to say such a thing. The divine armor was his lifeline. No, even more important than his lifeline. How could he give it to Chen Ao? Then let us continue. Chen Ao attacked relentlessly. Humph, you are being unreasonable. I have no intention of continuing this madness with you. The Black Cosmos founder sensed danger and wished to escape. He prepared to unleash his full power, leveraging the strongest's most exaggerated ability, speed. But soon the Black Cosmos founder's expression darkened, for he realized he could not escape. Right, this Thunder Cave secret realm is peculiar. 1. Cannot enter the dark universe or teleport through space. The Black Cosmos founder suddenly had a bad feeling. Could all of this be Lord Jingyuan's scheme? He was unwilling to believe it, but it seemed plausible. Nevertheless, the Black Cosmos founder was not panicked. He could simply exit through the entrance. Even with Chen Ao's triple domain comparable to a domain-type top-tier treasure, his speed was still greater than Chen Ao's. Outside the entrance of the Thunder Cave secret realm, a group of human high-level figures had gathered. I never imagined Chen Ao would devise such a mad plan. To single-handedly kill the strongest. Giant Axe sighed in amazement. It was difficult. Seeing the Nether Sea clones appearing every few seconds, one could tell that Chen Ao's divine power consumption was immense. Over the years, countless Nether Sea clones had entered. If you wanted to kill the Black Cosmos founder, you could have called me. Giant Axe sighed. Giant Axe, your strength in the primal universe cannot be fully exerted. You are not much stronger than Chen Ao. Even so, my attacks would deal greater damage to Black Cosmos and also reduce Chen Ao's losses. Luo Feng looked at Giant Axe and said, there is a reason for this. Master Zhuoshan Ke requested that to forge a top-tier treasure, the senior brother must single-handedly slay a strongest. Many human high-level figures sighed. They no longer craved top-tier treasures as they once did. After all, humanity now had 4 Giant Axes, armor, Luo Feng's Star Tower, Chen Ao's divine sword, and the combined domain treasure. Yet hearing that Zhuoshan Ke had promised to forge a top-tier treasure still shocked them. Zhuoshan Ke was truly formidable. Moreover, Master Zhuoshan Ke said that the chess sword C greatly aided the senior brother, which is why he acted so recklessly. Even without Luo Feng's words, Giant Axe and Chaos could sense that the chess sword C provided a tremendous boost to Chen Ao. Previously, Chen Ao's strength was only at the 4th tier, but with the chess sword C it seemed to have increased by an entire level. He could slay universe masters with such ease. If Chen Ao could elevate the chess sword C to the rank of a top-tier treasure, what level of strength would he achieve? Giant Axe and Chaos were both filled with anticipation. Luo Feng shared the same hope. Within the Thunder Cave secret realm, the Black Cosmos founder no longer fought head-on. Instead, he constantly sought an opportunity to escape. This place was dangerous, increasingly so. Lord Jingyuan, was this all your design? Did you deliberately lure me here? Ha ha ha, you only realize now. It seems a little late. Hearing Chen Ao's admission, the Black Cosmos founder gnashed his teeth. He had never expected to be outwitted by the very prey he hunted. Lord Jingyuan, if you think you can trap me with this Thunder Cave secret realm, you are far too naive. By all means try. Giant Axe is waiting at the exit. Even if you escape my pursuit, you will surely fall. Humph. The Black Cosmos founder had already seen this, yet he still had confidence in escaping. Soon he reached the exit of the Thunder Cave secret realm. At that moment, the Bloodlight Palace Master blocked the Black Cosmos founder. Meanwhile, the human body also pursued not to attack but simply to obstruct the Black Cosmos founder. Both bodies together blocked the Black Cosmos founder, denying him any chance to leave. They simply held their ground, even using their divine bodies as shields, trading divine power for divine power. A distance of merely a few light years, yet the Black Cosmos founder seemed to be moving at a snail's pace, step by step. However, he did not give up. Seeing this, Chen Ao had to use all 3 of his divine bodies to intercept, forcing the Black Cosmos founder away from the Thunder Cave secret realm's exit. No matter which angle the Black Cosmos founder attempted to break through, he was always blocked. Time slipped away, and the Black Cosmos founder, continued advancing, drawing closer and closer to the Thunder Cave secret realm's exit. Black Abyss Creator, your divine power is waning. The giant axe is still guarding outside. If you venture out with such strength, you will not escape death. Once outside, if it were Chen Ao, he would naturally escape by breaking through 100 times the speed of light. But facing the giant axe, the Black Abyss Creator's speed holds no advantage, making escape difficult. The Black Abyss Creator was unaware that Chen Ao had to personally slay a supreme being, nor did he suspect Chen Ao of deception. Such a monumental feat, and it would be strange indeed if the giant axe were not stationed outside. Moreover, though he was trapped here, he could still obtain information from the outside. From other factions he had already learned that the giant axe was positioned at the exit. If I survive this, I will ensure the annihilation of your human race. Haha, unfortunately, you will not have that chance. Chen Ao, of course, would not take risks, hence he summoned the giant axe to guard the place. If the Black Abyss Creator never left the Thunder Cavern secret realm, so be it. But once he did, he would be slain with full force. Though this would not fulfill the requirement of the mountain guest, it would at least yield no loss, granting a supreme treasure armor. It would also advance the progress bar of the R skill. Most importantly, it would not leave a great enemy for humanity. Otherwise, a single supreme being could nearly annihilate the human race, a loss humanity could not bear. By the time the Black Abyss Creator reached the exit of the Thunder Cavern secret realm, his divine power was less than 3%. With such a diminished divine body, even if he escaped, he could not withstand more than a few strikes from the giant axe. Jingyuan Master, you are truly a super genius of the universe. It is not unjust for me, He Zhou, to die at your hands. The Black Abyss Creator roared, then directly self-destructed. It was not that he was unwilling to make a final attempt. Rather, he was still some distance from the exit, and he could already see the giant axe staring at him coldly. At this moment he knew he could not escape. Even if he fled to the cosmic sea, he would still die. As for the primordial universe, it would only waste a bit of time with the giant axe. He did not believe any supreme being would come to save him. Impossible. Humanity was too dominant, lone supreme beings were unwilling to court trouble, and those with factions were even less likely to offend humanity. Thus he gave up. Watching the Black Abyss Creator self-destruct, Chen Ao revealed a smile. Having paid such a heavy price, he had finally achieved his goal. At the instant of the Black Abyss Creator's self-destruction, the Dark Lord, who had been prepared, began to sweep up the Black Abyss Creator's treasures. However, other powerful beings soon arrived. Haha, Dark, you are swift. We too were prepared, but still not as fast as you. It's acceptable. I believe that since humanity chose to strike at the Black Abyss Creator, they must have been confident. Many powerful beings nodded in agreement. They thought so too, but they had not dared to draw too close lest the Black Abyss Creator survive, and they would have offended him. Now their gains were not insignificant. Even if inferior to the Dark Lords, they had at least obtained a share. The Dark Lord, pretending to be a lone wanderer, did not care about that, and left directly after collecting the treasures. Haha, my disciple Chen Ao is truly formidable. To be able to slay a supreme being, impressive, truly impressive. The Dark Lord was exhilarated. Humanity was destined to rise. He could already foresee that once Chen Ao became a supreme being, he would likely be the next prime ancestor. As for whether Chen Ao could become a supreme being, the Dark Lord had no worries. In fact, even as a venerable, everyone considered Chen Ao's probability of becoming a supreme being to be higher than that of Chaos or himself. Humanity will once again reach its peak, haha. Meanwhile, in the Thunder Cavern secret realm, Chen Ao retrieved the supreme treasure divine armor, and quickly refined it. Chen Ao did not care about the ordinary treasures, but he intended to hand them over to humanity, as they were also humanity's wealth. The giant axe Luofeng and the group soon arrived. Chen Ao, impressive. Too strong. I never imagined a universe venerable could slay a supreme being. Chen Ao shook his head. This was not a kill but a wearing down by attrition. If the Black Abyss Creator had not been so concerned with face, he might have escaped early, and no one could have stopped him. If the Black Abyss Creator had left the Thunder Cavern secret realm with more than 10% of his divine body, he could have fled to his mini-universe, and even the giant axe would have been helpless. Unfortunately, only through luck and attrition could the weakest of supreme beings be slain. Supreme beings are truly hard to kill. However, once the chest sword C becomes a supreme treasure, its power will be even more terrifying. The supreme treasure chest sword C would not only be more powerful, but also increase the number of divine swords. He looked forward to it greatly. Chen Ao's successful attrition of the Black Abyss Creator once again caused an uproar among the major factions. That was a supreme being, a being above billions of lives. It's a pity. The human Jingyuan Master is still insidious and cunning, having schemed against the Black Abyss Creator. Otherwise, how could the Black Abyss Creator have fallen? Indeed, one must be wary of the Jingyuan Master. His strength is one thing, but one never knows when he might dig a pit. They analyzed repeatedly. Chen Ao and the Black Abyss Creator had no connection. How did Chen Ao know the Black Abyss creator would go to the Thunder Cavern's secret realm? They were completely baffled. After the Chimu incident, countless inquiries revealed that it was a Chimu of the mountain guest clearly intended to lure the Black Abyss creator. The problem was that from the messages that spread, Chen Ao's figure was nowhere to be seen beforehand. He seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Does this involve the primordial God Sect and the mountain guest? Were they complicit? It is unknown for now, but they certainly aided the Jingyuan master. One must be cautious in the future, especially in special zones. The deaths of the Void True Demon Lord and the Black Abyss creator were largely due to special areas. Otherwise, even the giant axe would find it difficult to slay a supreme being. Once a supreme being cannot be killed quickly, they can flee back to their mini-universe. The fear is being unable to escape. Even supreme beings are no longer safe. I used to think I could roam freely anywhere, but now I realize I can easily fall. From now on, I will never casually enter the core positions of forbidden lands. In stark contrast to the anxiety of the major factions, humanity was filled with excitement and exhilaration. They saw Chen Ao's immense potential and strength, and humanity had gained another supreme treasure, increasing their foundation. Now humanity was the foremost force in the primordial universe, and even the primordial God Sect had to yield. Watching Chen Ao wield a supreme treasure divine sword, and wear a supreme treasure armor, he was majestic and imposing. Moreover, many universe masters of humanity looked at Chen Ao, feeling a certain sting in their eyes. The giant axe gazed at Chen Ao with surprise and gratification. With the record of slaying a supreme being, Chen Ao was now no different from a supreme being. Even supreme beings had to be wary of his threat. Next, Chen Ao, what do you plan to do? Asked Chaos. Chen Ao had offended nearly every faction he could. Once humanity's strength waned, they would likely be attacked from all sides. Thus humanity must remain strong. Chen Ao was too prone to stirring trouble. Even Chaos's heart could barely bear it. Chen Ao said to Chaos City Lord, I plan to recover, then ask my teacher the mountain guest to refine a treasure for me. The relationship between humanity and the mountain guest needed no further elaboration. Subtly, humanity also borrowed the prestige of the mountain guest, as others did not know whether the mountain guest would intervene if humanity faced a crisis. Such matters would never be known until they happened. The mountain guest had effectively become humanity's second supreme being. Ahem, I still want to ask, is there any plan to strike at someone else next? Chen Ao shook his head. He had no real interest in supreme beings, or rather it was not disinterest. The main issue was that they were too difficult to kill. However, the gains were immense. Besides 2 supreme treasures, his gene progress bar had advanced by a full 1%. Now his progress bar had reached 90. 99. Barring unforeseen circumstances, once he broke through to Universe Master, his gene level could reach 90000 times, and he could become a supreme being at any time. 90,000 times was already the limit of the origin continent aside from the Universe Father. What a pity. I am greedy. I will not give up on the limit of 100,000 times until the very end. Killing 10 supreme beings was impossible. He would have to rely on hunting world beasts to improve his genes. After parting with Chaos City Lord, Chen Ao returned to his small base and sent his deep sea clone to find the mountain guest. At this moment, the mountain guest was bewildered. Chen Ao was a venerable. Could a venerable slay a supreme being? Though he had used a very cunning method, he had succeeded. Damn it! I shouldn't have opened my mouth. The mountain guest wanted to slap himself twice. He had said that if Chen Ao killed a supreme being, he would help refine a supreme treasure. Now it was done. Chen Ao had directly pulled off a ruthless move. Speak of the devil and he appears. While the mountain guest was still pondering how to explain to Chen Ao had already arrived. There was no chance to play dead. Teacher mountain guest, this is a video of me killing the Black Abyss creator. It's a bit long. You can watch it. Without further ado, he directly produced the Chess Sword Sea treasure. Compared to the Sword River Net, he still felt the Chess Sword Sea was more stylish. A massive chessboard with an aura of high class. This. The mountain guest stammered. This was truly troublesome. He was a divine king. Would he have to break his promise? He feared Chen Ao would chase him down with a blade. Teacher, you wouldn't break your promise, would you? Chen Ao stared intently at the mountain guest. This. The mountain guest did not know what to do. Elevating the Chess Sword Sea to a supreme treasure was certainly possible. He could not refine it in the primordial universe, but he could in the cosmic sea. Even if it took more time. However, it would consume too many materials. The reserves he had prepared for Luofeng would be exhausted in one go. If Luofeng needed a suitable supreme treasure in the future, what would he do? Without the East River and the world of Jean, Luofeng's normal growth would require a supreme treasure to kill a supreme being as a universe master. In fact, the mountain guest had already prepared that once Luofeng killed 20 universe masters of the 4th rank or above, he would actively help Luofeng refine a supreme treasure. This would elevate Luofeng's combat power to the 6th or even 7th rank, allowing him to fight supreme beings. I do have quite a bit of material that can be used to refine a supreme treasure, but many materials are single-use. Once I give them to you, what about Luofeng? Teacher. Chen Ao suddenly said solemnly, I know Luofeng's character best. For the sake of humanity's strength, he is willing to give everything. Luofeng has a strong spirit of sacrifice. He will definitely agree to you helping me first. Luofeng, who was training in the Cosmic Sea, suddenly felt as if he had lost something. If Luofeng ever has a need in the future, I will do my utmost to help Teacher find suitable materials. Teacher can even modify the supreme treasure divine sword in my hand into a suitable battle blade and give it to Luofeng. Hearing Chen Ao say this, the mountain guest was astonished. Was the chess sword C truly more important than weapons? You said that. You must fulfill your promise then. Modifying a supreme treasure divine sword into a battle blade was not a huge expense. He could easily do it. In the swallowing Starry Sky, the sword saint. Sitting mountain guest believed that Chen Ao was willing to sacrifice his divine sword to elevate the chess sword C to the pinnacle treasure, because the chess sword C was more important than the divine sword. However, little did he know that Chen Ao intended to freeload. Chen Ao looked at sitting mountain guest's gratified expression and sighed inwardly. Master, though you have lived countless ages and witnessed innumerable powerhouses, you are still somewhat naive. Are you truly willing to sacrifice your divine sword as the price? Of course. If Luofeng has need and I cannot find sufficient materials, I will gladly offer my divine sword. Great. Since you can give so much, I will not be stingy. Sitting mountain guest no longer hesitated. As long as Luofeng could obtain a suitable pinnacle treasure battle blade in the future, he was fine with it. He could even give Chen Ao a copy of the genetic chart, allowing Chen Ao to embark on the genetic path. Even the lowest 30,000-fold increase would be a tremendous boost. Of course, on this point, he would not help Chen Ao. His resources were all reserved for Luofeng. Chen Ao probably had no idea such a path existed, right? When I give him a genetic chart, it will be enough to earn his gratitude. I, as his master, have done my best. Hand over your chess sword C to me, and give me some treasures. Your chess sword C has special requirements. It needs a large amount of materials to forge the divine swords. The chessboard itself was relatively simpler. The main difficulty was that each divine sword had to reach the pinnacle treasure level, which was exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, the divine swords of the chess sword C did not need to be large, so the materials required were not too much. However, with such a large quantity, the materials consumed were enough to forge one, or even two pinnacle treasure weapons. Master, how many divine swords can the chess sword C hold, if it reaches the pinnacle treasure level? Sitting mountain guest pondered slightly. He had not expected Chen Ao to demand an increase in number. As the treasure was upgraded, the number of divine swords it could accommodate would also increase. If I go all out, the number of divine swords can be increased to 48, but that would be equivalent to the cost of forging two pinnacle treasure weapons. Sitting mountain guest felt a pang of reluctance. That was an enormous amount of materials. Chen Ao was not polite either. With a wave of his hand, countless treasures appeared. Ranging from ordinary treasures to peak treasures, there were over 20,000 pieces, all left behind by the universe masters he had slain. Back then, he had only contributed the 3-piece suit of treasures to the human race. Among them, there were as many as 28 peak treasures, including 3 peak palace treasures. After all this was the accumulation of nearly 200 universe masters. Master, take a look at these treasures. If you need any, feel free to take them all. Chen Ao said with a tone of immense wealth. Sitting mountain guest rolled his eyes. Many of these treasures were taken from him in the first place. Shameless. After fleecing him, he now wanted him to use these materials as treasures. With these treasures, the basic materials are sufficient, but the core materials for the pinnacle treasure are still lacking. Sitting mountain guest said. His original plan was to give Luofeng a pinnacle treasure battle blade, but now with too many divine swords, the materials were naturally insufficient. Master, just tell me. As long as I can find them, I will retrieve them for you. The other materials are fine, but we are short of 1 piece of Qinghai stone and 1 piece of Jinkong time sand. Chen Ao was dumbfounded. He had never heard of them. But since they were core materials for a pinnacle treasure, their high grade was only natural. Master, just tell me directly. Where can I find these? Sitting mountain guest shook his head. I don't know. I have collected for countless epochs and only gathered 1 set. Master, since you mentioned them, there must be a way to find them. Just tell me directly. Young man, don't be so impatient. Sitting mountain guest laughed. It's actually very simple. Ask the primordial god to consult the original universe for you. The will of the original universe will surely be able to find them. Chen Ao frowned. The primordial god has already exchanged the opportunity to communicate with the will of the original universe for the chance to comprehend the laws. Back when he was an immortal, he had used such an opportunity to enter the origin land and comprehend the laws. Of course, the incident with the Lord of Yuan Ao later was an active communication from the will of the original universe, which did not count as an opportunity. This included the exchange of a strange item for the chance to comprehend for 1,000,000,000 years. All were active appearances of the will of the original universe. I believe the primordial god has a way. If not, then we will have to wait for the primordial god sect to regain the opportunity to inquire. Chen Ao fell silent. Although such opportunities were plentiful in the primordial god sect, they only came once every 10,000 epochs. He could not wait 10,000 epochs. I will go ask the primordial god first, Chen Ao said. Sitting mountain guest nodded. Because the number of divine swords required for the chess sword C is relatively small, if you cannot find them, I can help you forge a chess sword C with about 36 divine swords. Chen Ao shook his head. The number of divine swords affected not only the power of the treasure, but also the true damage added by his E-skill. A chess sword C with 48 divine swords was fundamentally far stronger than one with 36. And the true damage was even more important. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will never give up. Chen Ao took his leave and then arrived at the primordial god sect. He saw the dual-faced primordial god, still guarding the passage beneath the primordial god palace. Lord of Jingyuan. The primordial god saw Chen Ao and revealed a faint smile. Clearly Chen Ao's ability to slay the ultimate existence pleased them greatly. The more extraordinary Chen Ao's performance, the greater the probability of his transcendence, and then they could also benefit from it. Who would be willing to die after 3 epochs if they could live? A sacred universe could at least last for hundreds of epochs. Lord of Jingyuan, this time you have truly become famous across the cosmic sea. The dual-faced primordial god spoke with a hint of reverence. A powerhouse deserved such respect. Primordial god, you flatter me, Chen Ao said. Actually, I came this time to ask for your help. The dual-faced primordial god was speechless. This guy was really direct. Lord of Jingyuan, if you need anything, just say it. Primordial god, I hope you can communicate with the original universe, and help me inquire about the whereabouts of 2 materials. Just that. Yes, but these 2 materials are used to forge a pinnacle treasure. They are treasures no less than a peak 3-piece suit. The dual-faced primordial god understood. Indeed, they were not ordinary materials. Seeing the primordial god's agreement, Chen Ao handed over the information given by sitting mountain guest, which contained the appearance and details of the materials. Fortunately, the primordial god sect usually reserves some opportunities to communicate with the will of the original universe. Such opportunities only came once every 100,000,000 years. A long or short time. If a real trouble arose, and there was no opportunity to communicate, it would be very troublesome. So they usually kept 3 opportunities in reserve. Now it was just right. Hearing the primordial god's words, Chen Ao was overjoyed. He had not expected it to go so smoothly. If Luo Feng were present, Chen Ao would wonder if he had become the new father of the universe. Lord of Jingyuan, please wait a moment. I will go consult the will of the original universe. The dual-faced primordial god knew Chen Ao was in a hurry, so he quickly entered the origin land and began communicating with the will of the original universe. Not long after, the dual-faced primordial god came out with a strange expression. Lord of Jingyuan, please take a look. He quickly transmitted the information he had obtained from the original universe to Chen Ao in the form of images. Chen Ao looked at the several diagrams. Besides the materials from sitting mountain guest, there were 5 other powerhouses who had obtained some. I didn't expect Giant Axe also has this material. Chen Ao smiled. Giant Axe had 1 piece of Qinghai stone, while for the Jinkong Time Sand, the skeleton clan had 1 piece and the rampant demon god also had 1. He didn't need too much of this material anyway, as his chess sword C could only accommodate at most 48 divine swords. Chen Ao sent a message to Giant Axe asking him to hand over the Qinghai stone he had obtained. They were of the same clan, so there was no need to be polite. As for the Jinkong Time Sand, should I seek the skeleton clan or the rampant demon god? He thought about it. The rampant demon god was a lone universe ultimate existence, who would have little need for such a relatively unhelpful item, whereas the skeleton clan might have some use for it. First go ask the rampant demon god. If he has the Jinkong Time Sand, it would be best to trade for it. If not, then I will have to go to the skeleton clan. Chen Ao headed to the cosmic sea and found the small universe of the rampant demon god. As long as he approached the rampant demon god's small universe, the rampant demon god would naturally sense it. After waiting for some time, presumably the rampant demon god's divine power avatar sent a universe master out. Greetings, Lord of Jingyuan of the human race. The universe master bowed respectfully. You flatter me. Did the rampant demon god send you to see me? Yes, the rampant ancestor sent me to ask why the Lord of Jingyuan is near his small universe. Is there something you need? Please help me relay a message. I came here to exchange for a material from the demon god. I hope to discuss it face to face with the rampant demon god. Exchange materials. The universe master pondered but could not make a judgment. Such matters were not uncommon. In the original story, Luo Feng almost exchanged the wing treasure from the Zus sacred ground. It was not strange for him to exchange materials with the rampant demon god. The rampant demon god soon arrived upon receiving the news. However, he was clearly very close to his small universe, as if ready to retreat into it at the first sign of trouble. Chen Ao looked at the rampant demon god's appearance and found it amusing. This rampant demon god was quite comical. Lord of Jingyuan Giant Axe isn't here, is he? The rampant demon god asked uncertainly. Rampant demon god, this is a personal matter of mine, and has nothing to do with Giant Axe. Naturally, he is not here, Chen Ao said. Moreover, we humans are always friendly and rarely make enemies with other powerhouses. Yes, rarely make enemies. They just kill them outright. The rampant demon god suddenly remarked. Chen Ao was speechless. This rampant demon god was truly a character. No, wait. What do you mean by rarely make enemies with other powerhouses? Your Lord of Jingyuan is practically the public enemy of all races in the universe, isn't he? Chen Ao blinked. That's right. Humans don't make enemies with other powerhouses, but I don't represent all of humanity. Haha, makes sense. Damn, it really does. The rampant demon god seemed amused. Lord of Jingyuan, no more nonsense. What material do you want? Just say it. Chen Ao showed the rampant demon god the appearance of the Jinkong time sand. The rampant demon god recognized it immediately. Oh, you want this stuff? I got it in the last cycle era. I thought it was a peak 3-piece treasure, but it turned out to be just a material. But precisely because it is a material, it proves its value. Even if it were used to forge the finest peak 3-piece treasure, it would definitely be a main material. What do you plan to offer in exchange? Materials were not necessarily only for refining treasures. It was just a measure of value. Some special races might eat such a thing and greatly increase their divine body gene or even their talent. In the universe, anything is possible. Generally, people judged value based on the aura emitted when the item appeared. A material comparable to a peak 3-piece treasure was clearly of high value. I am willing to offer a peak soul treasure in exchange for that material. How about it? Chen Ao said. Although this soul treasure is not the finest, it is definitely top-grade goods. Of course, there was no need to doubt the source. It was obtained from Zhuoshanku. Oh, may I see the treasure? Hengxing demon god was intrigued. This Lord Jingyuan had clearly done his homework, knowing that although he possessed a supreme divine armor, his soul treasure was merely average. Thus Chen Ao deliberately presented a top-grade soul treasure to cater to his preference. Chen Ao paid it no mind and directly handed the treasure to Hengxing demon god. The latter acted on whimsy but valued face. If you gave him face, he would return it twofold. Conversely, if you doubted him, he might simply ignore you. Seeing Chen Ao hand over the treasure, without hesitation, he immediately broke into a smile. Such trust and respect pleased him greatly. At that moment, he decided that as long as Chen Ao's treasure was genuine, he would make the exchange, even if it meant he might be at a slight disadvantage. Soon Hengxing demon god examined the soul treasure. Good, the item is fine. Hengxing demon god waved his hand, and a transparent 5-pointed star material shot toward Chen Ao. Chen Ao received the golden spacetime sand and was satisfied. Lord Jingyuan, is our transaction complete? Asked Hengxing demon god. Chen Ao nodded. Demon god, I have another deal to propose. Would you be willing to consider it? Oh, let's hear it. This was odd. This Lord Jingyuan actually excelled at making deals. You know, I just killed the Heizhou creator and obtained his Heizhou divine armor, but I found it doesn't suit me very well. On the other hand, your divine armor suits me perfectly, and I believe this armor of mine suits you as well. Chen Ao smiled. If you're willing to exchange, I'll add a top-tier peak soul treasure. Hengxing demon god. How did this feel like a carefully laid trap? Of course, if you need a top-tier peak domain treasure, I can offer that too. With Zhuoshanku backing him, having a pile of top-grade items was truly convenient. Ahem, well. Hengxing demon god hesitated. Chen Ao was right. The Heizhou divine armor was indeed more suitable for him. Though supreme treasures were highly adaptable, any extra power was welcome. Chen Ao looked at Hengxing demon god with anticipation. He remembered that the latter's divine armor was at the void true god level. Its secret patterns were far more profound. Although the Star Tower's secret patterns were also advanced, he often activated the armor's patterns, which would surely make it easier to comprehend them. Moreover, if he recalled correctly, a void true god level armor was worth 30 times a true god level one, enough to exchange for an entire set of true god level treasures with plenty to spare. If this deal went through, it would be a 30-fold profit. Well. Hengxing demon god was still hesitating. His current supreme armor, while having a higher baseline, it granted complete immunity to attacks below the 7th level. But who would dare fight him with attacks below that? This was something Hengxing demon god knew well. In reality, the void level armor had a higher ceiling. Ordinary true god level armor might cap at the 10th level. Once an attack reached the 11th level, the void realm, the armor's millionfold reduction would become far less effective. In contrast, the void level armor could withstand up to the 13th level. This would be immensely beneficial for his future battles against the world beasts. Once a world beast reached the 4th level, it would certainly be at the Void True God level, and some powerful 3rd level ones might even approach the Void level. My divine armor is a bit better than ordinary ones. Hengxing Demon God wasn't completely foolish. There were many supreme armor treasures in the Cosmic Sea, but his was superior to most. I know, so I'm willing to add a top-tier peak treasure. A rarity that hasn't appeared in the Cosmic Sea for eons. Hengxing Demon God hesitated. A top-tier peak treasure was highly tempting. It could slightly enhance his strength. At his level, even a tiny improvement in power brought enormous benefits. Let me think about it, he said, uncertain. Of course, Demon God, take your time. Whether it happens or not, the human race is willing to be your friend. Well said, well said. Hengxing Demon God remained hesitant. He didn't care about the human race's attitude. He was genuinely weighing the value of the deal. He didn't want to be a fool. After much deliberation, a top-tier peak domain treasure would indeed benefit him greatly. Fine. If you offer a top-tier peak domain treasure, I'll agree to the exchange. Deal. Chen Ao didn't hesitate, producing the top-tier peak domain treasure and his divine armor. The domain treasure was unrefined, so Hengxing Demon God could inspect it, while the supreme treasure was clearly genuine. As for the divine armor, it was already refined, so even if Hengxing wanted to seize it, he couldn't. Chen Ao could recall it at any time. Trading treasures seemed complicated, but it was actually simple. They would both cut off their divine power supply, then use the grace period to refine the exchanged items. Hengxing Demon God handed over his divine armor to Chen Ao. Alright then, let's cut off our divine power simultaneously. No problem. Both severed their divine power at the same time. Then they began to erase each other's divine power with their own, initiating the recognition process. At this point, Chen Ao deliberately kept some distance. Hengxing Demon God wasn't angered. It was just protocol. After all, this was his own small universe. Any trouble would favor him. Lord Jingyuan underestimates me, Hengxing. Hengxing Demon God grumbled. Was he that kind of person? Alright, he wasn't a person. There was no arguing that. About half a day later, Chen Ao returned. Haha, Lord Jingyuan, your divine power is quite thin. Hengxing Demon God laughed. He had easily erased the divine power on the treasure. Took him only an hour, while Chen Ao took half a day. Well, I'm only a universe lord, Chen Ao said. Since the deal is done, I'll take my leave. Haha, if you have more trades in the future, feel free to visit me, Hengxing. Certainly, certainly. Chen Ao immediately teleported back to the Cosmic Sea. Inside Chen Ao's world ring, a clone of City Lord Chaos appeared. It was not Chen Ao who had refined the divine armor earlier, but City Lord Chaos. Otherwise, his divine power at the venerable level would have been exposed. Chen Ao, why did you insist on exchanging the armor? There was considerable risk involved. Haha, teacher, your vision is too narrow. Chen Ao laughed. City Lord Chaos wanted to smack him. This disrespectful disciple, after growing stronger, forgot to show respect. He didn't even save face for his teacher. Oh, how so? Chen Ao smiled. Simple. Even though both are supreme treasures, Hengxing Demon God's armor is on the level of the Purple Moon Sacred Ancestor, while the Heizhou Divine Armor is only at the level of a supreme being. What? That big a gap? He had thought it was just a slight quality difference, like between top grade and supreme, significant but not enormous. After all, in the Cosmic Sea, even the 10th level was rare, and the upper limit of supreme treasures was impossible to gauge. I learned this from my inheritance. In the Cosmic Sea, there's no difference between the two, but once beings at the 10th level or beyond appear, the distinction becomes huge. City Lord Chaos nodded. He understood that well. With his full power, he could shatter a high-grade divine armor. The so-called thousand-fold reduction of such armor was a joke. Though the surface difference wasn't apparent, City Lord Chaos knew the gap was at least tenfold, possibly more. Of course, there was no way to exchange 10 supreme armor treasures. Teacher, go back to Chaos City. I'll find Teacher's Washanku to upgrade my chess sword. See? Alright. City Lord Chaos didn't linger and left. Chen Ao then sought out Washanku with his treasures. Disciple, have you found the materials? It took some time, but I finally got them. Chen Ao was already envisioning his true god-level chess sword. See? Once the Gene World appears, and I upgrade my chess sword C to the void level, the number of blades will double again. A single attack from the chess sword C would be equivalent to a 7th level secret technique, and a supreme being would be slain in no time. The higher he went, the more terrifying his chess sword C became. However, stronger beings had larger divine bodies and more divine power, so against void or eternal level opponents, the chess sword C wasn't as overwhelming. Good, since the materials are complete, I'll start upgrading your chess sword C. Zhuoshanke didn't dawdle. Refining a true god-level treasure was no issue for him. But the primordial universe cannot refine supreme treasures. We must go to the Cosmic Sea. For safety, it's best if your clone comes with me. The birth of a supreme treasure would inevitably attract powerful beings. But since the treasure was already in Zhuoshan's hands with Chen Ao guarding it, no one would dare make a move. In fact, Chen Ao would also summon Giant X. "Alright, my clone will accompany you, teacher." Chen Ao naturally agreed. "How long will the refinement take?" "At least 8,000 years, at most 12,000. Chen Ao nodded, then took his treasures. With the supreme divine sword and armor, the sword master followed Zhuoshan. The Bloodlight Hall master clone was also present. This matter required absolute security. Additionally, Chen Ao summoned Giant X. 10,000 years from now, I can set out for the dim land to hunt world beasts." Chen Ao couldn't wait. He wondered what it would be like to kill a world beast. Would he become a public enemy of the world beasts? He was somewhat looking forward to it. Without Chen Ao stirring up trouble, the cosmic sea suddenly became calm. Everyone competed for treasures occasionally, and there were few disputes. Eons could pass without a single universe lord falling. Indeed, without Chen Ao causing chaos, the cosmic sea is very peaceful. City Lord Chaos was also awaiting the birth of the Chess Sword Sea. From Chen Ao's attitude, it was clear this treasure was far more significant than other supreme treasures. Time flowed and 10,000 years passed swiftly. On that day near the flowing mountain, on a relatively cheap gray sandstone, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. With a slight perception, it was clear that a super treasure had been born. Sensing the aura, Chen Ao, who had been meditating on the secret patterns with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Teacher is about to succeed. A massive pressure of aura emerged. Giant Axe quickly sensed it, and took a firm stance near Zhuoshan Peak. Chen Ao and Giant Axe were both on high alert. "My teacher Zhuoshan is refining a treasure. Please do not approach." Chen Ao transmitted to all directions. Hearing this, many universe lords who had come to seize the treasure immediately retreated. No one wanted to run into Lord Jingyuan. However, the universe supreme beings paid no heed. Within a single day, 8 universe supreme beings gathered nearby. Giant Axe, is it really Zhuoshan refining a treasure? The second true lord of the Divine Eye Tribe inquired. This time the Divine Eye Tribe. 3 true masters arrived. This aura, could it be the birth of a supreme treasure? Can Zhuoshan truly forge a supreme treasure? The supreme beings inquired one after another. Although rumors had spread across the cosmic sea that Zhuoshan could forge supreme treasures, none had witnessed it with their own eyes. It was merely a legend. As the pinnacle treasures of the cosmic sea, supreme treasures represented the deepest foundation of any force. Such treasures were always accompanied by bloodshed. Whenever they emerged, yet now someone was forging one right before their eyes. Second true master, whether you believe it or not, please do not approach lest any misunderstanding arise. Giant Axe said in a deep voice. The supreme treasure armor on his body radiated divine power, a clear warning. Nearly 10 supreme beings gazed at the distant aura of the supreme treasure, then at Giant Axe, their eyes flickering with complex thoughts. If it were a supreme treasure emerging from the cosmic sea, they could contend for it, but a treasure being forged was not so easy to dispute. Yet they were curious, eager to know what it was. Giant Axe, would you be willing to tell us what treasure is being forged? Second true master asked. Hihi, my master is helping me elevate the Chess Sword Sea to the rank of supreme treasure. What? Many strong beings were astonished. It was Chen Ao's treasure. I see. Then I must truly congratulate Lord Jingyuan. It is remarkable that you, not yet a supreme being, already possess 3 supreme treasures. Truly a source of shame for us. Zhen Jiao said with envy. Chen Ao smiled. Zhen Yaozu, if you think I am unworthy of these treasures, we can settle it in the bitter abyss, secret realm life, and death up to fate. How about it? Zhen Jiao rolled his eyes. You, a universe master, have avatars to fall back on, but if I die, it's truly the end. Especially in the original universe, his combat power could not be fully unleashed. Lord Jingyuan jest. We are now in the cosmic sea. The implication was clear. If he had the nerve, let them fight in the cosmic sea. His demon race also possessed 2 supreme treasures, one offensive and one defensive. If he exerted his full power, he could reach the peak of the 8th rank. Chen Ao at best was 7th rank, still some distance from him. Oh, Zhen Jiao, you want to fight? How about I accompany you instead? Giant Axe said coldly. Hearing this, Zhen Jiao fell silent. He was at most peak 8th rank, while Giant Axe was formidable even among the 9th rank. How could he compare? Everyone, this treasure belongs to the human race. I advise you not to harbor any improper thoughts. Zhen Jiao gave a dry laugh. Don't say that. We are merely curious and envious of Lord Jingyuan. A cold gleam flashed in Giant Axe's eyes. This Zhen Jiao was truly trying to make Chen Ao a public enemy. 3 supreme treasures would be enough to provoke several supreme beings to gang up on Chen Ao. Chen Ao looked at Zhen Jiao. Zhen Yaozu, how about we go to the dim land and settle this with no survivors? Zhen Jiao looked at Chen Ao in surprise. How about we change the location? Once we enter the dim land, we won't be able to come out. Ha ha ha, what's there to fear? You can bring a universe master with an avatar. As long as you can kill me, that universe master can bring you out. Zheng Jiao's eyes darted about. In the end he refused. If something went wrong his demon race would be finished. If the humans lost one avatar of Lord Jingyuan and even 3 supreme treasures they would be severely wounded but not on the brink of collapse. As long as Giant Axe remained safe the humans were stable. But if he fell especially with 2 supreme treasures lost the demon race would truly be doomed. Meng Cha's strength was too weak. Without supreme treasures he was merely an ordinary peak 6th rank combatant. He could not support such a large demon race. Everyone I will be at the core of the Qingfeng Peak next. If anyone wishes to give me pointers feel free to come find me. I'll likely be near the dim land. In the original story Giant Axe fell into a trap and entered the dim land. But now with the exploration by the major forces of the original universe although more than 20 universe masters had been sacrificed. No supreme being had fallen. The routes around the dim land had been mostly charted. For the forces of the original universe as long as they avoided the Hunan system it was not particularly dangerous. As they spoke Zhuoshan Ku appeared. Looking at the many supreme beings, he suddenly burst into laughter. Thank you all for guarding this place. I have finished forging the treasure. With that Zhuoshan Ku handed the treasure to Chen Ao. It was a golden chessboard with 24 golden miniature swords inserted on each side. A flashy sight. But that was not the most crucial part. The key was the aura. So powerful stronger than ordinary supreme treasures. Chen Ao paid no heed to the greedy gazes of the supreme beings and directly refined the chess sword C. Before long a massive chessboard appeared beneath the feet of the assembled strong beings. The board spanned 10 light years, and the oppressive force it emitted made all the experts tremble inwardly. Especially those who had experienced domain-type supreme treasures compared them incessantly. This domain power was already on par with the true God realm a domain-type supreme treasure. And everyone knew this domain treasure was called the chess sword C. The divine swords were the core of the domain treasure. Once they began to attack the suppression would become even more terrifying. This domain treasure is definitely stronger than the true God realm. The 5-colored Aurora Lake is far inferior to the chess sword C supreme treasure. Many strong beings made their judgments. Chen Ao was also extremely satisfied. The aura of the 48 divine swords was already comparable to a supreme treasure. After all the materials used for these 48 divine swords were enough to forge 2 attack-type supreme treasures. Such power was not surprising. How is it? Not bad craftsmanship from my master, right? Chen Ao smiled. Need he say more? Zhuoshan Ku, who had become a divine king through treasure forging, was unparalleled in that art. Why were the peak treasures from Zhuoshan Ku either top grade or supreme? It was not because the materials were superior to others, but because Zhuoshan Ku maximized the potential of the materials turning ordinary items into top grade and top grade into supreme. This time excluding the supreme grade materials the ordinary materials alone cost nearly 200,000 treasure points. With such terrifying consumption and Zhuoshan Ku's forging ability a domain treasure of the true God supreme grade was born. Relying solely on the chess sword C's own power, it could slay the heavenly wolf lord within a few breaths. If combined with his own E-skill's true damage, even an ordinary 4th rank universe master with insufficient divine body would not last a minute. Master's craftsmanship is undoubtedly the best in the cosmic sea. Chen Ao said bowing respectfully. Luo Feng the tool had lost his usefulness. At this moment the tool's Zhuoshan Ku was also useless. Seeing Chen Ao's respectful demeanor Zhuoshan Ku laughed heartily. Having such a disciple made him very happy. Lord Jingyuan, I look forward to your future performance. With that Zhuoshan Ku teleported away. After this event countless strong beings would surely seek Zhuoshan Ku's help in forging treasures. The forces of the original universe might lack materials but races like the God Eye clan which had accumulated over 2 cycles likely had enough stockpiled materials to forge 2 or 3 supreme treasures. However the God Eye clan could not find anyone capable of forging supreme treasures. Besides the God Eye clan, the Skeleton clan and the Baozi clan from the 1st cycle era and the Slowhoof clan from the 2nd cycle era were all formidable forces with stockpiles that might forge 1 or 2 supreme treasures. Of course none of this concerned Chen Ao. Those were matters between Zhuoshan Ku and the other parties. His sword master avatar now possessed the chess sword C, a supreme treasure divine sword and divine armor, granting him peak 7th rank combat power. His true strength in the cosmic sea was already mid-tier among true gods. If I break through to Universe Master and obtain the divine power combustion art, I will likely have 9th rank combat power directly. For other Universe Masters these 2 factors would typically increase their combat power by 2 ranks. But his chess sword C accounted for half his strength, and it was not particularly enhanced by the divine power combustion art. Thus the divine power combustion art which could add 1 rank to others would be significantly less effective for him. Still with his cheat his strength would remain 1 level higher than Luofeng's at the same stage. Luofeng had only 8th rank combat power while he had 9th rank. Watching Zhuoshan Ku leave the many strong beings did not linger either. They all considered whether they could ask Zhuoshan Ku to forge a supreme treasure. As for the chess sword, see, no matter how powerful it was in Chen Ao's hands, unless several supreme beings ganged up on him, they could do nothing to Chen Ao. Chen Ao, those fellows may have left, but they might unite against you at any time. Be careful. Giant Axe warned. Chen Ao was still young and Giant Axe feared he might get into trouble. Giant Axe, don't worry. I'm going to enter the dim land next. They won't be able to find me. Chen Ao said. What? Giant Axe exclaimed. Chen Ao, with your strength you can surpass most 7th rank supreme beings. But the dim land is a place where even supreme beings cannot escape once trapped. Why would you go there? Even if he planned to search for treasures near the dim land, Giant Axe thought it was fine given Chen Ao's power. But entering the dim land was a completely different matter. The dim land, after all, was the core of Qingfeng Peak, a notoriously dangerous place. Giant Axe, to be honest, do you remember I mentioned that killing strong beings can enhance my combat power? Chen Ao said. Giant Axe nodded. You obtained this inheritance, which is good for the human race. So are there powerful lifeforms in the dim land? Yes. Last time I entered the dim land I discovered several creatures as strong as supreme beings. Chen Ao did not mention the realm beasts, only calling them powerful beasts. Such creatures were not uncommon in the cosmic sea. Those beasts were very strong but generally unwilling to leave their territories. As long as the strong beings did not disturb them, everything was fine. How strong are they? Chen Ao seemed to ponder. That beast is adept at soul attacks with soul attack power estimated at 8th rank, while its physical combat power is about 6th rank. Giant Axe's eyes widened, his rugged face becoming unusually fierce. That's strong. 8th rank soul attacks. It was shocking. Beasts did not use treasures. 8th rank combat power meant they truly possessed 8th rank secret arts. His own secret art was only at peak 8th rank. And soul secret arts were notoriously troublesome. If one was careless they would fall instantly. Compared to close combat, soul secret arts were more powerful and unpredictable. Giant Axe, don't worry. My Sword Master avatar is a soulless lifeform, so it is not afraid of the beast's soul attacks. In reality, I only need to deal with a 6th rank beast. Chen Ao explained. The tricky part about that beast is its escape ability. Now I am confident I can trap it. Giant Axe, observing Chen Ao's confidence, still cautioned. Chen Ao, you must be careful. You are now the pillar of humanity. If you suffer too great a loss, it will be a colossal blow to our race. Chen Ao nodded. Rest assured I cherish life more than anyone else. Giant Axe smiled bitterly. Previously Chaos had described Chen Ao as extremely timid and overly cautious, which had made Giant Axe look down on him. After all, the more cowardly a person is, the worse their fate tends to be. Yet upon getting to know Chen Ao, he discovered that Chen Ao was anything but timid. He was wildly reckless with enemies everywhere. If not for his own strength, Chen Ao would have been killed long ago. Fortunately, Chen Ao acted with discretion. Previously, when he provoked formidable foes, he did so under the identity of the Bloodlight Hall Master, never bringing disaster upon humanity. No matter what, be careful. Chen Ao merely nodded in agreement, saying nothing more. Giant Axe, I shall take my leave now. It may be some time before I return. Humanity depends on you. Giant Axe smiled and nodded. Weren't you relying on me before? Lad, you think too highly of yourself. Chen Ao wasted no words. Taking the 3 supreme treasures and his Bloodlight Hall avatar, he directly headed for the dim region. This time, with the Sword Master's appearance, all the Universe Masters from the original universe went into hiding. No one dared to show off anymore. At that moment, Luofeng approached Chen Ao. Senior brother, I heard you're going to the dim region for training. May I come along? Chen Ao pondered for a moment. Isn't it better to stay alive? Why seek death? Senior brother, it's not that serious. My current strength allows me to face a 5th stage Universe Master head-on, and even a 6th stage is manageable. Then the question is, are you afraid of an 8th stage soul technique? Oh, I think the cosmic boat is just fine. I won't disturb you, senior brother. I am still kind-hearted. Why is everyone so afraid of me? Chen Ao spent several years returning to the dim region. The Bloodlight Hall Master guarded the outside, while the Sword Master entered the dim region. This time his strength had increased significantly. With the 3 supreme treasures, he had full confidence in intercepting and killing a 1st stage world beast. So which little darling will be the first world beast I kill? Chen Ao was brimming with confidence, so he was in no hurry. He roamed the dim region searching for traces of world beasts. The region was vast and devoid of direction. Every path looked the same. About half a month later, Chen Ao suddenly spotted a 2-headed beast devouring one of its kind. Tisk tisk. Chen Ao looked at the world beast feeding nearby. My apologies for disturbing your meal. Feel free to ignore me and continue eating. The world beast swallowed the dead giant beast in one gulp and then stared coldly at Chen Ao. Chen Ao couldn't help but remark. Since you can swallow it in one gulp, why do it bit by bit? Lowly being, mind your tone. You stand before the great world beast king. The beast roared. I have encountered 3 of your kind, but their condition was better than yours. Chen Ao, who had been nonchalant, narrowed his eyes upon hearing the world beast's words. It seemed the 3 individuals the beast mentioned were the 3 traitors. Is that so? Where are those 3? Lowly being, I told you to mind your tone. Address me with respect. Call me the great king. Oh. If you want to be my king, you'll have to conquer me first. The world beast let out a roar. A soul roar. Even the 3 traitors would have begged for mercy under that roar. Yet Chen Ao remained cold and composed. Are you done roaring? If so, answer me. The world beast stared at Chen Ao in bewilderment. Something was off. It had participated in the attack on the 3 traitors, and under its roar those people had continuously begged for mercy. In the end, the world beasts had transformed the traitors' life forms. But why was this being utterly unaffected by their soul attack? Are you a soulless life form, or do you possess a special treasure that protects your soul? Answer me first. Lowly being, you have angered me. The world beast charged at Chen Ao without hesitation. Chen Ao noticed that the beast launched a direct attack without using the chess sword C, or even the supreme treasure divine sword. These world beasts were all extremely timid. If they became terrified, they would likely flee instantly. He had to deplete the beast's world beast power as much as possible, or otherwise, when the beast tried to escape with its avatar, he wouldn't be able to catch it. In one exchange, the world beast king showed a trace of disdain. This creature was too weak, far weaker than the 3 traitors. But then again, it had devoured nearly 30 world beasts. It was already close to a second-stage world beast. It was only natural that its opponent was no match. Lowly being, before I kill you, you may beg for mercy. As the king of the world beast race, I can grant you the chance to become a world beast slave. Chen Ao sneered. This world beast was weak in strength but had grand ambitions. He decided to toy with it. Soon they clashed again. Protected by the supreme treasure divine armor, the beast's attacks were no more than an itch. Meanwhile, the world beast's face contorted into a grimace, as if it couldn't fathom Chen Ao's true strength. Soon the world beast's power dropped by over 50%. At this point, a world beast would typically choose to flee. Chen Ao remained impassive. What? Is that all the so-called world beast king has? And you dare call me a lowly being? I think you're even lower than me. The world beast roared. The world beast king must not be insulted. Chen Ao, hearing its roar, was about to continue wearing it down. When I grow stronger, I will surely make you a lowly being. Recognize the might of the world beast race. With that, the world beast prepared to flee. Chen Ao was speechless. Fortunately, the beast hadn't yet sensed the true threat. It thought that as long as it ran, it would be safe. It didn't even use its avatar's innate ability. Chen Ao revealed a cruel smile, then swiftly chased after the world beast. He activated the chess sword C, and gripped the supreme treasure divine sword. Lowly being, with such meager strength, you dare to pester the great king. The beast roared and counterattacked. But the next moment it froze. In an instant it lost 8% of its world beast power. It was no newborn first-stage world beast. If a newborn had a body 10,000 kilometers tall, it was at least 90,000 kilometers tall. Yet Chen Ao, in a single exchange, had depleted 8%. With its massive size and stronger world beast power, how could this be? It could only be said that the world beast was still too inexperienced. Though it had complete memories, it hadn't yet broken free from its instincts. It didn't know how to create its own techniques to enhance its strength. In the cosmic sea, almost every powerful being possessed a top-tier armor that could reduce attacks by tens of thousands of times. The world beast had none. With its peak 7th stage attack power, the true damage from this sword strike, annihilating 1,000th of the beast's body, was actually not much. In a single exchange, hundreds of attacks were made, and annihilating 8% was normal. Flee! The world beast was stunned for a moment, then immediately split into 10 avatars. Haha! If you had the world light passage, you would surely escape. But just splitting into 10 avatars. Do you think it's that easy to run? He had paid a heavy price to prepare for this move. Killing the Sword Star Master to obtain the Divine Sword, killing the Black Universe Creator, and gaining the help of the Mountain Guest. He had done all this. How could he let this little darling escape? Under the full suppression of the chess sword C, the speed of the 10 world beasts became excruciatingly slow. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Ao's body flickered. With spatial lockdown, the world beasts couldn't teleport. Unless they had the world light passage innate ability, they could only rely on flight. Each avatar now had only about 4% of the original world beast power. If just one escaped, it could fully revive. But Chen Ao struck continuously. A single avatar could only withstand one exchange. Then Chen Ao, with a swift technique, appeared beside the second avatar, and killed it in a single exchange. His chess sword C could cover a maximum of 100 light years. If they could teleport, that distance would be instantaneous, but the world beasts could only fly. It would take them at least several minutes to fly out. Meanwhile, he could kill a world beast avatar in just 2 or 3 seconds. Thus 10 avatars would be fully slain within 30 seconds. Most importantly, he could teleport unreasonably, or otherwise the world beast wouldn't have died. When he reached the last avatar, the beast finally showed terror. Chen Ao's strength completely overwhelmed it. Lowly being the world beast race will avenge me. They will surely kill you. Let me taste the flavor of world beast genes. As Chen Ao uttered these words, he suddenly froze as if he had said something strange. It's the system that tastes them. He decisively struck and slew the last world beast avatar. The next moment his gene progress bar reached 91%, a slight increase. It can't be that I have to kill 100,000 world beasts, can it? He found it impossible. Killing that many would be pointless, wouldn't it? In theory, world beast genes could only be used once. Still, world beasts were life forms comparable to a 100,000-fold gene multiplier. Using them multiple times was normal. Continue killing. Chen Ao didn't hold back and continued his hunt. World beasts were all alike. Arrogant kings at first, then upon losing about 50% of their power they would opt for a strategic retreat. Chen Ao would then unleash his full power and slay them completely. After killing a world beast he discovered that each one contributed 1% to his progress bar. Tisk tsk. World beasts are indeed formidable. The highest form of life on par with the original universe. Of course that was only if they hadn't evolved to perfection, or otherwise they would rival a 100,000-fold gene multiplier. After all, only the supreme law could restrain them. Continue killing. Chen Ao pressed on, but as he progressed the bar grew slower. Even after killing over 100 world beasts it only reached 99. 1. A single world beast could no longer provide even a 10,000th of a percent. Does this mean I have to kill a true god? But could a true god really compare to a world beast? Is it because the world beasts haven't evolved enough? Chen Ao hesitated. Indeed, achieving a 100,000-fold gene multiplier was no simple task. The father of the universe had spent an enormous amount of time and still needed a cheat to succeed. If simply having planets orbit a star could raise the gene multiplier to 100,000 times, he would have done it long ago. Chen Ao continued searching for world beasts, intending to experiment. At that moment, meanwhile, in the Realm Beast chat group, Chen Ao's existence had been exposed. This lowly lifeform has actually killed dozens of our great realm beasts. Some second-stage realm beasts couldn't bear it. There was always a realm beast who was worried or rather cared about the clan and leaked Chen Ao's image. Then, as Chen Ao continued his slaughter, the situation was noticed. Chen Ao's photo was uploaded to the Realm Beast chat group, one after another. Roar, where is that lowly lifeform? I must kill him and make him know the greatness of the realm beasts. Realm beasts will never be slaves. Realm Beasts 666. Countless realm beasts roared. Chen Ao was simply too audacious, daring to hunt the realm beast clan. Humph, if anyone discovers this lowly lifeform, tell the great receiving king Baluosa. Nonsense, I Mantini am the true great receiving king. You are all trash, only I Sang am the ultimate king. Every time a realm beast was killed it would incur the wrath of the realm beasts. Yet once the word king was mentioned everyone would inevitably ignore Chen Ao's issue. Indeed, king was a taboo in the hearts of all realm beasts. This time Chen Ao didn't continue slaughtering realm beasts. In fact, the realm beasts had already learned of Chen Ao. They weren't stupid. After discovering Chen Ao they immediately tried to flee. Luckily Chen Ao managed to keep this realm beast. You bastard, you dare to hunt my great realm beast clan? You will be punished. Stop the nonsense. I know you realm beasts have a chat group. Tell me, where are the second stage realm beasts? The realm beast's two large eyes blinked. What do you want with second stage realm beasts? Chen Ao looked at the realm beast before him, which seemed none too bright. From the original work it was clear that realm beasts didn't really care about ordinary lifeforms. The realm beast's true purpose was to devour the primordial universe's origin. As for whether it was restricted by the supreme rule, probably not. Devouring the primordial universe's origin was probably to accumulate enough energy. In comparison, those small universes were merely like snacks between teeth. Thus realm beasts could be communicated with as long as one didn't think of enslaving them. They were no different from ordinary lifeforms. As for the primordial universe, if they wanted to eat it, let them. What did it matter to him? The primordial universe wasn't his son. So he intended to find a communicable realm beast to chat with. What's your name? Sarek. Indeed, you seem quite a Chen Ao muttered. I want to ask you, do realm beasts have to go against the primordial universe? Of course, only by eating the primordial universe can the great king have enough energy to breed the great realm beast warriors. Other than the primordial universe, do you have to kill other lifeforms? You mean lowly lifeforms like you? Sarek said loudly, other lifeforms can live, but you must die, or how else will the dignity of our realm beast clan be upheld? Chen Ao. Alright, no need to talk. He had originally wanted to be friends or something so that if he couldn't win later, he could at least save his own skin. But now it seemed hopeless. Chen Ao's eyes turned fierce. Then tell me, where are the second stage realm beasts? I won't be threatened by you. Kill me. The realm beasts will remember the great Sarek. I can give you benefits. Give up. The great realm beast will not accept your charity. I can give you the corpses of second stage realm beasts. Let's go, I'll take you now. Chen Ao. Got it. Don't overestimate the nature of realm beasts. Although the original work said how evil realm beasts were, that was nonsense. In this world there was no such thing as evil or not evil. If evil was the measure, the lives he had killed numbered in the billions. For someone like him, there were hundreds of thousands if not millions in the universe. Realm beasts were also normal lifeforms, except that their evolution was constrained by the supreme rule of life. Otherwise it was all the same, each realm beast had its own way of living. They were also normal lifeforms. Any lifeform with independent thinking could not abandon the words benefit and advantage. Among a billion realm beasts, it was impossible not to find one willing to cooperate with Chen Ao. It was just that Chen Ao couldn't spend too much time looking. After all, with good luck one could encounter a realm beast in 10 days to half a month. With bad luck one might not meet one in years. Lowly lifeform, don't think you can deceive the great realm beast king. Sarek stared at Chen Ao warily. According to his memory, lowly lifeforms were all extremely cunning. Chen Ao curled his lips. By the way, if we cooperate and I promote you to the 6th stage, or even directly make you the final king, what do you think? Sarek's eyes kept rolling. If he were that strong, he would certainly kill Chen Ao directly. For a great king, what was a lowly lifeform worth? A 6th stage realm beast was at the pinnacle of void, even comparable to eternity. Who in the cosmic sea could match a 6th stage realm beast? The final king might not be much stronger than a 6th stage beast, but killing a lowly lifeform was still a mere trifle. If you can help me become the final king, I might consider sparing you. Saying consider didn't mean he wouldn't kill you. Later he could say he had considered it and decided to kill you. Wasn't that fine? The great realm beast, the highest lifeform, had no problem with this level of intelligence. Chen Ao looked at this Sarek. Consider. I think you need to swear by the supreme law promising not to harm me and my clan. This guy, although he considered himself a high lifeform with inherited memories, was clearly a little idiot. He couldn't even lie properly. Sarek's eyes shifted slightly as if thinking about it. Let's talk about that later. It's not easy to deal with second stage realm beasts. The soul roar of a second stage realm beast reached the 9th stage, and with the blood-burning secret technique their strength surged, making their close combat also reach the 9th stage. Chen Ao smiled, and then over 160 realm beast corpses appeared in the void. These corpses combined were enough to pile up a 3rd stage realm beast. After all, the strongest 1st stage realm beast he had killed had already devoured 30 realm beasts not far from the 2nd stage. Each of these corpses was equivalent to at least several realm beasts combined. Seeing these realm beast corpses, Sarek's eyes bulged. His strength was very poor. He had only devoured one realm beast so far, placing him at the bottom. Yet before him lay such a vast number of realm beast corpses. Chen Ao had no use for the corpses. No matter how many he killed, he couldn't prevent the birth of the realm beast king. Give them to me, give them to me. I can spare you. Chen Ao curled his lips. Now you can't even survive 30 seconds in front of me. What right do you have to say that? Chen Ao certainly wouldn't hand over the realm beast corpses directly to the Sarek. Take me to find a 2nd stage realm beast. For each one found, I'll give you 1 corpse. Fine, but I want that one. Sarek pointed to the one at the edge. Chen Ao glanced at it and ignored him. You're thinking too beautifully. That realm beast devoured nearly 30 others. If you eat this one, you'll probably be promoted to the 2nd stage in no time. But without me, you can't find those 2nd stage realm beasts. Sarek thought he had caught Chen Ao's weakness and that Chen Ao would agree. Your life is in my hands. Don't try to bargain with me. There are so many realm beasts here. Do you think I can't find one willing to trade? However, you'll just become someone else's food. Sarek's eyes kept rolling as if pondering Chen Ao's words. That one, give me that one. This is my bottom line. The great realm beast king also needs face. Chen Ao looked and saw it was one that had eaten about a dozen realm beasts. This price was about right for a realm beast. Now inside the realm beast nest, there shouldn't be many 2nd stage realm beasts, probably no more than a few hundred. Looking for them himself would take an unknown amount of time. Alright, that one is yours. Chen Ao nodded in agreement. Give me the corpse first. When you find those 2nd stage fellows, you might be killed the moment you meet them. I'll give it to you when we find them. Don't forget you have no right to bargain now. Sarek bared his teeth from both mouths. Since you're seeking death, I'll take you there. Realm beasts could find their companions within a certain range. Sarek didn't need to get too close, so there was no danger. Let me tell you the truth, every time we realm beasts advance a stage our strength increases dramatically. I advise you to prepare for death. Having 2 mouths was convenient. One spoke while the other rested. Stop nagging. This Sarek led Chen Ao all the way, even ignoring the other realm beasts around. Whether they tried to flee or wanted to rush up and eat Sarek, Chen Ao easily killed them all. Without soul attacks and without means of escape, first stage realm beasts were really weak. Sarek wanted to escape many times, but seeing Chen Ao easily kill first stage realm beasts, he had no courage to run. He was also a life form, he was afraid too. In truth, which realm beast didn't cherish its own life? I thought you would run. I didn't expect you to persist until now. Chen Ao laughed. Nonsense. The great realm beast king would never run. Chen Ao didn't bother to respond. After about a few hundred years, they finally found a second stage realm beast. During this time, Chen Ao had killed over 300 first stage realm beasts. He even considered whether to raise Sarek to the second stage and then kill him directly. Sarek, watching the corpses being collected one by one, had drooled countless times. Those corpses combined were enough to cultivate a third stage realm beast. There were still no third stage realm beasts in the entire nest. After discovering the second stage realm beast, Chen Ao threw a corpse to Sarek and simultaneously condensed a divine power incarnation on Sarek. This corpse is for you, and I'll leave you a divine power incarnation. If you want to cooperate with me, you can contact me. Looking at this divine power construct, Sarek thought for a moment and decided to keep it. As for using this divine power incarnation to enslave Chen Ao could only say it was a joke. Since he dared to leave a divine power incarnation, he naturally had confidence. After such a long contact, he had gained some understanding of the realm beast's strength. I expect you'll die soon. You'll learn the terror of the second stage realm beasts. Sarek finished speaking and teleported away directly. It was too dangerous here. A second stage realm beast could show up at any time. And he, Sarek, although once at the bottom, had now devoured 11 realm beasts, putting him at a moderate strength. He had a chance to hunt more realm beasts in the future. As for Chen Ao, he really didn't think Chen Ao would survive. The blood-burning secret technique of a second-stage realm beast was too terrifying. Chen Ao paid no attention to Sarek. Perhaps in the future Sarek would also become experience points for his evolution. Who could say? Roar. Suddenly the second-stage realm beast charged at Chen Ao. This beast had noticed Sarek earlier, and now Chen Ao was blocking the path of Sarek's escape. To pursue Sayak, one must eliminate Chen Ao. So you are this lowly life form. Upon seeing Chen Ao, the second-order beast god instantly recognized his identity. The infamous lowly life from the chat group. Lowly life daring to obstruct my hunt, do you seek death? I merely wish to witness the power of a second-order beast god. In theory, with the aid of the blood-burning art, the beast god's close combat prowess could briefly reach the 9th order. Meanwhile, he possessed peak 7th-order combat strength. The main advantage lay in his colossal divine body, which could endure for an extended period. He believed he stood a chance. But I wonder if I can slay it. The second-order beast god could only rely on the blood-burning art, which barely allowed for a fight. With luck, there was an opportunity to kill it. However, the beast god could split into 99 clones, making a total of 100 bodies to flee in all directions, rendering the kill extremely difficult. Let me try. Perhaps it will succeed. Chen Ao feared not the second-order beast god. No matter how powerful the beast god became, it could only reach the 9th order, suppressing him at most but unable to slay him. After all, his health pool was immense. You wish to see my strength? Then die. The beast god instinctively unleashed a soul roar against all life forms beyond its kind. Yet Chen Ao stood firm. The soul roar, having reached the 9th order, carried a more potent will impact. However, his own will was not weak. By Chen Ao's estimation, he was at the level of the strongest, and such a will impact was a mere trifle. Unexpected that my soul roar is ineffective against you. It seems you truly are a soulless life form. Many beast gods had tested Chen Ao's confidence with their lives. Before dying, those beast gods would transmit news of Chen Ao. Yet the beast god before him was second order, believing itself several times stronger than first order. Lowly life, you are worthy to know my name. The great king is called Maluosa. With that, Maluosa charged directly at Chen Ao. Blood burning. His close combat power surged to the 9th order, as he launched a fierce assault on Chen Ao. Hearing the name Chen Ao felt a slight surprise. If memory served, this was the one Luo Feng had enslaved, wasn't it? He had also considered enslaving a beast god, but the foundation required a 100,000-fold gene sequence coupled with an extraordinary will and secret techniques. He possessed none of these. Roar. Maluosa bellowed its claws, slashing fiercely at Chen Ao's body. Chen Ao raised his sword to parry, using his own secret techniques to counterattack. After a single exchange, Chen Ao found himself utterly on the defensive. To be precise, he was being pummeled. After all, Maluosa now wielded 9th order combat power, a full 1.5 levels above him. He could do nothing but endure the blows. However, Chen Ao remained unruffled. His total divine power was equivalent to hundreds of second-order beast gods. No matter how strong the beast god, he was unafraid. Moreover, Chen Ao was not entirely helpless. The attack from the chest sword sea never ceased. Maluosa paid little heed to the chest sword sea's assault. Without careful perception of the loss of beast god force, the offensive power of the chest sword sea's divine swords seemed trivial. Too weak. Maluosa pressed Chen Ao for about 3 minutes, then grew lethargic. Chen Ao seized the opportunity to reverse the pressure on the beast god. After a few seconds, Maluosa activated blood burning again. The cooldown is too fast. Perhaps it's just a minor surge of blood energy. Chen Ao was not worried. Even if constantly suppressed, the divine power consumption was merely 10 times that of the beast god. Such a loss was trivial compared to his divine power reserves, which were hundreds of times greater than Maluosa's. Maluosa's attacks were extremely ferocious. Thus the battle quickly reached an hour. By then Maluosa had lost its former savagery. It had lost nearly 50% of its beast god force, yet Chen Ao's aura had diminished only slightly, estimated at about 10%. At this rate, I will be drained first. Lowly life, you possess such a massive divine body. Maluosa's 2 single eyes were filled with resentment. Where was the logic? This creature, though powerful, had a divine body 100 times larger than his own. After blood burning, his strength was several times greater than Chen Ao's, and each exchange cost Chen Ao over 10 times the power. Yet the result was that Chen Ao had lost 10% while he had lost 50%. Apologies. My strength is mediocre. Only this divine body is worth mentioning. At the immortal stage, he had been nurtured with resources worth over 1,000 treasures to develop his divine body. Such treatment was unheard of except in the Ancestral God Sect. Even the most favored immortals of the strongest beings could not achieve this. Without resources, even having a treasure was useless. The Ancestral God Sect had cultivated only one Chen Ao in countless epochs, enabling them to provide such abundant divine power resources. During his venerable period, he had consumed resources worth tens of thousands of treasures, leveraging the Ancestral God Sect to gather all manner of resources that could increase divine body. The 300 million kilometer divine body was backed by immense wealth. Damn it! A lowly creature can be this huge. Maluosa roared. His divine body, equivalent to that of a universe strongest being spanning 100,000 kilometers, was still inadequate. Lowly life, I will spare you this time, but one day I will kill you. Hey, don't be in such a hurry. Our battle isn't over yet. Chen Ao would not let this creature off easily. He rushed forward and entangled Maluosa. Detestable lowly life. I am already merciful by not killing you. What more do you want? I want your life. Roar. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Maluosa roared in fury. How dare a lowly life offend the great king? I will kill you. Then Maluosa immediately split into 100 clones and vanished. Chen Ao. He was truly speechless. The louder the roar, the faster the retreat. Fortunately, having dealt with beast gods many times, he was prepared, and had already activated the chest sword C to its maximum extent. Though 100 clones were formidable, the strength of each clone was essentially the same as the 10 first-order clones from before. Thus Chen Ao could eliminate 1 clone in 3 seconds. 100 clones would take 300 seconds. Accounting for distance, it would be approximately 320 seconds. That was just over 5 minutes. This time was barely enough for the beast god to escape the domain. I wonder if I'll make it in time. Chen Ao struck with full force, slaying 1 clone and then teleporting to the nearest beast god clone. There was no point in rushing. This was his limit. If he succeeded, he could slay Maluosa. If too many clones escaped, all would be lost. Soon a smile spread across Chen Ao's face. It seems luck is on my side. As the last Maluosa clone reached the edge of the chest sword sea, about to teleport away, Chen Ao struck in time and slew Maluosa. With the death of the last clone, Maluosa roared. He's probably posting in the beast god chat group again, right? Chen Ao paid it no mind. He turned his attention to his progress bar. The result delighted him. His progress bar had reached 99. Exactly 99. Not a bit more, not a bit less. I hope defeating a second-order beast god will bring it to full. Chen Ao's mood grew heavy. In all likelihood, this would not be enough. The further along, the harder it became. Reaching 90 had required slaying a pinnacle powerhouse. Nearing 100 would inevitably be even more difficult. To deal with a third-order beast god, I must break through to Universe Master. Against a second-order beast god, he had exerted his full strength. Even if he obtained the inheritance of Duandongha and learned the art of annihilation, it would only raise his combat power by half an order. Reaching the 8th order. With such power, he could steadily slay second-order beast gods, but against a third order, he would be utterly helpless. Only by advancing to Universe Master and elevating his combat power to the 9th order could he possibly succeed. Chen Ao used a divine power clone to notify Sayak. Sayak, you must have received the news right. Sayak was silent for a long time. I never imagined your strength would be enough to slay a second-order beast god. Sayak had thought Chen Ao was doomed, since a second-order beast god was far stronger than a first-order. How did you do it? Haha, do you think I'd tell you? I know without you saying. Maluosa revealed before dying that your divine body is enormous. Over 100 times ours. Your strength against a second-order beast god is not a huge threat. As long as we avoid a drawn-out fight and conserve enough beast god force, you can't handle a second order. A flicker of helplessness passed through Chen Ao's eyes. Indeed, if Maluosa hadn't exhausted half his beast god force in combat, he couldn't have slain him in the final moment. This time Maluosa had paid the price. Next time the beast gods would not give him another chance. First-order beast gods couldn't escape him, but second-order ones could instantly split into clones and flee, leaving him helpless. So I'm here to discuss something with you. How about we hunt beast gods together? Chen Ao asked. If you swear by the laws of the cosmic sea never to harm me or my faction, I can nurture you. You should know I can help you become a third-order beast god. Regarding alliances with beast gods, the original text had introduced this concept. Beast gods were not opposed to allying with powerful beings from the cosmic sea because the essence of one or a few small universes was not a significant loss. Even if the beast god became a king, the energy would not be missed. However, this alliance was only valid for specific beast gods. For instance, if he allied with Sayak, only Sayak would refrain from attacking him. Other beast gods would still kill Chen Ao. Unless Chen Ao converted his divine power into beast god force, he could not fully join the beast god side. That was absolutely impossible. Chen Ao would never do that. He had previously considered allying with Sayak, but he believed he could slay second-order beast gods and might not need the alliance. Now he understood the strength of a second-order beast god. He could not hunt them alone. To hunt a second order, he needed the help of another second-order beast god. On the other end, Sayak remained silent. He now understood Chen Ao's strength, essentially inferior to a second-order beast god, but with an enormous divine body, he had a chance to slay one. However, if a second-order beast god did not act foolishly, Chen Ao could do nothing to it. Very well, I swear by the laws of the cosmic sea that even if I do not become a king, I will not harm you or your faction. The beast god suddenly spoke. This limitation applies only to your race. As for other races, they must be hidden within your or your kin's small universes to count. Chen Ao nodded. This was a reasonable request. Beast gods were meant for destruction. Good, then come to me. I will provide enough corpses for you to advance to the second order. Chen Ao said. Sayak revealed a smile. This was excellent. By advancing to the second order, he could rise from an ordinary beast god to a strong one among them. If Chen Ao was willing to help him, he even had a chance to reach the third order. The first to advance would always be a step ahead. Even if Chen Ao's progress slowed later, and he could no longer assist, as long as Sayak stood at the pinnacle, he would inevitably become the king. Sayak quickly found Chen Ao. First, swear an oath. Once the oath is established, I will give you enough corpses. Chen Ao said. And I require you to hunt second-tier realm beasts with me. Of the corpses we hunt together, 70% will also be given to you. Sayak looked astonished. You only want 30%. Normally Chen Ao's contribution to killing realm beasts would be far greater than his, so even if Chen Ao demanded 70%, he would have agreed. Unexpectedly, Chen Ao only wanted 30%. That was truly a small share. Chen Ao glanced at Sayak. He had no use for the realm beast corpses. He merely wanted to slightly curb the rate of Sayak's power growth. By leaving 30% each time, Sayak's speed of becoming stronger would be much slower. Swear. Chen Ao did not explain. Fine. Sayak, having gained a benefit, became very straightforward. I, Sayak, in the name of the Realm Beast King, swear to the rules of the cosmic sea that I will never. By the way, lowly lifeform, what is your name? Chen Ao's face darkened. Chen Ao. Fine, I swear to the rules of the cosmic sea that I will never harm Chen Ao or Chen Ao's clan. Then Sayak forced out a drop of his own blood and performed a special ritual. Instantly Chen Ao seemed to sense a trace of the power of rules appearing, which added a layer of restraint upon Sayak. You can sense my oath, can't you? Chen Ao nodded. Although he didn't know the principle, he did have some perception of it. However, a smile emerged in Chen Ao's heart. This oath only bound Sayak after all, because Sayak had not said that Chen Ao could not attack Sayak. Realm beasts always have the flaw of arrogance. They think that second tier is my limit, so the Realm Beast King has no need to fear me, right? As for Sayak not being able to become the final Realm Beast King, that was not worth mentioning. After all, if he cannot become the king, he must die, and the oath becomes a mere joke. Now you should give me enough corpses. Sayak's eyes glowed red. He was absolutely covetous of the Realm Beast corpses. Unfortunately, Chen Ao would not allow him to reach the third tier, and he knew it himself. If he became third tier, he could easily kill Chen Ao. A third-tier realm beast using the Bloodburn secret art could reach the 10th tier, easily crushing Chen Ao. Even a divine body spanning 300 million kilometers could not withstand such a vast disparity in power. Chen Ao, as agreed, gave a sufficient number of realm beast corpses. He did not give too many, only enough for Sayak to reach the second-tier level, roughly equivalent to devouring 35 realm beasts. After consuming enough corpses, Sayak let out a roar, and his divine body expanded a full circle. Chen Ao could see that the original realm beast's body had gained a trace of blood-red color. Second tier, truly powerful. Sayak felt the growth of his strength, comfortable and satisfied. But when he looked at Chen Ao, there was a hint of wariness in his eyes. I'll lay low for a while. Once I reach third tier, I'll make this lowly life form understand that I am the master, and he is only fit to be my servant. He could not kill Chen Ao, but if Chen Ao was disobedient, he could cripple him. For instance, annihilating 99% of Chen Ao's divine body. As long as he did not kill Chen Ao, he could manipulate him at will. He could already envision the scene of Chen Ao kneeling at his feet. After all, with 99% of his divine body annihilated, Chen Ao would be unable to break through the cycle of reincarnation in the future, and death would naturally have nothing to do with him. Of course, crippling Chen Ao and then throwing him to other lifeforms to kill was not allowed. That would still mean Chen Ao's death was caused by him. His plan was to cripple Chen Ao, wait until the limit of 3 reincarnation eras, and then fully restore Chen Ao at the very last moment. By then Chen Ao would have no damage, and such a death would naturally be unrelated to him. Lowly lifeforms, their intelligence is just that. They probably never thought of such a tactic, did they? That's right, we realm beasts don't need to go through the cycle of reincarnation like lowly lifeforms. I can easily wait for 3 reincarnation eras. And this situation was something lowly lifeforms could never know. Thinking of this, his 2 ferocious faces actually twisted into a lecherous grin. Chen Ao looked at Sayak, who seemed not too bright, suddenly revealing a lecherous grin. What was he thinking about? Realm beasts couldn't possibly be able to reproduce, could they? Why are you smiling? Chen Ao asked. I thought of something happy. What? Isn't it worth being happy that I've advanced to second tier? Chen Ao fell silent for a moment. Don't waste time. Let's go find realm beasts quickly. Fine. Follow me. Sayak was now full of confidence. Along the way, whenever they encountered first-tier realm beasts, those beasts would flee far away. Realm beasts could perceive each other's strength very clearly. There was no possibility of hiding one's strength. Although Sayak craved first-tier realm beasts compared to spending a long time chasing a single first-tier beast, cooperating with Chen Ao to kill a second-tier beast was far more profitable. One second-tier beast was worth at least 33 first-tier ones. He would get 70% equivalent to 22 realm beasts. If that idiot on the other side doesn't move, it should take about 1,000 years to find him. Chen Ao nodded. 1,000 years was a long time, but this place was truly dangerous. Even realm beasts did not dare to teleport recklessly. Most of the time they relied on flight. Chen Ao and Sayak were now pursuing a second-tier realm beast. Meanwhile, inside the cosmic ark, a massive ship suddenly burst upward from the depths of the ark. This enormous ship traversed countless dangers, slowly emerging from the extremely perilous region known as the Flame Ice Domain. This tremendous commotion was sensed by many universe masters. Is a universe strongest making a full power strike? Or has a supreme treasure appeared? In the inner region of the cosmic ark, treasures rarely appeared, but when they did, they were invariably top tier, with peak treasures being the baseline. There was even a 10% chance of an ultimate treasure. Sensing this intense fluctuation, Luo Feng immediately urged the star tower toward the ship. In this dangerous zone, ordinary top-tier palace treasures would be instantly torn apart. Ordinary top-tier palace treasures could only withstand attacks of the 6th tier, but this commotion was definitely above the 7th tier. Without a peak palace treasure, no one dared approach the inner region. With the star tower, Luo Feng could naturally disregard all this and proceed directly. The human's galaxy master. A voice sounded in Luo Feng's ears. Luo Feng looked over and immediately spotted a powerful universe master. It's the Deer Worm Master. The Deer Worm Master was a 6th-tier universe master from the Violet Moon Holy Land, similar to the Sword Star Master, though the Deer Worm Master's ultimate treasure was a divine armor. Human. The Deer Worm Master stared coldly at Luo Feng. Different from the original story, because Chen Ao had killed the Sword Star Master, the Deer Worm Master harbored deep resentment toward humans. Only the Ancestor's orders prevented them from acting rashly, otherwise the Deer Worm Master would have attacked Luo Feng directly. Deer Worm Master, perhaps a treasure is about to appear. Do you intend to waste time with me? You're lucky, human. All humans deserve to die. The Deer Worm Master ignored Luo Feng and flew forward, with Luo Feng following closely behind. Along the way, Luo Feng and the Deer Worm Master encountered other universe masters, all drawn by the massive commotion. Then a dozen or so universe masters saw a colossal ship. This is the legendary Mausoleum ship. Seeing the Mausoleum ship appear, all the universe masters, including Luo Feng, quickly found ways to enter. After a series of struggles and searches, these universe masters entered the control room of the Mausoleum ship. Inside the control room, the universe masters searched carefully, but they could not find the control core. At that moment an ancient throne appeared on the palace above the control hall. Simultaneously countless streams of energy converged upon the ancient throne, forming a blurry figure. The figure gradually became clear, and all the universe masters including Luofeng looked over. It was a human male who appeared very ordinary, very similar to humans. Also similar to the ordinary clansmen of the Violet Moon Holy Land. No pressure at all. These universe masters stared nervously at the suddenly appearing phantom of the man, for such a scene had never occurred before. Even the well-traveled Deerworm Master was tense. The man on the throne looked down from above, his gaze cold and sharp, as if containing infinite starry rivers. The man looked at the dozen or so universe masters including Luofeng. "I'm named Duan Dongha Wu." A single sentence made these universe masters extremely alarmed, because the character Wu was very special. According to the fragmentary information from the cosmic arc, only an extremely exalted existence could be honored with the character Wu. The phantom of the man paid no attention to what these people were thinking and simply spoke on his own. The gist was that he, Duan Dongha Wu, had already died, but he possessed a powerful legacy. Unwilling to let it end, he had used a special method to preserve this legacy before his death. My lineage's legacy is called Duan Dongha. Even in my homeland it was an extremely powerful legacy. However, there can only be one inheritor. Anyone else who dares to covet the legacy of the Duan Dongha lineage will surely die. Choose descendants. Upon hearing Duan Dongha Wu's words, these universe masters were not intimidated, but instead became extremely excited. A legacy. In the cosmic sea, an ultimate treasure was not the most important thing. The most important was a legacy. A legacy that could help one transcend was worth more than 10 or even 100 ultimate treasures. Why was the Divine Eye clan so powerful? Other clans had at most 2 or 3 universe strongest, but the Divine Eye clan possessed 7 strongest, all because they had obtained an ancient legacy. The value of a legacy was thus evident, and to help their clans transcend they were fearless of death. Once you touch the legacy even a tiny bit, you will die. Either accept the complete legacy or die. Those who fear death leave quickly. As for those who are not afraid, you may choose to undergo my trials. Duan Dongha Wu spoke in a terrifying manner, but no one retreated. Over countless reincarnation eras, only 2 holy lands had transcended. All other lifeforms from countless eras had perished. If they did not fight now, they would at most survive 2 more reincarnation eras. So without hesitation, all the universe masters present chose to stay. Duan Dongha Wu looked at this group and without further words began the selection. The first trial was to choose the clan. The clan was actually not important, but to ensure the secrecy of the Duan Dongha legacy, Duan Dongha only accepted lifeforms with souls. Those without souls could not accept the legacy. Most of the people here met the requirements. The second trial required facing the attack of a monster named Qiluo, whose strength would increase over time. Surviving the attack meant passing. Luofeng, a universe venerable, had to face attacks at the level of a universe strongest, estimated to be at the 6th tier secret art level. As for universe masters, they needed to face attacks at roughly the 8th tier secret art level, which was almost comparable to. In this level, only half of the universe masters who entered survived. Upon reaching the 3rd level, Duan Dongha set up a chess game called the Rhino Emperor game. This Rhino Emperor game contained 123 three-dimensional phantom images, while on the left side, there were 10080 three-dimensional phantom images. The 3rd level was to solve this Rhino Emperor game. On the right side of the Rhino Emperor game there were 10081 incomplete games, but in truth the 10081 ST incomplete game was no game at all. On the left side there were 123 perfect solutions. To complete the first 123 incomplete games was to solve them. Studying the methods of the first 123 solutions, you should be able to grasp their fundamental mysteries. Duan Dongha said, "If you cannot even comprehend the basic mysteries, it shows that your comprehension is too low. Once you thoroughly understand the basic rules, then go solve the games. Solve the 124 incomplete games on the right, starting from the 123rd, in order. I will give you a long time. You must do your utmost to solve the games. When the time limit is reached, if you cannot even meet the basic requirements, you will directly fall. Of course, since the Rhino Emperor game is not the core inheritance, this fall will only destroy this body, not annihilate the soul. If you touch the core, then the soul will be annihilated for sure. Rise." With Duan Dongha's roar, 6 pillars rose 6 crystal pillars, serving as media for the outcomes of 6 powerhouses. If a solution succeeded, the crystal pillar would alert. If it failed, the pillar would show no response. Go solve the games. The time is long, but there are limits. If someone can solve 6000 games within the set time, they can directly become an inheritor of Duan Dongha's lineage. However, this is very difficult. It is estimated that no one can achieve it. Therefore, within the baseline time, the more games you solve, the greater the benefits will be. While receiving the information transmitted by Duan Dongha, Luofeng and the other universe masters had already notified their own races. At the same time, due to the failure of the high race, the entire cosmic sea had already learned that a powerful ancient inheritance called Duandongha had appeared in the cosmic boat. The cosmic sea was in turmoil. Countless powerhouses leading their races headed to the cosmic boat intending to attempt the inheritance. Luo Feng also told this news to the human high level. Luo Feng quickly, I will take your Yuhai doppelganger to Ju Fu's small universe to maintain the perfect 10,000-fold acceleration. Hundun Chengzhu said urgently. While Luo Feng was comprehending the Rhino Emperor game, Chen Ao and the other universe masters were summoned by Hundun Chengzhu. Even Ju Fu was notified. Everyone just now. Luo Feng conveyed a message, a powerful ancient inheritance has appeared in the cosmic boat in the cosmic sea. Hearing this news, the other human powerhouses were all excited, as if the inheritance was already in their hands. However, Hundun and Ju Fu both looked at Chen Ao and found that Chen Ao's face showed a surprised expression. But why did this surprise seem so fake? Chen Ao, did you already know this news? Hundun Chengzhu couldn't help asking. Earlier you said there would be results within 10 epochs. Were you referring to this Duandongha inheritance? Chen Ao's expression along with the specific matter of 10 epochs made it hard for them not to think too much. Master, you are overthinking. How could I possibly know? Chen Ao shook his head. I just felt that something big would happen, but I didn't expect it to be an ancient inheritance. Hundun Chengzhu did not dwell on it. Indeed, how could such a thing be known by anyone? Now we should discuss what to do. Ju Fu said in a deep voice. Needless to say, of course, we universe masters will set off together to accept that inheritance. The human universe masters were all excited. Only Chen Ao was relatively calm. Chen Ao, tell us your thoughts. There will surely be many vying for this inheritance. It won't be easy to obtain it. Of course, but this inheritance will surely belong to our humanity. Chen Ao affirmed. What Chen Ao said makes a lot of sense. Perhaps Luo Feng is truly the child of destiny. Among so many people, it was Luo Feng who first entered the tomb boat, and just now Luo Feng said he has found a way to solve the games. Ah! The universe masters were all astonished so fast. As expected of a super genius. These universe masters could not help but exclaim. Although Luo Feng was slightly inferior to Chen Ao, he was still a super genius. At this moment Chen Ao said awkwardly, Master, I intend to obtain the inheritance. The human high level were all shocked looking at Chen Ao. Was Chen Ao so confident? Chen Ao, do you have absolute certainty in obtaining this inheritance? Do you have some special information? Ahem, Master overestimates me. Absolute certainty, how could that be possible? Hundun Chengzhu sighed. Yes, not to mention 10%, even 1% or 0.5% would be incredible. Actually what I meant is that I have about 98 certainty. Everyone. Chen Ao, this is not the time for jokes. No joking. Chen Ao shrugged. Wait for me. My Jiuji High doppelganger will head to the cosmic boat. Ju Fu, you escort me. Alright. Ju Fu was also excited. Chen Ao didn't seem like someone who would casually boast. Perhaps he really had confidence. As for 98, wasn't that just 100? This guy, why did he suddenly become modest? Annoying, he got caught again. Ju Fu took Chen Ao's Jiuji High doppelganger and headed to the tomb boat. This Yuhai doppelganger was a bit weak, only having ordinary 5th rank strength and usually wouldn't leave the base. This time mainly because Chen Ao couldn't get away. The Sword Master and the Bloodlight Palace Master were in the Dimland pursuing the realm beasts. His human body was comprehending the 7th rank secret art. Chen Ao, I'll take you to the 10,000-fold acceleration zone to help you accept the inheritance. Chen Ao shook his head. No need, acceleration is a bit wasteful for me. Do you really have that much confidence? Well, unless Luo Feng gets lucky again. He had already created a 6th rank secret art. In the original story, this was the requirement for Luo Feng's ultimate trial. Of course, maybe now Luo Feng gets lucky and directly solves 4,000 games within 3 epochs. After all, in the original story Luo Feng was close to 4,000. However, even solving 4,000 would not compare to him. He was essentially standing at the finish line. Unless Luo Feng solves 6,000 games in 3 epochs, then there's no way. That's no longer just luck. It would be a heavenly hand. Under Chen Ao's arrangement, other human universe masters like Panggong Zhizhu did not leave the human territory, but continued to comprehend the mystic patterns. Even Hundun Chengzhu did not move. Only Ju Fu took Chen Ao's Yuhai doppelganger to the cosmic boat to accept the Duandongha inheritance. Senior brother. Luo Feng found Chen Ao in the virtual universe. I heard from Master that you are also going to accept the Duandongha inheritance. I plan to give it a try. Don't be modest. Master said you are very confident. Luo Feng was somewhat bitter. He also knew the gap between himself and Chen Ao. Perhaps his slight lead would soon be caught up and then directly surpassed. He had only just figured out the solution to the Rhino Emperor game and had just started solving the second game. This advantage given the gap in talent between him and his senior brother would likely be closed in an instant. It would be false to say he wasn't upset. After all, even within a race the difference between directly receiving the inheritance and indirectly receiving it was enormous. However, he was Luo Feng. After a simple self-consolation he put on a smile again. Senior brother, while you are on your way to the cosmic boat, let me tell you the solution to the Rhino Emperor game. Alright? Chen Ao agreed with a smile. In fact, he didn't care about the Rhino Emperor game. He had already reached the end. This third step meant nothing to him. But Luo Feng was willing to slow down his own solving speed to explain the newly comprehended solution to him. How could he dampen Luo Feng's enthusiasm? Then I will explain it to you in detail. Luo Feng seemed to have found a bit of confidence after all. He had taken a step ahead. Even if it was just a small step. Luo Feng quickly told Chen Ao what he had comprehended. Senior brother, are you listening? Luo Feng showed a puzzled expression. I'm listening. Go on. Luo Feng, you are clearly distracted. If you don't want to listen then don't. What's with this perfunctory attitude? Do I care? Actually, it couldn't be blamed on Chen Ao. Just now Chen Ao had experienced nearly 1500 years and finally found the second rank realm beast. This was a matter of whether he could achieve 100,000-fold gene. How could he not be fully focused? Senior brother, this won't do. The most important thing in life is to be down to earth, not impatient. Luo Feng saw Chen Ao still lost in thought and immediately spoke. Even if your talent is great, understanding the rules still takes time. I am saving you time. How can you zone out? Luo Feng seemed to transform into a good student helping a high IQ but inattentive underachiever catch up. This strong sense of responsibility radiated from within. I am listening, I'm not lying really. Still lying to me. I'll explain it to you again. Luo Feng was tireless. Then, senior brother. You zoned out again. Third time. Senior brother, listen to me carefully. When Chen Ao finally killed the second-rank realm beast, he relaxed his mind and looked at Luo Feng. Hey, where is Luo Feng? A hint of confusion flashed in Chen Ao's eyes. Forget it, I might have hurt Luo Feng's feelings, but I think I have a valid reason. At this time Ju Fu had already brought the Yuhai doppelganger to the tomb boat. At this moment the tomb boat was being blocked at the entrance by Beijing Xingzhu, not giving other races a chance to enter. Beijing Xingzhu, get out of the way! Ju Fu roared. Beijing Xingzhu, using several supreme treasures, stubbornly blocked. Ju Fu, this inheritance is destined for my race. You humans should stop dreaming. Beijing Xingzhu laughed. Ungrateful. 15th axe. Ju Fu raised his top-grade pickaxe and chopped towards Beijing Xingzhu. Feeling the power of the secret art, the powerhouses who had originally intended to join forces with Ju Fu were all startled and quickly dodged. Even Beijing Xingzhu was shaken. Somewhat worried, but Beijing Xingzhu still relied on the supreme treasures to stubbornly resist. Being able to block for a moment longer bought a little more time. Axe after axe Ju Fu attacked madly. The surrounding powerhouses, seeing Ju Fu's attacks, all fell silent. This without even a supreme treasure. If he had a supreme treasure, he could probably annihilate Beijing in a short time, right? Beijing's expression grew worse. Even with several supreme treasures, his strength was insufficient, and he could hardly withstand Ju Fu's powerful attacks. Boom! Beijing Xingzhu ultimately could not hold out. As Beijing Xingzhu's defense was breached, Ju Fu couldn't be bothered to dawdle. Even if supreme treasures were laid before him, he didn't want to waste time. The inheritance was more precious than any treasure. Ju Fu entered the tomb boat and the other powerhouses also brought their clansmen inside. Chen Ao, I heard this second level is very difficult. Your doppelganger's combat power is insufficient. Can you get through? Chen Ao laughed. I am a Zun. The attacks faced are only at the 6th rank level, close to the pinnacle of the strongest. Nothing to worry about. His combat power is indeed at the 5th rank, but that is only considering his divine body of 9,000 kilometers. In reality, purely in terms of attack, his strength firmly reaches the 6th rank. 6th rank secret methods are as strong as that. When Chen Ao passed the 2nd level, Duandonghe looked toward the direction of the arrival. This was the second time Duandonghe had such a reaction. Who has come that can actually attract Duandonghe's attention? Many experts below stared at Duandonghe, and seeing him appear somewhat expectant, they all grew anxious. Now the decision right of this inheritance lies in Duandonghe's hands. If Duandonghe intends to give it to someone, then they have no chance. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Ao walked in. Yo, everyone is here. Chen Ao chuckled lightly. Seeing Chen Ao's arrival, everyone felt as uncomfortable as if they had swallowed a fly. This guy has almost killed the universe masters of every cosmic sea faction. Although it is not a life-or-death enmity, the relationship is definitely below freezing point. So it's you, Lord Jingyuan, who has come. No wonder you can attract Duandonghe's attention. Damned Lord Jingyuan. They wanted to attack Lord Jingyuan, but they dared not. They dared to bully Luofeng because Luofeng's strength was average. However, Lord Jingyuan, even 3 of the strongest would not dare to join forces against him. This one is a super powerhouse with a record of killing the strongest. In such a small place, even the strongest may not have any advantage. Especially since Chen Ao has obtained 2 ultimate supreme treasures. Even the arriving 7th True Lord felt that if he truly acted he would face the crisis of falling. Thus they were uncomfortable, but no one dared to make a move. Really, no one dared. "Senior brother, save me." Luofeng kept roaring. Luofeng was also very uncomfortable now. Just now Duan Donghe had exposed him, saying he was the fastest at solving the game. Thus he incurred the hostility of other experts. Now if he did not want to interrupt his comprehension, he would have to expose the existence of the Star Tower. In comparison, "Senior brother, save me" came very naturally. Chen Ao looked at the few people attacking Luofeng, and the 7th True Lord immediately stopped. Everyone, it's fine to compete for the inheritance according to the rules, but directly attacking the Galaxy Lord is too unscrupulous. Lord Jingyuan is right. Giant Axe also walked in, coldly staring at the crowd. Now they did not even dare to touch Luofeng. They had no choice but to obediently comprehend their own Shihuangju. Later arrivals, I will tell you the rules once. Duan Donghe looked at Chen Ao, revealing a faint smile, and then gently spoke of the rules of the Shihuangju. Seeing this smile of Duan Donghe, everyone's hearts tightened. "Oh no." Chen Ao quietly listened to Duan Donghe's narration. "I have already told you the rules. Now begin solving the game. The more you solve, the more benefits you get. If you can solve 6,000 within the specified time, you can directly inherit the lineage of my Duan Donghe." Having said that, Duan Donghe closed his eyes, sat high on the throne at the head, and spoke no more. Just now the secret technique Chen Ao displayed had somewhat satisfied Duan Donghe, but the time was too short, and he did not sense it clearly, so he did not know it was a 6th rank secret technique. The main reason was that Chen Ao's Yuhai avatar's divine body was too ordinary, and his genes were also mediocre only 1,000 times. Compared to someone like Luofeng with perfect genes, it was insignificant, so he did not receive attention at first. Chen Ao, start solving the game. I believe you will definitely meet Duan Donghe's requirements. Giant Axe knew how strong Chen Ao's talent was. He even felt that it would not be difficult for Chen Ao to transcend. If such talent did not meet Duan Donghe's requirements, then no one in the entire Cosmic Sea could achieve it. Seeing Chen Ao approaching step by step, many Cosmic Sea experts clenched their fists, wishing they could kill Chen Ao. However, Chen Ao had too many avatars. Even if they risked their lives, they could not harm a single hair on Chen Ao's head. Not to mention that Giant Axe was protecting him. It's over. This Lord Jingyuan is about to start solving the game. We have no chance. Although this Lord Jingyuan is despicable, I have to admit that his talent is astonishingly strong. The Cosmic CO, does it really not give my Tooma clan a chance to transcend? I am not reconciled. Even a Universe Master directly charged at Chen Ao. But under Giant Axe's axe, that Universe Master was instantly annihilated. Humph, dare to move, and don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Ao waved his hand. Giant Axe, no need for that. He stepped forward and spoke to Duan Donghe above. Lord Duan Donghe, I have a secret technique. Would you be willing to take a look? The Cosmic Sea forces who had thought Chen Ao would directly solve the game were stunned. Not following Duan Donghe's requirement to solve the game, but going to demonstrate a secret technique. Isn't this a joke? This Lord Jingyuan has always been a madman. It's not surprising that he does such foolish things. The Cosmic Sea experts all laughed, hoping to see Duan Donghe refuse. Perhaps with luck Duan Donghe would become angry, and directly strip Chen Ao of the chance to participate in the inheritance trial. Luofeng and Giant Axe both looked at Chen Ao nervously. Senior brother Chen Ao, don't be impulsive. Chen Ao still shook his head, signaling them to stay calm. Duan Donghe above opened his eyes. Is it that secret technique you used against Quiluo? Yes. Good, demonstrate it. Chen Ao nodded, then his treasure longsword traced a complex mystical pattern, quickly executing it. Watching this secret technique, those Cosmic Sea experts were stunned. What secret technique is this? Why is it so powerful? Only the strongest remained silent. Is this a 6th rank secret technique? A 6th rank secret technique that only the strongest can create. Seeing this move, Duan Donghe also fell silent. Creating such a secret technique at the venerable level was indeed genius, on par with himself back in the day. Duan Donghe soon revealed a faint smile. His original body had long fallen countless reincarnation eras ago. As a virtual consciousness, it was quite reasonable for him to have a slight memory disorder, right? Thinking of this, Duan Donghe looked at Chen Ao with a satisfied expression. Not bad, you indeed have the qualifications to inherit my Duan Donghe inheritance. Duan Donghe said with a smile. What? This is impossible. Lord Duan Donghe, how can you do this? We agreed on solving the Shihuangju. How can you suddenly let someone else inherit? Lord Duan Donghe, this is unfair. I refuse to accept. Time seemed to return to the genius war to those youngsters who were dissatisfied with the virtual universe's arrangements. Duan Donghe swept his gaze over those roaring people. With just a look, all the experts immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. These experts wanted to stand up, but they could not. I refuse to accept. This is unfair. Who the inheritor is decided by me. You have no right to protest. The weak should keep a low profile. Duan Donghe said. However, I never said he could directly inherit the inheritance. Duan Donghe continued. Among you there may be someone even more talented than him. He has only obtained the qualification for inheritance one step ahead. If no one among you is more talented than him, then the inheritance will be his. Although Duan Donghe said with his mouth that it was impossible for anyone to solve 6,000 games, he still harbored a trace of expectation in his heart. Chen Ao's display of a 6th-rank secret technique was roughly equivalent to a venerable solving 4,000 games, enough to meet his requirement, but it was not the final requirement. If Chen Ao could display a 7th-rank secret technique, Duan Donghe would annihilate all these people, and then smilingly hand over the Duan Donghe inheritance to Chen Ao. However, Chen Ao was not qualified enough. Hearing Duan Donghe's words, many Cosmic Sea experts breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had not been directly decided. I will definitely succeed. The Duan Donghe inheritance belongs to my Xinyan clan. I was even more talented than this Lord Jingyuan back then. On par with him. If Lord Jingyuan can inherit the Duan Donghe inheritance, naturally I can too. One by one, the Cosmic Sea experts secretly vowed to obtain the inheritance before Chen Ao, or at least reach the same level as him. Chen Ao looked at these losers, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You dare to think of such things? Here only the protagonist Luofeng has a chance to get lucky. The others are utterly insignificant. However, if Luofeng actually comprehended up to 4,000 games, then he and Luofeng would have to fight to the death. This point Chen Ao was somewhat unable to accept. He wanted the Duan Donghe inheritance very much, just as he had wanted the Star Tower back then. But if there was a risk of death, then he would choose to give up. It seems I have to try this Shi Huang Ju after all. Chen Ao began to comprehend the Shi Huang Ju. At this moment Chen Ao recalled his previous refusal of the Chaos City Lord. Comprehending the Shi Huang Ju without a 10,000-fold acceleration would undoubtedly be a great disadvantage. So in order to obtain the Duan Donghe inheritance, he decided to go find Zuoshank. Zuoshank did not ask why and straightforwardly gave Chen Ao's human body a 10,000-fold acceleration zone. It's impossible to slap my own face. As long as I don't go to the Chaos City Lord, it doesn't count as being slapped. Chen Ao was making these moves while Luofeng and Giant Axe kept sighing in admiration. Although they had long known that Chen Ao was extremely talented, they never expected that by standing here, he would directly have the opportunity to inherit Duan Donghe's legacy. This was equivalent to giving humanity a safety net. At least they would not fail. Senior brother, truly so strong. But I will not admit defeat. I have never had a chance to compete with senior brother. Today I want to see if Luofeng can match senior brother. Thus Luofeng also began to immerse himself in comprehending the Duan Donghe inheritance. Chen Ao soon received help from Zuoshank and similarly comprehended the Shi Huang Ju under 10,000-fold acceleration. The situation suddenly became calm. After all, Chen Ao was there, the number one enemy. As for Luofeng, no one paid attention to him anymore. After all, Duan Donghe had already said that Chen Ao was qualified to inherit. I really want to kill him. If the time is near and I still cannot meet the requirement, I will risk my life to kill Lord Jingyuan. The 7th True Lord had made up his mind. Apart from the 7th True Lord, any clan that had more than 2 of the strongest prepared to sacrifice one of the strongest to kill Chen Ao. They did not know if Duan Donghe had the means to kill them, but for the sake of their clans it was worth a try. Even if the probability of killing Lord Jingyuan is very low, we must attempt it. One after another many clans arrived later, and their experts under Duan Donghe's introduction began to comprehend the Shi Huang Ju one by one. On the other side, the Sword Master Avatar's expression was not good, because after he successfully killed the 2nd realm beast, Chen Ao discovered that his gene progress bar had not increased. A 2nd rank realm beast is equivalent to a 9th rank true god, yet it cannot increase the gene bar. Does it mean I have to kill a 3rd rank realm beast or even a void level realm beast? Chen Ao did not know how it was set, but he knew that currently this was the only possibility. And a 3rd rank realm beast has 10th rank combat power both in close combat and soul attacks. Even the weakest 3rd rank far exceeds Giant Axe's strength. With such power it could crush him in just a few minutes. The gap in strength was too great. So what should I do? O great master of the source realm, what shall we do next? Continue hunting. Sayak licked his lips. The taste of a 2nd order realm beast was truly exquisite, and more importantly, his strength had improved considerably. Now among all the fools in this nest, there are barely any 2nd order ones. Let alone hunting 2nd order beasts. I fear that my noble king Sayak is the first to devour a 2nd order realm beast, am I right? The more he thought, the more smug he became. In his arrogance, Sayak wished even more fervently that Chen Ao would join him in the hunt. At this rate he felt he could soon ascend to the Third Order. There was no other reason Chen Ao's treasures were incredibly useful for hunting realm beasts, unlike him who could only rely on brute force to chase them down. When everyone could teleport who was truly weaker, if a beast wanted to escape, who knew how long it would take to catch one? No, I'm only interested in Third Order realm beasts now. Chen Ao shook his head. A Third Order realm beast was worth a try. Perhaps the future challenges would involve Fourth Order beasts. He gazed at the 99 progress bar, feeling a wave of helplessness. Third Order realm beast. You must be dreaming. Sayak licked his lips. We can still kill Second Order beasts, but Third Order, they possess the realm light passage talent. Oh! Right, you lowly life form know nothing about the hierarchy of us noble realm beasts or the talents gained at each order. I won't waste time on the details, but the talent of a Third Order realm beast is the realm light passage. Once activated, it can escape without fail. Chen Ao rolled his eyes. Can it escape from a Fourth Order beast too? Sayak paused, then nodded. Of course it can, but the cost is considerable. Normally using the realm light passage consumes a great deal of power. If it were a peak Third Order beast, it might drop to mid-Third Order. But if the force used is too great, it could plummet all the way to First Order. So don't claim it's foolproof. If it escapes, it's only because the opponent isn't strong enough. Sayak stared at Chen Ao. This lowly lifeform sure had a way with words. Why did he feel so suppressed? His momentum instantly weakened. A Fourth Order realm beast had reached the level of a void true god, possessing an ability akin to a year of void creation called the Realm Light Domain. This was an extremely powerful domain with immense restraining force. Even using the Realm Light passage, one had to pay a tremendous price to break through it. Then can you kill a Third Order beast? Sayak, unwilling to lose face for his kind, immediately retorted. He knew Chen Ao's strength well. Second Order beasts were his limit. The gap to Third Order was enormous. A Third Order beast could easily crush Chen Ao. I can't defeat one now, but that may not be true in the future. Chen Ao continued. I plan to leave this place. In the future you can hunt realm beasts here on your own. If you encounter problems you can seek me out and pay with an oath to have me intervene. Sayak sneered. With my strength do I need your help? You're just a lowly life form. Chen Ao soon left the dim place. There was no need to come here for now. As for his next destination, Chen Ao's goal was the black pattern stone pillar. There he could temper his willpower. In the early stages strength is paramount, but the further one goes the more crucial willpower becomes. I wonder what level my willpower has reached. Chen Ao was filled with anticipation. At the very least it should be at the level of a true god, right? Previously he had feared affecting the emergence of Duandongha, but now it didn't matter. Soon Chen Ao arrived at the black pattern stone pillar. Now there were almost no powerful beings here, only a few universe masters with avatars. 99% of the powerful beings had already gone to the tombboat where Duandongha resided. There were 16 black pattern stone pillars in total. The closer one got, the stronger the willpower assault and the greater the time acceleration. It was said that the strongest willed Bei Qi Xingzhu had achieved a time acceleration of 130000 times at his location. But that level of willpower had likely reached the eternal true god level. I don't ask for much, peak true god will suffice. Chen Ao flew swiftly forward. Soon he was disappointed. His willpower seemed to have not reached peak true god, it barely reached the true god level. Have I overestimated myself? Chen Ao felt a twinge of disappointment, but perhaps in the face of life and death crises, his will could improve. He certainly wouldn't deliberately seek death to temper his will. That was foolish. Roughly good enough. I can keep training here. He didn't even need to leave an avatar. A sufficiently powerful divine power projection would suffice. In the universe, see who would dare touch his divine power projection. Leaving behind a sufficiently powerful divine power projection, Chen Ao departed. I hope my willpower can strengthen, ideally reaching the void true god level before the arrival of Jin's world. He definitely intended to go to Jin's world, but he wouldn't compete with Luofeng there because one would die. The Star Tower would bring death, so he wouldn't contend. Duandongha's inheritance wouldn't kill, so he would compete. The inheritance of Jin's world would bring death, so he wouldn't fight for it. However, the inheritance of Jin's world had different levels. He was very interested in the divine eye secret art and might be able to learn a bit. In the future I need to kill Fourth Order realm beasts, but at that time I can at most break through to Universe Master. No Universe Master, no matter how strong, can defeat a Fourth Order beast, unless they possess a mountain of supreme treasures. As for after killing the Fourth Order beast, then he wouldn't care. Helping Sayak become the final king smoothly would eliminate the threat of the realm beast calamity for him. As long as humanity was safe, he didn't care about the fate of the primordial universe. He had also wanted to enslave a realm beast, but the conditions weren't right and Morosa had been killed by him. Could Luofeng still enslave one? That was difficult, so he had to prepare his own plans. Then what should I do now? Break through to Universe Master. If he wanted to break through, he only needed a little time. Once he became a Universe Master, he would be able to contend with third-order realm beasts. In theory, this was the correct path. After all, previously gaining genes had always required killing beings of a higher order. And now he had already crossed 2 orders. The third stage of this, our skill, though it's one stage, should actually be divided into 4 segments based on the boundary of 90000 and 100000 times. If his guess was correct, completing the 4th segment, which is the 90 to 100 segment, would require a Universe Master to kill a Supreme, and then at the final critical point kill a Void level being. The same as the critical point from 89. 99 to 90. Then I'll break through. Chen Ao settled down to break through. Would breaking through cause Duandongha to lower his evaluation of Chen Ao? How could that be? Remember, the highest requirements for all inheritances were 2 first 6000 Rhino Emperor games and second 90000 times gene level. As long as he broke through to Universe Master, his 99000 times gene would be directly manifested. Then when he told Duandongha that his gene level exceeded 90000 times, regardless of any claims of cheating, he would be directly recognized as Duandongha's next inheritor. Duandongha might even be so happy that he would rise from the dead. While Chen Ao was peacefully breaking through to Universe Master, inside the tomb both a bright light shone, and many beings were enveloped by light circles. Those beings enveloped by light circles were clearly those who had met Duandongha's requirements. However, Chen Ao had suddenly stopped comprehending the Rhino Emperor game because since he had decided to break through to Universe Master, there was no need for further comprehension. Seeing Chen Ao stop, Zhu Fu looked over in confusion. Chen Ao, why aren't you continuing to comprehend? Luo Feng had already reached the 2nd stage requirement, yet Chen Ao, the genius everyone had high hopes for, hadn't even met the requirements. After all, Chen Ao didn't have a single light circle on him. No need to comprehend anymore. Chen Ao shook his head. Zhu Fu didn't say much, assuming that Chen Ao wasn't very good at solving the Rhino Emperor game. After all, everyone had their specialties. One person couldn't excel at everything. So Zhu Fu also stopped comprehending. This game wasn't his forte either. He hadn't even reached 2000 games, failing to meet even the first requirement. Now everyone knew about the time limit of 3 eras. As for the requirements, many powerful beings had guessed them. For immortals, it was 500 games per stage. For lords, 1000. For Universe Masters, 1500. And for Universe Supremes, 2000. 6000 was the cap. Each stage comprehended brought a greater chance of inheritance. Russell. Just after the 2nd era passed, Duandongha appeared. Who has reached the requirements now? Many powerful beings wondered in their hearts. Only when a successor reached a new stage would Duandongha appear. I am very pleased. Duandongha looked at Luo Feng. I never thought that after falling countless eons ago, I would meet so many excellent juniors. Duandongha's face was full of excitement. Galaxy Lord, you are outstanding. In 2 eras you have already entered the 3rd stage. Your talent is no less than mine in my youth. Meeting you makes me very happy. Then Duandongha looked at the others. If you can reach the 4th stage within 3 eras, you will have a chance to contend with the Master of the Source Realm for my inheritance. If you can reach 6000 games, the Duandongha inheritance will be yours directly. Hearing Duandongha's words, the powerful beings of the universe all wore bitter expressions. Why does heaven favor humanity so? First the Master of the Source Realm, now the Galaxy Lord. Why does it give our race no chance at all? This is impossible. How can human geniuses be so outstanding? It makes my scalp tingle. Luo Feng was also excited. Finally he had a chance to match his senior brother. Although his foundation was weaker, Duandongha had also said that if he could solve another 1000 games within 1 era, he would reach the same level as Chen Ao. Senior brother, I won't lose to you. Luo Feng looked at Chen Ao, who was yawning, and silently vowed. Heaven rewards the diligent. With my hard work, there's no reason I can't catch up to senior brother. Keep it up. Luo Feng encouraged himself. He felt that he was only 1000 games behind Chen Ao. Zhu Fu and other human high levels were also delighted. After all, humanity had produced 2 unprecedented geniuses. This Duandongha inheritance will surely belong to humanity. Ignoring the crowd's emotions, Duandongha soon turned to Chen Ao. Master of the Source Realm, you had already broken through to the 4th stage an era ago. Why did you stop comprehending the Rhino Emperor game? Duandongha found it strange. This Master of the Source Realm's talent seemed almost inhuman. In 1 era he had comprehended 4000 games, reaching the 4th stage, yet suddenly he did nothing. Why was that? He felt Chen Ao had a great chance of comprehending 6000 games. However, as a powerful being, he didn't want to ask directly, so he only took this opportunity to casually inquire. A powerful being's dignity must be maintained even after falling countless eons. Hearing Duandongha's words, Luo Feng, who had been so excited, suddenly felt that the Rhino Emperor game wasn't so appealing anymore. What heaven rewards the diligent. It was all fake, all fake. The other universe C powerful beings were stunned. Had he reached the 4th stage in just one era? Stage? That's insane. But still acceptable. After all, Chen Ao was already standing at the end of the 4th stage. Barely tolerable. Like hell it is. Can't you just be human? Chen Ao never expected Duandonghe to approach him. He had originally planned to comprehend up to 6,000 games. However, since he intended to break through to Universe Master and demonstrate his 90,000-fold gene to Duandonghe, there was naturally no need to waste time solving the Shi Huang game. Lord Duandonghe, I believe it doesn't matter whether I solve it or not. I've already obtained the qualification. The real reason, of course, could not be stated. He was still a venerable now. Even if he said it, Duandonghe wouldn't believe him. Once he became a Universe Master, Duandonghe would naturally understand. Duandonghe was somewhat anxious, but the dignity of a strong man forced him to remain calm. Jingyuan Zhizhu, you may not know this, but solving the Shi Huang game greatly enhances one's comprehension. In my homeland, from children to supreme experts, everyone delights in solving the Shi Huang game. Chen Ao nodded. He knew that. But his W skill increased comprehension 10-fold, 100-fold. No matter how remarkable the Shi Huang game was, it couldn't compare to a fraction of his W skill. After all, he was merely an ordinary cheater. The so-called comprehension enhancement was practically a joke to him. I know this too, but I truly cannot solve any more games. Chen Ao said bitterly. Hearing Chen Ao's words, Duandonghe was slightly disappointed. Reaching the 4th stage was indeed outstanding, even in the origin continent, enough to inherit the legacy of a powerful divine king. A legacy even stronger than Duandonghe's own. But compared to the 6,000 game mark, it was an entirely different concept. If he could pass on the legacy to a super genius who had solved 6,000 games, he could face his ancestors with a smile even in death. Sigh, I hope it doesn't end up wasted. Duandonghe was somewhat worried. This Chen Ao seemed rather unstable. Even if he could solve just one more game, it would be better. How could he be idling? I hope his temperament isn't too poor. Otherwise it's hard to last long. Strong men all required stability. Such a flighty character was not good. In comparison, Duandonghe favored Luofeng more. Although Luofeng's emotions had fluctuated several times, he remained calm and continued solving the games. This steady feeling reassured Duandonghe. If the two are roughly the same, the best choice for the inheritor is still the Inhe Lingzhu. Duandonghe had already formed a thought. Of course, the premise was that Luofeng and Chen Ao were similar. If Luofeng couldn't reach the 4th stage, his talent would be far inferior and Duandonghe would have no choice but to select Chen Ao. Inhe Lingzhu, keep it up. Unknowingly, Duandonghe was even cheering for Luofeng. Besides Duandonghe, Chen Ao was also observing Luofeng. In fact, he had been watching all along, curious to see how this protagonist would display his talent in the face of the legacy. Although this Duandonghe inheritance had been reserved for him from the start, he still wanted to see if Luofeng might pull off a surprise. In the Beast God realm, Luofeng already surprised once compared to the original story. That time Luofeng created a Universe Master ultimate secret technique stronger than the original, though he still lost to the cheater. Still, it proved the strength of the protagonist template. This time I'll see if you can break through the original's limits and make a surprise entry into the 4th stage. If Luofeng pulled off another surprise, Chen Ao would have to admit that Luofeng was truly impressive. Time passed little by little. After nearly 3,000 years, Bishue Zuns of the Dong Emperor universe entered the 3rd stage, tying with Luofeng. But everyone knew the gap between Bishue and Luofeng. If not for Chen Ao's existence, they would have thought Bishue and Luofeng were competing. However, with Chen Ao not entering, the 4th stage was completely meaningless. At this moment, Luofeng's lead was very valuable. The chances of other races inheriting Duandonghe's legacy seemed to be shrinking. Near the end of the 3rd era, Duandonghe even stepped down from his throne. Looking at Duandonghe, the virtual consciousness actually shed tears. Good, good, good. Human Inhe Lingzhu, you are excellent, truly excellent. Duandonghe exclaimed excitedly. I never expected you to reach the 4th stage in just 3 eras. He wept with joy, delighted that Luofeng had lived up to expectations. After all, Luofeng seemed far more reliable than Chen Ao. Excited, truly excited. Human Inhe Lingzhu, you still have 1,000 years. Keep working hard to solve more games. Each additional game brings immense benefits. Yes, Lord Duandonghe. Luofeng became excited once more. Looking at Chen Ao, his confidence was ignited for the 3rd time. Luofeng was back in the game. Clearly, he was now no worse than Chen Ao. Both were back on the same starting line. The strong of the cosmic sea wailed in despair. Why such unfairness? Humanity suddenly had 2 super geniuses, leaving no chance for anyone else. Little did they know Chen Ao was even more astonished, because he knew that Luofeng had pulled off another surprise. How had he suddenly reached 4,000 games? It was simply unreasonable. Fortunately, I was prepared. Otherwise, Luofeng really would have turned the tables. Chen Ao was speechless. At that moment, Chen Ao, inside the human secret realm, looked up at the sky. Above boundless divine power poured down. Absorb. 100% conversion was absolutely no problem. But what he wanted was to increase his divine body. Before this he had expended great effort to increase the ocean of divine power to 12 light-years. This was truly the limit. He could not increase it further. So he set his sights on the opportunity of breaking through to Universe Master. With my 100,000-fold gene, how large a divine body can I achieve? It all depends on this wave. Though in the original story 12 light-years was the limit, he felt that with his W skill it might not be. However, to possess a larger divine body, he needed sufficient reserves of divine power. Absorb up to 100 light-years. Chen Ao tirelessly drew in divine power. Reality told Chen Ao it was time to wake up. 20 light-years. Only 20 light-years. Though he had broken the original record, he felt it wasn't enough. It seems my future divine body will be at most 20 light-years. After breaking through, he discovered that the ocean of divine power could no longer expand. It was the same feeling as before, a sense of being confined. 20 light-years is fine. I'll make do with it. Chen Ao gave a low shout, then the divine power dissipated and reorganized. His gene directly reached 99,000 times, and his sword master divine body became 300 billion kilometers tall. This was the limit. Unless he broke through to the Supreme Being, he could only increase the volume by 1,000 times. Of course, his gene was still 99,000 times 10 times stronger than an ordinary perfect gene. This wasn't an exaggerated boost to strength, as each level represented a 100-fold gene difference. Now my strength has reached the 8th rank. Chen Ao felt his power. It was definitely 8th rank. Of course, if he created a 7th rank secret technique, he could reach 9th rank. Each level of secret technique increased his strength by 1 rank. But once the secret technique exceeded the 8th rank, the effect of his chest sword C would be weakened again. At 8th rank, he could reach 10th rank strength. However, with a 9th rank secret technique, he would at most have half a rank above 10th rank combat power. His chest sword C could boost his combat power by 1 rank at the same stage, but against higher level experts the effect was only half. For example, a void level chest sword C could boost his combat power by 1 rank during the void true god stage. But against the eternal level it only boosted by half a rank. Combat power was not the most important thing at the moment. What mattered was that the aura of Chen Ao's body inside the tomb boat had become significantly stronger. Sensing Chen Ao's breakthrough, the strong of the cosmic sea were all stunned. What was this sudden fluctuation of divine power? It feels like a breakthrough to Universe Master. Nonsense. Jingyuan Zhizhu was already a Universe Master before. You might as well say he broke through to the Supreme Being. No, it really is Universe Master. A Supreme Being would merge with the clone and birth a mini-universe. Suddenly the strong of the cosmic sea fell silent. They thought of a terrifying possibility. Humanity's Jingyuan Zhizhu, who had set a record of killing a Supreme Being, might have only been a venerable before. Impossible, right? The joke is too big. The mighty Jingyuan Zhizhu was a venerable. Don't fool me. Giant Axe and Luofeng also sensed the fluctuation from Chen Ao. Senior brother, have you broken through to Universe Master? Breaking through to Universe Master, even if the realm was attained, often required a catalyst. Unexpectedly, Chen Ao had seized it. If he could break through, Luofeng wouldn't deliberately avoid it. There was no benefit. Breaking through earlier was always better. After all, a higher realm meant a stronger foundation for strength, whether in comprehending laws or creating secret techniques. But Luofeng couldn't break through. He lacked the catalyst. Yes, I just broke through to Universe Master. Senior brother, congratulations. Luofeng was sincerely happy. No matter what, a breakthrough was a good thing. Haha, Chen Ao, you finally broke through. This time your strength should be even greater, right? Chen Ao nodded. Of course. With 9th rank strength, he could now face Giant Axe head-on. Moreover, with his 300 billion kilometer divine body, even 10,000 giant axes coming at him would be lining up to be slaughtered. Lord Duandonghe, look at me now. Am I worthy of inheriting the Duandonghe legacy? Chen Ao asked the Duandonghe above. Duandonghe had also sensed the aura of Chen Ao's breakthrough, but he didn't pay it much mind. Breaking through to Universe Master was no big deal. Yet Chen Ao actually asked him to inspect and spoke with such confidence about inheriting the legacy. What had changed with the breakthrough to Universe Master? Even if he created a 7th rank secret technique at this moment, it would only match his previous level, nothing significant. Could it be that, in the instant of breakthrough, he had reached 90,000-fold gene? Was that possible? Ha ha ha. Duandonghe shook his head but still looked at Chen Ao. In that moment Duandonghe froze. He was truly stunned. The strong of the cosmic sea thought Duandonghe had simply ignored Chen Ao's voice. Instantly the strong who had been holding back their anger sneered and taunted. Jingyuan Zhizhu, breaking through to Universe Master is indeed impressive, but do you think that's enough to inherit the legacy? Ha ha ha, your opponent is humanity's Inha Zhizhu. Interesting. I originally thought the heavens were unfair, giving us no chance. But now I feel that Jingyuan Jiju must be feeling awful, right? After all, being backstabbed by his own race. Indeed, interesting, backstabbed by his own race. Now their humanity has to make a choice. Are they going to fight to the death? They all knew that once someone refused to back down, one of them would inevitably fall. If Chen Ao had still been a venerable, he could have been revived. But now that he was a universe master, there was no possibility of revival. Wasn't this a guaranteed death match? Giant Axe looked at these strong men. Do you think I don't know your little schemes? You think that because Chen Ao broke through to Universe Master and cannot be revived, you haven't considered that Luofeng is also venerable. However, Jufu was also in a dilemma. When there is one monk, there is water to drink. When there are two monks, there is no water. Must they truly decide life and death? In that case, wouldn't it create enmity within the clan? Troubling. If two prodigies become enemies, it would not be a good thing. However, they are from the same lineage and are fellow disciples. It shouldn't come to that, right? Jufu's mood was complicated, and Duanding's was even more so. He was beginning to doubt his existence. Was this truly the barren cosmic sea? A talent like this, even in the origin continent, it would only be born once in countless cycles of reincarnation, right? 90,000 times the gene level. Can a cosmic sea life form truly achieve this? Jingyuan Master, you have obtained other inheritances and learned of this breakthrough path. Duanding asked, seemingly knowing yet not knowing. Others could not understand, but if Chen Ao knew, he would certainly comprehend. Yes, Duanding, I do know of the second path. Good, very good. I never expected to encounter a junior like you. Duanding was extremely complex. In that case, Chen Ao's previous indifference made sense. Chen Ao was not unwilling to resolve the situation. It was truly unnecessary. Perfect. In that case, I entrust the future of Duanding to you. After saying this, Duanding coldly gazed at the others. All of you retreat now, or you will be annihilated. What? Except for Chen Ao, all the other powerhouses were stunned. What exactly happened? Wasn't the resolution agreed upon? How did Chen Ao first create a sixth-order secret art, then directly obtain the qualification for inheritance, and now without any selection he is chosen as the inheritor? There is still a gap between obtaining the qualification and becoming the inheritor. Lord Duanding, could you inform us if there are any other inheritance requirements? That's right, Lord Duanding, this is unfair to us. Whatever the requirements are, you should tell us all. Lord Duanding, please enlighten us. This is not how you do behind-the-scenes manipulation. They did not believe Chen Ao had any connection with Duanding, since Duanding had fallen countless cycles of reincarnation ago, older than even the two sacred universe. But if there are other requirements, say them all at once. Who can endure this? You are not worthy to know. Duanding's voice turned colder, and even the entire tombship became dangerous. Leave, or all of you will die. As the word die left his mouth, countless cosmic sea powerhouses felt as if they had encountered the will impact of the black-striped stone pillar, each one feeling dizzy and disoriented. Luofeng looked at Chen Ao with a complicated expression. In his heart, he only had one feeling: senior brother. How could he be like this? Having special requirements but not saying them. This person is too cunning. Jufu, however, laughed heartily. Luofeng, let's leave first. Chen Ao will surely explain to us later. Luofeng took a deep breath. The outcome was settled. There was no need to waste time here. Senior brother, we'll wait for you in the human territory. Chen Ao nodded. Soon, one by one, the cosmic sea powerhouses left reluctantly. Only Jufu was in a state of hearty laughter. Just as countless powerhouses were about to leave, Duanding suddenly made a move, imprisoning the powerhouses of the Xinyan race. Among them were two supremes, namely the second Jinju and the seventh Jinju. Realizing they were imprisoned, the second Jinju and the seventh Jinju immediately shouted, Lord Duanding, we have already left. We have shown no disrespect. The two Jinju thought they had done something to anger Duanding, so they quickly begged for mercy. You will die here because this is the request of a friend of mine. Friend. Request. Hearing Duanding's words, those powerhouses who were about to leave stopped to watch. They wanted to see what was happening. After all, these were two supremes. If they couldn't see the Duanding inheritance, it would still be good to see Duanding's methods. Lord Duanding, may we know who this friend of yours is? Where have we offended him? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Just as the second Jinju spoke, a powerhouse walked out from a place pointed to by Duanding. Lei. It's actually the Lei demon god. Wasn't the Lei demon god killed by the Xinyan race? How is he here? A group of powerhouses were puzzled, and even the Xinyan race was stunned. They never expected that the friend Duanding spoke of was actually the Lei demon god from the second reincarnation era. Next, the Lei demon god laughed unrestrainedly. He recounted the grudges between them. The Lei demon god and Kong Luo were besieged by the Xinyan race. Without supreme treasures, the two supremes. One died, one fled. Lei, who had fled deep into the cosmic boat, discovered this tombship and found Duanding. Unfortunately, Lei's talent was insufficient to inherit. However, Lei made a deal with Duanding to help bring the Duanding inheritance into the world, and in return Duanding would help Lei eliminate the Xinyan race. Fortunately, your Xinyan race lacks the talent to inherit the Duanding inheritance. Otherwise, I would have had to risk my life to kill the inheritor. Lei kept accusing, then laughed and said to Duanding, Lord Duanding, please forgive my presumption. Duanding nodded quite understandingly. I can understand. Hee. The Lei demon god looked at the Xinyan race. Lord Duanding, you may act now. Good. Duanding looked at the second Jinju and the seventh Jinju. The seventh Jinju was furious. This old fellow who died who knows how long ago wants to kill us. I have the Palace Supreme Treasure Ice Cliff Fortress. How will you kill me? With what will you kill me? Ridiculous. Duanding looked at the Ice Cliff Fortress and merely smiled. In my homeland there is no such thing as a supreme treasure. Watching the Xinyan race members enter the Ice Cliff Fortress, Duanding pointed into the void, freeze. Then he dragged the Ice Cliff Fortress into a special place. Can he even kill a supreme with a Palace Supreme Treasure? The Cosmic Sea powerhouses all wanted to see the situation. In their understanding, even in a cosmic death zone with a Palace Supreme Treasure, one would not die, at most be trapped. Can Duanding really kill the seventh Jinju and his companions? In fact, the Cosmic Sea powerhouses did not wait long before 3 treasures floated out. 1 Palace Supreme Treasure Ice Cliff Fortress, 1 Domain Type Supreme Treasure True God Realm, and 1 Pseudo-Supreme Level Illusion Attack Soul Treasure Illusion Heart Pearl. Lei, as per the agreement, these 3 treasures are all yours. Duanding smiled and handed the treasures to Lei. Thank you, Lord Duanding. With 2 supreme treasures in his possession, his strength could directly reach the peak of the 8th rank, enabling him to fight the Xinyan race to the death. Chen Ao looked at the Lei demon god. That Ice Cliff Fortress seemed quite good. He himself lacked one. If Lei knew what Chen Ao was thinking, he would probably fight to the death immediately. Alright, this matter is settled. All of you leave now. Duanding issued an order of expulsion. Hearing Duanding's words, the many powerhouses, including Lei, could only obediently depart. Even a Palace Supreme Treasure couldn't withstand 3 minutes. For them, it would probably be over in 3 seconds. The tomb ship was sealed. Jingyuan Master, you seem not at all surprised by my methods. Facing a virtual consciousness, Chen Ao naturally didn't need to pretend. I have obtained some inheritance, and know a little about the teacher's homeland, so I am not surprised by this. Duanding didn't ask further, since even if he asked he couldn't speak. In that case, it saves me from having to explain too much to you. Duanding pointed to the depths. Come follow me. I will take you to see the true inheritance of the Duanding lineage. Duanding walked and talked along the way. He roughly introduced the ancestors of the Duanding lineage, especially the awe-inspiring 3rd Patriarch. As a God-King level powerhouse of the origin continent, it was impossible not to be awe-inspiring. Then Duanding told Chen Ao that he could change his name to Duanding Chen Ao. Of course, Chen Ao did not say anything about it. Although Duanding was impressive, it was not enough to make him change his name. A powerhouse does not care about changing names. After all, whether he brings glory to the inheritance or the inheritance brings glory to him remains to be seen. Although he was just an ordinary cheater, a player with advantages, he still had confidence in becoming a super powerhouse. Duanding did not care about Chen Ao's name. Either Duanding was both glory and perhaps danger. Before growing strong, encountering enemies of the Duanding inheritance would be a major hidden danger. Now, before you access the core inheritance, swear after me. Chen Ao had already understood all this. He swore using the inheritance mark so that if he leaked even a trace of the core inheritance, the inheritance mark would annihilate his soul. This was also why Duanding only wanted soul-type lifeforms, because only those with souls could be annihilated by the inheritance mark. Next, Duanding showed Chen Ao the memory stones collected by the ancestors of the Duanding lineage. In the pond there are 12002 memory stones, all core inheritances, including many schools, close combat, long-range attacks, artifact refining, and so on. Any single piece of information from them would drive the Cosmic Sea mad. And in the Endless Ocean there are over 100 million memory stones. Those are information collected by the Duanding ancestors. Most of these records are relatively shallow, so you may pass on this part of the inheritance. Duanding picked up 3 special memory stones. As for these 3 memory stones, the inheritance they contain would even in my homeland trigger wars among countless superpowers. These 3 along with those 12002 are not to be passed on. Yes. Chen Ao responded. Duanding looked at Chen Ao and handed him the 3 memory stones. Chen Ao quickly browsed through the 3 memory stones. They contained Duanding's 3 great techniques: the Divine Power Combustion Secret Art, Duanmi, the Escape Secret Art, Donghua, and the Blood Rebirth Secret Art, Bizih. Duanmi was a secret art that could increase strength, while Donghua and Bizih were both secret arts that reduced the probability of falling. When one reaches the Cosmic Lord level, to advance further one often needs continuous battles growing through combat. As for higher levels, growth can only be achieved through blood and fire. Duanding said, and I, the inheritance of the Duanding lineage, can ensure that powerhouses survive with the highest probability in battles. Now you can learn these 3 great secret arts. Chen Ao nodded and then quickly browsed through them. Duanmi was a secret art that could increase his strength by half a rank, while Donghua's effect on him was average. After all, he could teleport ignoring spatial blockade even if space was shattered. Unless under special circumstances, his Q skill was invincible. Bizih was only valuable for true gods and above, so he only needed to learn Duanmi. Took about half a month for Chen Ao to learn the first 3 layers, which could allow a true god to burn divine power and explode in combat strength. These so-called 3 layers actually corresponded to the 3 levels of Venerable Cosmic Lord and True God. Each realm was 1 layer. There was no issue of one realm having multiple sublevels. Either you could do it or you couldn't. There was no such thing as minor accomplishment or major accomplishment. How is it? It seems you also have some methods, since you only care about the Duanmi secret art. Are you satisfied with this Duanmi secret art? A smile lingered on Duan Dongha's face. He had immense confidence in the legacy of his lineage. Even if Chen Ao had previously encountered extraordinary opportunities and obtained some inheritance, it could never compare to his own Duan Dongha inheritance. So, are you satisfied with this, Duanmi? Chen Ao nodded, certainly satisfied. Perhaps the burning secret technique at the Divine King level was not flawless, but below the Divine King level it was undoubtedly perfect. This, Duanmi, is indeed formidable. It can greatly enhance my combat power. Chen Ao said this insincerely. In truth, it wasn't that impressive, as his attack methods did not rely solely on secret techniques. Duan Dongha was delighted. My Duan Dongha lineage was once extremely glorious, far superior to ordinary inheritances. Duan Dongha briefly recounted the deeds of the 3rd patriarch, then noticed Chen Ao's consistently calm demeanor, and finally spoke. Chen Ao, I know you had extraordinary luck before, but can the Cosmic Sea also nurture a 90000-fold gene? This genuinely intrigued him. Not how Chen Ao obtained the gene map or information, but whether the Cosmic Sea had such conditions. Having a gene map was not enough to elevate the gene level. Compared to the origin continent, the Cosmic Sea was too barren to possess such abundant resources to aid advancement. Chen Ao didn't know how to explain. After all, he was a cheater. Even Luo Feng, the protagonist, only elevated his gene to the 2nd level through the gene world, and then bluffed to reach 1000000-fold gene. He couldn't reveal such things directly. A bit of luck, perhaps it just suited me. Chen Ao spoke vaguely. Duan Dongha didn't press further. It's a pity that my lineage has produced such an outstanding junior like you, but I cannot prepare abundant divine power resources for you. A 90000-fold gene known as an infinitely large divine body still required sufficient ownerless divine power to break through to true God. Otherwise, failing to convert the gene into a supersized divine body would be a waste. Master, worry not. I have a clone named the 9 Nether Sea, which is a special divine power life form spanning 20 light years. Duan Dongha was stunned. 20 light years. Are you saying you have prepared 20 light years of divine power? He couldn't help asking. This was simply too absurd. A 90000-fold genius was not truly limitless. Its upper limit was merely calculated in light years. 1 light year is approximately 9.5 trillion kilometers. The sword master with a colossal divine body had only a 300 billion kilometer divine body after reaching the 2nd gene level. That was already a supersized divine body. Hence, a light-year divine body was called an infinite divine body. What did 20 light-years mean? Duan Dongha dared not imagine. I never expected, truly never expected, that your Cosmic Sea is so uniquely blessed, he exclaimed. Chen Ao felt like laughing. This was the Cosmic Sea of the Chosen One. How could it be like ordinary Cosmic Seas? Uniquely blessed was an understatement, or accurately it was as if everything good was funneled here. Since you have sufficient divine power reserves, I am at ease. This way, after you enter True God, your divine body will reach the level of an infinite divine body, greatly enhancing your survival chances. Duan Dongha feared not Chen Ao's weakness but his premature fall. He himself was once a super genius no less than Chen Ao. Though his memory was hazy, he believed they were comparable. Yet because he fell too early, he might have otherwise achieved the level of Divine King. Chen Ao, you must always remember stability above all. Stability is paramount. Staking everything for a chance to advance is false. Only survival is real. Duan Dongha's attitude toward Chen Ao was completely different from that toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng was a novice, but Chen Ao seemed to know much, leaving Duan Dongha little to teach beyond his own experiences. Thus he hoped Chen Ao would heed his advice, be stable, stay alive. He had once gambled and lost his life. If he had stayed safely in the origin continent, he might have reached at least the Chaos Sovereign level, if not Divine King. Why did it come to this? Because he was not stable enough. In the past, I and the general took risks, seeking more only to pay with our lives. On the brink of death, I realized a strong person is not necessarily the strongest, but can be the one who lives the longest. Chen Ao nodded. Master, rest assured, I will definitely seek stability. I will never take risks. Of course he wouldn't be reckless when weak. If he became a divine king, could he perhaps ramble a bit in the origin continent? Probably so. Just like now he was messing around but couldn't die, which was quite enjoyable. He had endured several epochs to achieve his current results. Good. I used to think you were a bit erratic and not steady enough, but now this master is at ease. Duan Donghe was overjoyed. Your talent is no less than mine, and you have a chance to become a divine king in the future. But never be careless lest you repeat my mistake. Yes, master, I have remembered everything. Chen Ao quickly added, by the way, master, may I ask how large your divine body was back then? Is 20 light years the limit? Is there any way to make it even larger? Duan Donghe listened in silence, his expression gradually stiffening. How would he know? His gene had never reached 90000-fold, so how could he know the upper limit? Although the third patriarch had records, those were the third patriarch's, not his own. Seeing you so lively reminds me of my younger self. I had many things to tell you, but then I realized I have long since fallen. I am merely a virtual consciousness. Duan Donghe ignored Chen Ao's question and spoke to himself. Wait, master, don't rush. First tell me the answer to my question. Chen Ao, I am merely a virtual consciousness with incomplete memories, so I cannot answer you. My original body was also a genius no less than you, but I am just a virtual consciousness. So what exactly is the maximum size of the divine body? Is there any way to further increase it? You'll have to explore that in the inheritance yourself. My memories are distorted and blurry. I can't remember a thing. I'll leave this inheritance space to you. With that, Duan Donghe self-destructed. Chen Ao stood dumbfounded. So what was the answer to his question? Watching Duan Donghe depart, Chen Ao stood silently for a moment, then began to receive information on cultivating a powerful race. This was very useful for his human experts. As for the 12002 core inheritances, they meant little to him. He was a swordsman. He would devote his life to the sword. Accepting the inheritance required much time. Even though Chen Ao's will had reached the true god level, absorbing the vast amount of information still took a long time. On the human side, Zhu Fu and the high-ranking officials awaited unhurriedly. Hundun City Lord's face showed a trace of urgency. What had happened to Chen Ao? Would the inheritance benefit humanity? Master, you can directly ask senior brother. Luo Feng said. I'm afraid of disturbing his inheritance, Hundun City Lord replied. Of course he wanted to ask, but he worried about disturbing Chen Ao. Luo Feng said softly, Master, to be honest, I visited senior brother's secret technique room yesterday, and he was roasting cow conch meat. It was quite tasty. Hundun City Lord. Was now the time to discuss the taste of roasted meat. This was a matter of humanity's future. Whether humanity could rise depended on Chen Ao. And they had the leisure to roast meat. Unable to sit still, Hundun City Lord sent Chen Ao an email only to find that Chen Ao was indeed eating roasted meat. Hundun City Lord glared. I've been anxious to death thinking you were laboriously accepting the inheritance, yet you're roasting meat. And you didn't even invite your master. Master, I didn't mean to. While browsing the inheritance, I stumbled upon a new way to cook cow conch meat, so I decided to try it. Once I started, I couldn't stop. Enough with the nonsense. Get to the point. How goes the inheritance? At the mention of the inheritance, Chen Ao's expression turned serious. At that moment, he felt an urge to don a white robe, but he restrained himself. Showing off was not a good habit. So he remained in his armor, and the human high-ranking officials didn't react. All eyes were on Chen Ao as he began to address them. The gist was, I will bring back the inheritance stone, and you can examine it yourselves when you see it. The human high officials who had been ready to listen intently all stared. Is that it? We've waited so long, and you want us to keep waiting? Chen Ao, tell us something first. Hundun City Lord reminded him that sharing the news earlier would ease everyone's minds. The child was so inconsiderate. There's really no need to say much. Once I obtain the memory stone, you can check it yourselves according to your needs, Chen Ao said. I have preliminarily accepted the inheritance, and am heading toward the primordial universe. Zhu Fu, if you have time, come pick me up. Alright, I'll go immediately. As Chen Ao expected, with Zhu Fu on humanity's side, all factions would tread carefully. Of course, Chen Ao's own strength was formidable. At the 8th rank, he could already contend with most ultimate existences and even suppress them. Moreover, his two strongest avatars were in the cosmic sea, each a supersized divine body spanning 300 billion kilometers. Shuaguang Hall Master also had 200 billion kilometers. With such colossal divine bodies, who could oppose him? Even if all the powerhouses of the cosmic sea attacked together, they would be overwhelmed. 10 times their number would still be insufficient. A divine body of 300 billion kilometers was almost equivalent to a true god-level divine body of 100 billion kilometers. And how large was an ordinary true god's divine body? 1,000,000 kilometers. The comparison was laughable. If you stuffed an ultimate existence into Chen Ao's pores, he would find it too small and unable to hold. Thus he had no concerns. Zhu Fu had already gone to meet Chen Ao. Meanwhile, the massive tomb spirit ship began to move slowly. After learning Duanmi and Donghua, Chen Ao used divine power to propel the tomb spirit ship, intending to steer it into the primordial universe. Many ultimate existences were waiting outside the tomb spirit ship. Apart from the Ziyue Holy Land, 80% of the ultimate existences had come. Jingyuan Lord, please stop, Beizhen Xingzhu shouted. Hearing Beizhen Xingzhu, Chen Ao glanced at him. Beizhen Xingzhu, what business do you have with me? Chen Ao looked at Beizhen Xingzhu, recalling that in the original story, the Dongdi Holy Land made a deal with Luofeng which helped humanity through a crisis. Although Dongdi's ancestor might not be as talented as Ziyue's ancestor, he was clearly a kind-hearted person similar to Luofeng. As for Ziyue's ancestor, he was probably similar to Chen Ao. Not a good person. Jingyuan Lord, our Dongdi universe first offers the Duan Donghe inheritance to the Jingyuan Lord. Beizhen Xingzhu, spare the pleasantries and state your purpose directly. Good. To the Lord of Jingyuan's forthrightness, I come this time under the orders of the ancestor of my Dongdi Holy Land, hoping to trade some cultivation experience with the Lord of Jingyuan. Chen Ao nodded. This matter seemed quite strange. A void-level powerhouse who had entered the origin continent for countless cycles of reincarnation was actually seeking such trivial cultivation insights. However, according to Duan Donghe, the general idea was that there were too many powerhouses in the origin continent. With so many experts and geniuses, resources were naturally insufficient. The weak and those of average talent could only barely survive. For instance, cultivating a universe master with 90,000-fold gene concentration required an enormous amount of resources, not to mention what it took to raise the gene concentration to that level. Simply the ownerless divine power needed to increase the divine body size to several light-years demanded a massive accumulation of resources. Thus, the abundance of powerhouses meant fierce competition. Inheritances were controlled by very few and they were unwilling to spread them. If passed on, there would be one more competitor for resources. Why create trouble for oneself? Therefore, inheritances were never passed down lightly. For someone like Duan Donghe, only one disciple was accepted in a lifetime. It wasn't that they didn't want to expand. It was that they couldn't afford to. Raising 10,000 mediocre powerhouses was not as good as nurturing one top-tier powerhouse. My clan's ancestor speculates that besides the core inheritance that cannot be divulged, you Duan Donghe also possess some special cultivation experiences gathered by powerhouses, right? Of course. A considerable portion of the hundreds of millions of items were cultivation experiences, but these could not be casually spread. In truth, these things were not needed to be spread at all. Once the gene world arrived, such basic inheritance knowledge could be obtained very easily. Hearing Chen Ao's admission, Beizhen Starlord was even more delighted. My clan's ancestor wishes to trade with you, Lord of Jingyuan, for those cultivation experiences. Would the Lord of Jingyuan be willing? Chen Ao remained silent as if pondering. At the same time, he looked toward the other powerhouses of the universe C. These powerhouses were all waiting for Chen Ao's answer. If the Dongdi universe could obtain it, then naturally they would have a chance as well. Chen Ao was contemplating all of this. He knew the future very well. Roughly 8 million years later, the gene world would arrive, and what these people sought would be easily obtainable then. It was not really precious. As for trading, what did he lack? Supreme treasures, even true god-level artifacts, were abundant in the gene world. He lacked nothing. Chen Ao remained silent while those powerhouses grew anxious. Would it work or not? Give us a chance. We also want to transcend. Beizhen, what are you trying to do to my human race's Lord of Jingyuan? The roar of Giant Axe came. Giant Axe had arrived. Giant Axe directly came to Chen Ao's side and glared at the many powerhouses. This inheritance belongs to my human race. No one else can take it, or else ask my axe if it agrees. Giant Axe's roar reached the ears of the many powerhouses. In the past, everyone would have backed down and not fought with Giant Axe. But this time it was about the chance to transcend, and none of them retreated even a step. Today, if Chen Ao refused, they would even fight to the death. It was helpless. The human race was too strong, the Lord of Jingyuan too strong. If they didn't seize this opportunity, there would be no chance later. Once Chen Ao became the strongest, at least at the 10th rank, who could be his opponent? Both sides were at daggers drawn. Chen Ao couldn't reveal the matter of the gene world. Actually, I understand everyone's requests. I, the Lord of Jingyuan, love peace the most, as everyone knows. Hearing Chen Ao's words, everyone couldn't help but scoff inwardly. You, an executioner, claim to love peace. The universe masters we've killed combined don't even come close to your count. Ahem, I know what everyone seeks, but here I will tell you all something. Chen Ao spoke. That is, in the universe C, the highest level of inheritance that can be accessed is only the level of the Supreme Universe Master, that is the true God level. What? How can this be? Lord of Jingyuan, are you deceiving us? Doesn't the Duan Dongha inheritance even have content above the true God level? The Duan Dongha inheritance is so powerful it's impossible that it doesn't. Chen Ao was not flustered. I mean, it cannot be seen, not that it doesn't exist. Bayesian Star Lord can testify. Bayesian Star Lord nodded. The ancestor indeed said that due to the influence of the original universes, the inheritance can only be probed up to the peak of true God level. Hearing Bayesian Star Lord's words, the crowd was half convinced. Bayesian Star Lord had no intention of explaining further to these losers. He still looked at Chen Ao, Lord of Jingyun. Although the powerhouses of the Universe C cannot see the content above the strongest level my clan's ancestor has already transcended, so he can see it. Hearing Bayesian Star Lord's words, the Universe C powerhouses finally understood the process. It seemed that without crossing reincarnation one could not obtain higher-level inheritances. But this was quite reasonable. Once one's strength advanced further and stepped into the level above the strongest one could transcend. Chen Ao hesitated over this. Should he give it or not? In fact, with that old schemer Ziyue around, the Ziyue ancestor would tell the Universe C powerhouses the inheritance content up to the true God limit in order to suppress the human race. So whether Chen Ao gave it or not was the same. Soon Chen Ao discussed this matter with the human race's high-level members. He himself was inclined to give it. Not giving now would be thankless. Although he was not afraid of those powerhouses, he did not want to invite trouble. His focus was on improving his strength and annihilating the third-order world beasts. If the third-order world beasts could push his R-skill progress bar to 100, allowing him to break through to 100,000-fold gene concentration, that would be best. If not, then he would have to fight against the fourth-order world beasts which had reached the void level at the Universe Master level. The Duan Dongha inheritance clearly could not achieve this. He would have to wait for the gene world to arrive. Compared to everything the gene world possessed, Duan Dongha was still lacking. After all, it was the lifetime wealth of a nation lord, far more than what a subordinate of a nation lord owned. Everyone, even if my human race does not leak the inheritance information, the Ziyue Holy Land will. Their purpose is to suppress the human race and ideally to annihilate us. The best way to obtain the Duan Dongha inheritance was to kill Chen Ao. Currently that was impossible. But once several 10th-rank true gods appeared, it might become possible. Then the Ziyue ancestor would trade with those 10th-rank true gods, and it was very likely he would obtain the inheritance. This thing once spread, only Chen Ao would pay the price. Others could view it freely even if everyone read it. Would the Ziyue Holy Land really be so despicable? Chaos City Lord asked in disbelief. Yes, Chen Ao affirmed. I know the Ziyue ancestor too well. After all, that was how the original story was written. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. Birds of a feather flock together. It was only natural for his senior brother to understand the Ziyue ancestor. Anyway, he couldn't have thought of that. Since that's the case, then pass it on to them. But we can appropriately simplify it, especially the part about reaching the 10th rank. Chen Ao nodded. In truth, the 10th rank was not so easy to achieve. 10th rank secret techniques had already reached the void level in terms of realm. Just as the ultimate secret technique of a universe overlord was comparable to the peak secret technique of a universe master. A true god who created a 9th rank secret technique had a chance to enter the void level. However, the gap in strength between such a void true god and a 10th rank secret technique true god was not large. One had higher realm and gene concentration, the other had higher secret technique. Strength was balanced. I'll keep that in mind. Although I don't know what good stuff the Ziyue ancestor can offer, it definitely won't be better than mine. I'll first simplify half and give it to the Universe C powerhouses. Then go ahead, said Giant Axe. But how should we handle the matter of the Dongdi ancestor? Dark Lord said excitedly. Each of those holy ground universes is extremely wealthy. We can trade with them for some supreme treasures. Hearing supreme treasures, the human high-level members were all stirred. Supreme treasures. There were not many in the entire Universe C, and more than half of them were in the two holy grounds. Of course, that half belonged to the two holy grounds, but most of the treasures were held by universe masters. The actual number in the holy ground vaults would not be too many, but they could surely bring out over a dozen pieces. Perhaps these human universe masters might even get a chance to obtain a supreme treasure. Chen Ao smiled and did not refuse. These people's vision was still too narrow. Still, exchanging useless things for useless treasures was not a waste. In that case, let's make the exchange. After the discussion, Chen Ao stood on the tomb ship and announced loudly. I can give you all the inheritance up to the limit of the strongest level. But I have a condition: each of you must bring me the corpse of a universe master from the Ziyue Holy Land. Those who bring the corpse will receive the inheritance from me. Of course, if you don't want to offend the Ziyue Holy Land, you can also view the inheritance from other races. But whether the inheritance is accurate or not is not my concern. These powerhouses were all shocked. Was this a declaration of eternal war with the Ziyue Holy Land? Even if they killed a universe master of the Ziyue Holy Land, it would only be a slight offense. the real enmity with the Ziyue Holy Land would still be borne by the human race. Everyone, this is my condition. You can choose freely. Of course, if anyone wants to attack the human race, I won't mind. At this point Chen Ao showed a faint smile. Although he knew killing a true god was useless, what if? He hoped some fool would charge at him. The 5 strongest members of the Divine Eye race all arrived, and immediately left without hesitation, clearly going to hunt down universe masters of the Ziyue Holy Land. At this moment the news had not yet spread, so the opportunity for hunting was greatest. After being killed a few times or a dozen times, it would become very difficult to kill a universe master of the Ziyue Holy Land. Clearly it was first come first served. As for viewing the inheritance from other races who would dare, Chen Ao smiled and paid no attention to those powerhouses. Bajan Star-Lord was indifferent to Chen Ao's words. The Ziyue Holy Land appeared later than their Dongdi Holy Land, and they had always looked down on the Ziyue Holy Land. Lord of Jingyuan, what do you think of the Dongdi ancestors trade? It's acceptable. I have 3 memory stones here, but I don't know what their contents are. These 3 memory stones I want to exchange for 10 supreme treasures. Bajan Star-Lord gasped. The Universe Sea powerhouses who had not yet left also sucked in cold air. 10 supreme treasures. How many were there in the entire Universe Sea? He really dared to ask. Bajan Star-Lord was also shocked by Chen Ao's appetite. This was too ruthless. Lord of Jingyuan, this price is too high. How many supreme treasures are there in the entire Universe Sea? 10 is truly too many. Chen Ao shook his head. Then report this to your clan's ancestor. Seeing that Chen Ao was unwilling to negotiate at all, Bajan Star-Lord gritted his teeth. Fine. Bajan Star-Lord began to communicate with the Dongdi ancestor. The result was self-evident. So-called supreme treasures were a joke. This price was too cheap. The cultivation experience of 3 powerhouses above the void level was worth at least several void-level treasures. A single void-level treasure is worth 10 or more true god-level treasures. Star-Lord Bajan was rendered speechless by the ancestor's grand gesture, but still complied. In the original story, due to the sudden fall, humanity suffered a great calamity. For safety, Luofeng actually made many concessions. In the end, he traded 1 for 2 supreme treasures. This time Star-Lord Bajan still planned to trade 1 memory stone, first offering a price of 1 supreme treasure. Even so, Star-Lord Bajan felt immense heartache. Such was the situation. However, Chen Ao now cared nothing about this deal. I have no time to dawdle. 3 for 10. If there's no problem, then trade immediately, or otherwise forget it. Star-Lord Bajan still wanted to haggle and avoid risks, but Chen Ao neither paid attention nor yielded. The pressure from both sides left Star-Lord Bajan with no choice. In the end, with blood dripping from his heart, he handed over 10 supreme treasures to Chen Ao. Chen Ao, as agreed, gave Star-Lord Bajan 3 memory stones. As for whether Ancestor Dongdi was satisfied after seeing them, that was no longer Chen Ao's concern. In fact, Ancestor Dongdi was quite satisfied. 2 of the 3 were slightly weaker than him, but still insightful, while the third was the cultivation experience of a void limit powerhouse. This already made Dongdi very satisfied. On the origin continent, obtaining inheritances was even more difficult than in the Cosmic Sea, and even such experiences were not easy to come by. Only 10 true god-level treasures. Truly a bargain. However, Ancestor Dongdi still sent word that he had lost out. But Chen Ao completely ignored him. Although he could not see the contents of these 3 inheritance stones, by comparing the length of the contents he could roughly guess their level. These 3 were definitely all void level. He would not trade recklessly. Although these were of little consequence, he was unwilling to let the old man Dongdi take advantage. Along the way, Chen Ao gradually disseminated the method for cultivating to the true god limit, i.e., the 10th rank. Of course, this was still a simplified version. 10th rank combat power essentially meant creating a 9th rank secret technique. Going a step further, geniuses often created 10th rank secret techniques, while ordinary individuals barely managed to step into the void level. Returning to the primal universe, Chen Ao flew very slowly. Along the way, he traded away 16 inheritances. This meant that the Purple Moon Sacred Land had lost 16 universe masters. Of course, this mattered little to the Purple Moon Sacred Land, as a large number of venerables were waiting to break through. This was exactly what he wanted. Luofeng, the remaining wings are up to you to find. He felt no guilt about taking the Duandonghe inheritance. In fact, he had already ceded many things to Luofeng. If he hadn't felt it was unstable, Luofeng might still be a realm lord perhaps. The Gene world was still Luofeng's. He would not snatch it. He also coveted the Lai Yuan technique, but it was too unstable. Giant Axe, let's go bring the inheritance to our human race. Ha ha ha, good. Giant Axe's rugged face actually shed tears. In the past, when the original ancestor was suppressed and entrusted humanity to him, he had been cautious and dared not show any arrogance for the stable development of humanity. In the end, it was Chen Ao who forced him to bare his fangs. Now, with Chen Ao bringing the inheritance, humanity would surely gain further development. He could face the original ancestor without shame. As Chen Ao entered human territory, all the strong human beings, even some powerful kings, learned that their race had obtained an ancient inheritance. They could cultivate it directly, greatly increasing their chances of becoming venerables. Similarly, their chances of becoming universe masters, and even the strongest, would be much higher. The entire human race rejoiced. Chen Ao was straightforward. He placed the over 100 million inheritance stones that could be leaked directly in Chaos City, where any human strongman could view them if they wished. He did not bother with the specific system. Everything was left to Chaos City Lord to manage. As the chief steward of humanity, Chaos City Lord would surely arrange everything well. I'm really a prodigal. Chen Ao laughed. Except for those forbidden to be passed on, he threw everything to humanity. Among these inheritance stones there were many of void level, but their realms were not very profound. Compared to the 3 memory stones that Dongdi obtained of the same level, there were at least millions here. There were even hundreds that reached the Eternal or even Chaos Dominator level. However, he didn't know the exact ranks. Humanity began a period of rapid development. No one was willing to go to the primal stars anymore. Improving one's realm was far more important than acquiring a few more treasures. Moreover, Chen Ao had obtained 10 supreme treasures, at once greatly enhancing humanity's foundation. At this time, Chen Ao was also comprehending secret techniques in a secret realm. The secret technique he currently used was still at the peak 6th rank, still a considerable distance from the 7th rank. Previously, without guidance, he could only comprehend 3 system secret techniques to create his own. Now he knew how to use single-system secret techniques to create 6th-rank secret techniques. He knew how to use dual-system fusion secret techniques to create 10th-rank secret techniques. He also knew how to enter the void level. Although he had no information on the void level, he could see the method to enter the void. True God. True God is no difficulty for me, and for the void level there are many methods. The easiest is to comprehend the 10 basic laws. He had already reached the critical point in this regard. Back when he was a realm lord, he had already fully mastered all 10 basic laws, but he did not know how to go further. Now he understood. As long as he deduced the laws to their origin, he could then break through to the void level. The more he deduced, the more law origin he grasped, the easier the advancement. Chen Ao immersed all his mind into this, both creating secret techniques and deducing law origin without conflict. The cosmic sea had nothing to do with him. His only concern was the world beasts. At this moment, the world beast lair was not peaceful because many world beasts had learned that Sarek and that human had joined forces to hunt the great world beast clan. Unexpectedly, no world beast blamed Sarek. Instead, some world beasts who had previously refused to cooperate with Chen Ao were extremely regretful. Their arrogance had cost them a good opportunity. At this moment, Sarek was hunting down a second-order world beast. Both were second-order, but Sarek had reached the middle level, while the one before him had just entered the second order, so it was naturally no match. Sarek, you bastard! You actually used lowly lifeforms to advance. You are not worthy of being a world beast, let alone a king. Ha ha ha, idiots will be idiots. What do you mean, use lowly lifeforms? Only becoming the final king matters. As for that Chen Ao you speak of, when I become powerful, he will only kneel at my feet. Never mind, you fools will never understand. Sarek kept chasing. It took about 1,000 years before he finally killed this second-order world beast and devoured it. My strength has increased again. Now it seems I only need to devour about 20 more second-order world beasts to become a third-order world beast. Thinking of the corpses in Chen Ao's hands, Sarek gritted his teeth in anger. That damn Chen Ao refused to give him the world beast corpses, otherwise, he would have long become the first third-order world beast. But it's not bad. My current strength is among the top 10 among all world beasts. Some world beasts had very crafty ideas. Some even used axes. Who could reason with that? Thus, even though Chen Ao had given him a boost, he was still no match for the offspring of the world beast kings. Humph, once I grow another rank stronger, I'll capture that Chen Ao and make him help me. Otherwise, I'll ruthlessly trample him and make him know the dignity of a world beast king. Chen Ao was quite skilled at hunting world beasts. When they cooperated, their efficiency increased tenfold. Now, because of Chen Ao, a Sarek had been cultivated and the world beasts became even more frenzied, most of them directly fighting to the death. In this way, the evolution speed of world beasts at least doubled. The actual effect was that high-rank world beasts would be born faster. If not for this, Sarek could not have improved to his current level in such a short time. How are those guys' brains wired? They are also world beasts, why can they be smarter than me? Sarek was somewhat unwilling. He had also encountered weapon-wielding ones, and those were stronger than him. He was no match. When he wanted to use tools, he found that they were damn gone. The few tools had been taken away by other world beasts. Treasures below the true god level were useless to them. In fact, they had no divine power and could not activate secret patterns. However, with the aid of tools, their attacks would be more fierce. Those 3 turncoats had been tormented by the world beasts quite a lot during this time, but they truly had nothing left. Where would so many supreme treasures come from? Having their treasures emptied by the world beasts, the three turncoats were almost furious. They had originally planned to lure strong experts and let the world beasts kill them. They expected to benefit, but unexpectedly a freak appeared. That swordmaster was able to kill world beasts of 8th rank, and even 9th rank second-order world beasts died. Scared, they now dared not return to the cosmic sea. Terrifying. That swordmaster. He was not even human. These three had truly suffered in these past few epochs. The world beasts would find them for no reason and bombard them with questions about the swordmaster. 1 or 2, 3 or 5. Asking was fine. But here the number of world beasts was in the billions. Each world beast asked once and they had to answer once. After millions or tens of millions of times, who could withstand that? However, after they carefully investigated the sword master, they also discovered how terrifying that fellow, actually the Lord of Jingyuan, was. Especially when he killed world beasts, he was still a venerable. Now that he had become a universe master and obtained the Duan Dongha inheritance, his strength was already unfathomable. They were probably far from his match. Alas, if we had known that such a terrifying fellow would appear in the cosmic sea, we should not have turned traitor. It's too late to say that now. Back then, if we hadn't surrendered, we would have died long ago. Yes, we had no choice before. Regret was useless. They could only obediently serve as advisors to the world beasts. On the human side, Chen Ao was still diligently improving his strength. He was still in contact with Starry Sky. Every once in a while he would inquire about the matter of third-order world beasts. Once a third-order world beast appeared in the lair, that would be the time for him to act. It would be best if Starry Sky was not killed. Among the world beasts, one more foolish than Starry Sky would be hard to find. Starry Sky was easier to control. Just as Chen Ao and humanity were striving to improve their strength, Chen Ao received a message from the two-faced ancestral god, hoping that Chen Ao could visit the ancestral god school. Why would the two-faced ancestral god seek me out? Shouldn't he be cultivating properly? Because giant axe had not fallen, humanity was not attacked, and with Chen Ao giving the inheritance, both the primal universe and the cosmic sea were extremely peaceful. No one even sought treasures. When treasures appeared, no one paid attention. Everyone was busy cultivating. Since the two-faced ancestral god is looking for me, I'll go and see. Chen Ao was quite considerate toward the Ancestral God Sect, for he had owed the two-faced ancestral god many favors in the past. Thus Chen Ao bestowed upon the Ancestral God Sect the complete inheritance that could be cultivated to the 10th rank and promised that the sect could enter the human realm to observe some of the inheritances. In a sense, the Ancestral God Sect was now part of the human race. The high-ranking members of the sect did not mind this at all. Was it truly important which side one joined as long as one could transcend? The Ancestral God Sect was powerful in the primordial universe, but once this epoch ended they would amount to nothing. To place a bet early was a good move. As things stood, Chen Ao's probability of transcending was overwhelmingly high. Indeed, they could not imagine how he could possibly lose. Moreover, the Ancestral God Sect had not truly joined the human race. If humanity were to be overthrown, the sect would still retain the qualification to place another bet. In this epoch they all had their chance. Ancestral God, may I ask why you have summoned me? Chen Ao sat opposite the two-faced ancestral god, and casually picked up some delicious food from the table. The two-faced ancestral god poured wine for Chen Ao without hesitation. Jingyuan Lord, this time, it is not I who seeks you but the will of the primordial universe. Oh! Chen Ao chuckled softly. In truth, he had already roughly understood the intention of the primordial universe. It was simply that the will had learned of his slaughter of the beasts of boundaries, and intended to entrust Luofeng's mission to him. But the will of the primordial universe had clearly overthought. Luofeng was the child of destiny. He could enslave the beasts of boundaries, but Chen Ao could not. Thus in the end, the will of the primordial universe would inevitably be destroyed by the beasts of boundaries. The only difference was whether Chen Ao and humanity would be eliminated. As it stood, Chen Ao and humanity were relatively safe, and there seemed to be no need to stand with the primordial universe. As for destroying the beasts of boundaries, and then seizing the primordial universe when one's strength grew, the path was good, but the difficulty and reward were disproportionate. The difficulty lay in the fact that Chen Ao never relied on blind luck, and eliminating the beasts of boundaries would require a continuous streak of luck. May I ask what business the will of the primordial universe has with me? Chen Ao asked softly. The two-faced ancestral god looked at Chen Ao with a complicated expression, for he had communicated with the primordial will and received 3 pieces of information. First, the beasts of boundaries were coming and the will of the primordial universe and all life would be destroyed. Second, Chen Ao's strength was immense. He was the strongest being in the cosmic sea, mightier than all other creatures combined. Third, Chen Ao had slain many beasts of boundaries. Of course, these were all spoken by the will of the primordial universe, and they might not be true. However, the two-faced ancestral god and the others trusted the will of the primordial universe unconditionally. Hence, the two-faced ancestral god gazed at Chen Ao with such a complex expression. Chen Ao back then was still a weak immortal. Even if he had deliberately infiltrated the Ancestral God Sect, it did not change the fact that he was a feeble immortal at most capable of killing some ordinary venerables. Yet in just 100,000 years Chen Ao had become the strongest in the cosmic sea. An absolute powerhouse whom even all other strong beings together could not defeat. Upon learning this information, the three ancestral gods were utterly astounded. They also became increasingly reverent toward Chen Ao. The reason the will of the primordial universe summoned Jingyuan Lord concerns a terrifying creature called the Beast of Boundaries. The two-faced ancestral gods still did not know the exact strength of the Beasts of Boundaries, only that they were extremely terrifying, and a fully grown Beast of Boundaries could annihilate the primordial universe. The ancestral god was also filled with dread. The creature called the Beast of Boundaries is exceedingly fearsome, yet the will of the primordial universe told us that Jingyuan Lord had slain quite a few of them. Yes, Chen Ao nodded. Upon learning that Chen Ao had killed Beasts of Boundaries, the two-faced ancestral god suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Since they could be killed, that was good. To be honest, I am extremely curious about these Beasts of Boundaries. Would Jingyuan Lord be willing to share some information about them? They knew very little, only that the Beasts of Boundaries were powerful, and the standard for dealing with them was that a true god with several supreme treasures could barely manage. Beyond that they knew nothing. I have indeed slain Beasts of Boundaries, but my strength is only sufficient to kill first-order ones. According to the power ranking in the Cosmic Sea, a first-order Beast of Boundaries is equivalent to a true god wielding an 8th-order soul attack secret art. The two-faced ancestral god gasped in shock. A first-order beast already possessed 8th-order strength. And if it could use a soul attack treasure, would it not directly reach the 9th order? With such power, just a few of them could sweep across the cosmic sea. Chen Ao continued, and there are 1 billion such first-order Beasts of Boundaries. The two-faced ancestral god fell silent. Beasts of Boundaries can evolve. Devouring 33 of the same order allows them to ascend 1 level. Each ascension grants a new innate ability, and a surge in power by 1 order. The highest level is 7, but in reality a 6th-order Beast of Boundaries is already comparable to a 13th-order powerhouse. He could not bring himself to mention the void level, but the 13th order was a measurable benchmark. The two-faced ancestral god was at a loss for words. Can the Beasts of Boundaries really be so formidable? He had thought Chen Ao could sweep them away, but now it seemed he was too naive. No wonder the primordial universe said they could annihilate it. This was too terrifying. Chen Ao did not reveal the beast's innate secret arts, only gave a rough power classification which was already alarming enough. As for more details, the ancestral god was merely there to cheer on the sidelines. Knowing or not knowing made no real difference. Alas, it seems we cannot help you in this matter. Let the will of the primordial universe communicate with you. He had only wanted to hear some information about the beasts from Chen Ao, but after listening he found that he had no ability to intervene. Therefore it was best to let Chen Ao speak directly with the will of the primordial universe while they watched from the sidelines. Chen Ao nodded and followed the ancestral god into the primordial source of the universe. He had been here several times before, but had never contacted the will of the primordial universe, so it was still quite novel. Child, the Beasts of Boundaries destroy everything. Help me help yourself. The general meaning was that the beasts would destroy all, and you would be destroyed as well. Destroying them would save both you and me, and I would grant you aid. Chen Ao remained silent. This matter was quite sudden. To be honest, he had not yet decided what benefits he wanted. Unlike Luo Feng in the original story, who sought to comprehend the universe's destruction, he felt the primordial universe would not survive until that time. Thus he could not claim that benefit. My request is simple: open all the primordial sources of the universe for me to comprehend, and after eliminating the Beasts of Boundaries, release Origin Ancestor. To become a void true god, one needed to comprehend the source of laws, the root of the laws. A true god who understood the power of laws could possess words become reality. But if the universe did not yield, the true god would lose this ability. A void true god, having grasped the source of laws, could ignore the primordial universe and freely wield the power of words becoming reality. This was the moment when a thought formed the void, truly possessing one's own domain. The primordial universe also had a source of laws, and comprehending it would allow him to advance further. This benefit was lesser than what Luo Feng gained in the original story. For the source of laws was inferior to the law of life. The ultimate development of the source of laws, the fusion of the spatial law source, would yield the higher law of life. This was also the requirement to become an eternal true god. Laws had levels. The 10 fundamental laws were the base. Then one comprehended the source of laws, and fused them to form higher laws such as the law of life and the law of destruction. After that, the fusion of the law of life and the law of destruction would yield the ultimate law, the chaos law. These were Chen Ao's deductions based on the inheritance information. As Wishanku had set aside from being seized, the greatest benefit the primordial universe could offer was to allow one to comprehend the law of life. Chen Ao had taken a step back. The benefit was not huge, but it was free. When the time came, the primordial universe would discover that Chen Ao was a traitor who cared nothing for its survival. The will of the primordial universe knew many things, but Chen Ao had only formed an alliance with one beast of boundaries which would not affect anything. After all, there were so many beasts. Chen Ao had not, like the three turncoats, actually transformed into a beast of boundaries. He was still a child of the primordial universe. As its own child, it was only right to help. The primordial universe quickly agreed. Normally, it would not allow anyone to comprehend the source, for doing so could lead to becoming a void true god. But, in the face of life and death, expending a bit of energy was acceptable. Between two evils, one chose the lesser. Alright, I will leave a divine power avatar here to comprehend, and I will strive to deal with the beasts of boundaries. Thus the transaction was concluded. As for releasing Origin Ancestor, if the primordial universe died, it could naturally be released. There was no need to emphasize it. It was merely a small addition to the deal. The main reason was that Chen Ao was not particularly fond of Origin Ancestor, and did not care about his fate. Mentioning it was only to appease the emotions of the ancient human high-ranking members. After all, Origin Ancestor had a great influence on them, and his virtual universe had played a significant role in humanity's development. The primordial universe agreed to these two requests. For the beasts of boundaries were truly dangerous. They could kill the universe. Fortunately, the supreme law had given the primordial universe a sliver of hope, the world of Jin. The primordial universe naturally knew that Chen Ao was strong now, but still far from being able to eliminate the beasts of boundaries, so a little help was needed. The will of the primordial universe had tried hard to guide Zhuishan Ke's corpse here. The cosmic sea was too vast. The primordial universe could only influence the trajectory of the corpse, not bring it directly. The will of the primordial universe was too simple, only yes or no, so communication was easy. The three ancestral gods waited outside. Jingyuan Lord, how did it go? Very well, I have reached a deal with the primordial universe. The three ancestral gods saw Chen Ao's satisfied expression, and breathed a sigh of relief. They knew Chen Ao's temperament well. He liked to take advantage, and hated being taken advantage of. If Chen Ao willingly let others benefit, it meant he wanted something more. Jingyuan Lord, we are glad you are satisfied. The two-faced ancestral god had the closest relationship with Chen Ao, and had always been the one to communicate with him. Do you have confidence in dealing with the beasts of boundaries? Chen Ao pondered briefly, then shook his head. To be honest, I don't have much confidence. Only about 95%. The expressions of the three ancestral gods were extremely vivid. When he said he didn't have much confidence, their hearts trembled. After all, the beasts of boundaries were the great enemy of the primordial universe. But upon hearing the second half, they were left speechless. 95% still counted as not much confidence. What then counted as confidence? Since Jingyuan Lord is confident, we can rest assured. They believed that Chen Ao would surely transcend. Having obtained a powerful ancient inheritance and now receiving great benefits from the primordial universe, if Chen Ao could not transcend, they could not imagine who could. If Chen Ao to transcend, they would naturally have a place to reside. The thought of living through thousands or even tens of thousands of cycles of reincarnation filled them with joy. We have never been to the universe sea, nor have we witnessed its wonders. We hope that Lord Jingyuan will one day grant us a glimpse. Chen Ao laughed heartily. Rest assured, ancestral god, I will do my utmost. After a brief conversation, Chen Ao took his leave, and continued to meditate on his laws of origin and the seventh order secret technique. The universe sea and the primordial universe remained tranquil, as everyone devoted themselves fully to comprehending the inheritance they had received. There was no time for conflict. Only the Purple Moon Sacred Land was in turmoil, for due to Chen Ao's earlier demand, the universe masters of the Purple Moon Sacred Land no longer dared to venture out casually. Even when they did go out, they moved with extreme caution. They had no means to deal with Chen Ao, and could only curse him in their hearts, hoping he would fail to cross the cycle, and live only for 3 cycles of reincarnation. Nearly 1,000,000 years passed in this manner. Over 100 epochs, with the aid of the Duanding legacy, and the comprehension of the primordial universe's laws of origin, Chen Ao successfully created a 7th order secret technique. At this moment, his battle power had reached the 9th order, and with the use of the Duanmi technique, he could even attain the mid-level 9th order. On this day, while still in meditation, Chen Ao suddenly received a message from Sayak. In the lair of the realm beasts, several 3rd order realm beasts had been born. A total of 5, and their birth times were almost identical, all within the span of a single year. Initially, Sayak had intended to catch up with all his might, but his methods were mediocre, and he could not become a 3rd order in a short time. Until a few months ago, he was hunted by a 3rd order realm beast and was now on the run. Lowly life, come save me quickly, or if I die, the realm beast's oath will vanish. It was evident from his tone that Sayak was frantic. If not for being cornered with no way out, Sayak, the great victim of realm beast glory, would never have begged for his help. The growth rate of the realm beasts is much faster than in the original timeline. Chen Ao dispatched the Swordmaster and the Bloodlight Palace Master to the dim region to rescue Sayak. Though this creature was unworthy, he was still his own charge, and he could not let Sayak become fodder for other realm beasts. In the original timeline, realm beasts would only produce a few fourth order and many third order, with the majority being second order after hundreds of millions of epochs. But now third order have already appeared. At this rate, fourth order realm beasts will emerge within tens of millions of years. This growth rate was quite fierce. If Luofeng did not have enough time to grow, Chen Ao might have to face the sixth order realm beast himself. Chen Ao's scalp tingled. He felt he could not accomplish that. Matters of life and death struggle are not for me. Either leave it to Sayak or to Luofeng. Having made up his mind, Chen Ao sent a message to Sayak. I am meditating on the laws and cannot come. Meditate my ass. I'm about to die. The third order realm beast is too strong. I'll be killed within 100 years at most. You figure it out. 100 years. That's still doable. I'll meditate for 90 years first. Sayak. Damned lowly life, how dare you ignore me. Believe me, I'll die in front of you. But after thinking it over, he realized it was his own life at stake. If this lowly life made a pact with other realm beasts, his death would be in vain. Lowly life, my realm beast clan is the most fair. This time I have a favor to ask of you, so if you have any demands, speak them directly. The realm beast clan is the most generous. Chen Ao's spirits lifted. He had originally planned to take a small advantage, like making him call him father or something, but that was too vulgar. Asking him to call him elder brother. That wasn't too much, was it? He hadn't expected Sayak to be so afraid of death that he would directly invite him to make demands. Having spent millions of years with him, Chen Ao had a rough idea of Sayak's character. Rather similar to himself, quite afraid of death and fond of small advantages. It was no exaggeration to call him a degenerate among realm beasts, a scum of the beastly kind. Now he was actually volunteering to offer benefits. It was as if the primordial universe had turned upside down. Fine, I can save you, but I am very interested in your realm beast's destruction origin. Therefore I wish for you to allow me to comprehend your destruction origin. In the primordial universe, the highest reward was the comprehension of the life law. The greatest benefit of the realm beasts was the comprehension of the destruction law. Comprehending either one would allow one to become an eternal true god. In truth, the realms after true god were very similar to the undying. The void true god was akin to the venerable. The venerable broke through by comprehending laws to a certain degree, while the void true god broke through by comprehending some law origins. The specifics differed. The eternal true god, however, required the fusion of law origins into the life and destruction laws. The universe master, on the other hand, needed to comprehend and fuse laws. Very similar. You're dreaming. The destruction law is imprinted within the domain inside my body. If I let you in and you have any ill intentions toward me, I would have no one to call for help. Chen Ao snorted coldly. Who would have any ill intentions toward an ugly realm beast like you? Rest assured, at most I will send a divine power incarnation into your domain to comprehend. It will not affect you. This was something only a third-order realm beast could allow, because the domain of a third-order realm beast was fully formed and thus it could use the domain passage. However, the domains of fifth order, sixth order, or even the realm beast king were naturally superior, with the destruction law being more complete and clear. Sayak hesitated. This meant letting the other know himself thoroughly. If his destruction law was comprehended, wouldn't he lose his ability to stand tall before Chen Ao? Being constantly oppressed by Chen Ao. That wouldn't do. You can take your time thinking, after all there are still 100 years or so. But remember, I need time to reach the dim region. You'd better keep track, or I'll only be able to collect your corpse. Sayak refused to give up. Lowly life, don't forget. You also want to deal with the third order realm beast. Without me you can't handle it at all. Chen Ao sneered. Sayak, I forgot to tell you my strength has increased. Now unless it's a fourth order realm beast, none can match me. Honestly, your help is unnecessary. Sayak shrieked. I don't believe it. You're just a lowly life. Oh, how can you grow faster than my great realm beast clan? Believe it or not, I don't have time for nonsense. Say whether you agree or not. Sayak looked at the third order realm beast behind him, roaring and eager to devour him, and gritted his teeth. Damn it, he had no choice. Fine, I agree. Then swear. Chen Ao laughed. Trusting a realm beast is like believing a sow can climb the world tree. How dare you compare me, the great realm beast king, to a sow? Sayak began to swear by the universe sea. The oath generally allowed Chen Ao to enter his domain at any time to comprehend the laws. Under Chen Ao's forceful demand, this became anytime, anywhere, and Sayak could only agree in humiliation. The thought that the other could now come and go within his body whenever he pleased, while he could only endure helplessly, unable to resist. The more Sayak thought about it, the more sorrowful he became, and tears of unwillingness flowed. What a disgrace! This disgrace I, the great realm beast king, Sayak, must find a chance to avenge. Once I become fifth order or even sixth order, I will make this lowly life know what a realm beast's means are. Then I will swap roles with him and make him understand what cruelty is. By the way, as a supplementary condition from now on, don't call me lowly life. You may address me as elder brother. Lowly life, don't go too far. I have already agreed to your unreasonable request. And now you want me to call you elder brother. The great realm beast will never agree. Realm beasts will never be slaves. Oh, elder brother, come save me quickly. I'm really dying. This guy is too strong. Very well. Say it again. Elder brother. Elder brother. Sayak cried out in anguish. Chen Ao was satisfied. His initial choice had been absolutely correct. Sayak, like him, feared death. This kind of life was the easiest to handle. As long as it faced a life or death crisis, there was nothing it would not agree to. So one must stay steady, or otherwise, when faced with mortal danger, one might even abandon oneself. In reality, the Swordmaster and the Bloodlight Palace Master were already near the Universe Sea. After all, even if Sayak had agreed to nothing, Chen Ao would still have saved him. He just hadn't expected Sayak to be even more afraid of death than he had imagined. Truly the disgrace of the realm beast realm, that a creature destined to be the only survivor of its kind could be so terrified of death, was indeed laughable. Almost as much as me. A scum among realm beasts. The Swordmaster plunged into the dim region. Upon sensing Chen Ao's arrival, Sayak immediately rushed toward him. In fact, Chen Ao was not a true god, and his speed was much slower than that of a true god. Therefore, to reach Sayak as quickly as possible, he had been constantly teleporting. The Swordmaster teleported ahead, while the Bloodlight Palace Master flew behind. If something went wrong, the Swordmaster still had a chance to retreat. Even so, by the time Chen Ao rendezvoused with Sayak, 130 years had passed. Seeing Sayak lively and well, Chen Ao was speechless. He had been urging him constantly, even claiming he was about to die, yet over 100 years had passed and Sayak was still alive and kicking. If not for the fact that Chen Ao had been confirming Sayak's survival all along the way, he would have given up. Have you been faking your near-death state all along? Not exactly faking. I really felt like I was dying. Chen Ao rolled his eyes. Sayak had been in this state for over 30 years. Didn't you say you'd die in 100 years? Why are you still alive? I made an estimate. I figured you would need 900 years to get here, so my actual time was only 100 years. No problem. Chen Ao sneered. If you're afraid of death, just say so. Why all the excuses? As Chen Ao and Sayak were conversing, the Third Order realm beast behind them had already set its sights on Chen Ao. Chen Ao's appearance was quite well known among the realm beasts. Are you the lowly life who helped that degenerate Sayak? The Third Order realm beast said coldly. If there is no second elder brother of Sayak, then it must be me. Roar. The Third Order realm beast bellowed. Degenerate, disgrace of the realm beasts. You actually acknowledge a lowly life as your elder brother. You are not worthy of being a realm beast. Blee blee aid, why are you shouting so loud? There's no rule in the realm beast law that forbids seeking help. Having an ally is my ability. Degenerate, shameless, seeking shelter from a lowly life yet taking pride in it instead of feeling shame. A piece of trash like you is worthy of being a realm beast. With that, the Third Order realm beast turned to look at Chen Ao. Lowly life, the great realm beast king AID will kill you and this degenerate today. Having said that, AID let out a fierce roar. The Swordmaster coldly stared at this AID. This one was also a famous realm beast. Indeed, how could the one destined to become the first Fifth Order realm beast have started out? Utterly unknown. Brother, take him on. Sayak stepped back, knowing he was no match for AID. Utterly outclassed. Now his only hope rested on Chen Ao. Over the years he had called out, brother, save me. Every day, and the address had become instinctive. Alright, keep watch for me. Chen Ao faced AID and struck with all his might. Though it seemed he was exerting full force, his true aim was to drain AID's power as a boundary beast. A third-tier boundary beast possessed strength equivalent to a true god 1,000,000 kilometers tall. If he didn't wear it down first, the ensuing battle would be far more arduous. Thus the situation appeared one-sided. Chen Ao seemed utterly outmatched by AID, who had ignited his blood. In truth, he was indeed outmatched. Chen Ao's full power was only at the mid-9th tier, while AID had firmly reached the 10th tier. It was a clear suppression. Yet suppression was all it was. Chen Ao's apparent misery was a deliberate ploy. He intended to expend his divine power to exhaust the boundary beast's strength. After all, with 300 billion kilometers of divine power, wasting it would be a shame. Sayak watched Chen Ao getting beaten and grew worried. However, Chen Ao sent him a telepathic message explaining that this was a tactic to lure AID, assuring him not to worry. Meanwhile, Chen Ao produced numerous boundary beast corpses, allowing Sayak to advance to the 3rd tier. Once Sayak reached the 3rd tier, he could cooperate with Chen Ao to kill AID. Seeing Sayak devouring the corpses of boundary beasts with frenzy, AID was both shocked and enraged. The carcasses Sayak consumed were equivalent to about 27 or 28 second-tier boundary beasts. Not far from the third tier. With these 100 or so corpses, he would surely become a third-tier boundary beast. Damn it! Lowly life form, do you think you can stall until that fool Sayak reaches the third tier? Boundary beasts required digestion for advancement, and ascending a tier also demanded familiarization with new abilities and combat prowess. In other words, Sayak would be unable to fight effectively for about a day, and even if he intervened the result would be mediocre. Boundary beasts could also fight across tiers, but that clearly wouldn't apply to a moron like Sayak. The AID was the true genius who could transcend tiers. Yet AID had only recently ascended, so his strength wasn't sufficient to cross tiers. A day is enough to kill you. AID launched a frenzied assault. Chen Ao remained silent, merely enduring the blows appearing, as if he could collapse at any moment, teetering on the brink of death. Watching Chen Ao's flawless act, Sayak reminded himself inwardly this lowly life form was too treacherous. He must be cautious in the future. Boundary beasts were pure and kind-hearted, unlike despicable lowly beings like Chen Ao. And I, as the king of the boundary beasts, must cast aside that kindness, learn from the lowly life forms, master their cunning, and then subdue them. Chen Ao, of course, had no idea what Sayak was thinking. He was simply expending divine power, using dozens of units of divine power to exhaust a single unit of AID's boundary beast power. It seemed Chen Ao couldn't last much longer, but AID soon realized something. Damn it. His boundary beast power was already half depleted, yet Chen Ao still wore that same precarious look, as if death could strike him at any moment. Just a little more. This lowly life form must be barely holding on. If I push a bit harder, he'll surely fall. According to the earlier reports from other boundary beasts, Chen Ao's divine power was 100 times that of a second-tier boundary beast, at most a few hundred times. His divine body was 10 times the size of a second-tier boundary beast, and his divine power was far purer. Combining these factors, his boundary beast power should not be much less than Chen Ao's divine power. Now, with 1 unit of his boundary beast power, consuming dozens of units of Chen Ao's divine power, logically after losing half his own power, Chen Ao should have died long ago. Damn it! Were those previous boundary beasts all useless? They died at the hands of this lowly life form, and couldn't even gather any information. AID was furious. He had expected to kill Chen Ao easily, but instead Chen Ao was wearing him down in a contest of attrition. Even if his divine power is vast, it can't be that exaggerated. He definitely can't outlast me. After all, 1 unit of his boundary beast power could consume dozens of Chen Ao's divine power units. Chen Ao was a universe master, and as his divine power diminished, his strength would plummet. If he could still endure, that would mean Chen Ao's divine body was over 1 billion kilometers. Impossible. But as the day drew near, his boundary beast power had dropped by over 70%, and he realized he had been tricked. Your divine body is actually hundreds of millions of kilometers. What the hell are you? Impossible. After Chen Ao made a name among the boundary beasts, countless of them had gathered intelligence about him, and everything about the sword master came to light. During his immortal stage, he was a little over 1 million kilometers. Now, 100+ eras later, as a universe master, his divine body could at most be 50 million kilometers. This conclusion came from 3 turncoats. The boundary beasts believed the traitors wouldn't deceive them. In truth, the turncoats hadn't lied. They simply didn't know the full story. They claimed his immortal body was over 100 kilometers. That was what Chen Ao himself had said. Could Chen Ao's words be trusted? AID roared in fury. They had thought 50 million kilometers was the limit, with 1 or 2,000 being normal. But it was all a trap. Chen Ao's divine body was hundreds of millions of kilometers. Even a plant life form that had survived for multiple cycles of reincarnation would struggle to reach such a size. In the past, Chen Ao would have flatly denied it, claiming he wasn't hundreds of millions of kilometers. He would have let AID guess the truth. But now Chen Ao had no interest in dealing with AID, because Sayak had already mastered the power of a third-tier boundary beast, and was about to join the battle against AID. AID, you used to bully me when I was at the 3rd tier. Now I'm also 3rd tier. Killing you is like killing a dog. Sayak suddenly felt invincible and charged forward. In truth, he wasn't stupid. He had observed for a long time and deduced that AID's boundary beast power was nearly depleted. Even if AID's combat skills were superior, the gap in power was so vast that victory was assured. Sayak, you traitor. You think you can kill me? Dream on. With that, AID split into 99 clones and over 100 AIDs fled in all directions. Chen Ao remained motionless, merely activating the chess sword C to suppress them. Haha, AID, today you die. Sayak also split into 100 clones and began hunting them down one by one. Against boundary beasts, other boundary beasts were more effective. With the aid of the chess sword C, AID was no match and was brutally beaten by Sayak. Soon all 100 clones would perish. Worthless Sayak, you think you can kill me? As he spoke, a beam of boundary light channel formed. Knowing there was no room for reconciliation, AID had no choice but to use the boundary light channel to escape, even if it meant burning the power of his realm and lowering his tier. IAID, even if I fall to the peak of the second tier, I will quickly return to the third, then the fourth. Sayak, you will eventually die by my hand. Whoosh! AID vanished. Sayak made no move to stop him, and Chen Ao did nothing either. This ability, unless one possessed a technique like Thought Creates Void, could not be blocked. Even using Thought Creates Void would only force AID to burn more power, but it could never stop a boundary beast from using the boundary light channel. Where did AID go? Sayak sensed carefully and replied, very far away. It would take decades to catch up. No matter, we'll teleport after him. But it's dangerous here. Even boundary beasts dared not teleport over such long distances. They were not invincible, and the dangers of the cosmic sea threatened them as well. It's fine, alright. Though he didn't know why Chen Ao was so confident, seeing how Chen Ao had driven AID to flee, he knew he was no match for Chen Ao. The great king of the boundary beasts is only lying low for a short time. In the end, the victor's position will always belong to the great king. Our boundary beast race is powerful only at the final king stage. Early on we are naturally weak. It's normal to be temporarily no match for this lowly life form. Sayak kept encouraging himself. Everything he was doing was worth it for the final victory. If we teleport continuously, we can catch up in about a month. The pursuit would still take time, but once they caught up, the enemy couldn't increase his strength and would eventually die. Chen Ao was determined to keep chasing AID. Even though AID's tier had dropped due to the damaged realm, the genetic power of a third-tier boundary beast remained unchanged. The system absorbed genetic power, not analyzed genes. Luofeng advanced by studying genetic structure diagrams, analyzing gene essence, while Chen Ao needed genetic power. The same type of gene was useless to Luofeng, but for Chen Ao, as long as the gene level was higher, it could accomplish everything. If he could kill an eternal true god, he could directly reach 100,000 times the gene level and become a saint instantly. But that was impossible. He wasn't Luofeng, and he couldn't make the generals of the gene realm willingly die at his hands. I hope the third-tier ones can push my progress bar to 100. That would be best. Once he broke through 100,000 times, he could become a true god. If not, he would have to create a 10th-tier secret technique as a universe master and gain 11th-tier combat power to deal with 4th-tier boundary beasts. A 4th-tier boundary beast would surely bring his gene level to 100,000 times, since it was 2 tiers above. A month passed quickly. Chen Ao and Sayak found AID, who was both shocked and enraged. He had been planning to hunt, but instead fled immediately. Chen Ao and Sayak teleported in pursuit. AID was forced to teleport as well. When both used teleportation, the speed difference was negligible, making it hard to catch up. Brother, maybe we should go after some weaker boundary beasts. This AID is too hard to kill. Sayak wanted to give up. Though AID had been 3rd tier, he was now only at the peak of the 2nd. For Sayak, devouring AID was no different from devouring an ordinary 2nd-tier peak boundary beast. But chasing AID would take several times longer. It wasn't worth it. Chen Ao ignored Sayak's plea. He must die. He didn't want to explain anything to Sayak. Sayak just needed to be a good tool. Thus Chen Ao and Sayak chased AID for a full century, before finally trapping him within the range of the Chessword Sea, and locking down the space. With no escape after a period of fierce combat, Chen Ao successfully slew AID. He kept an eye on his progress bar, which began to rise and finally stopped at 99. 999. Seeing that tiny gap, Chen Ao was speechless. Undoubtedly that last sliver required crossing 2 tiers. Just as a venerable who killed a most high could not advance beyond 90 without the kill. Damn it, this is forcing my hand. Both 90,000 times and 100,000 times are special thresholds. Chen Ao anticipated that to cross these thresholds, he would need to slay an enemy 2 levels above him. Thus Universe Master Chen Ao had to kill a powerhouse who had reached the level of Void True God to achieve the 100,000 times gene amplification. There were many Void True Gods in the gene world, but those true gods had all cultivated the inheritance of the gene world, and were equipped with numerous treasures. Facing a true god limit powerhouse of the gene world, he was confident he could wear them down and kill them, but against a void true god he could not. The power of one thought creates void was too strong, and combined with the abundant treasures of the gene world, there was simply no way to fight. So I have no choice but to kill a 4th order world beast. It was all forced by the system. The system forced him. Apart from external reasons, world beasts were far inferior to void true gods in that void true gods had a small universe allowing rapid recovery of divine power, while world beasts lacked this condition. The troublesome aspect of world beasts was their numerous avatars. Then I will continue to wait, but during this time I must control the growth rate of the world beasts. All those that quickly became 3rd order world beasts must be killed, and then some 2nd order peak world beasts. The gene world would only arrive in about 7 million years, so he had to ensure that during this period the world beasts were at most 3rd order. Ideally, after he obtained 11th order combat power, a 4th order world beast would appear just in time. Then cooperating with Sake he could kill that fourth-order world beast and smoothly become a true god. At that point he would be soaring high, like a cow riding an airplane. Sake, don't you want to become stronger? Let's go. Over these millions of years I will cooperate with you to kill those powerful world beasts. First kill all the third-order world beasts. Sake showed a troubled expression. Killing third-order world beasts is too difficult. How about we kill first-order ones first? After all, 1,000 first-order ones are equivalent to 1 third-order, and the time to kill 1,000 first-order is definitely much shorter than killing 1 third-order. Addy. This was because he had consumed too much against Chen Ao, so he was killed. If Addy had run away from the start, even if they chased for 100,000 years, they might not have been able to kill him. The cost performance was very low. Chen Ao rolled his eyes. Do you know why you're so weak? Weak. There are no more than 10 third-order world beasts now, and I'm already in the top 10. What about before? I raised you directly to second order yet you still got hunted by Addy. Well, I'm not good at fighting. I Sake am the kindest. Enough, who would believe such nonsense? World beasts grow through slaughter. The warlike instinct is engraved in the bones of all world beasts. How can you talk about kindness? Chen Ao said disdainfully. You are weak, because you are stupid and afraid of death. Sake stammered. Previously when he was second order he had specifically chosen to kill first order ones, so his growth was naturally a bit slower. Therefore you must train yourself. I will help you kill third order ones. This is to temper you and make you grow faster. He naturally could not say the real reason, killing threatening world beasts. So recalling his previous method of treating Luofeng, Chen Ao once again adopted the attitude of an elder brother, saying, "This is for your own good." As he spoke, Chen Ao patted Sake's big head. You acknowledge me as your elder brother. As your elder brother I naturally cannot watch you degenerate. Let's go kill third order world beasts together. As for the title of elder brother, Sake was disdainful inside. You lowly life form, you're impressive now, but what of it? At third order I can't beat you, but at fourth order won't I still be able to? Life forms of the universe C could at most reach true god limit. Even if a genius could transcend realms they would only be comparable to a void true god. For them fourth order was the true void level, so Sake was confident that at fourth order he could firmly suppress Chen Ao. As for when he reached fifth order he would definitely make Chen Ao call him elder brother. No, make Chen Ao call him father. If Chen Ao dared to disrespect him then he would ruthlessly trample him. Chen Ao looked at Sake, who suddenly revealed a sly smile and was somewhat confused. Sake, why are you laughing for no reason? Nothing. I was just thinking that with my elder brother's help I will become stronger, reach fourth order, and walk the path of the world beast king. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Alright. Chen Ao didn't mind. I'll follow you during this time. Also relax, let me enter your body. Sake showed a terrified expression. Elder brother, no. What are you afraid of? Didn't we agree before? Sake looked at his newly formed domain and said pitifully, elder brother, you must be gentle. It's my first time, I'm afraid of pain. Don't worry, I know your domain has just been nurtured and is still tender. I won't be reckless. Saying this, Chen Ao suddenly split off a divine power avatar and charged into Sake's domain. Sake screamed. His domain was truly too tender. Even just a divine power avatar was hard for him to handle. How is it? Have you adapted? If there's no problem I'll go deeper. Elder brother, wait, let me adapt a bit more. They dawdled for a long time. Only then did Chen Ao fully enter Sake's body. Tisk, this feels so good. Feeling the destructive aura inside the world beast and the dense laws of destruction, Chen Ao felt a wave of pleasure. As long as he could comprehend it perfectly his path to eternal true god would be cleared. Sake, can you still hold on? It's okay. I feel that after my elder brother entered my body my physical quality is also improving. Of course this kind of thing must be done more often to grow. Chen Ao's divine power avatar began to comprehend the laws of destruction smoothly, but it was obvious that the third-order world beast's laws of destruction were still shallow, making comprehension quite difficult. Therefore no achievement could be made in a short time. This matter had to be done gradually. One-time efforts wouldn't work. Senior brother, I feel strange. There's something extra in my body. Just get used to it. Chen Ao didn't care. As long as he was satisfied it was fine. Now let's start hunting third-order world beasts. Tell me where the nearest one is. Okay. The two constantly teleported and hunted. Now the number of third-order world beasts in the world beast nest was increasing, including Sake. There were already 8 third-order ones. Chen Ao's targets were the other 7. If they encountered world beasts on the way, he would kill them as well, treating them as Sake's food. To go from third order to fourth order one needed to kill more than 30,000 world beasts, requiring an enormous amount of energy. By the way, what if I take Sake to the Universe C and drain that old man Ziua dry? Although Sake was also third order, he was still obedient. The main reason was that Sake was afraid of death. Without Chen Ao's help, even if he was now among the top 10 in strength, he had no chance to become a king. Humph, let's see if that old man Ziyue makes any moves. If he provokes me, I'll drain you dry. In the following time, Chen Ao continuously killed world beasts. The primordial universe was naturally very satisfied with Chen Ao's actions. Although it did not understand the principle of repaying kindness, it still granted many benefits to humanity. The number of human births and geniuses in human territory increased. Moreover, in human territory, originally barren regions began to nurture secret realms containing treasures. These secret realms were not very dangerous, but the treasures were of extremely high value. Combined with the complete inheritance Chen Ao gave to humanity, the number of human experts skyrocketed in a short time. In just 5 million years, the number of human venerables reached 100,000 and the number of universe masters doubled to 43. Hun Dun City Lord was grinning from ear to ear. Other races were also increasing in strength, but they were completely incomparable to humanity. After all, the inheritance contained many secret techniques, such as simple methods of burning divine power, and combined attacks which other races did not have. Therefore, on every level humanity's strength was the greatest. As a result, countless small races were forced to join humanity, while the insect race, demon race, and mechanical race were forced to continuously shrink their territories, ceding more areas to humanity. 5 million years was not a long time, yet human territory increased by nearly half, while each of the three races lost nearly 1/10 of their territory. Xinjiao, the demon race, is having a hard time, isn't it? I heard that the border areas with humanity have been occupied quite a bit. Mother Empress, our demon race was originally larger than your two races. Even if we are slowly eroded, we can hold out longer than your insect race. Meng Cha retorted. The mechanical race Father God interrupted. Alright, this time we are not here to quarrel. We must find a way to deal with human expansion. In these millions of years, human strength has grown too fast. If this continues, in at most a few 100 million years, our three races will not be able to obtain enough territory for reproduction. The borders of the races were all battlefields. During this time, humanity had been suppressing the other three races, forcing them to retreat continuously, thus naturally compressing their territories. In the past, each race had its victories and defeats, and territories fluctuated back and forth, which was unavoidable. But in just a few 100 years, humanity had already compressed them too much. Our four races this time must discuss how to deal with humanity. At least we must curb human development. Xinjiao said. The demon race's two leaders had suffered the most, both having been toyed with by Chen Ao. This time they must retaliate fiercely. The mechanical race Father God and the insect race Mother Empress remained silent. Xinjiao, since you called us here, you must have a plan. Just say it directly. Only then did Xinjiao speak slowly. This time the light traveling master of the ZUS Sacred Land approached me, hoping to unite with us against humanity. ZUS Sacred Land. Hearing this, the mechanical race Father God and the insect race Mother Empress were first surprised and delighted, then became disinterested. What about the ZUS Sacred Land? They probably dare not even go out now. Even their two strongest are cautious and timid. The insect race Mother Empress sneered. Chen Ao's move of cutting the ground from under their feet not only gave the various forces of the universe the inheritance to cultivate to the 10th level, but also the 8 major forces of the primordial universe, including their 3 races. Back then they brought the bodies of universe masters from the ZUS Sacred Land to Chen Ao, and Chen Ao gave them the inheritance without a second word. They roughly compared among themselves and found almost no difference. At the same time, the various forces of the universe also had some contact, and the inheritances were all basically the same. Since everyone had received the inheritance, there was naturally nothing to fight over. Even if they knew Chen Ao still had better ones, the call to oppose humanity was not as strong. In the original story, the ZUS Sacred Land offered a better inheritance than humanity, making humanity the target of all, but this time it was different. Chen Ao was too ruthless. Although the inheritance he offered was simplified, it was still a cut above what the ZUS Sacred Land gave. The ZUS Sacred Land could not even serve as a catalyst. In the end, the ZUS Sacred Land could only find the 3 races promising to provide some methods to reach the void level in exchange for the 3 races fighting humanity. The ZUS Sacred Land also wanted to make it public, but the ancestor of the ZUS Sacred Land was stingy. He was very afraid that many people would truly transcend. Thus, the future of the universe masters of the ZUS Sacred Land would have no room to thrive. Xinjiao, aware that his own race alone could not contend with humanity, summoned the mechanical race and the insect race. We 3 races can unite, no longer acting independently, and begin by suppressing humanity, from the battles in the outer domain to the clashes among honored ones. Even if our individual races are inferior to humanity, united, we can still overpower them. And then, what significance does victory below the universe master level hold? The insect queen sneered disdainfully. Mother Queen, if you have no desire for cooperation, you may leave directly. There is no need for your cold mockery here. The only other female Meng Cha was not one to tolerate the queen. The queen cast a glance at Meng Cha. Speak plainly if you have something to say instead of all this irrelevant chatter. If we wish to deal with humanity, we must first resolve the issues with Jingyuan Lord and Jufu. Anything else is utterly useless. Jinjiao stopped Meng Cha. Ahem, Mother Queen, you are still so impatient. Jingyuan Lord and Jufu can only be handled by us. Though Jufu can suppress me, killing me is no easy task. After receiving the inheritance, he Jinjiao had reached the 9th stage. Even if Jufu had also broken through, he could still protect himself. As for Jingyuan Lord, you must handle him. That fellow possesses far too many treasures. All 3 of his clones possess 7th stage, or even 8th stage combat power. Their own strength was now at the 8th stage, for they had previously relied solely on their own cultivation to become the strongest without any guidance from inheritance. To say they were not talented enough would be absurd. Now with the inheritance they naturally made progress easily. Of course, to advance further to the 9th or 10th stage they would still need opportunities and time. The ZUS Sacred Land has also provided some combined numbers. The Universe Masters of our 3 races along with our affiliated Universe Masters are nearly twice as many as humanities. We can completely suppress humanity. Jinjiao planned to open 2 battlefields, one for the strongest level, and one for the Universe Master level. Because of Chen Ao slaughter, aside from the lone Universe Masters, only the 9 peak powers now had Universe Masters. In recent years, the number of Universe Masters had surged. The 3 races combined had roughly 500 Universe Masters. Humanity itself had just over 40, and with the Alliance it was estimated at around 250. Do we truly have to do this? Opening a battlefield for Universe Masters would cost many lives. Every Universe Master is the foundation of a race. That was the past, said the mechanical race's godfather. In the past it was difficult for even 1 out of 1,000 Universe Overlords to become a Universe Master. But now the ratio has increased tenfold. In the future, the number of Universe Masters will inevitably multiply several times. The 4 strongest fell into silence for a moment. Finally, the strongest of them all, Jinjiao, spoke. We must use the price of blood to stop humanity. Moreover, with our 3 races united, our casualties will inevitably be fewer than humanity's. This way we can suppress humanity while tempering even stronger beings. There was another unspoken thought: with too many powerful beings and limited resources, the weaker ones naturally needed to be consumed to ensure the growth of the stronger. Why did the primordial universe control the number of inheritances and treasures? It was precisely because too many powerful beings would be harmful. Every small universe born was like cutting flesh from the primordial universe itself. Good, then let it be done. Open the battlefield for Universe Masters and suppress humanity at all costs. After the strongest of the 3 races conferred, they quickly returned to their races to issue orders. For a time, the outer domain battlefield, which had rarely seen even honored ones, was suddenly flooded with countless honored ones. The original main forces, Realm Lords and Immortals, became mere peripheral figures. In the more central area, the battlefield was for Universe Masters. If one viewed the 2 sides as a chessboard, the center was the battlefield for Universe Masters, the periphery was for honored ones and Universe Overlords, and the outermost was for Immortals and Realm Lords. Moreover, the battlefield at this time was more bloody than ever. Almost every day an immortal fell. Even honored ones fell each year. Even Universe Masters at the beginning saw over 30 fall. After that, the battlefield calmed down. The 3 races did not launch a surprise attack, but acted slowly, giving humanity time to react. If they had truly sent Universe Masters to kill a large number of Immortals, it would not have been appropriate. Mainly because Immortals could be revived, so killing them would be in vain. Humanity fought back, actively relying on a vast number of supreme treasures to hold off the 3 races' offensive. Why are these 3 races so strange? Chaos City Lord convened a high-level meeting of humanity. The number of attendees had surged to 45. Those who had previously been the masters of the Heavenly Erosion Palace had all become Universe Masters. There must be a reason for this. The battlefield could not have escalated so quickly. It had directly jumped from the Immortal level to the Universe Master level, which was too terrifying. Moreover, in the previous years, over 30 Universe Masters had died, including 1 from humanity's own race. This was an enormous loss. There must be someone leading this. Chen Ao said casually. Could it be the demon race? They have always been restless. Chen Ao shook his head. It should be the ZUS Sacred Land. The demon race would not be the vanguard. They would not be so invested without benefits. The ZUS Sacred Land. Why would the ZUS Sacred Land want to deal with humanity? Are they doing this just to vent their anger? The 3 races are not foolish. They must have demanded benefits. Chen Ao remained silent. As for the price, perhaps it was a better inheritance than what he had offered. Who could say? For safety, I suggest that 3 5-stage Universe Masters with supreme treasures be stationed at all times. Chen Ao said. Jufu and Chaos both nodded in agreement with Chen Ao's proposal. If the ZUS Sacred Land was truly involved, it might indeed become very dangerous. Just as they were discussing, Chaos City Lord suddenly received a message. After reading it he was greatly alarmed. How dare they? How dare they? Everyone looked at Chaos City Lord, who said solemnly, "Just now many universe masters from the three races appeared wielding full-body pinnacle treasures, catching us off guard. For foreign universe masters allied with humanity were killed. It was better than the nearly 20 deaths before, but this time the three races suffered no losses while humanity took all the damage. Damn it! Are these three races declaring an all-out war on humanity?" The Dark Master said coldly. He also possessed a supreme treasure capable of unleashing 6th-stage combat power. In the primordial universe he was only slower than the universe supreme beings. If humanity does not deal with this, the universe masters of the Hong Alliance might begin to harbor second thoughts. Chaos City Lord said. "Then let me go." Chen Ao stood up. His human body had been idle, and he wanted to test himself against the strongest of the three races. "Chen Ao, your speed is still a bit slow. I think I should go," Jufu said. His strength had not yet broken through, stuck at the peak of the 9th stage, still a bit short of the 10th. So Jufu wanted to fight. "Haha Jufu, why don't you go to the Cosmic Sea and have some fun with the two strongest of the ZUS Sacred Land? Staying here is not productive." Jufu had too few battles, mainly because he lacked opponents to fight, so he had no chance to improve. As for opponents, the world beasts were the best, but he feared that Jufu might fall. If he couldn't withstand it, he would perish instantly. "Fine, whether or not the ZUS Sacred Land is causing trouble, I will go and stir up trouble at the ZUS Sacred Land." The ZUS Sacred Land could not be breached, but Jufu could simply block their gate, causing them to lose all face. "The three races will be my responsibility. Now teacher, please arrange a rotation, so that 3 6th-stage universe masters are always stationed. Blocking the three races will certainly not be a problem." "Good, I will arrange it immediately." Luo Feng glanced at Chen Ao. He also wanted to test himself against the strongest. He now possessed 6th-stage combat power, having obtained a supreme treasure blade. Since he was the strongest blade user among humanity, it was given to him. But thinking that he would have opportunities to be stationed at the outer domain battlefield later, he did not rush. Chen Ao went alone to the outer domain battlefield. When Chen Ao appeared, the previously high-spirited universe masters of the three races became as timid as quails. "Where is Xinjiao? Why doesn't he come out to see me?" Chen Ao stood high in the sky, speaking calmly. Even though there were over 100 universe masters opposite him, under Chen Ao's presence their momentum was completely suppressed. "Jingyuan Lord, the Zhen Demon Ancestor, is on his way." Thunder Dragon Lord stepped forward with difficulty to answer. In the past millions of years, Thunder Dragon Lord had progressed from the initial 5th stage to the peak of the 5th stage under the guidance of the inheritance. But compared to Chen Ao, they were undoubtedly on different levels. According to the Cosmic Sea, Chen Ao now had at least 8th-stage combat power, which was already mid-level among true gods. In reality, Chen Ao, who had created a 7th-stage secret technique, possessed 9th-stage combat power capable of killing many true gods outright. Seeing Chen Ao arrive, the universe masters and honored ones of humanity's Hong Alliance were immediately uplifted, eager to charge out and fight the three races' allied forces. Chen Ao did not wish to trouble these universe masters, as he was already on a different level. He valued his dignity. A strong man's pride must be maintained. The universe masters of the three races waited quietly, while the demon race continuously called for the Zhen Demon Ancestor, hoping he would arrive quickly. After all, if he was late, Chen Ao might act. With Chen Ao's strength, perhaps 30% of the universe masters here would die. About 10 minutes later, Xinjiao arrived. "Jingyuan Lord, what business do you have with me?" Xinjiao's voice thundered as he faced Chen Ao. Xinjiao was a peerless genius. After receiving the inheritance, his strength had entered the 9th stage. Now he feared no one, even if Jufu stepped into the 10th stage. "Xinjiao, I do not oppose your three races opening a battlefield. However, your universe masters struck suddenly, and even used external forces." Xinjiao was at a loss for words. The previous battle had indeed caught humanity off guard. Ridiculous. Since it is a battlefield, casualties are inevitable. Are you saying that because your Hong Alliance lost universe masters, you come to demand an explanation? Chen Ao looked at Xinjiao and merely smiled faintly. But the next moment Chen Ao's figure crossed thousands of light years, arriving at the side of the three races' allied forces. Before Chen Ao stood 8 universe masters, including 2 from the demon race itself. Their strength ranged from the 3rd to the 4th stage. A cyan longsword appeared in Chen Ao's hand, bearing a single secret pattern. At that moment, the pattern shimmered with dazzling brilliance. "Jingyuan Lord, stop!" Xinjiao roared. But Chen Ao paid him no heed. He simply swung his sword. This was the Yuan embryo Chen Ao had found in the East River. As the Yuan embryo swept through, the divine bodies of these 8 universe masters were instantly annihilated, not a single one more nor any damage to the nearby universe masters. "Xinjiao, this is my answer. Are you satisfied?" Chen Ao said in a deep voice. You used despicable means to kill 4 universe masters of my Hong Alliance. I have killed 8 of your demon race. Are you convinced? Hearing Chen Ao's words, the universe lords of the human Hong Alliance were extremely excited, as if it were they who had effortlessly slain 8 universe lords. The allied forces of the 3 races, on the other hand, turned pale, clearly terrified by Chen Ao. Lord Jingyun, you are too presumptuous. Jin Jiao roared. Jin Jiao had not expected Chen Ao to strike so ruthlessly. Let me Jin Jiao see what level of strength you Lord Jingyun have reached now. I was just about to test your skills. Chen Ao faced the enemy head-on. He was no longer the venerable who had been beaten down in the past. Now even in the cosmic sea he could directly contend with true gods. Seeing that Jin Jiao and Chen Ao were about to fight, the surrounding universe lords and venerables immediately retreated far away, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Giant horn. Jin Jiao charged at Chen Ao with his massive headbutt, and Chen Ao raised his sword to meet it head-on. In an instant the two exchanged hundreds of blows. After a single exchange, Jin Jiao growled, "In the Prime Universe I cannot fully display my power. Lord Jingyun, do you dare to fight me in the Cosmic Sea? Fine, how about the Xuanzi Sea?" Chen Ao said with a smile. Jin Jiao's momentum faltered for a moment. "Just you alone?" "Yes, just me. Giant Axe will not intervene." "Good." Jin Jiao, not backing down, confident he could suppress Chen Ao, said, "Let's go." He flew off first. Chen Ao glanced at the human Hong Alliance experts behind him. "Fight normally. If the 3 races resort to any despicable tricks, I will make them pay the price." "Yes, Lord Jingyun, we understand." The Heavenly Eclipse Palace Lord was the first to speak. He was now a 3rd-rank Universe Lord, a member of the battlefield. Hearing that Chen Ao would back them up, the Universe Lords of the human Hong Alliance instantly dispelled the fear that had arisen from the 3 races' ambush. They had all witnessed the situation just now. Chen Ao had directly slain 8 Universe Lords, avenging the 4 who had fallen earlier, and he had done so twofold. True warriors are not afraid of death. Well, Chen Ao is an exception, so they were not afraid of dying in normal combat. Now Chen Ao had provided them with such an opportunity. "I'm going to have a bout with Jin Jiao. Lord Pengong, I leave this place to you." "No problem, Lord Jingyun, go ahead." Chen Ao nodded and then flew out after Jin Jiao. This was his human body, and he carried only a single primordial embryo as his supreme treasure. The rest of his treasures were on the Sword Lord, who was currently pursuing boundary beasts in the dim land. As the human Chen Ao flew toward the Cosmic Sea, the Bloodlight Palace Lord clone also left the dim land and set off for the Xuanzi Sea. With the primordial embryo, Chen Ao's combat power was at the 8th rank, while the Bloodlight Palace Lord, lacking a supreme treasure, was only at the 7th rank. This seemed like a disadvantage. However, Chen Ao's divine body was enormous. Even his human body had 99999 times the gene count, with a divine body reaching 100 million kilometers, while the Bloodlight Palace Lord's body was nearly 300 billion kilometers. Jin Jiao knew that Chen Ao was not as fast as him, so he deliberately slowed down. However, the two had no intention of conversing, only exchanging a brief glance of challenge. It would take about 10 years to reach the Xuanzi Sea, and the Bloodlight Palace Lord would need roughly the same time. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Sea was in an uproar. Chen Ao, hailed as the number 1 genius of the Cosmic Sea, was about to engage Jin Jiao in a direct battle. As for the 2nd genius of the Cosmic Sea, it was naturally Luofeng. Previously, during the Duandong River inheritance, Luofeng was the first to reach the 4th stage, which was evident to all. If not for Chen Ao's special maneuvering, the Duandong River inheritance would likely have been Luofeng's, and the title of the 2nd genius of the Cosmic Sea would have been well deserved. In an instant, countless experts headed to the Xuanzi Sea to watch the battle, eager to see the extent of Chen Ao's combat power. About 12 years later, Chen Ao's Bloodlight Palace Lord clone and his human body simultaneously stood opposite Jin Jiao. "What's this? Lord Jingyun, why are there only 2 clones? Did the Sword Lord not come?" Chen Ao shook his head. "The Sword Lord has other matters to attend to." "Hey, you really look down on me. Not only does the Sword Lord clone not come, but you don't even bring the supreme treasures." Jin Jiao, noticing the absence of the chess sword C, realized that these 2 bodies were not his main combat bodies. "To deal with you, Jin Jiao, 2 bodies are enough." With that, Chen Ao actively charged at Jin Jiao. "Lord Jingyun, today I'll make you understand that the strongest is the strongest. No Universe Lord can compare." Jin Jiao was extremely furious. In truth, he had long anticipated that Chen Ao would use his clones to surround him. After all, the clones also possessed the strength of a Universe Lord. On the contrary, if Chen Ao had not used his clones to surround him, he would have felt insulted, as if his strength were being looked down upon. And now not even the main combat clone was present. Did Jin Jiao really think I was just a name? Giant horn. Jin Jiao roared, and a massive sharp horn appeared in the void. This was completely different from the Prime Universe. In the Prime Universe, Jin Jiao's secret art could not even manifest the horn's phantom because its power was completely suppressed by the Prime Universe. Now Jin Jiao fully unleashed the power of the secret art, reaching the level of an 8th rank secret art. Both of Chen Ao's bodies chuckled lightly. The Bloodlight Palace Lord holding the primordial embryo charged forward, while the human Chen Ao pointed into the void, and the Genhe Luo appeared. Humph! Sensing the suppression of the Genhe Luo, Jin Jiao snorted coldly, then activated his own domain treasure to counter it. Not bringing the chess sword C and relying only on the Genhe Luo, you think you can suppress me? The sharp horn continuously struck, as if determined to overturn the Genhe Luo domain, even forcing back the divine swords one by one. After all, this was a supreme treasure of the attack type. When fully activated, its power could easily suppress the Genhe Luo. Chen Ao remained unperturbed, and his human body continued to point. A massive snow-white palace appeared. This was the second palace-type supreme treasure, obtained from the Dongdi universe, named the Snow Wall Palace. This Snow Wall Palace treasure was considered mid-tier among true god-level treasures, but it possessed an extremely powerful sealing ability. Now with its appearance, Jin Jiao's movements immediately became sluggish. Unlike domain treasures, which often focus on suppressing the target's movement speed, sealing-type treasures mainly increase the cost of the target's actions. For example, using the same secret art, which originally required only 1 unit of divine power, now under the seal it would require 2 or even 3 units of divine power. In addition, sealing-type treasures are like a heavy weight pressing directly on the expert, making it difficult for them to move. This time Jin Jiao's arrogance vanished. Feeling such immense sealing force, he found it extremely difficult to move. Even the movement speed of a true god could not be exerted. In the original story, Luofeng did not kill Haolei Star-Lord by relying on his own strength. The main cause of Haolei Star-Lord's death was the sealing of the Star Tower, combined with the impact of the tomb boat, which forcibly slammed him into the Xuanzi Sea. Now under Chen Ao's full activation, although the Snow Wall Palace was not as powerful as the Star Tower, it was still capable of sealing Jin Jiao. Damn it, the sealing power of this palace treasure is so strong. Jin Jiao's movements became extremely difficult. He could not even activate the giant horn attack. Bayesian Star Lord, the Snow Wall Palace never had such powerful might before. The third true lord said thoughtfully. Bayesian Star Lord naturally understood and simply nodded. Perhaps we were using it incorrectly. Many experts watched as Chen Ao suppressed Jin Jiao without relying on his main combat clone, and they all became wary inwardly. This was a one-on-one direct battle, and Chen Ao had only used a fraction of his strength. And Jin Jiao, who had already stepped into the 9th rank, was directly suppressed. Jin Jiao, how do you like this move? To complement the Snow Wall Palace, I specially created a top-tier 7th rank sealing secret art. Hearing Chen Ao's words, the experts of the Dongdi Sacred Universe wore strange expressions. This treasure had originally been theirs, and now in Chen Ao's hands it seemed to have realized its true potential. A top-tier 7th rank sealing secret art. This was simply unimaginable. Top-tier 7th rank secret arts were extremely rare, otherwise Jin Jiao would not have become so arrogant after creating an 8th rank secret art. If a top-tier 7th rank secret art could be created, every strongest expert would choose an attack secret art. Who would care about some auxiliary secret art? Chen Ao was just wasting a precious resource. Wouldn't it be better to create an attack secret art with this time? Even if he already has an attack secret art, continuously optimizing it would be good too. Alas, we can only say that the world of geniuses is beyond our understanding. We simply can't figure it out. One good thing about Chen Ao was that once he created a secret art of a certain level, he could quickly rely on W to create more secret arts of the same level. Although he had not created an 8th rank secret art, he had already created hundreds of top-tier 7th rank secret arts. They covered all categories, and even for sealing secret arts there were over 30 types. The one he was using now was just the strongest among them. Lord Jingyun, you are celebrating too early. I have a supreme treasure armor. Even if you suppress me a little, do you think you can defeat me? Jin Jiao had brought the supreme treasure armor of the Dream Demon race, so he was not worried about Chen Ao's attacks. Tsk tisk Jin Jiao, this is not like you. Are you already giving up? Bullshit. I Jin Jiao never give up. Chen Ao nodded. That's more like it. Jin Jiao, then I'm going to attack. With that, the Bloodlight Palace Lord began to furiously attack Jin Jiao, one sword strike after another with incredibly swift movements. Watching the Bloodlight Palace Lord turn into a series of phantoms wildly attacking the other true gods of the Cosmic Sea were all shocked. What kind of speed was this? Can a human reach such speed? Jin Jiao's face was also filled with terror because compared to others he felt it most directly. His divine power was draining away rapidly. Resist. Jin Jiao tried his utmost to fight back, but his movements were too slow. Chen Ao could attack several times for every one of his. Under the second stage combustion of the Annihilation secret art, Chen Ao's strength also reached the top tier 8th rank. In terms of attack, it was in no way inferior to Jin Jiao's 8th rank secret art. Moreover, his divine body was enormous. Even when taking damage and burning divine power wildly, the consumption was minimal. No joke. With 60000 times the gene count, his total divine power increased by 1 billion times. Even if he swam to the core of the Xuanzi Sea, he would not die. As long as he was not killed by an extremely powerful soul secret art, he was invincible in the cosmic sea. Even if he couldn't defeat an opponent, he could wear them down. At this moment, Jin Jiao was Chen Ao's target. Chen Ao attacked continuously, each sword strike landing heavily on Jin Jiao's vital points. Jin Jiao's divine power aura is weakening. Yes, I can feel the decline. It's clear that his replenishment cannot keep up with his consumption. A true god's divine power loss does not affect their strength, but the aura of their divine power will change. If the loss is less than the replenishment, naturally there will be no change. However, if consumption exceeds replenishment, the total divine power will decrease and the aura will weaken. The outcome is decided. Lord Jingyuan's aura hasn't changed at all. I never expected Jin Jiao would be the first to falter. How large is Lord Jingyuan's divine body? Who knows? I'm curious too. The greatest wonder of the cosmic sea might become, how large is Lord Jingyuan's divine body? Chen Ao had been battling this Jin Jiao for over half a day. At this moment, though his divine power had also waned, it was significantly less than Jin Jiao's. This loss of divine power was nothing to Chen Ao, reducing his strength by at most 1%. The change was negligible. However, the surrounding powerhouses could roughly judge that Jin Jiao's divine power had been depleted by as much as 30%. At this rate, within at most 2 days, Jin Jiao would be in danger of falling. Of course, this was predicated on Jin Jiao not fleeing, or otherwise, even if suppressed, he could accelerate to 100 times the speed of light. Jingyuan Master, please show mercy. Meng Cha could not bear to watch and spoke up to dissuade. Chen Ao looked at Meng Cha, beside whom stood the mechanical clan's father god and the mother emperor, and even the strongest of the prison clan and the crystal clan had arrived. Clearly they did not wish to see humanity dominate alone. If Jin Jiao died, Chen Ao would have the chance to besiege and kill the other powerhouses of the original universe. Once the strongest were dead, humanity would instantly conquer the entire universe. Even the vassal races would no longer be needed. Everything would be mine. Why have vassals when I could give the entire universe's territory to humanity to multiply? Meng Cha, do you think humanity is easy to bully? The voice of Ju Fu rang out. Seeing Ju Fu, all the powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. Over millions of years, guided by the inheritance, Ju Fu had also taken the final step, pushing his secret technique to the 9th order level, truly becoming a 10th order powerhouse like the original Yuanzhu. The only shortcoming was that Ju Fu lacked a supreme treasure axe, so his attack power did not reach the pinnacle of the 10th order. Otherwise, he would have been fully comparable to the Yuanzhu of old. The powerhouses were wary of Jingyuan Master, but they were fearful of Ju Fu. Even the first true lord of the Shenyan clan had a grim expression. His strength had also improved, but only to the peak of the 9th order. He was still a step short of the final stage. After all, his original 9th order combat power relied on treasures, and with no change in treasures and insufficient secret techniques, his strength naturally fell behind. Ju Fu, my clan admits its mistake. Please spare Jin Jiao, said Meng Cha. The three of them together could not stop Ju Fu, and even blocking him would be extremely difficult. To stop Ju Fu, at least 5 or 6 of the strongest would need to join forces. That was why the powerhouses of the other peak clans were constantly drawing closer. If Ju Fu did not act, Jin Jiao would at most suffer great divine power loss, not death. Chen Ao looked at Ju Fu, and Ju Fu looked back at Chen Ao as if pondering how to proceed. At that moment, the 2 powerhouses of the ZUS Sacred Land also arrived. Ju Fu, I think it's best to stop here. Seeing the ZUS Sacred Land's powerhouses, Meng Cha and the others immediately broke into smiles. Thus, with 7 of them together, they could barely suppress Ju Fu and have the leeway to rescue Jin Jiao. Ju Fu, seeing the ZUS Sacred Land's powerhouses arrive, was furious. ZUS Sacred Land? Do you intend to be an enemy of humanity? Not at all. It's just that our ZUS Sacred Land also does not wish to see the cosmic sea suffer too great a loss, said Zikong, True Lord, one of the 2 strongest of the ZUS Sacred Land. The threat in his words needed no further elaboration. Many powerhouses of the cosmic sea watched this scene. Humanity had undoubtedly gained immense benefits from the Duan Donghe inheritance, while these factions had merely caught a whiff of it, not even getting a taste. To say they were dissatisfied with humanity was certain. But previously Ju Fu had already held the posture of the cosmic sea's #1 powerhouse, so they dared not go too far, fearing Ju Fu would strike directly. Now ZUS Sacred Land had taken the lead, which was a good thing. Zikong, True Lord, do you mean to be an enemy of humanity? Don't blame humanity for being unkind to your ZUS Sacred Land. Ju Fu roared. The previous alliance of 3 races against humanity had already hinted at ZUS Sacred Land's machinations, and now they had stepped forward directly. Hey, you just Ju Fu. Our ZUS Sacred Land has existed for countless cycles. How many astonishing figures have I seen in that time? Even figures like Yuanzhu I have encountered more than a dozen. Yet, over the long span of time, only 2 Sacred Land universes remain. Ju Fu gritted his teeth. The other party was clearly implying that they might only survive 3 cycles and could simply hide in the sacred land. Watching the standoff between Zhu Fu and Zikong True Lord, many powerhouses took interest. How interesting. Chen Ao looked at Zikong True Lord. It seems ZUS Sacred Land is determined to oppose humanity. Think what you will, ZUS Sacred Land said indifferently. Chen Ao chuckled then said, then let's wait and see. With that he turned to Jin Jiao, you're lucky today or you would have fallen here. Then he released the seal of the Shuebi Palace and let Jin Jiao leave. Zhu Fu's face was full of resentment, but his threats were useless against ZUS Sacred Land. If they couldn't win they would just lie low for 3 cycles. No matter how strong Zhu Fu was he couldn't break through the ZUS Sacred Land universe. Infuriating. Zhu Fu muttered. If I ever get the chance I will make ZUS Sacred Land pay. Chen Ao however was calm watching Jin Jiao and the others depart. Chen Ao, I know you know a lot. Is there any way to hit ZUS Sacred Land where it hurts? Zhu Fu transmitted. This was a bitter pill to swallow. Chen Ao looked at Zhu Fu. How about I invite you to watch a good show? Zhu Fu perked up. A dirty trick. Zhu Fu, I've always been above board. Where would I find dirty tricks? Humph. Chen Ao, if you have a plan let's get on with it. I must make ZUS Sacred Land regret today's actions. Chen Ao said softly. They won't regret it. Hearing this Zhu Fu's spirit sank. Right there, ZUS Sacred Land has existed for countless eons and has seen everything. How could they regret? I mean they won't have the chance to regret. Zhu Fu. Chen Ao, are you joking? Can you kill them? Chen Ao remained expressionless. Wait a while. The Swordmaster Avatar will arrive within 100 years, and then we'll watch the show together. Great. I'll call Hun Dun and the others. We'll watch the grand spectacle together. Zhu Fu was overjoyed. He loved seeing Chen Ao's confident demeanor. It made him feel secure. Though he didn't know what Chen Ao was planning, the feeling was wonderful. The anticipation was intense. In the dim land, the Swordmaster suddenly stopped. All the third-order world beasts are dead. Only some second-order ones remain. You should be fine, right? Of course, elder brother. Killing second-order world beasts is my specialty. The address of elder brother knew only 0 and infinite times. After hunting more than a dozen third-order world beasts, Sake's strength had reached the mid-level of the third order. Moreover, apart from Sake, there were no third-order world beasts in the nest. There might be some deeply hidden ones, as Sake could not directly discern their strength but analyzed through the chat group. But even if there were hidden ones, there would be at most 2 or 3 third-order world beasts. Killing second-order world beasts is too slow. Chen Ao said leisurely. He suddenly understood why those villains liked to slowly raise the protagonist only to be killed in turn. Purely out of boredom. It was much like his current state. World beasts are indeed the protagonists. They will certainly surpass me in the future. But this nurturing feeling is not bad. Chen Ao looked at Sake beside him. After many battles, Sake had shed the dejection of being hunted by Eddie and felt confident again. Come, let's go out for a stroll. I'll take you to eat something good. Sake looked at Chen Ao in terror. No, I absolutely won't go out. The inherited memories say it's best not to go out before becoming a king, or you'll die easily. Chen Ao rolled his eyes. Relax, elder brother won't harm you. And this time, I'm taking you to eat something good, definitely no worse than devouring a third-order world beast. In an instant, Sake understood. There were 2 ways to increase strength: devouring other world beasts or devouring the power of the universe's origin. The power of the universe's origin was a form of chaotic energy. However, this origin essence was chaotic energy concentrated millions of times, containing the life force of the small universe. For world beast symbols of destruction, this was also a source of energy. Elder brother, are you taking me to eat the original universe's origin power? But I can't eat it. It's too big. Unless I become a 6th order, I can't absorb even a bit. The original universe's mass was too huge. World beasts below the 6th order did not even qualify to shake it. Even a 6th order world beast could only absorb a tiny amount at a time with extremely slow efficiency. To truly devour the original universe, one needed to be a world beast king. I think you're dreaming. I'm taking you to eat the origin of a small universe. Sake picked his nose with his finger. Is it tasty? It's not a matter of tastiness. It's a very special. Chen Ao didn't know how to describe it. Just follow me. I won't harm you. With that, Chen Ao roughly grabbed Sake and left the dim land. The Swordmaster and Sake headed toward the ZUS Sacred Land. During this process, the Swordmaster and Sake kept a great distance apart to avoid misunderstanding with the original universe. For now, he was still in a honeymoon phase with the original universe. If it discovered he was cheating, it would not bode well. But with the oath binding him, it was fine. It didn't count as joining a faction, so he wouldn't incur disgust. Moreover, Chen Ao's slaying of world beasts was a solid meritorious deed. Sake, just follow me. When I tell you to eat something, you eat it. Don't be greedy, understand? Sake's strength was formidable, at least no weaker than the Maluosa of the original story. The current cosmic sea could not deal with Sake. However, Chen Ao had a way. He had taught Sake several times, beating him every few thousand years to keep him in awe. Before the fourth order, Sake would never dare to defy him. After all, Sake was a world beast who knew when to bend and when to bide his time. Don't worry, elder brother. I listen to you most. You say east, I'll never go west. Chen Ao couldn't be bothered to argue with this creature. He was a being that only remembered beatings, not kindness. No matter how much he said, it was useless. A good beating every now and then kept him obedient. Time passed slowly. It had been over 100 years since the battle between Chen Ao and Jin Jiao. Now the powerhouses of humanity had gathered outside the Zhue Sacred Land, but they kept a great distance. The Zhue Sacred Land's powerhouses also stayed inside. Humanity had a chance to kill them, so they chose to lie low. The two universes strongest of the Zhue Sacred Land sneered at the human group. What are these humans doing outside our Zhue Sacred Land? Do they think they can charge in and attack us? Haha, would they dare to enter? With the permission of the Zhue ancestor, outsiders could enter the sacred land, but once inside, their lives were in the ancestors' hands. No one would. None would. So foolish. On the other side, Giant Axe was also anxious. Chen Ao, when will the show you mentioned begin? Luo Feng also looked at Chen Ao, curiously eager to see what the show was. Compared to the Luo Feng in the original work, the current Luo Feng was much weaker. Although he had broken through to Universe Master, his strength only reached the 7th level. Moreover, even among the 7th level, he was quite ordinary. After all, Luo Feng had only managed to create a 6th level secret technique through bluffing, and with the help of a supreme treasure battle blade barely reached the 7th level. Chen Ao was not concerned about this. Luo Feng's future lay in the Jin world. Everything he lost in the Dong River would be regained there. Everyone wait. No matter what you see, do not make a sound. Pretend nothing happened. Chen Ao said in a low voice. Hearing this, the many human powerhouses became both intrigued and serious. Don't worry, senior brother. I've been professionally trained by you. No matter what happens, I won't get excited. Chen Ao glanced at Luo Feng. Then stay here and don't move. I'll go check. Luo Feng said leisurely, Senior brother, I am also an earthling. To temper my mind, I've read many literary works from Earth. Oh! Chen Ao paid no attention and flew out directly. Meanwhile, Swordmaster had already brought Sa Yak, who had changed his appearance, to the outskirts of the Purple Moon Holy Land. Although Sa Yak had altered his appearance once clothed, one could feel the force that was completely opposite to divine power. It was like water and fire. Difficult to blend. This was why Chen Ao did not want the others to get close. There was no need for them to know about the world beast. Sa Yak blinked. Brother, you actually have so many avatars. Chen Ao said, of course. My strength is beyond your imagination, so stay obedient. Chen Ao did not hide his malice. There was no need to conceal it with this creature. Only strength could make him submit. Sa Yak's 2 eyes rolled around. Brother, what are you saying? Even if your strength were ordinary, you would still be my brother. I have always deeply respected and loved my brother. Humph. Chen Ao didn't bother with nonsense. Go use your maximum power. Suck it dry. Drain this small universe. Luo Feng could settle accounts later, but Chen Ao's preference was direct revenge. What, waiting for autumn? Too slow. Alright brother. Just watch my performance. Licking his lips, the delicious essence of the universe. The most exquisite thing in the depths of memory. Even if it wasn't the original universe's essence, the taste was certainly not bad. Soon Sa Yak lay on the periphery of the Purple Moon Holy Land universe, and began to absorb the essence power. Slurp. With just one sip, Sa Yak's eyes widened. Delicious, truly delicious. So my memory didn't deceive me. The universe essence is really this tasty. Tisk, and this is just a small universe's essence. How wonderful would the original universe's essence be? After speaking, Sa Yak began devouring the small universe of the Purple Moon Holy Land without restraint. Watching Sa Yak devour the universe, Chen Ao returned to the human side. Both Giant Axe and Chaos had seen Sa Yak's presence. Though they didn't know what Sa Yak was, the sense of repulsion was unmistakable. Chen Ao, who is that powerhouse? Sa Yak's strength was definitely not inferior to any supreme being, and Giant Axe sensed it clearly. This is the one I brought to deal with the Purple Moon Holy Land. Soon this holy land will disappear forever. What? Hearing Chen Ao's words, the human powerhouses were all shocked. The Purple Moon Holy Land would disappear. They had thought Chen Ao might teach the Purple Moon Holy Land a harsh lesson, but they never imagined it would be destroyed. Chen Ao, is this a joke? How could the Purple Moon Holy Land disappear? It is an eternal holy land that has existed for countless reincarnation eras. Chen Ao smiled lightly. Master, what you said is wrong. Nothing in this world is eternal. Even a holy land universe will eventually vanish, and clearly the Purple Moon Holy Land has reached that time. How could this be? How could this be? Chaos City Lord muttered. The other powerhouses also felt a tremor in their hearts. This was unscientific. They all believed that the Holy Land universe would last forever, and could never disappear, yet Chen Ao had a way to make it vanish. Giant Axe said solemnly, "Chen Ao, what exactly is going on?" Chen Ao shook his head. "You will know soon enough. No need to ask now." However, Giant Axe, when the strong of the Purple Moon Holy Land rush out, desperately, don't hold back. Giant Axe was stunned, then laughed heartily. "Hold back? I wish I could chop them all with one axe. They dared to scheme against our human race. They deserve to disappear forever. Good everyone, remember to do your utmost to block the strong of the Purple Moon Holy Land. Just hold on. It will be enough in about 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Giant Axe's eyes widened. A Holy Land universe that had existed for countless reincarnation eras could be destroyed in just 10,000 years. 10,000 years seemed long, but it was just one era. For a world master, it was a very short time, let alone for these powerhouses. Chen Ao nodded. "Yes. If you encounter danger, there's no need to risk your lives. Just do your best." Sayak was also very strong. In fact, anyone who dared to approach Sayak would be hit by his soul roar. The people of the Purple Moon Holy Land would only be able to say GG. At this time, it was not the cosmic sea. After countless eras in the gene world, supreme soul treasures were extremely rare. Even if the Purple Moon Holy Land had some, how many could there be? Chen Ao let the human powerhouses act more for the sake of revenge and satisfying the desire for retribution. Otherwise, Chen Ao could do nothing and simply wait for Sayak to destroy the Purple Moon Holy Land. After receiving Chen Ao's instructions, the human powerhouses prepared. However, according to Chen Ao's request, they should not approach within 100 light-years of Sayak. Thus, even if Sayak went berserk, they would not be accidentally harmed. Swordmaster would also keep an eye on Sayak. Inside the Purple Moon Holy Land, the strongest beings, Universe Masters, and even Universe Venerables were all watching the humans joke. In history, the Purple Moon Holy Land had been besieged before, but so what? Even if 100 true gods came, what could they do? Let them encircle. Let's see how long they can last. 3 reincarnation eras. That's just the time for one nap for us. And 3 reincarnation eras are all they have. Haha, we are the eternal Holy Land universe. No matter who comes, we will be fine. These fools, everything they do is futile. The strong of the Purple Moon Holy Land regarded the humans as monkeys, finding them amusing. Even the venerables and immortals who could not leave the Holy Land universe found it interesting. This scene appeared every few reincarnation eras, so they were long used to it. Suddenly, a purple halo spread throughout the Purple Moon Holy Land universe. The Ancestor has appeared. Countless immortals and venerables were excited. They had lived for countless ages and had never seen the Ancestor. In their minds, the Ancestor was the most majestic supreme being, always calm no matter what happened. But the next scene shocked them, for the Purple Moon Ancestor, who appeared, wore a look of extreme anxiety. "Quick, go outside and see. Something is wrong out there." The Purple Moon Ancestor was clearly bewildered by the sudden event. Since he had no prior knowledge of the world beast, the Purple Moon Ancestor did not know what was happening. He only knew that the essence of his universe was rapidly disappearing. For an ordinary true god's small universe, a world beast could devour the essence completely in about 10 days. But as a Holy Land universe, once his divine power avatar resisted Sayak's devouring speed would drop sharply by 100-fold. Moreover, his small universe had a diameter of 1 billion light-years, meaning his total essence was nearly 10,000 times that of a true god's small universe. Calculating this, it would take about 30,000 years to devour everything. However, this was only in terms of essence quantity. In reality, once 1/10 of the essence was lost, the small universe would gradually collapse and the lives within would suffer mass deaths. After just 1 day of devouring, this collapse would not be very noticeable, but over thousands and tens of thousands of years it would become obvious. As the loss of essence increased, the collapse would worsen, the resistance would weaken, and Sayak's devouring speed would accelerate. Thus, Chen Ao estimated that the Purple Moon Holy Land universe would be destroyed in about 10,000 years. Even if it didn't completely collapse in 10,000 years, the Purple Moon Holy Land would be finished, turned into a dead land. Therefore, the Purple Moon Ancestor was extremely anxious, because he knew very well how terrible the situation would become if it continued. His people would die in large numbers, and the development of the small universe would stagnate or even regress. He could not accept any of this. "Hurry! Go now!" The Purple Moon Ancestor roared. What were these people all doing? Why were they all frozen here? The immortals and venerables below were dumbfounded. Was this roaring, graceless creature really the majestic, ever-calm Ancestor they had imagined? The Universe Masters and strongest beings of the Purple Moon Holy Land had grim expressions. They had just said that while they napped in the Holy Land, these humans would die off on their own. But unexpectedly, in less than 3 minutes, they had been slapped in the face. 3 minutes indeed was the eternal enemy of the strong. Ancestor, may I ask what has happened? The Purple Moon Ancestor was anxious but didn't continue to rage. I don't know why, but the essence of the Holy Land universe has begun to dissipate at an extremely fast rate. As he spoke, the Purple Moon Ancestor formed an image of the situation outside the universe for the many powerhouses to see. They saw a creature with a somewhat human-like face lying on the membrane of the Holy Land universe, looking as if it was enjoying itself. The people of the Purple Moon Holy Land were dumbfounded. What was this thing? Quick, go. That thing is consuming my universe's essence. If this continues, our race will be finished. The Purple Moon Ancestor urged. Yes, we'll go check now. Having said that, two of the strongest beings led countless universe masters to investigate outside. Wait, take all the treasures from the clan's treasury. This time they likely mean trouble. The Purple Moon Ancestor said helplessly. Upon hearing this, the universe masters below were overjoyed. They had no supreme treasures, and even temporary use was a great boon. They had used the treasures from the treasury before, but only within the Purple Moon universe. In countless reincarnation eras they had already comprehended all the treasures, so using them was not difficult. Soon more than 20 supreme treasures were distributed to the universe masters of the Purple Moon Holy Land. These strong men left the Purple Moon Holy Land one after another to investigate the situation. At this moment, over a dozen human universe powerhouses blocked the path of the Purple Moon Holy Land strong. Giant Axe laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, didn't you say earlier that you could turtle up for 3 reincarnation eras? Why can't you hold on now? Giant Axe, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think we appear because you humans? Nonsense. The Giant Axe sneered. It's precisely because of us humans that you have shown yourselves. Your target is that powerhouse, isn't it? The Giant Axe pointed at Sayak in the distance. That is a reinforcement invited by our human race. This time we shall annihilate your Ziwe universe. Having found a way to force the Ziwe universe out, the Giant Axe was no longer afraid. Without a refuge to hide in, the Ziwe universe was nothing. The weaker humans could all hide in the primordial universe. What could the Ziwe Sacred Lands powerhouses do to them? You Giant Axe, that thing, was it actually created by humans? Zikong True Lord was truly shocked. The being that had terrified the Ziwe ancestor turned out to be invited by humans. This was disastrous. Didn't it mean that humans had a chance to destroy their sacred land? Humans, you deserve death. Zikong True Lord could no longer restrain himself and charged straight at the Giant Axe. He possessed numerous supreme treasures, and though he was only at the peak of the 8th rank, he could hold off the Giant Axe for a short while. Powerhouses of the Ziwe Sacred Land, follow me to slay these human experts. The rest of you stop that unknown life form. Do not let it harm our sacred universe. The Ziwe Sacred Land had many powerful universe masters, so a few held back the human experts, while the rest rushed toward Sayak. Chen Ao's Bloodlight Hall master clone and his human clone watched the scene in silence. The human powerhouses were fighting fiercely, with even the Giant Axe roaring repeatedly and swinging his axe with great relish. On the other hand, Chaos City Lord was somewhat worried. Chen Ao, is the powerhouse you invited reliable? Those are hundreds of universe masters, and many of them wield supreme treasures. Chen Ao chuckled lightly. All the powerhouses of the Ziwe Sacred Land combined wouldn't be enough to withstand a single roar from Sayak. Why worry? Master, it's fine. Just enjoy yourselves. Over there, no problem. Good, then I'll rest assured. I've been stuck at this stage for countless ages, and now I'll seize the chance to break through. Chaos City Lord soon found himself a 6th rank universe master from the Ziwe Sacred Land to battle. Both were at the peak of the 5th rank, and with supreme treasures their combat strength was evenly matched. Seeing that Chen Ao did not join the battle, the Ziwe Sacred Land breathed a sigh of relief. The two supreme powerhouses were already struggling against the Giant Axe. If Chen Ao acted, they would face great trouble. Chen Ao smiled at the two 6th rank universe masters before him. You two need not worry. I won't make a move. Do as you please, whether you besiege my fellow humans or go after that fellow over there. Chen Ao's casual demeanor stunned the two 6th rank universe masters from the Ziwe Sacred Land. This was outrageous. The human powerhouses were also speechless. This was equally outrageous. What did he mean by besiege us? However, the two 6th rank universe masters clearly didn't believe Chen Ao's nonsense, and kept their eyes fixed on his two clones. If Chen Ao didn't make a move, fine. But if he did, they would have to stop him. Chen Ao shrugged. Really not going after that fellow. Your companions might not be able to hold him back. Lord Jingyuan, such petty tricks won't work. Over there are hundreds of our comrades, the weakest at the 5th rank, with more than a dozen wielding supreme treasures. In the universe ocean, no one can withstand such a powerful force. Yes, even the Giant Axe would struggle against so many experts, especially since over a dozen possessed supreme treasures. Though they were all universe masters, the Ziwe Sacred Lands universe masters had inherited the Ziwe ancestors' teachings and new combined assault techniques. With so many universe masters and over a dozen supreme treasures, they could even resist a 10th rank supreme powerhouse. This was also why the Ziyue Sacred Land was not afraid of humans. When it came to a real fight, Ziyue was not completely helpless. But the losses would be heavy. In other words, did the Ziyue Sacred Land lack universe masters? In a true crisis, what did it matter if many died? Why must you two insist? Chen Ao chuckled lightly. How about we watch some fireworks instead? The two 6th-rank universe masters had not yet reacted but instinctively looked toward where Sayak was. In the next instant, they saw Sayak open its huge mouth and let out a mighty roar. Soul roar. Time seemed to freeze at that 100,000th of a second as all the powerhouses watched in terror. The hundreds of universe masters who had been charging fiercely instantly turned into energy and dissipated into the universe ocean. Only a few treasures remained proof that strong beings had once existed there. This soul roar directly annihilated the souls of all Ziyue Sacred Land's powerhouses, and then the power of the World Destroyer spread, erasing all their divine bodies. Thus those hundreds of universe masters vanished completely in the blink of an eye. Time stood still. Every powerhouse was stunned. Never ever had they imagined such a scenario. Even the mighty original ancestor of Ur could never have achieved this. Chen Ao smiled lightly. Of course the original ancestor couldn't, but a world destroyer could. A 3rd-rank world destroyer soul technique was comparable to a 10th-rank technique. This was a 10th-rank technique, not 10th-rank combat power. Moreover, Sayak was not a newly advanced 3rd rank. Its attack had reached the peak of 10th-rank techniques. Such an effect was not surprising. Let alone a few hundred universe masters. Even if there were 10 times as many, Sayak would still kill them with a single roar. The giant axe was also shocked. He had thought that Chen Ao meant the fellow could hold them off, but he never expected that with just one roar all the universe masters would be gone. Seeing this, Zikong True Lord wailed in grief, "Giant axe, humans, the Ziyue Sacred Land will never let this go." Hearing Zikong True Lord's roar, the humans finally came to their senses. Humph, at a time like this you still utter such childish words. Today our human race will destroy your Ziyue Sacred Land. The scene just now made them believe Chen Ao's words, that the Ziyue Sacred Land could indeed be destroyed. For a moment the remaining powerhouses of both sides once again engaged in battle. Chen Ao looked at the two Ziyue Sacred Land universe masters, who had yet to recover from their shock. Did I lie to you too? Truly I didn't need to lift a finger. That fellow alone is enough to obliterate your Ziyue Sacred Land. Where did you find such a terrifying existence? The Ziyue Sacred Land's universe masters were scared out of their wits. Hundreds of universe masters, most of whom were no weaker than them, had been annihilated in an instant. Picked it up casually, Chen Ao said, his expression still indifferent. This feeling frankly was rather pleasant. Retreat, back to the Sacred Land. Zikong True Lord suddenly transmitted. Upon hearing this, the Ziyue Sacred Land's powerhouses fought, while retreating then withdrew into the Ziyue Sacred Land. Seeing the Ziyue Sacred Land's powerhouses driven back, the human experts let out a cheer. Though the battle had been brief, both sides had fought with all their might, making it a satisfying experience. Opportunities to fight against such strong opponents were very rare. After the excitement, the human powerhouses gathered around Chen Ao. Chen Ao, where did that strong being come from? How could it be so powerful? Yes, that roar just now. Was it a very powerful soul technique? I felt it was far stronger than me. Could it be a 10th rank technique? Asked the giant X. Chen Ao nodded. Indeed, it was a 10th rank soul technique of immense power. But do not think that fellow is on our side. Hearing Chen Ao's sudden twist, the others were puzzled. Clearly this was a helper Chen Ao had invited. How could it not be on their side? Even if it wasn't of the same race, it was at least a friend, right? Chen Ao, what does that mean? Will that strong being also attack us? Chen Ao nodded. Although Sayak had sworn an oath with him, any deaths caused by the aftermath would not be blamed on Sayak. His technique is too powerful and indiscriminate. If anyone gets too close, even the giant axe would be instantly annihilated. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. The giant axe would be instantly annihilated. The giant axe nodded. Indeed, I could feel the might of that technique. Even from hundreds of light years away, my soul trembled. I thought it was just me, but even you felt it, giant axe, sighed Lord Dark. Yes, this attack technique is truly terrifying. We'd better keep our distance. Chen Ao said no more. His existence will be known to you in time. For now, it's a secret. Even if he revealed the World Destroyer, these people wouldn't understand, and he'd have to explain the nature of the World Destroyer in depth. There was no need to burden them with unnecessary worries. Chen Ao, the Ziyue Sacred Land lost so many experts in one blow. They will surely retaliate. No matter, Chen Ao said indifferently. At most they'll call for other supreme powerhouses. But even if others come to help, as I said, even if we don't lift a finger, all of them combined wouldn't be enough to withstand that fellow's roar. In truth, Chen Ao was reluctant to have Sayak kill too many powerhouses to avoid provoking the will of the primordial universe. It was better to stir up as little trouble as possible. If the Ziyue Sacred Land hadn't courted death by jumping out, he wouldn't have planned to act against them now, as it was unstable, and might lead to misunderstandings with the primordial universe. But he would rather let the primordial universe misunderstand than allow the ZUS sacred land to keep jumping around and annoying him. On the human side, there was jubilation. Not only had they gained combat experience, but they had also obtained over a dozen supreme treasures, in one go doubling the human race's treasure vault. So they laughed heartily. On the other side, the ZUS sacred land universe was filled with sorrow and desolation. The entire sacred universe was deathly silent. Ancestor, what is that thing? Why is it so terrifying? Zikong True Lord asked, wiping out hundreds of universe masters in an instant. He dared not even imagine it. The ZUS ancestor's face flickered with uncertainty. I don't know. I don't know what that thing is either. The World Destroyer was a highly secret matter even in the Gene world. Though the ZUS ancestor had joined a Divine King faction, he was only a mid-level member, and had never had the chance to learn about World Destroyers. Of course, if he were willing to pay the price to learn about them, he could. But he didn't even know of their existence, so naturally he wouldn't actively inquire. Unless someone told him the name World Destroyer. Whatever it is, this thing can indeed threaten our sacred universe. Send for help. Let other supreme powerhouses come to our aid, said the ZUS ancestor. Although he could resist the World Destroyers devouring for a long time, as time passed the small universe would become increasingly strained. They absolutely could not let it come to that. They must eliminate the World Destroyer before then. Ancestor, I have already sent out distress calls to other forces in the universe ocean. However, most have only agreed to come and take a look. They had no way to describe the World Destroyer's existence. For now, they only saw it as a life form with special abilities, and a terrifyingly powerful one at that. They had no idea that this was the so-called enemy of the primordial universe. Because of this, others naturally wouldn't casually offend a superpowerhouse, and no one was willing to directly promise help. At most, they would come to have a look. ZU Holy Land, a vast sacred universe filled with sorrow. Ancestor, I have contacted all the strongest beings in the cosmic sea. Only about 10 are willing to come and take a look. The others simply did not reply to me. Upon hearing Zikong True Lord's words, the strong ones of ZU Holy Land were filled with despair. They never expected that the once prosperous ZU Holy Land would come to such a state. ZU Ancestor's face kept changing. Agree to them. As long as they are willing to help my ZU Holy Land, we are willing to offer the legacy that leads to the realm above the 10th order. Ah! Zikong True Lord was stunned. Ancestor, we cannot. That is the final barrier preventing the powerful from transcendence. If it is also obtained by the strong ones of the cosmic sea, I fear this cycle era will see several more holy lands. At this point, can we still afford to worry so much? Unlike the original story, because the cosmic sea is unaware of the existence of the common enemy, the boundary beast, the conflict is now limited to the struggle between humanity and ZU Holy Land. This is a normal conflict. Other strong ones won't care too much, and even if they dislike humanity's ways, they may not necessarily oppose them. Similarly, due to the absence of the Jinji world, this legacy leading to the Void True God appears extremely precious. Beings above Void True God cannot appear, but from the 10th order to Void True God it is possible. Even though Chen Ao and ZU Holy Land had both offered legacies before the final step was missing, those legacies could at most guide the former to reach the 10th order. Yes, no matter what, we must annihilate humanity. Otherwise, once that life strikes again, our holy land will fall apart. Zikong True Lord did not hesitate and immediately began to send messages. Upon receiving his communication, the cosmic sea. For them, was there anything more important than the legacy? Even if it meant staking all their strong ones, as long as they could transcend, it would be worth it. Let's go. We will help ZU Holy Land. For transcendence, even if I fall, I will not regret it. The first True Lord set off without hesitation. Their Divine Eye clan had already lost 2 of their strongest to the Duandong He legacy. Before now, only 5 remain. But as long as there is a chance for transcendence, losing 4 out of these 5 is still worth it. First True Lord, don't rush. Although ZU Holy Land is strong, the Duandong He legacy is equally powerful. Because the Divine Eye clan had obtained a legacy before they knew how formidable Duandong He was. Therefore, I suggest negotiating with humanity. Compared to ZU Holy Land's legacy, I think Duandong He's legacy is better. Right, Duandong He's is definitely better. If we can obtain it, the chance of transcendence will surely increase greatly. Seeing the other True Lord say this, the first True Lord directly contacted Chen Ao. Jing Yuan Lord, this time you have offended ZU Holy Land deeply. They have actually offered the legacy that leads to transcendence. The first True Lord said half-jokingly, and my Divine Eye clan has always been displeased with ZU Holy Land. As long as Jing Yuan Lord is willing to share a legacy of the same level, my Divine Eye clan is willing to fully assist your humanity. Upon receiving the first True Lord's message, Chen Ao sneered. To be honest, I couldn't care less about this so-called legacy. Of course he didn't care. Soon the Jinji world would arrive, and these legacies would be as common as dirt. Supreme treasures would be so plentiful they couldn't be used up, and legacies so numerous they couldn't be learned. But to be honest, I have revealed my trump card this time. Not to mention 1 ZU Holy Land. Even if 100 ZU Holy Lands came, and the Cosmic Sea brought 100 times more strong ones to deal with me, I would be fearless. After saying that, Chen Ao directly hung up. The first true lord stared at the message from Chen Ao, stunned, speechless. This Jing Yuan lord, how dare he say such a thing? 100 ZU Holy Lands, the entire Cosmic Sea with 100 times more strong ones. How many strong ones would that be? At least tens of thousands of the strongest, right? This Jing Yuan lord is mad, truly mad. The first true lord muttered. The other true lords beside him saw his expression and were puzzled. First true lord, what's wrong? Are humans too arrogant, unwilling to give us the legacy? If that's the case, let's just help ZU Holy Land, and let humanity know the might of our divine Eye clan. The first true lord smiled bitterly. That human is not just arrogant, he's simply crazy. He's insane. What do you mean? The first true lord fully relayed Chen Ao's words. After hearing them, the many true lords were dumbfounded, then filled with immense anger. This human Jing Yuan lord is crazy. Since he doesn't understand the times, we will teach them a harsh lesson. Let them know that even if Jufu is a 10th order powerhouse, they have no right to be so presumptuous. Right, suppress humanity. My divine Eye clan is not just for show. The first true lord took a deep breath and nodded. Alright then, we will join forces to pressure humanity. Although I am no match for Jufu, I can hold him off for a while. My divine Eye clan has no need to fear. For transcendence, I can give everything. For the clan. For transcendence. For the clan. For transcendence. The 5 true lords set off together, charging towards ZU Holy Land. Universe Masters at this time no longer had the qualification to step into the battlefield. At the same time, other strongest ones were also going mad. They were extremely excited. Humanity and ZU Holy Land had erupted into a great war. ZU Holy Land could not withstand it first and planned to offer all its legacies. However, their choice was the same as the Divine Eye clans. They all intended to obtain the Duandong He legacy first. After all, the original Duandong, he had killed a strongest one with a supreme treasure palace using just a virtual consciousness. ZU Saint Ancestor was definitely not that strong. However, Chen Ao couldn't be bothered with this group of losers. These strongest ones had finally become part of the losers, and all they got was a reply from Chen Ao's auxiliary AI. Scram! For a moment, the strong ones of the Cosmic Sea were enraged. Jing Yuan Lord was too weak. Let's go together, we help ZU Holy Land suppress humanity. Suppress humanity, let humanity know the power of the venerable strong. Humanity is courting disaster. Before they offered legacies to quell the trouble, but now they offend the entire Cosmic Sea. Humanity is asking for death. In an instant, all the strongest ones in the Cosmic Sea gathered at ZU Holy Land, intending to deal with humanity. If they could annihilate humanity, perhaps they could obtain more of the Duandong He legacy. In the original universe, Zhen Jiao took several years to recover the divine power he had previously expended. Fortunately, his small universe had ample reserves, otherwise this amount of time would not have been enough. Zhen Jiao, should we help ZU Holy Land this time? Of course we must go, otherwise the original universe will become dominated by humanity alone. The current humanity is even more overbearing than the divine Eye clan of the first universe era. After some discussion, the strongest ones of the original universe also set off. Whether for their clans, their power, or the legacy, they reached a consensus deal with humanity. On humanity's side, Luofeng looked at the dozen-plus supreme treasures in his hands. As expected of senior brother, every time he gets involved things take a dramatic turn. How rare were supreme treasures before? Yet in just a few hundred epochs, Chen Ao had secured nearly 30 supreme treasures for humanity. Their humanity's universe masters were only a little over 40. Those at the 2nd or 3rd order couldn't even use supreme treasures. As for the 4th and 5th order universe masters, each had one, and there were still spares. From now on I'll use one and throw away one. Jufu, however, was not as calm as Luofeng and was quite worried. Chen Ao, offending the Cosmic Sea strong ones like this, isn't that going too far? Chen Ao shook his head. Actually, I don't want to offend them either, but if they really come seeking death, then I can't be blamed. Chaos City Lord clicked his tongue. Is your friend really strong enough to annihilate several strongest ones with a single move? Actually, I'm not entirely sure either. Chen Ao said thoughtfully. Then how dare you offend so many strong ones? No, what I mean is theoretically, he can instantly kill hundreds of strongest ones, but as for the actual effect, I don't know. Chen Ao replied. I think my answer is still quite conservative, since I've directly reduced the number of kills to 1%. The Boundary Beast's sole secret technique was extremely powerful, especially imbued with traces of annihilation power. In the original story, even Hong, who possessed a supreme treasure, and whose will had reached the level of a void true god, was frightened away, showing the might of the Boundary Beast's soul roar. And these Cosmic Sea strong ones, they would surely come only to be sent to their deaths. However, he worried that if he couldn't kill them it would bring trouble to humanity. At the same time it would make the original universe hostile toward Chen Ao. These strongest ones were the capital of the original universe for resisting the boundary beast. Chaos and Jufu and the others had already left, not intending to argue further with Chen Ao. Killing hundreds of strongest ones in one move, was that something a human would say? Only Luofeng remained. Senior brother, my golden horned beast still lacks an attack treasure. I think Jinyao Ancestor's treasure is quite good. If possible I'd like to reserve it. I'll try my best. Chen Ao was also troubled. Truly the cycles of heaven. Back then as a lone traveler he had forced the two strongest ones of the demon clan to compromise, even slapping their faces repeatedly. Now with his own strength increased facing two strongest ones, he had become the one who needed to be cautious. If he couldn't kill them they would cause huge losses to humanity. Earlier there was actually a good opportunity to kill Jinyao Ancestor, but it was ruined by Ziyu Holy Land. I'll be counting on Sai Ku later. Don't let me down. Even Chen Ao's avatars had left, leaving only the Swordmaster avatar here. Elder brother, where did the people of your clan go? Sai Ku and Chen Ao communicated face to face. Two mouths are really convenient. I can eat and talk at the same time. Of course, my boundary beast clan is the most perfect life born under the supreme laws. You always say I'm ugly, but in fact I am the most beautiful. From a rule perspective you are the truly ugly one. Chen Ao's face instantly darkened. Stop the nonsense. Just listen to what I say. Alright, whatever elder brother says is what it is. I saw Ai Ku respect elder brother the most. A harmless smile hung on his lips, but Sa Ai Ku was sneering inwardly. Sa Ai Ku knew that Chen Ao's strength would progress more and more slowly. Perhaps at the fourth order he would still be no match, and even at the fifth order he could only tie with Chen Ao. However, once he advanced to the sixth order Chen Ao would be nothing but a little brother. Everything you have done to me today I will repay. Slurp, so delicious. Chen Ao, unaware of what Sa Ai Ku was thinking, said to himself. Later a batch of not so strong ones will arrive. Find a chance to take them out. Are they stronger than elder brother? Sa Ai Ku asked. He didn't know much about the strength of the cosmic sea. His memories always told him it was dangerous here, and the fourth order was the minimum guarantee. They are not quite the same as me. The main reason I am stronger than you also know. I am. Soulless beings fear not your soul secret arts, yet most formidable warriors tremble before them. Sayak nodded. He understood why Chen Ao suppressed the third stage realm beast, but knowing didn't help. He couldn't very well conjure a soul for Chen Ao. Just follow my instructions. The cosmic origin of this Ziyue Holy Land is quite decent, isn't it? It'll be fully absorbed in 10,000 years. Far better than hunting down a third stage realm beast. Indeed, worth several third stage realm beasts. Sayak said with satisfaction. Above all, this thing was truly delicious. Far tastier than realm beasts. Sayak continued devouring the miniature universe origin of the Ziyue Holy Land. The powerful beings of the Ziyue Holy Land grew increasingly anxious for subtle changes, had begun to emerge in their sacred universe. Unborn infants perished in the womb, small in number yet alarmingly disproportionate to the past. Such was the dreadful price of origin. Lost life extinguished, the universe collapsing. Damn it, why haven't they arrived yet? If this continues, my Ziyue Holy Land will be utterly destroyed. Soon, within half a month at most, the first wave of warriors will arrive, followed by more. Once they come we can counterattack. How foolish of the humans to offend the warriors of the entire cosmic sea at such a critical moment. The Ziyue Holy Land's experts looked forward eagerly, though the Ziyue Holy Ancestor wore a contemplative expression. He had not been idle during this time, seeking out powerful beings and investigating the cause of the miniature universe's origin depletion. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented. In his countless cycles of reincarnation, he had never heard of anything that could make cosmic origin vanish. Even if the creature outside had slashed open his miniature universe with a single claw, he could understand that. But this gradual dissipation of origin was something he had never encountered. Half a month passed in a flash, and many infants of the Ziyue Holy Land had died. The first wave of cosmic sea warriors had arrived. The strongest among them naturally came from the first reincarnation era. The three reincarnation eras grew increasingly distant from the original universe, and the Ziyue Holy Land was exceptionally far. The first reincarnation era was next in distance, so its warriors arrived first. Where are the humans? Where is Giant Axe? I first true lord wish to test his axe. Ha ha ha, we've brought 31 supreme warriors this time. The humans will probably be scared off before we even fight. The humans are but little brothers. Emboldened by the arrival of the cosmic sea warriors, the Ziyue Holy Land's experts regained their confidence. First true lord. Zikong true lord bowed his head. A rare gesture. The Ziyue Holy Land thanks you all for your aid. Once the humans are repelled, we will offer generous rewards. Ha ha ha, Zikong, just hand over the inheritance and that will be enough. Indeed, we want the complete inheritance, the path to transcendence. First True Lord looked at the assembled supreme warriors with disdain. What a ragtag bunch, 7th or 8th stage strength yet dreaming of transcendence. They were all wishful thinkers. First True Lord spoke solemnly. Zikong True Lord, where are the humans? Zikong True Lord scanned the surroundings and roared. Humans, giant axe, Jinyuan Lord. Are you afraid? Do you dare not show yourselves? The only response was air, no chaotic currents. The despicable humans have fled, but that creature hasn't left. Zikong True Lord continued. The humans have likely escaped, but this time we face not only the humans but also a special life form of immense power. A special life form? Ha ha ha, I'm a special life form myself, laughed the supreme warrior. Zikong True Lord pursed his lips, refraining from a direct insult. Ahem, that special life form doesn't seem ordinary. It appears to possess a unique secret art that can corrupt the origin power of a miniature universe. He himself didn't fully understand the situation, assuming the origin had been damaged by a special secret art. Upon hearing this, the many Cosmic Sea warriors showed expressions of fear. Corrupting origin, that would be disastrous. If that special life form ran amok in their miniature universes, their races would be doomed. How fast can it corrupt the origin? Zikong True Lord hesitated, then said, according to our ancestor, it would take tens of thousands of years to completely drain all the origin of a miniature universe. Hearing this pace, the supreme warriors breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't too fast. They had ample time to respond. Everyone's time is limited. We must eliminate that special life form as soon as possible. Very well, Zikong, since you've spoken, we won't stand idly by. First True Lord nodded lightly. The group of warriors followed Zikong True Lord, swiftly flying toward the distant location of Sayak and Chen Ao. Soon the warriors spotted Sayak and Chen Ao. You there. Stop immediately. Zikong True Lord, ignoring Chen Ao for the moment, charged at Sayak with a roar. Sayak paid him no mind, continuing to devour the origin. Everyone attack with me. Zikong True Lord, aware of Sayak's strength, dared not act alone, so he urged the others to join. He deliberately omitted the fact that Sayak had slain hundreds of universe masters in a single strike, lest he scare away this group and doom the Ziyue Holy Land. The true lords of the Divine Eye clan were less hasty. First True Lord looked at Chen Ao. Jinyuan Lord, humph, where are the other human experts? Why don't they show themselves? They've all gone into seclusion to cultivate. I was left behind. First True Lord sneered. Oh, has humanity abandoned this avatar of yours? Hearing First True Lord's words, Chen Ao found it amusing. With his divine body, you could attack him for 100 years and he wouldn't die. These ingrates had no idea of true power. That's none of your concern, First True Lord. But tell me, have you all come today to stop my elder brother from dealing with the Ziyue Holy Land? Chen Ao inquired, speaking on behalf of his brother. Sayak, who had been devouring the origin, was stunned. Both his mouths twitched as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. For a moment, Sayak even forgot to continue absorbing the Ziyue Holy Land's cosmic origin. Seeing Chen Ao humble himself so, First True Lord turned to Sayak. May I ask your esteemed name? I am First True Lord of the Divine Eye clan. I don't believe we've met before. Chen Ao was a recognized Cosmic Sea powerhouse, arguably on par with First True Lord. If even Chen Ao respectfully called him elder brother, then Sayak's strength must be formidable. Thus First True Lord dared not be careless. Could this be another 10th stage warrior? But where did this expert come from? Sayak looked at Chen Ao momentarily, at a loss, still stunned by Chen Ao calling him elder brother. What was going on? Chen Ao immediately said, the truth is, humanity doesn't wish to make trouble for the Ziyue Holy Land. But when I told my elder brother about the previous events, he declared that the Ziyue Holy Land was nothing but a pack of chickens and dogs, and that he could destroy it single-handedly. So he brought me here to annihilate them. Sayak's mouth twitched twice. Could any living being utter such words? He thought himself despicable and shameless enough, but he never imagined Chen Ao could say something like this. I see. First True Lord suddenly understood. No wonder the humans had left, leaving only Chen Ao's avatar and this unknown powerhouse. This warrior was the true mastermind. Sir, would you be willing to spare the Ziyue Holy Land? First True Lord asked. Sayak looked at Chen Ao, who gave a slight nod. Sayak said displeasedly, humph, who do you think you are to negotiate with me? The Ziyue Holy Land means nothing to me. What makes you worthy? First True Lord's expression darkened, and he prepared to strike. But at that moment Chen Ao stepped forward. First True Lord, why not wait a few days until all the Cosmic Sea warriors have arrived? Then we can have a proper contest. Oh, so Jinyuan Lord intends to fight me. I have long doubted your 9th stage battle prowess. Today, let me experience your secret arts. First True Lord unfurled his domain treasure, appearing ready to engage. Chen Ao immediately waved his hand. Wrong. It's not me who will fight First True Lord but my elder brother. He says a mere First True Lord is no match for him. He came today to back me up. He wants to fight 100 of you. Gasps echoed from all the warriors. What arrogance. Even the origin ancestor at his peak would never dare say such a thing. Not out of fear for humanity but because he couldn't win. 100 supreme warriors joining forces was not a mere 100-fold increase in power. Those who could coordinate attacks could multiply their strength by 1,000 or 10,000 times. Such bold words. You dismiss me so lightly and claim to fight 100. Let me first test the strength of your secret arts. Sayak looked at Chen Ao, who remained silent. According to their earlier agreement, Sayak could not speak unless Chen Ao signaled him. But this time Chen Ao's performance left Sayak in awe. A living being could be so shameless. He still had much to learn. Chen Ao said calmly, First True Lord, to be honest, you are no match for my elder brother. Even Giant Axe couldn't withstand a few of his moves. You are far from his level. First True Lord was shocked, and so were all the warriors present. Giant Axe couldn't withstand a few moves. That was a 10th stage powerhouse. How strong was this guy? Could he be at the peak of the 10th stage, perhaps even close to the final step? In an instant all the warriors glared at Zikong True Lord. Zikong, you didn't tell us this creature was so powerful. Zikong, we demand an explanation. Rage, unrestrained rage. If the enemy was truly at the peak of the 10th stage, or even nearing transcendence, any one of them would be doomed if they faced him alone. The skin on Zikong True Lord's 4 faces tingled. Though he had vaguely suspected that this special life was extremely powerful, he hadn't expected it to be this strong. Well, the special life is strong, but not that exaggerated. Otherwise would I dare sit here? Since I summoned the warriors of the entire cosmic sea, there must be a reason. The inheritance of my Ziyue Holy Land is not so easily obtained. Hearing this, the other warriors fell silent. Those who accepted favors had to be careful. In that case, let us wait. We'll decide once the other warriors arrive. First True Lord declared. The warriors began to wait while Sayak continued absorbing the origin. Zikong True Lord wished to stop him but lacked the strength and dared not court death. Now the first wave of warriors were clearly unwilling to act rashly. If they died, it would be a joke. A few days later another 40-plus supreme warriors arrived. Except for a few who were indifferent, like Zhuoshanku and the Star Ancestor. Most supreme warriors had gathered. With numbers came confidence. Chen Ao stepped forward first. Everyone, since you're all here, let me speak for my elder brother. He says you are all weak. Silence. Everyone understood that this guy was at least a top-tier 10th-rank powerhouse. Even if they were called weaklings, they had no choice but to endure. So to vent my anger, he decided to challenge all the strong ones present single-handedly. Silence still prevailed. They had already expected this. Is anyone unconvinced? If you have doubts about my elder brother's strength, you may challenge him directly. My elder brother is most understanding and won't mind demonstrating his prowess. With that, Chen Ao turned his gaze toward the Chen Ao ancestor. Chen Jiao, are you interested in a challenge? My elder brother is very displeased with you. He says you bullied me, so he intends to teach you a harsh lesson, even to the point of your direct fall. Humph, Lord of Jingyun, stop putting on airs. Chen Jiao roared angrily. That day he had been overwhelmingly suppressed, and if not for the rescue of a stronger being, he would have perished in the Xuanzi Sea. Yet Chen Ao made it sound as though he himself was the victim. But I refuse to believe that your so-called elder brother is truly that formidable. Chen Jiao stepped forward directly, fully armed. Clad in the supreme protective armor of the Dream Demon Clan, and wielding the domain-breaking awl, he declared, Come on, let me see just how strong you really are. Chen Jiao advanced unyielding in his disbelief. He was a 9th-rank powerhouse. Even if his opponent were a top-tier 10th rank, there was no way he could be instantly killed. With so many strong beings behind him, he naturally felt no fear. The supreme beings of the 3 major clans stepped forward, ready to intervene at any moment. The other supreme beings chose to watch the spectacle unfold. If Sayak truly proved that formidable, they would have to reconsider the consequences of action. If not, they would swarm in and tear Chen Ao and Sayak apart. Seeing Chen Jiao step forward, Chen Ao grinned. He loved a stubborn fool. Elder brother, since he wants to witness your skills, please show him. Sayak licked his lips and let out a roar. A soul roar. In an instant Chen Jiao dropped dead on the spot, leaving only his corpse floating in the air. Chen Jiao! Meng Cha cried out, ignoring the excruciating pain in his own soul. But the insect empress beside him held him back firmly, preventing him from rushing over. Meng Cha, think of your demon clan. If you die, the clan will be annihilated. The empress hissed. At the mention of his clan, Meng Cha finally calmed down. Chen Ao cheerfully collected the domain-breaking awl, and stripped the armor from Chen Jiao's corpse. Does anyone else wish to try? With a clatter the wind howled, and the call to scatter rang out. All the strong beings fled like startled birds, vanishing instantly. Are you kidding? A 9th rank Zhenjiao couldn't even last a second. Even from several light years away they felt their souls tremble as if being torn apart. If they were hit head-on they would surely die on the spot. In fact, they didn't even need a direct hit. Just getting closer would spell their doom. Meng Cha the Empress and the Mechanical Godfather were only a step behind. When they noticed the other strong beings had vanished they too wanted to flee quickly. But Chen Ao had already closed in on them. 3 of you Zhenjiao departed in such haste. How about we all journey together? He chuckled. The Qi Jianxi had already unfolded, suppressing the 3 of them tightly. Meanwhile Sayak drew near. It's a conspiracy. Meng Cha roared. Chen Ao had deliberately targeted them instead of the other strong beings. Clearly a premeditated plan. Quickly enter my palace. It can block soul attacks. The Empress shouted. Mechanic and Meng Cha hesitated, but seeing Sayak open his mouth, they were terrified and fled into the Empress's palace. Seeing the 3 hide inside the palace treasure, Chen Ao chuckled. Fix. Divine power surged, pinning the palace treasure in place as it tried to fly away. The palace treasure spun, continuously struggling to break free from Chen Ao's grip, but it couldn't. If the 3 supreme beings dared to come out and attack, the treasure might escape. But inside the palace the 3 could see Sayak with his mouth wide open, ready to strike at any moment. How could they dare to leave? After about 10 days of the standoff, Zhu Fu arrived. Chen Ao, have you really suppressed all 3 of them? He asked joyfully. As long as the supreme beings of these 3 clans are eliminated, the remaining universe masters are nothing to fear. Humanity can immediately seize their territories. Within 10,000 years at most our footprints will span all 3 clan domains. Humanity's growth rate would increase 4 or 5 times. This was even more ruthless than Luofeng, who had killed many universe masters, but was restrained by the presence of supreme beings. But with the supreme beings dead, the 3 clans would be annihilated and their lands completely taken. Then a stronger humanity could quickly squeeze the living space of other races. Within 100,000 years humanity would occupy over 70% of the original universe. The few remaining supreme beings would be powerless to stop humanity's advance. Here you go. Take the Empress's palace to your small universe and suppress it. Haha, good. Zhu Fu laughed heartily, taking the palace to bring it into his own small universe. Zhu Fu, spare us. We are willing to submit to humanity. The Empress cried out immediately. Zhu Fu looked at Chen Ao, who smiled and said, Don't joke, Empress. We won't kill you. From now on you'll be sparring partners for humanity's universe masters. Zhu Fu's eyes lit up. Right? Using them to train our universe masters. That's an excellent idea. Chen Ao looked at Zhu Fu a little speechless. Did Zhu Fu really plan to kill all 3? What a waste. The Empress and Meng Cha should be kept for gradual use. Zhu Fu's thinking was baffling. Suppressing them in a corner of the small universe and making them sparring partners was the best choice. Trapped in Zhu Fu's small universe, their souls and divine power were suppressed, making self-destruction impossible. Chen Ao, what's the next step? Zhu Fu asked, unsure. Naturally wipe out the 3 clans. By the way, don't waste the mechanical clan. They can be enslaved. The larger the territory, the more mechanical universe masters we'll need. With more mechanical universe masters, managing the virtual universe would be easier. Good. Zhu Fu nodded. Unknowingly, he trusted Chen Ao's decisions more, even if they seemed absurd. Zhu Fu, after this matter is settled and after dealing with the Ziyue Holy Land, I'll continue my cultivation, Chen Ao said, gazing into the depths of the cosmic sea. The Gene world was approaching. His next rise would begin there, and whether he could achieve 100,000 times Gene level depended on it. Don't worry. With things as they are now, the Chaos Lord will handle it. Chen Ao said no more as Zhu Fu returned with the Empress's palace. Next, Chen Ao and Sayak targeted the Ziyue Holy Land, continuously devouring its cosmic origin. The other cosmic sea powers dared not utter a word. Sayak was too terrifying. Even dozens of them together would be doomed. The Ziyue Holy Ancestors' face darkened, and the strong beings below were all grief-stricken. What's there to fear? We've survived countless cycles of reincarnation. Even if that human cannot transcend, he will eventually fall. Ha ha ha, the ancestor is right. We've lived through countless cycles. We've lived long enough. That human will never transcend. He is doomed to fall. Humans, you will die a miserable death. Amid cries and curses, countless Ziyue strong beings launched suicidal charges at Chen Ao. Chen Ao didn't even need to move. Just by activating the Qi Jianxi, he could annihilate 4th and 5th rank universe masters instantly. 2 supreme beings were also annihilated in one such suicide charge. In the end, every few hundred years, 100 new universe masters would appear, but they wouldn't survive even an instant. It's over. As the Ziyue Holy Land crumbled, Chen Ao remarked, 13,000 years. Not bad. The Holy Land was finished, the universe damaged, and the Ziyue Holy Ancestors' divine power avatar could no longer be maintained, dissipating directly. All life within the universe died in an instant. Sayak excitedly rushed into the small universe's interior, frenziedly devouring its origin. Although some energy dissipated, the speed was so fast that it was completely consumed within just a few days. Chen Ao packed up all the treasures accumulated over countless cycles from the Ziyue Holy Land. Of course, many items had been destroyed by the Ziyue strong beings, but some powerful peak treasures, like the ones Universe Masters could not destroy, were left for Chen Ao. Watching the collapse of the Ziyue Holy Land, Chen Ao sighed in reflection. Beyond their arrogance, Chen Ao had another reason for destroying the Ziyue Holy Land. In the original story, the Ziyue ancestor had played a dirty trick by reporting Luofeng in the Gene world. If Luofeng hadn't been granted the Gene title and could mobilize the world's power, he would have perished. I won't be granted such a title, so the Ziyue Holy Land had to die. Otherwise I'd be in trouble. He might be immune to soul annihilation, but the Gene world possessed the divine eye secret art, a will-based technique. If a void true god used it, they could annihilate him on the will level. Even with a clone, it wouldn't save him. He had no idea if the system could shield him from will annihilation. Since the Supreme Being Yuan took great pride in the Lai Yuan technique's main focus on will, Chen Ao couldn't be sure. Sayak, let's return to the dim land now. Sayak was immediately displeased. Devouring small universe origins boosted his power far faster than hunting third-rank boundary beasts for 100,000 years. This 10,000-year improvement was equivalent to several third-rank boundary beasts. He naturally didn't want to leave. Elder brother, I think the Dongdi Holy Land bears ill intentions toward you. How about we take them out too? Chen Ao laughed at the suggestion. I have no grudge with the Dongdi. We can make one, Sayak said, trying to act cute. But Chen Ao found his ugly appearance disgusting. Enough, stop wasting my time. Before you reach the 4th rank, you have no right to bargain. Once you're 4th rank, you can test my strength again. Sayak immediately backed down. Elder brother, you jest. Even at the 4th rank, let alone the 5th, I will always be your good little brother. How could I ever attack you? 5th rank, you're a brother, so 6th rank, you can make a move on me, right? Elder brother, you're joking. I wouldn't dare. Chen Ao said no more and led Sayak back to the Dimland. This time the Cosmic Sea acknowledged Sayak's power, and humanity was treated with reverence, never to be offended lightly. Though humanity's growth rate has increased, the opportunities for combat have diminished. The importance of the Gene world grew ever more crucial. It was a meat grinder. Only those who had experienced the trials of the Gene world could be considered true powerhouses. Time flowed on, for the evolution of the universe millions of years were but a fleeting moment. One day, a colossal humanoid figure hurtled from the depths of the Cosmic Sea toward the original universe at breakneck speed.